How do you make a living as a painter? Both companies have made huge profits/losses. The truth is that our grandparents worked very hard to make a living. Have you made the bed? The kids don't always have time to make their beds before school. Driving through the mountains, we didn't reach the cabin until late at night. So we just made the beds and went off to sleep. We should make the most of this good weather. Remember, always try to make the most of your life. Our hotel room is pretty small, but we'll just have to make the best of it. Unfortunately, I don't have very much spare time, so we will have to arrange it carefully in order to make the best of your time in London. Exercise can make a big difference to your health. It wouldn't make a big difference in my life, but it would be good. To make matters worse, our car broke down. To make matters worse, the newspaper said they only played for 35 minutes. She was always trying to make a fool out of me in front of my friends. He thought I had tried to make a fool of him, but no, I was really desperate to get him as my boyfriend. I got very excited and made a fool of myself. I had to leave that shop in full embarrassment, and I also made a fool of myself. The other children at school used to make fun of his hair. He's written me this note, but it doesn't make any sense. It makes sense to buy now while prices are low. Therefore it makes sense to use the Innovation S. They're the biggest maker of fast food products in the UK. The makers of the film will want to see a decent return on their investment. Nissan is a famous Japanese car maker, as you know. What percentage of the adult male population is unemployed? I was there when I heard a male voice calling me. In 1987, 27% of adult males smoked. I am a 30-year-old Swedish male with a diploma in gardening. There are plans to build a new mall in the middle of town. You can go shopping too, because there is a nice shopping mall in Punta del Este. Man is still more intelligent than the cleverest robot. Man must create the conditions so that animals can live, eat, and procreate without strain. Did you manage to get any bread? Anyway, we managed to get there on time. I only just managed to finish on time. Will you be able to manage without me? I can't manage all this work on my own. Don't worry about us, we'll manage. I even phoned the bus company, but I didn't manage to get the CDs back. She used to manage the bookshop on King Street. Has Tom had any experience of managing large projects? He has managed the football team for the last 5 years. It is a basketball club managed by the director of my college. I also know the basic rules of good management. Since the beginning of human civilization, mankind has never ceased to be mesmerized by folklore and stories of princes and princesses. She stared at me in an accusing manner. They dealt with the problem in a very efficient manner. I don't know if you will follow my advice, but in whichever manner you spend the money, I hope you are glad. It's bad manners to eat with your mouth open. It's considered good manners in some societies to leave a little food on your plate. Professional waiters are polite, tolerant, and show good manners. As soon as he realized that we weren't going to buy anything, his whole manner changed. I stared at him in anger, and the poor man, afraid of my rude manner, went out of the cafe.
750.
Manual workers will lose their jobs as a result of company cutbacks. Computer-controlled robots are taking over manual jobs in many industries. But, on the other hand, I sometimes think that technology is the cause of the end of certain activities such as farming, or manual work. She tried to cure the pain in my knee by putting manual pressure on the joint. It has both manual and automatic functions, so it has a lot of possibilities. You can download the manual for the computer if you need to. Now I need to read some manuals at work. He works for a company that manufactures car parts. The report notes a rapid decline in manufactured goods. In the past I have worked in a company which manufactures computer games. Air pollution could be reduced if car manufacturers and companies made effective filters for car exhausts and factory chimneys. I am a translator for a manufacturing company. She ran her first marathon in just under 3 hours. How many hours of training per week are necessary if I want to run the marathon next year? There were dirty marks on her trousers where she had wiped her hands. His fingers had left marks on the table's polished surface. She had a red mark on her arm where she'd burnt herself. But one day, when I was about 10 years old, my father had hurt me on the face and I had a blue mark on my cheek. I was up half the night marking exam papers. You'll be marked down for poor spelling and punctuation. Computers even sell tickets on stations, mark exam papers and help us to talk with people all over the world via the internet. I've marked my street on the map for you. X marks the spot where the treasure is buried. On the map we have marked a black dot on the place where you will find the hotel. I am studying marketing now, so I will be available at the end of April. They had a long and happy marriage. She went to live abroad after the breakup of her marriage. After the marriage they go to a restaurant and eat something. Will you marry me? They don't have any plans to marry at present. He never married. Before we left the airport, John W.H. whispered in my ear, I'm going to marry her. Kuksul-won is a martial art from Korea. I often practice martial arts on one of its grass Y areas. I thought it was a marvelous film. It took me ages to get it right, but it was a marvelous feeling when I did. It's marvelous how everyone's tried to help. We've achieved some marvelous results with this new drug. The weather is marvelous, it's sunny and hot. The bank robbers wore masks throughout the raid. Suddenly 5 men with masks jumped from nowhere into the bank and started to threaten us with their guns. He always has a mass of books and papers on his desk. The forest is a mass of color in autumn. She had a mass of blonde curls. I've got masses of work to do. Modern society is replacing the eliminated problems by masses of new ones. They've got a massive house. She died after taking a massive overdose of drugs. If the drought continues, deaths will occur on a massive scale. Sea pollution can be reduced if people take more care with oil tankers, to reduce massive oil spills. With careful training, a dog will obey its master completely. We must remember that we are masters of the car, not the servants of the car. I or T, if two things match, they are the same color or type. I can't find anything to match my green shirt. Your socks don't match. They match a t-shirt that I bought last week. In the first exercise you have to match each capital city to its country. Finally I took all my courage and lit a match. We've been mates since our school days. Pete was there with a couple of mates. She's my best mate. This man was going to his mate's funeral. Her dress was made of a soft, silky material. I like buying designer clothes because they're made of good material. She writes all her own teaching materials. During the lesson we use a lot of useful and helpful material, tapes, video, and lots of different books. Crude oil is used as the raw material for making plastics. In addition, some waste materials are carried to the incinerator where they are burned completely at very high temperatures. Furthermore, he studied the human body and invented mathematical formulas to describe his findings. Could I talk to you about a personal matter? Alois denied any knowledge of the matter. Will you phone me back? It's a matter of some importance. Talking about the world's problems is one thing, but solving them is another matter altogether. On another matter, I'd like to tell your parents that they don't need to get me any present, but if they insist I'd like you to pick me a novel. To make matters worse, our car broke down. To make matters worse, the newspaper said they only played for 35 minutes. As a matter of fact, I used to live next door to him. I never managed to lose any weight, no matter how hard I try. No matter where you are or what you do, apparently you need electricity. Mature people behave like adults in a way that shows they are well developed emotionally. She seems very mature for 13. Every time I thought of it before entering college, I expected to find intelligent, kind, and mature people, though of course, some rude, mean and stupid people as well. The maximum amount of something is the largest amount that is allowed or possible. The bomb was designed to cause the maximum amount of damage. From now on, my house will have maximum security, tanks, soldiers, bombs, so no one can kidnap my family again. The temperature will reach a maximum of 27 degrees Celsius today. The school has a maximum of 30 students per class. You said in your letter that you want to do 80 kilometers on Saturday, but that is far too much. 50 kilometers is the maximum, it is enough. There may be other problems that we don't know about. I think I may be getting a cold. I know it may be difficult, because it is not that easy to find a house, but please can you do your best and find something for us very soon? May I be excused, please? May I help myself to some more food? Yes, of course. You may begin. Hi, my name's Tiffany. How may I help you? May I suggest that you book me in for the new accommodation? The explosion may have been caused by a faulty electrical connection. That may not have been Mike's brother you met, I think his cousin is staying with him at the moment. Helen may have already left by the time you arrive. Besides, your report is full of mistakes, so it seems to me that you may not have been well informed. We may as well start the meeting, the others will be here soon. If the shops are closed, we may as well go home. As I am sure you know, my name is Jane Brown, and I am the mayor's secretary. I didn't mean that as a criticism. That's what I meant when I said he's been acting oddly. What exactly do you mean by old-fashioned? Now I know what you mean when you say this island is wonderful. It wasn't a valuable picture, but it meant a lot to me. Possessions mean nothing to him. It's my grandfather's birthday and he means a lot to me. I'm sorry if I offended you, I didn't mean any harm. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But I didn't mean to scare you. I've been meaning to call you for weeks. Dear Claude, I have been meaning to write for ages. Lower costs mean lower prices. These changes will mean better health care for everyone. Advances in electronics mean that the technology is already available. If we want to catch the 7.30 train, that will mean leaving the house at 6.00. This doesn't mean that you won't be able to enjoy the countryside, in fact most of these cities are surrounded by nature, so you'll have wonderful views. A mean person does not like spending money, especially on other people. He's too mean to buy her a ring. My landlord's very mean with the heating, it's only on for 2 hours each day. She was so mean that she got divorced because she didn't want to share her money with anybody else, although she loved her husband very much. Stop being so mean to me. She just said it to be mean. On the other hand, people, when driving a car, can be very mean and wicked, and they sure don't have a bit of respect for the next man. See or you the meaning of words, signs, or actions is what they express or represent. The word squash has several meanings. The meaning of his gesture was clear. His novels often have a hidden meaning. If I didn't understand the meaning of a word, she told me and gave me a dictionary to look up the words. She felt that her life had no meaning. We can give meaning to our lives, with everyday little things. The information needs to be presented in a meaningful way. The music is really amazing and the lyrics are so meaningful. They had no means of communication. We need to find some other means of transport. The family had no means of support. Main transport services 1. The buses. This is the cheapest means of transport, but I would not recommend it. Your computer won't be arriving till Thursday. In the meantime, you can use Jude's. In the meantime, I decided to buy a new bicycle. Carl's starting college in September. Meanwhile, he's traveling around Europe. The mother is ill. The child, meanwhile, is living with his grandparents. Meanwhile, if you agree, I can do some English exercises to cover the class that I'm going to miss. Will the table fit in here? I don't know, let's measure it. He measured the flour into the bowl. This machine measures your heart rate. The area, measuring 5 miles by 3 miles, has been purchased by the Army. I measured how long they played for, because I was one of the group's fans. These measures were designed to improve car safety. We must take preventative measures to stop the spread of the disease. There are a lot of measures that we have taken in the last 3 years. The measurements of both rooms were identical. They've taken measurements of air quality around the bus station. We sat day and night to document the results of our measurements of polluted ground all over Sweden. The plane appears to have crashed because of a mechanical problem. First of all, the car had a mechanical defect and I needed to stay almost 5 hours in an old and dirty garage, waiting for the car to be fixed. She won 3 gold medals. He was awarded a medal for bravery. He can also take part in sports competitions and win a medal. Media attention / coverage / hype / reports. The issue has been much discussed in the media. All things considered, I don't want the media to reveal their private life. She has a medical condition that makes it hard for her to work. With the help of medical technology, doctors can cure more and more patients and do many kinds of operations. She is a doctor, but is unable to practice medicine in her own country. She is 23 years old and she's studying medicine, here in Colombia. On our way around the lake we would have the opportunity of visiting a huge medieval castle which is said to be haunted. She bought a medium-sized car. All shirts come in small, medium, and large. What size are you? Are you small or medium? Will you meet me at the airport? Please meet me at London Heathrow at 12 a.m. If a group of people meet, they come to a place in order to do something. The Children's Club meets every Thursday afternoon. The shareholders meet once a year to discuss profits. The members meet at the club every weekend. If something melts, it changes from a solid into a liquid because of heat, and if you melt something, you heat it until it becomes liquid. The snow usually melts by mid-March. Walking out of the station he saw her. Tall, blonde, and with eyes that could melt ice. First, the president welcomed me and gave me my membership card. If an occasion is memorable, you will remember it for a long time because it is so good. It was a memorable birthday party because they bought me a bass guitar that I couldn't buy because of its high price. You have a good memory. She has an excellent memory for names. It's about a girl that lives in London and she lost her memory, so everybody has to tell her everything about the past. I have very fond memories of that period of my life. I have vivid memories of that evening. That tune really brings back memories. I have so many good memories. Could you mend this hole in my shirt? I've left my watch at the jeweler's to be mended. The plumber came to mend the burst pipe. I've just returned from a short cycling holiday with 2 friends. You know one of them, Peter, the guy whose bicycle was broken and you mended it. She had a mental picture of how the house would look when they finished decorating it. His theories have changed our attitude towards mental illness, and mental health, completely. It's going to be a tough competition, but I'm mentally prepared for it. Most people believe that team sports help children to become healthier, both mentally and physically, but there are those who have objections to this statement. She didn't mention her daughter. I'll mention your ideas to Jacinta. He casually mentioned that he was leaving his job. Did she happen to mention whether she would be coming? You mentioned you are coming to visit my country. The resort has great hotels and restaurants, not to mention some of the best skiing in the region. It is crowded everywhere, the shop assistants are stressed, you get to wait for hours to pay for your goods, not to mention the time you must wait to get them wrapped. When I ordered the catalog, there was no mention of any payment. The report made no mention of the problem. The story didn't even get a mention in the newspaper. In the advertisement there's no mention about getting any money back, but I think it was such a disappointing evening that you should give it back to me. It cost a mere $20. The mere thought of eating octopus makes me feel sick. The fight was just a mere coincidence. I wasn't complaining, I merely said that I was tired. I didn't say that you had to go, I merely suggested that you might like to go. Of course this is merely a suggestion, and if you have got anything else in mind please don't hesitate to let me know. See usually no plural something or someone that is a mess or is in a mess, looks dirty or untidy. My hair's such a mess. The house is in a mess. He makes a terrible mess when he's cooking. Go and clear up that mess in the kitchen. Now my room is a mess because I have so much stuff. She said that her life was a mess. The company's finances are in a mess. If he hadn't lied, he wouldn't be in this mess now. How on earth did I get into this mess? Don't try to cook lunch without me, you'll only mess it up. I feel I've messed up my chances of getting the job. I ignored the price and just paid because I didn't want to mess up the evening. The book conveys a complex message. The film's message is that ultimately, rich and poor are alike. It has a clear message: if you desire something, you can achieve whatever you want, but only with enormous effort and the danger of losing everything you possess. There's a lot of discussion on the message boards about this issue. His bedroom's always messy. My kids are both really messy. It's completely messy now, looks like a war in my bedroom, because my bed has broken and I need to buy a new bed quickly. Metal, paper, and glass can be recycled. Silver, gold, and platinum are precious metals. Metals are used for making machinery and tools. It was made of metal and wood. What's the best method for solving this problem? I think her teaching method is modern, up to date, and I hope I'll finally improve my English. The interviewer asked her to speak into use the microphone. My laptop has a built-in microphone. Then we had to plug in all the electric instruments, speakers, lights, and microphones. The letter should arrive by the middle of next week. The noise woke us up in the middle of the night. Once, she woke up in the middle of the night and there was the ghost of her husband's wife. I can't talk now, I'm in the middle of cooking a meal. But while I was in the middle of my tour, I received another email. His car broke down in the middle of nowhere. You know I really don't want to get lost in the middle of nowhere. The knives and forks are in the middle drawer. Our company rents the middle warehouse. After some minutes and as I was going along in the middle lane, the car stopped. Our teacher is a middle-aged lady with a kind smile and British accent. I think Isabel might be pregnant. Don't go any closer, it might be dangerous. At first, I thought it might be a mistake. It might have been Alex who called. The rain might have stopped by lunchtime. First of all, you might have been thinking you have to go to a sports club or somewhere and exercise very hard to keep fit. We might as well walk there. As you already know so much about the subject, you might as well skip this lecture. In my opinion, you might as well ask your neighbors if they can look after your flat for one day. We've had a mild winter this year. As you know, my country has got mild weather. Korean food is quite hot and usually served with rice, but Thai food is mild and sometimes a little bit sour. The nearest town is 10 miles away. The latest high-speed trains can travel at 140 miles per hour. I don't feel safe enough anymore, because the police station is 10 miles away and last week there was a burglary at my neighbor's house. During my military experience I worked in the kitchen, so kitchen work is quite normal for me as well. The ring has a width of 3 millimeters. I've seen that film millions of times. There are millions of things you can do with a computer. My mind was full of what had happened the night before, and I wasn't concentrating. I just said the first thing that came into my mind. For some reason her words stuck in my mind. She has a very logical mind. I've changed my mind about selling the house. If you change your mind, let me know. At first I wasn't so excited as Clara, but after an afternoon there I changed my mind. I haven't made up my mind whether to apply for the job yet. They couldn't make their minds up about where to go on holiday. The place was so dirty that I made up my mind to change it by buying something useful. Would she mind if I came too? Take one's book, I'm sure he wouldn't mind. I don't mind driving. I don't mind taking her if you're too busy. Do you mind me smoking? I'd prefer to stay in tonight, if you don't mind. I want to borrow your bicycle if you don't mind because mine doesn't work well. Mind the iron, it's still very hot. Mind out? There's a car coming. Would you mind sharing a room? Would you mind if I called you, to know what I've missed? I'll keep you in mind if another job comes up. Bear in mind that there's a public holiday next week. But we should keep in mind that books improve our vocabulary and, what's more, our imagination. To my mind, the play was rather disappointing. To my mind, The Picture of Dorian Gray is probably his best novel. If an idea crosses your mind, you think about it for a short time. It never crossed my mind that she might be married. The first thought that crossed his mind was to call the police immediately, and that was what he actually did. We're keeping an open mind about the causes of the fire. To listen, to communicate, and to have an open mind are a way of life nowadays. My grandfather used to work down the mines. It is a more or less industrial region with many coal mines. The minimum amount of something is the smallest amount that is allowed, needed, or possible. There is a minimum charge of 5 for postage. 18 is the minimum age for entering most nightclubs. That's the minimum qualification required to teach English in most language schools. I am going to phone them to ask how much the wage is, but anyway the minimum rate in England is 3.60. The judge sentenced him to a minimum of 5 years in prison. We need a minimum of 10 people to play this game. Wage increases are being kept to a minimum because of the recession. You should spend a minimum of 1 to 2 hours per day on this activity. He was elected Minister of Sports, creating some laws to help the players to be more independent. A minor offense/operation, she suffered only minor injuries. It requires a few minor adjustments. Happily they were found by some hunters and escaped with minor injuries. It's only a tiny minority of people who are causing the problem. Children with single parents at my school were very much in the minority. This section of the bookstore caters for minority interests. On the other hand, the minority of people who believe the opposite maybe want to see the animals and to watch their movements. I'd recommend his special lamb chop with mint sauce, it's just so delicious. Wait a minute, I've just had an idea. Oh. Wait a minute. Her train should be arriving any minute. The evil creatures who were bound to come out of the dark would see Carla any minute now. The concert was cancelled at the last minute. Unfortunately, the next evening, 1 hour before the beginning of the show, we learned that the main actor's had been changed at the last minute. Looking at the state of his car, it's a miracle that he wasn't killed. I can't promise a miracle cure, but I think we can improve things. Every single day we hear about new products, new methods, new technological miracles which have turned our daily lives upside down. I just woke up feeling miserable. I feel very miserable, and my boyfriend is still angry with me because that ring was his gift for our first year together. Families here are living in miserable conditions. Heathcliff always swears revenge because of the miserable situation the other characters have put him in. The war brought misery to millions of people. We have witnessed the most appalling scenes of human misery. 10 years of marriage to him have made her life a misery. A few hours of amusement for us might mean a whole life of misery for the animals. I found it rather misleading, and I would like to provide true information about the festival. You can't afford to miss a chance like this. It's the most important tennis competition in my town, and I can't miss this opportunity. You should leave early if you want to miss the rush hour. If you want to have a nice time, you should leave the hotel early in the morning, because in this way you will miss the rush hour traffic. Sorry, I missed that, could you repeat it please? We missed the first 5 minutes of the film. My office is first on the right with a bright red door. You can't miss it. First of all, the festival began on time at midday with King Cup. Maybe you might have missed that part. I must finish this letter or I'll miss the post. Helen. I'm sorry, you've just missed her. I have to finish or I'll miss the last post. It should have been such an easy goal and he missed. He threw a book at me, but it missed. The bullet missed his heart by a couple of centimeters. He aimed for the heart, and, when he was about to fire, an innocent pigeon landed on his rifle. Paul wasn't expecting this, and his shot missed the judge. There are a couple of names missing from the list. When did you realize that the money was missing from your account? But even with all this furniture, I feel like there is something missing, so I have decided to buy some posters of my favorite rock bands and put them on the walls. Her mission in life was to help the poor. You think that you are great, since you can cope with both the job and lots of other missions in life, education, sports, and so on. The early morning mist soon lifted/cleared. The mountain villages seemed to be permanently covered in mist. The mist was getting thicker all the time and the rain was coming down harder. If you do something by mistake, you do it without intending to. I picked up someone else's book by mistake. I paid this bill twice by mistake. After 30 minutes, a man appeared telling us that he had taken our suitcases by mistake. If the weather is misty, there is a cloud of small drops of water in the air, which makes it difficult to see objects which are not near. But the evenings were a bit cold and misty. He misunderstood the question completely. He meant that he had misunderstood the situation. There must have been a misunderstanding. I think that there is a misunderstanding about the day that I should pick up the keys from your neighbors. That also could be a good way to mix learning and entertainment. There's a good mix of nationalities in the class. There was an odd mix of people at Patrick's party. This film is a mix of fantasy and adventure. She enjoys going to parties and mixing with people. I like mixing with people. The mixture of flour, water, and yeast is then left in a warm place for 4 hours. Add milk to the mixture and stir until smooth. Their house is decorated in a mixture of styles. Their latest CD is a mixture of new and old songs. The result is a very strange mixture of different styles. The first verb in the following sentence is a modal: we ought to pay the gas bill. In the future I hope to be a cloth designer or a top model. You'll see the modern Japan. They live in a fairly modest house, considering their wealth. There has been a modest improvement in housing conditions for the poor. The party made modest gains in the elections, but nothing like the huge gains that were predicted. Finally, I hope that my modest report will help the management of our college to achieve their aim. Just at that moment, the phone rang. Don't leave it to till the last moment. At that moment my phone started to ring. Now, wait a moment, I don't agree with that. If you do something for the moment, you are doing it now, but might do something different in the future. Let's carry on with what we agreed for the moment. For the moment I am unemployed, so I have plenty of time to give you a hand. I've bought a bigger monitor for my computer. We know our world from TV screens and computer monitors. Another program is about a man who saves the country from a scary monster. Dictionary examples: monthly payments, a monthly magazine, we're paid monthly. At the moment I pay $5.50 monthly plus bills. In these cities you will be able to visit ancient monuments. In the square in front of the hotel stands a monument to all the people killed in the war. First I went to see the Larianki Park and admired the beautiful monument to the greatest Polish composer, Chopin. She's in a bad mood. You're in a good mood today. What sort of mood is Ted in today? Her mood seemed to change during the course of the conversation. The public mood changed dramatically after the bombing. The mood of the crowd suddenly turned aggressive. I reckon I was in a bad mood, but nothing had happened to end our relationship. Ignore him, he's in a mood. I didn't mind the rain, actually I prefer rain when I am in a mood like that. She was over the moon about her results. It's very kind of you to let me use things in your flat. I'm over the moon. In the moonlight, she looked even more beautiful. The floor was dark, and the moonlight which came through the window gave the only light. She condemned the proposed law on moral grounds. Development of ethical values and moral principles that makes them fair athletes and people. Doesn't it seems morally wrong? Animals need their space and natural surroundings to survive. I'd like to visit the colleges once more before we leave. On Friday I will see him once more. We eat out a lot more than we used to. We go to the cinema more often in the winter. We really should do this more often. More and more people are choosing not to buy a car. More and more youngsters have problems with reading and writing. We've more or less finished work on the house. He more or less admitted he'd done it. The new window will cost $500 more or less. It's becoming more and more expensive to buy property in the city. Cycling is getting more and more popular in Poland. The whole report is badly written. Moreover, it's inaccurate. It is a cheap and, moreover, effective way of dealing with the problem. Because it is a well-known hotel, it should be easy to find it. Moreover, it is really well located, so it will allow you to move around the city without any problem. My car alarm went off at 3 o'clock in the morning. I came home at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'll pack my bags in the morning. You should stay in a city because of the things that only a city can offer, and an important detail about countryside is the mosquitoes. There are a lot. Carlos earns the most money of all of us. So, in this game, the people are there to win the most money they can. We should make the most of this good weather. Remember, always try to make the most of your life. Her friends are mostly Italian. In the smaller villages, it's mostly very quiet at nights. Normally I wear black or blue jeans, and I mostly wear t-shirts and a light jacket. Italian is my mother tongue, but I started to learn English when I was 6. I can speak English and French fluently, added to my mother tongue, Japanese. I get on well with my mother-in-law. I was a little afraid of getting into contact with my mother-in-law. Furthermore, after a break people are often very motivated to go on with their education. There is a lack of motivation among the staff. I hope my motivation and my capacity for hard work will help me cope with the work successfully. The police don't yet know the motive for the killing. What was the motive behind the bombing? It was not likely that he had done the murder, because there was no motive. The pump is powered by a small electric motor. The boat is 26 feet long, it is a sailboat with an Invo ARD motor. Motorists will be hit hard by the rise in fuel prices. According to motorists, cars are better than bikes, as you feel more comfortable and relaxed inside them. Groucho Marx had a thick black mustache. My new teacher is fun, nice and cool. He has short black hair and a big mustache. If a person or an organization moves, they go to a different place to live or work. We're thinking of moving, perhaps to the country. We're moving to Paris. A lot of businesses are moving out of London because it's too expensive. As my office will move to the west of the town next month, it will be difficult for me to still live in this house. We're moving house in the spring. I want to move house as soon as possible. We need to move the meeting back a few days. Unfortunately, we have to move the time of our departure because of technical problems. I was deeply moved by his speech. Many people were moved to tears. I was very moved, it was so beautiful. He made a sudden movement and frightened the bird away. For a long time after the accident, he had no movement in his legs. Her movements were rather clumsy. She must sit for 2 hours without any movement. She read a moving speech at the funeral. It was a really moving story. Do you go to London much? I don't like curry very much. I wear skirts, too, but not very much. Their old house was much bigger. That's a much better idea. It's a much more beautiful city. This class is so much better than the old one. You've got mud on your shoes. He'd been playing football and was covered in mud. It may sound funny, but mud, gravel and snow lying on the school's floors is not a nice sight, so we change our shoes without questioning that rule. You've made the kitchen floor all muddy. I went out into the kitchen. I looked around to see if I could see him, but he was gone, only the wet, muddy footprints were left. He mumbled something about it being a waste of time. I started mumbling something and I could feel I was red because my cheeks were hot. It was about a murder which had taken place on the beach. He was murdered by a former employee. She was accused/found guilty of murdering her husband. It's about the man who murdered a lot of people. A few weeks later the police caught the murderer of my best friend. These exercises build muscle and increase stamina. It tones the muscles in this area and provides us with stamina and good health. A Little Night Music is one of Sondheim's greatest musicals. It is always a great opportunity to enjoy a musical when you go on holiday to London. The concert features dancers, singers, and musicians of all nationalities. The movie is about two musicians that had to dress like women to escape from the gangsters of Chicago. You must come and stay with us sometime. We must meet for lunch. You must come with me when you are in Germany. Harry's been driving all day, he must be tired. It must have been very upsetting for her. There's no food left, they must have eaten it all. She must be very wealthy. I must have been 7 years old at that time. He was muttering, away, to himself. He muttered something about the restaurant being too expensive. Emile Zola is the best writer, he muttered. I myself don't like a heavy meal at lunchtime. I'll tell her myself. Dear editor of the Student Tourist Guidebook, I am writing regarding your latest Student Tourist Guidebook, which I myself found very useful on my latest trip to Lambton. He died in mysterious circumstances, and there is still a possibility that it was murder. He went to the hotel because he wanted to find out who was the person that had sent him a mysterious letter a few days ago. How the massive stones were brought here from hundreds of miles away remains a mystery. He never gave up hope that he would solve the mystery of his son's disappearance. He's out of work, so how he pays his rent is a mystery to me. I have chosen this film because it has mystery in it and a lot of fun. I spent 3 days there thinking about myths and legends and having a lot of fun. I stepped on a nail sticking out of the floorboards. Hammer a nail into the wall and we'll hang the mirror from it. Sometimes in food given to animals by visitors you can find pieces of glass, nails, or even poison. She went to the hairdresser to have her hair cut, to the nails shop to have her nails done, and finally she made her face up. He was naked to the waist. The children were half naked. I cried out in anger, and that was a mistake, because the girls turned around and looked at me, standing there naked. We named our dogs Shandy and Belle. A man named Dennis answered the door. In the first question you had to name 3 types of monkey. He couldn't name his attacker. Not only tandoori dishes but all the dishes are tasty, to name some there are Chinese, North Indian, and many others. She went to court to clear her name. Their actions gave British football a bad name in Europe at that time. They're trying to restore the good name of the manufacturer. He's the only one concerned about the good name of the family. Just name the time and the place and I'll be there. Name your condition/term/price. Ms. Martinez has been named, as, the new Democratic candidate. He has been named as the best Latin singer and he has won 2 Grammys. Narrow things measure a small distance from one side to the other. You will also see narrow streets with pubs and small cafes everywhere. He narrowly escaped death in the accident. She narrowly missed winning an Oscar. They narrowly escaped crashing with the car in the opposite lane. Dictionary examples: a nasty shock/surprise. There's a nasty smell in here. He had a nasty cut above the eye. She has a nasty habit of picking on people in meetings. Inside there were 3 samples of a nasty purple liquid. Don't be so nasty to your brother, he's 4 years younger than you. I thought that it was a nasty joke made by a friend, but the address of the sender did not match with any that I knew. When I asked for the money, he turned really nasty. He can sometimes be very nasty and say and do horrible things on and off the pitch. All the nations of the world will be represented at the conference. Practically the whole nation watched the ceremony on television. At that time, everyone should have devoted their life to the nation. The nationwide blackout was the first in the past decade. Schools nationwide are experiencing a shortage of teachers. On Thursday, Friday, or Saturday you could visit the annual festival, which is well known nationwide for the music, costumes, and dance of the local people. Your native town or country is the place where you were born. She returned to live and work in her native Japan. She's a native Californian. I am good, because in my native country, Austria, I worked in a cinema. French is his native tongue. The Aborigines are the native inhabitants of Australia. I am very happy to tell you about my trip to the Amazon Forest Native Inhabitants Museum. My knowledge in foreign languages has to get better, and the best way to do that is to get in contact with native speakers. Something that is natural exists or happens because of nature, not because it was made or done by people. He died from natural causes. Floods and earthquakes are natural disasters. People say that breastfeeding is better than bottle feeding because it's more natural. We have wonderful beaches full of natural beauty. Of course you're upset, it's only natural. It's natural that you should feel anxious when you first leave home. It's quite natural to experience a few doubts just before you get married. So, of course, it was quite a natural thing for me to learn to drive a car as early as possible, and that was at the age of 18 when one could apply for a driving license. Naturally, he was very disappointed. Naturally we had to take his word for it. Relax and try to behave naturally. As a result they can't behave naturally at all and become sick. As a child Juliana had a lovely nature, everyone liked her. It's not really in her nature to be aggressive. He is by nature inclined to be rather lazy. Jane wasn't very suspicious by nature, but there was something weird in that. When children are naughty, or their behavior is naughty, they behave badly. You naughty boy. Now that's naughty, you mustn't throw food on the floor. Our boss treats us all like naughty school children. But some naughty students in my class were throwing paper aeroplanes when the teacher was writing something on the board. My brother is an officer in the Navy. Best of all, not only am I familiar with the lifestyle on a ship, but I also know a lot of things about ships because I was in the Navy. He was wearing a navy blue sweater. I think I will buy a navy blue carpet and black and blue furniture. I was standing just near enough to hear what they were saying. Don't come any nearer. And they are getting nearer, I must run for my life. Where's the nearest post office? Dear Dan, my friends and I have decided to go to the nearest cinema, the one which is in the mall, 3 blocks from here. He arrived near the end of the lesson. It was nearer 4 when we finally arrived. We can decide which route to take nearer the time. Her birthday was getting nearer and I still hadn't bought her a present. As the date of his operation drew near, he became more and more anxious. I would appreciate very much if you could reply as soon as possible, as the school holiday is drawing near. Space travel may become very common in the near future. I look forward to receiving your reply in the near future. If there's a cafe nearby, we could stop for a snack. I noticed a policeman standing nearby. We can go swimming, and visit some of the beautiful castles nearby. We stopped at some nearby shops to buy some food. The nearby towns are lovely, very calm. Your house is always so neat, how do you manage it with 3 children? She likes everything neat and tidy. You've got such neat handwriting. I always go to this restaurant because it's neat and clean. That's not necessarily true. The fact that something is cheap doesn't necessarily mean it's of low quality. You may love someone without necessarily wanting to marry them. The most important point in a job interview is to give a good impression, which does not necessarily mean how you look. If necessary, we can change the dates of our trip. We don't want to take any more luggage with us than is necessary. I won't stay any longer than necessary. He lacks the necessary skills for the job. Is it necessary to give so much detail? If necessary, please contact me on my business email address. If something needs something to be done to it, that thing should be done in order to improve it. The car needs to be serviced. This room needs brightening up a bit. She needs her hair washing. It is so beautiful, but it needs washing all the time. There's a growing need for cheap housing in the larger cities. Is there any need to change the current system? In conclusion, I believe that human beings will always have the need for knowledge and entertainment at the same time. If there is no need to do something or no need for something, it is not necessary or it is wrong. There's no need to go to the shops, there's plenty of food in the fridge. I understand why she was angry, but there was no need for that kind of language. There's no need to shout, for goodness sake. Just calm down. He told me that I could trust him with the ticket and that there was no need for me to take it home. My car's in desperate need of repair. He is also constantly in need of money. The city is struggling to meet the needs of its homeless people. I love swimming and cycling, and that is why I want to ask if there are any facilities that could suit my needs. It was impossible for me to open the door, it was like threading a needle with gloves on. Many people have a negative attitude towards aging. You're so negative about everything. At the same time, there were no negative opinions about the service from the visitors to find food. A negative effect is bad and causes damage to something. Terrorist threats have had a very negative effect/impact on tourism. Even if it provides a lot of advantages, this revolution in the world of communication also has a negative impact on our society. We received a negative answer to our request. Museums are the best example to show how life was in the past, but when you ask teenagers whether they have been in a museum, you will get a negative answer. They were very negatively affected by the changes. Despite the huge facilities, technology has affected our lives negatively. The French make more films than some of their European neighbors. Take 5 minutes to discuss this with your neighbor. As a neighbor of Lithuania and Ukraine, we had to learn the Russian language. There were lots of kids in my neighborhood when I was growing up. They live in a very well-off neighborhood. The place I'm staying in is wonderful, and the whole neighborhood is wonderful. She married a man from the neighboring village. We have to do concerts in the neighboring towns. Jerry doesn't like it, and neither do I. Her family wouldn't help her, and neither would anyone else. She's not very tall, and neither is her husband. Of course, she never thought those would be the lucky numbers, and neither did her husband, so he forgot to ask her about the ticket later. Luckily, neither child was hurt in the accident. Neither of us had ever been to London before. They gave us 2 keys, but neither worked. 3 years ago, when I was in Japan, my parents were both working and neither of them were at home by the time I got back from school. Neither he nor his mother would talk to the police. Their performance was neither entertaining nor educational. I was just having a bath when the lights went out. No lights at all, neither the cooker nor the fridge were working in my flat, so what had happened? My nephew is 21 today. I went with my husband, my 2 sisters and some nieces and nephews. I always suffer from nerves before a match. I need something to calm my nerves. I had to calm my nerves. You need a cool head and steady nerves for this job. I know very well you have steady nerves, but what is strong can become weak as well. If we spend too much time together, we end up getting on each other's nerves. Sometimes, receiving a phone call can disturb very important events in a person's life, but it also gets on people's nerves when you use it in a public place like a train. He gets very nervous before exams. I was too nervous to speak. I was very nervous about driving again after the accident. I'm a little nervous because of that. As always, the girls sat down in the 5th row and waited nervously for the event to begin. His penalty kick placed the ball firmly in the back of the net. I have the advantage of being tall and therefore I prefer to play at the net. Switzerland is a safe, small, and beautiful country that is perfect to travel in, because of the best public sea transport network in the world. All our offices are on the same network. In the future the fridge, the television, the stove, and the hi-fi equipment will be attached to a computer network. I never knew you lived around here. I never knew what happened after I left. I knew a lot about the subject already, but her talk was interesting nevertheless. Both the options you gave seem very interesting. Nevertheless, I get the impression that working with animals is much more fun, don't you think? I'm new to the area. She's new to the job, so you can't expect her to know everything yet. New staff are given training. I met a guy called Mark who is pretty cool. He is also new to the club. Newly discovered documents cast doubt on the guilt of the two men. The book is about a newly qualified doctor, Andrew Manson, who starts his career in a small town. It was on the 6 o'clock news. I usually listen to / watch the 9 o'clock news. It'll be shown next Thursday, just after the news. The time when you next do something is the first time you do it again. Could you get some coffee when you next go to the supermarket? I will talk to you about it much more when I next see you. Who's next to see the nurse? Blue roses? Whatever next. We're seeing Paul the Saturday after next. That's the old man who lives next door to Paul. Maria didn't understand, but then she realized that the man she was looking for lived next door. What are your next door neighbors like? He has just moved from a large city and now he is my new next door neighbor. This chair's nice and comfy. I've just bought a new lamp for my bedroom. I put it by the bed and in front of the door because it's nice and colorful. That table would fit nicely in the bedroom. His business is doing very nicely. It is a pleasant, easy book with useful, active vocabulary and short, nicely constructed sentences. She's always very nicely dressed. If you ask your dad nicely, he might drive you there. All the rooms are big, clean, and nicely decorated. We're taking my niece on holiday with us. I bought a purple sweater and I want to knit one like mine for my niece. We had a meal and then went to a nightclub. We can visit local pubs or nightclubs, which I think you will like. What's the nightlife like around here? The nightlife in my country is wonderful. Being trapped underwater is my worst nightmare. The whole journey was a nightmare. We lost our luggage and we arrived 2 days late. I shouldn't have watched that movie, it'll give me nightmares. Every night I had a nightmare. He is in his 90s now. I spent most of the 90s traveling around the world. Another aspect which shows us the danger that the car represents to human life in the 90s is pollution. The work should be done no later than Friday. There were no more than 15 people at the concert. In no more than 10 lines, my mother explained that she was moving to Brasilia, the capital of our country, and that she would take me and my brother with her. I'm sorry, but there's no way we can help you. No way will she agree to you leaving early. Don't worry, there is no way I'm going to miss it. No wonder the children are excited, this is the first time they've been abroad. If brutal killers like these two are at work, it is no wonder that so many people have fled, he said. No wonder that people are more tired and are not interested in reading books as much as in the past. If there is no need to do something or no need for something, it is not necessary or it is wrong. There's no need to go to the shops, there's plenty of food in the fridge. I understand why she was angry, but there was no need for that kind of language. There's no need to shout, for goodness sake. Just calm down. He told me that I could trust him with the ticket and that there was no need for me to take it home. Boots are no good if they aren't waterproof. Food aid isn't much good until the fighting stops. When it is raining, you get wet and that's no good to anyone. There's no such thing as ghosts. But when I asked for these, I was told that no such thing existed, and so the advertisement was once again proved wrong. I never managed to lose any weight, no matter how hard I try. No matter where you are or what you do, apparently you need electricity. Many people in the audience nodded in agreement. When I suggested a walk, Elena nodded enthusiastically. She looked up and nodded for me to come in. She approached him calmly, showing no signs of nervousness or uncertainty. "Do you have it?" He nodded and shoved his hand into the left pocket of his jacket. "None of us smoke, s. None of my children have blonde hair. I'd like some more cheese." "I'm sorry, there's none left." Since none of us had been there before, we hired a guide who claimed that he knew English, and then we began looking at the ruins. If something is none of someone's business, they do not need to know about it, although they want to, because it does not affect them. I'm certainly not going to tell Laura how much money I've spent. It's none of her business. You might think it's none of my business, but I simply have to say this. If something someone has said or written is nonsense, it is silly and not true. She talks such nonsense sometimes. He dismissed the accusations as complete/utter nonsense. What a load of nonsense. It's nonsense to suggest that they could have cheated. I feel totally disappointed and I would like my money back, because everything in the advertisement was nonsense. Let's get a table in the non-smoking area. You can also choose between a smoking and a non-smoking area. Neither he nor his mother would talk to the police. Their performance was neither entertaining nor educational. I was just having a bath when the lights went out. No lights at all, neither the cooker nor the fridge were working in my flat, so what had happened? I've never been to Iceland. Nor have I. I can't be at the meeting and nor can Andrew. In fact, when Mrs. McGillicuddy told the train assistant about that, he did not believe her. Nor did the police, to whom Mrs. McGillicuddy wrote about what she had seen. She doesn't normally arrive until 10. Normally, I plan 1 or 2 days ahead. I normally order fried fish. Both lungs are now functioning normally. She's behaving perfectly normally for a 2-year-old. But the truth is that those animals are not behaving normally. They live in the Northeast. The owner is from the northeast of China. I don't really know the northeast part of the country. You should visit the northeast region, which is famous for its white sandy beaches which are fringed with coconut trees. Last summer I went to Chiang Mai, in northern Thailand with my family. The wind is coming from the northwest. We climbed the northwest face of the mountain. My cousin lives in the northwest part of London, and so I took the underground to central London every day. She's very pretty, isn't she? You like cheese, don't you? I know that you love horror movies, don't you? Hello Cedric, it's Christophe from Alcatel. I hope I am not disturbing you. Not at all, I'm just on holiday. He even remembered my birthday, believe it or not. First I visited the Roman bath, which is more than 2,000 years old, and, believe it or not, it still works. I never cry. Not even when you hurt yourself really badly. Nobody spoke, not even the children. We tried to fish, but didn't catch a thing, not even a shoe. Was he a nuisance? No, not at all. I'm not at all happy about it. I said that invisible hand was touching my shoulder, but it didn't scare me, not at all. Not only was the hotel expensive, it was dirty too. You have let down not only yourself, but the entire team. Her new book's not half as good as the last one. The resort has great hotels and restaurants, not to mention some of the best skiing in the region. It is crowded everywhere, the shop assistants are stressed, you get to wait for hours to pay for your goods, not to mention the time you must wait to get them wrapped. I'm not quite sure that I understand this. The colors almost match but not quite. He didn't get quite enough votes to win. The student cafe has a welcoming atmosphere and most people said it was nice to sit and to drink coffee there. The only problem is that there are not quite enough tables and chairs for everyone at busy times. This was because the suitcase was full of stolen banknotes. They noted the consumers' growing demand for quicker service. Please note that we will be closed on Saturday. Note how easy it is to release the catch quickly. Please note that I am available for an interview. See Note 3, page 37. I noted down their web address. There were a couple of things I noted down during the show. He's a dangerous person, human life means nothing to him. She kept crying about nothing. £1,000 is nothing to a woman of her wealth. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. She did nothing but criticize. You can read books in the open air while nothing but sea surrounds you. He made his own decision, I had nothing to do with it. Of course, I tried to explain to him that I had nothing to do with the vanishing of the cake, but he didn't trust me. If something is or has nothing to do with you, you have no good reason to know about it or be involved with it. I wish he wouldn't offer advice on my marriage, it's nothing to do with him. The party was horrible, the guests were all talking about things that had nothing to do with me. I've come all this way for nothing. Unfortunately, I waited for nothing. The TV repair man didn't come. I noticed a crack in the ceiling. Mary waved at the man, but he didn't seem to notice. He noticed that the woman was staring at him. Did you notice how she did that? I was having a coffee with Luca, a friend of mine, when I noticed something was missing. It was my favorite ring, you know, the light pink one. The next time you visit, can you give me more notice? The building is closed until further notice. The emergency services are ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. I'm sorry for the short notice. I apologize for the short notice. I didn't take any notice of his advice. I didn't take notice of it and deleted it again. I saw the ad on the notice board. I put an advertisement on the notice board in the hall of the hotel, and luckily, after a week, a very kind girl sent me the sweater. I like their new record. My room is comfortable but a bit untidy around my stereo because in spite of having a lot of records and CDs, I don't have any shelf for them, so this is why I'm going to buy a new shelf. He ran the 100 meters in 9.79 seconds and broke the world record. He holds the world record for 100 meters. She set a new European record in the high jump. In track and field he has broken the current world record of the 100-meter distance. A food processor has a variety of uses in the kitchen. I'd have no use for a boat. Don't throw that cloth away, you'll find a use for it one day. We need computers in many places, and for many uses today. My teacher keeps a record of my absences. This summer has been the hottest on record. First of all, using a computer is most important for me because I can store my personal records such as my diary or expenses, and I can send emails to my friends who live abroad. The contrast between their lifestyles couldn't be greater. The busy north coast of the island is in sharp contrast to the peaceful south. The contrast between the wild mountains and the crowded but charming beach on the ocean shore would have pleased you. Their economy has expanded enormously, while ours, by contrast, has declined. She's quite short, in contrast to her tall sister. TV, by contrast, is a more passive activity. There were 39,000 new cases last year, an increase of 7%. Any increase in production would be helpful. Since bicycles became so popular, there has been an increase in the number of accidents. Did you clean the inside of the car? The hotel looked shabby from the street, but it was fine on the inside. Anyway, after the show I felt hungry, so I went to the restaurant, but it was closed because they were having the inside altered. If a piece of clothing is inside out, the part that is usually outside is on the inside. She had her jumper on inside out. What was his excuse for being late? He'd better have a good excuse for not being here. I've never known him to miss a meeting. I'm sure he'll have an excuse. There's no excuse for that sort of behavior. I had no excuse to give for being late with this report. Nick was just looking for an excuse to call her. Any excuse for a holiday. Also, shopping for clothes is an excuse to go out with girls. There were various objects on show. In the sentence I like ice cream is the object of the verb like. Bob is the subject of the sentence Bob threw the ball. Our subject for discussion is homelessness. She has made a series of documentaries on the subject of family relationships. She likes swimming and practicing yoga. In fact, this was the subject of our first lesson. I'll need regular updates on your progress. Television offers different programmes, such as documentaries, programmes on culture and updates on the news. It's an update of an old 60s movie. Dictionary examples: to upgrade a computer, the system has been upgraded. The computer has upgraded most existing inventions, and made them more efficient, faster and more user-friendly. The upgrade to version 5.0 costs $3.95. It's a very stylish and beautiful film, but it rather lacks content. We've discussed the unusual form of the book. Now, what about the content? I suggest explaining the content of the film. Technological progress has been so rapid over the last few years. I'm not making much progress with my Spanish. I will check new words, the IR meanings and pronunciations, to make progress for missed sessions. Do you have your own transport? Bicycles are a cheap and efficient form of transport. We'll stay in a hostel because it's cheap and we'll use public transport. The company will arrange transport from the airport. In addition to that, a car is more suitable for the transport of goods. The goods are packed in boxes and transported overseas. The pipeline was constructed to transport oil to ports on the coast. Such heavy items are expensive to transport by plane. At first we chase them in the forests and then put them in small and narrow boxes to be transported to a zoo. Have you read any of Jane Austen's novels? His latest novel is selling really well. Yesterday I was sat on the bench under a tree in that wonderful garden and I was reading an interesting novel by Jane Austen, when a charming young boy came near to me. His father was a novelist. My teacher has told me that you are a British novelist who writes crime stories, and you have come to live in our area. I've lived in Cambridge for 2 years now. She's been a vegetarian for 10 years now. If something happens now and then, it happens sometimes but not very often. I love chocolate, but I only eat it now and then. If you really love to have a snack now and then, try to eat fruit and vegetables, instead of sweets. We're expecting our second child any day now. The evil creatures who were bound to come out of the dark would see Carla any minute now. Now that I've got a car I can visit her more often. You should help in the house more, now you're older. She's enjoying the job now that she's got more responsibility. Now I am in England for further studies. I would be very grateful to you if you will give me the opportunity to join your club. Everything seems more expensive nowadays. Who remembers those films nowadays? Nowadays, I bake my own bread rather than buy it. Well, nowadays I hardly ever watch television, as time is something that I really don't have enough of. The room was very crowded, there was nowhere to sit. These young people have nowhere else to go. Nowhere does the article mention the names of the people involved. Then she left the airport, but she had nowhere to go without money and identity, so she called her family asking for some help. His car broke down in the middle of nowhere. You know, I really don't want to get lost in the middle of nowhere. If someone or something appears out of nowhere, it appears suddenly or unexpectedly. The car came out of nowhere and we had to swerve to miss it. I was lying all alone on the beach, then suddenly, out of nowhere, right behind me those strange creatures appeared. Anyway, the manager of that center called me in order to inform me that I would be doing research on nuclear power and atoms. I think that the car isn't the greatest danger to human life today, because I believe the greatest danger is the nuclear bomb. I've forgotten my umbrella. What a nuisance. It's such a nuisance having to rewrite those letters. I hate to be a nuisance, but could you help me? Local residents claimed that the noise was causing a public nuisance. It's comfortable, fast and it avoids the nuisance of having to take public transport in the rush hour. The number of people killed in road accidents fell last month. A small number of children are educated at home. A large number of people were contacted. We are a well-mixed class with equal numbers of boys and girls, all about 20 years old. There were a number of journalists present at the public meeting. We've had quite a number of complaints about the program. There are a number of errors in your article. Does Jake go to a nursery or a childminder? I enjoy working with children because I was working in a nursery. Sprinkle some roasted chopped nuts on top. Finally, I would like to inform you that one of our students has an allergy to all sorts of nuts. There is a very old oak in the middle of the garden. The soldiers refuse to obey orders. They must obey the rules of international law. People failing to obey the law will be fined. I have strict parents who tell me what to do and what not to do every day. If I don't obey them, I'll be punished for sure. He objects to the label magician which he is often given. Would anyone object if we started the meeting now? No one objected when the boss said it was time to go home. I would like to object to what the reporter said in his conclusion. Our main objection to the factory is that it will be noisy. I have no objections if you want to stay an extra day. As far as the film program is concerned, I have no objections and feel fairly satisfied. Her main/prime objective now is simply to stay in power. Can the sales force achieve/meet its financial objectives? Do you think I will have the right conditions to do the diving course and achieve my objectives? I try to be objective when I criticize someone's work. Friends can be more objective concerning your faults and can give you a different point of view. If you have not signed a contract, you are under no obligation to pay them any money. You have a legal obligation to ensure your child receives a proper education. I think it would be preferable to do the trip in July, which is a holiday period, and so I won't have any special obligations. Sellers are not legally obliged to accept the highest offer. Besides, I don't want to wear any protective headgear, which all the riders are obliged to wear. The doctor wants to keep him under observation for a week. She has very good powers of observation. But actually it is boring when you're almost always under observation. The role of scientists is to observe and describe the world, not to try to control it. He spent a year in the jungle, observing how deforestation is affecting local peoples. Children learn by observing adults. To support the idea of making a short video about daily life at our school, I have spent some time discussing it with other students, observing and analyzing an AV day in our school. He's always wanted to find his natural mother, but recently it's become an obsession. Shopping is an obsession for all of us. First editions of these books are now almost impossible to obtain. In the second experiment they obtained a very clear result. Sugar is obtained by crushing and processing sugar cane. Now, he has obtained a permit from other countries to plant sugar in their countries. How do you know she's not happy? It's obvious. It's obvious that she doesn't like him. There is no obvious solution. They have a small child, so for obvious reasons they need money. I know you don't like her, but do you have to make it so obvious? Am I just stating the obvious? The answers to your questions are obvious. Obviously the school cannot function without teachers. He was in tears and obviously very upset. Obviously it's a special day for all the family, so we spend a lot of time, and also lots of money, and dresses, food, and flowers. At the wedding he sang a song specially written for the occasion. I have a suit, but I only wear it on special occasions. The coronation of a new king is, of course, a historic occasion. Congratulations on the occasion of your wedding anniversary. I enjoy wearing clothes for special occasions, for example a nice long dress. That was a previous/separate occasion. We met on several occasions to discuss the issue. I've heard him be rude to her on a number of occasions. On one occasion our teacher left the class. I see him occasionally in town. Occasionally I'll have a piece of chocolate, but it's quite rare. I will need to use the computer to contact my friend on email and occasionally listen to a couple of CDs. His book collection occupies most of the room. All the seats were occupied. The babies seem to occupy all our time. On long car journeys I occupy myself with solving maths puzzles. The new toys kept the kids occupied for hours. So in order to keep myself occupied for a while, I went to the restaurant, except it wasn't open. An accident involving over 10 vehicles has occurred in the eastbound lane. If any of these symptoms occur while you are taking the medicine, consult your doctor immediately. Furthermore, I think that most accidents that occur with cars are due to the irresponsibility of some drivers, and I think strong measures should be taken in order to punish them. It's an island in the middle of the ocean. These mysterious creatures live at the bottom of the ocean. It has an ocean view, and when I wake up in the morning the sunshine comes in through the window. It's the best moment in the day. Her father was an odd man. What an odd thing to say. It struck me as odd that he hadn't called. That's odd. I'm sure I put my keys in this drawer and yet they're not here. It's a bit odd that no one's seen him. That struck me as odd, since it had never happened before. They often cover the music of the Beatles or the Rolling Stones. Dictionary example, he died of cancer. But, 3 months later, after walking in the rain, he died of pneumonia. Of course, the Olympics are not just about money. Of course, I met many new people. It was very nice of you to think of us. It was a bit mean of him to mention her weight. Thank you so much for my present. How thoughtful of you. It was most thoughtful of you to invite us, and I warmly appreciate your hospitality. I'm just off to the shops. Keep the dog on the lead or he'll just run off. If we can get off early tomorrow morning, we'll avoid most of the traffic. I'm off now, see you tomorrow. She's off to Canada next week. They got into the car and drove off. If a price has a certain amount of money off, it costs that much less than the usual price. You can get some money off if you pay cash. There's 40% off this week on all winter coats. There was $40 or $50 off most jackets in the shop. He promised me 30% off the price, so I'm going to buy the TV and the CD player from him. All the leaves had dropped off the tree. He fell off his bike. I still remember the way your brother fell off the ladder that day. I can't get the lid off this jar. Has anyone taken a book off my desk? Could you cut me a small piece off that white cheese? Take your feet off the seat. Next month, I'm going to change my bedroom. I'll take the photographs off the wall. If someone such as a doctor or a soldier is off duty, they are not working. What time are you off duty tomorrow? Sometimes I come off duty at 10 p.m. If food or drink is off, it is not now fresh and good to eat or drink. This milk smells off. Who knows if the food isn't off? He committed several serious offenses. It's the 3rd time that he's been convicted of a drug offense. Finally, using a bike keeps you free of any parking problem or parking offense, and your bike will wait for you all day long, because it won't be to it away. I really didn't mean to cause/give any offense, I was just stating my opinion. Do you think he took offense at what I said about his hair? If you don't mind, I'd rather go on my own, no offense, but I think it would be better. Now, about that organization of yours. What is it actually doing? No offense, I just wonder, are you saving nature or just writing articles about it? I think she was a bit offended that she hadn't been invited to the party. He looked offended when you called him middle-aged. If the sight of a few dirty dishes offends you, then I think you've got problems. I know that she was not offended, but I will never forget my stupid question. The ticket fare is very reasonable, and there are always police patrolling around, protecting the people from offenders. This program contains language that some viewers might find offensive. He told some really offensive sexist jokes. Dear Sir/Madam, the review on the Westfield Music Festival was both offensive and incorrect. They've offered me a job. Can I offer you a drink? I feel bad that I didn't offer them any food. Someone should offer that old lady a seat. He offered me a contract and asked me to go to his music studio to record a CD. We are now offering you the chance/opportunity to buy the complete set of DVDs at half price. Did he offer any explanation for his strange behavior? Rome offers good nightlife, so after visiting the museum, we'll be able to go to the disco. This special offer ends on Friday. Are these jeans still on offer? We found a 12 offer to Leeds Castle, including bus transfer and entrance ticket for the castle. We were amazed at the range of products on offer. You should find out about the services on offer. The swimming pool is also on offer to tourists. Another advantage of the hotel is that it is not far from the Centre. They sent me an officer, Officer MacDonald, from the anti-mafia department. I work as a customs officer, and in this job I meet a lot of foreign people every day. He was an officer in the army. There is to be an official inquiry into the incident. The Queen will attend the official opening of the theatre in June. I have worked as an official translator in the British Embassy in Seoul. If something often happens or is often true, it is normal for it to happen, or it is usually true. Brothers and sisters often argue. Headaches are often caused by stress. Christmas is often mild in Britain. Very often, people link classical music to Austrian or German composers, such as Mozart or Handel, but rarely to England and geniuses such as Haydn and Purcell. Oh my God! The car's been stolen. Oh my God, your sister is getting married. He is working in a big oil company called Ajap. Dictionary examples: old-fashioned clothes/ideas/furniture. She's a bit old-fashioned in her outlook. But I don't like clothes with stripes, because I think that's a little old-fashioned. In the countryside there are some hills, some sunflowers, olive trees, and many medieval towns on the hills to visit. The video and book are now on sale. I went window shopping with my friends yesterday and I saw this beautiful skirt on sale. Her thesis is on Italian women's literature. The other one is a book on dogs and cats. Cambridge is on the River Cam. Our house was on Sturton Street. Strasbourg is on the border of France and Germany. Dan, we are going to the cinema that is on Arosina Street. I do all my household accounts on computer. Chris is on drums and Mike's on bass guitar. I'm on the phone. I was in the pizza shop to order some food for my family and I was on the phone. There were 230 people on board the plane. I also love traveling by plane because you can have a snack on board. If something is on fire, it is burning when it should not be. If your home was on fire and you could save only one thing, what would it be? A lot of buildings were on fire. I didn't do it on purpose, it was an accident. I didn't do it on purpose, it was dark and I just walked into it. I got to school on time. So, I will not be on time for my English class tomorrow. If something is on display, it is there for people to look at. Many old aircraft are on display at the museum at the moment. There were some new musical instruments on display. We've had a few problems, but on the whole we're very happy. On the whole I don't like watching television. I like living on my own. On Wednesday morning I went on my own to see the Vatican. I did my buttons up all on my own, Mummy. Maybe I can do the missing work on my own. The train suddenly started moving as I was stepping on. Her horse began to move as soon as she was on. You'll cut yourself on that knife if you're not careful. I hit my head on the shelf as I was standing up. Suddenly I hit my head on the bed as the man was talking. What do frogs live on? Does this radio run on batteries? All new cars run on unleaded fuel. Which is a benefit to the environment. He doesn't eat any dairy products on account of the diet he is following. On account of its location, it is always busy. If you do something on behalf of someone, you do it for them or instead of them. On behalf of the entire company, I would like to thank you for all your work. Unfortunately, George cannot be with us today, so I am pleased to accept this award on his behalf. I am writing on behalf of our college English club members to welcome you to our city. On balance, I'd prefer to come straight home. On balance, no matter how important or useful computers may be, they will never replace the pleasure of rereading familiar pages of your favorite books. I'll come with you on condition that we're back before midnight. I would like to do this on condition that you will not mention my name on the website. If someone such as a doctor or a soldier is on duty, they are working. What time are you on duty tomorrow? I was on duty in front of the major's house with another soldier. On top of all this bad luck, he lost his mobile phone. And then, on top of everything else, her car was stolen. On top of everything, the weather was bad and the SEA was so cold that I couldn't swim. On the one hand, computer games develop many skills, but on the other, they mean kids don't get enough exercise. On the one hand, I know from my experience that it's much easier in life if you know more about everything, but on the other hand, I'd say that if someone had given me a chance, when I was kid, to study what I enjoy, probably I'd have more possibility to develop my skills. We were amazed at the range of products on offer. You should find out about the services on offer. The swimming pool is also on offer to tourists. Another advantage of the hotel is that it is not far from the Centre. I'm busy tomorrow, but I've got nothing on the day after. I've got a lot on at the moment. Do you know what's on at the cinema? Is the party still on for tomorrow? You cycle on and I'll meet you there. Move on, please, and let the ambulance through. I had just got on the subway when it stopped and didn't move on. The heating has been on all day. For example, the staff shouldn't leave the lights on and the heating's on when they don't need to use it. This house once belonged to my grandfather. Computers are much cheaper nowadays than they once were. I once went to England and I love the style of the clothes and how people dress there. Once again I'm left with all the washing up. Once again I'm sorry. I'd like to visit the colleges once more before we leave. On Friday I will see him once more. I knew at once that I'd like it here. She called for an ambulance which came at once. Once upon a time there was a beautiful princess. Once upon a time there was a very poor family. For once, the bus came on time. We would take lots of pictures, and play our own instruments, and if we get lucky enough, we would even touch the very stones and for once be embraced by magic itself. We do go to the beach once in a while. She did not say very much except for oh and yes, yes every once in a while. Once I've found somewhere to live I'll send you my address. Remember that you won't be able to cancel the contract once you've signed. I'll write back soon once I know exactly when I can visit you. How can they reach an agreement if they won't talk to one another? We know one another from Poland. I'd like to go to Berlin again one day. I hope one day I can become like that. I'd like to make 1 or 2 suggestions. I need more t-shirts, new skate shoes and perhaps 1 or 2 pullovers. One by one the old buildings in the city have been demolished and replaced with modern tower blocks. They entered the room one by one. So, he decides to investigate his death and he meets Harry's friends, one by one, to find out how he died, but they tell him different stories. Eat them one at a time. They had 4 children one after another. She ate the chocolates one after the other until the box was finished. Little parties organized one after another by the representatives of different countries gave me an opportunity to try the French, Spanish, or Japanese specialties. Why don't we meet for lunch one day next week? I'd like to go skiing one Christmas. I would be very glad if Enrico could stay with you one summer. I met him one day in the park. One night we stayed up talking till dawn. He was attacked as he was walking home from work late one afternoon. One afternoon, my mum called me asking what I was doing. Do you think 5 of us will manage to squeeze into the one car? There's too much data to fit onto just one disk. I think we should paint the bedroom all one color. I would recommend just the one hotel, Riverside Hotel, which offers great value. He's the one person you can rely on in an emergency. This may be your one and only opportunity to meet her. My final guest on tonight's show needs no introduction. Please welcome the one and only Michael Jordan. Often it's the one and only possibility for young children to see wild animals or unknown animals from the other side of the world in real life. One way or another these bills have to be paid. Everyone at the party was related in one way or another. All of them made a big difference to our personal life and have affected it one way or another. We have to make a decision one way or the other about what needs to be done. At present these televisions are only available in Japan. These birds are only found in New Zealand. I think animals, just as human beings, can only live in their natural habitat. I only arrived half an hour ago. They only put the roof on last week. People were leaving and I'd only just arrived. We'd only just set off when the car broke down. I am really sorry I didn't write back earlier, but I have only just got back from holiday. Don't worry, it's only a scratch. I was only joking. I was only trying to help. It was only a dream. If only she'd listen to what he's saying, I'm sure they could work it out. If only I had been more careful. I only hope you know what you're doing. I only wish that they would keep in touch more regularly. I only hope I can have the chance to see her too. Not only did he turn up late, he also forgot his books. If this project fails, it will affect not only our department, but also the whole organization. Not only did she introduce me to her friends, but she also introduced me to her brother. I slipped as I stepped onto the platform. The crates were loaded onto trucks. We couldn't talk so much, because the music was very loud, till a group of singers came onto the dance floor and did a great show. How did we get onto the subject? Let's move on to another topic. An open area of land has no buildings on it or near it. From the garden there was a marvelous view over open countryside. I need to be outside in open spaces. First, open the file called Statistics. We're keeping an open mind about the causes of the fire. To listen, to communicate, and to have an open mind are a way of life nowadays. You can hardly find anything more lovely than driving through the Scottish landscape in an open car. If a business or activity opens, it starts officially for the first time, and if you open it, you make it start officially for the first time. That restaurant's new, it only opened last month. The Olympic Games open tomorrow. The new hospital will be officially opened by the mayor on Tuesday. Well, I reckon that you can take photographs of the old castle and also the Classic Museum, which was opened by Queen Victoria 100 years ago. The official opening of the new school will take place next month. The festival starts with a huge opening parade. The opening of the novel is amazing. Did they have to operate on him? One day he decided to give part of his money to his son, whose wife was sick and had to be operated on immediately. If a machine operates, it does what it is designed to do, and if you operate it, you make it do what it is designed to do. You have to be trained to operate the machinery. These new sewing machines are easy to operate. How do you operate the remote control unit? If an organization or business operates, it is working, and if you operate it, you manage it and make it work. Our company is operating under very difficult conditions at present. Now we can get to Lambton by a coach service which is operated by ABC coaches. He's got to have an operation on his shoulder. We will know in a couple of days if the operation to restore her sight was successful. I'm sorry that I can't attend the class tomorrow because my father is having an operation tomorrow. Last year I was working in a printing company as a Macintosh operator. If once more we are not satisfied, tour operators organize several types of safari holidays wherever we like. What's your opinion about / on the matter? People tend to have strong opinions on capital punishment. He didn't express / give an opinion on the matter. Who, in your opinion, is the best football player in the world today? Her opinion of Adam changed after he'd been so helpful at the wedding. My doctor has referred me to a specialist for a second opinion on the results of my blood test. I really enjoy shopping for clothes, especially when I go shopping with my brother, because I sometimes ask him for his opinion. Eventually, the government will have to take notice of public opinion. There is a diverse range of opinion on the issue. There was a difference of opinion as to the desirability of the project. Opinion is divided as to whether the treatment actually works. Both performances were excellent, it's simply a matter of opinion as to whose was better. I would like to add that when it comes to public opinion there is a great variety of different points of view. That is why this article, which asserts that performers were second-rate, seems to be unfair. In the second game, her opponent hurt her leg and had to retire. Carmelita was her opponent in the volleyball final. Leading opponents of the proposed cuts in defense spending will meet later today. First of all, let me look at the arguments used to support cycling and then at those of its opponents, who prefer traveling by car. Everyone will have an opportunity to comment. The exhibition is a unique opportunity to see her later work. An ankle injury meant she missed the opportunity to take part in the race. He goes fishing at every opportunity. Please contact us at the earliest opportunity. It's a good opportunity to spend time with your friends. There are far more opportunities now for school leavers than there were 50 years ago. And many people don't have any other job opportunities, so they would be stuck with these bad jobs. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of you. Most of the comments are not right at all. I would like to take this opportunity to correct them. They both opposed the plan. Most of the local residents opposed the closing of their hospital. The proposed new examination system has been vigorously opposed by teachers. Some of them were defending the idea that the car is the most lethal object that anybody can have, and others who opposed that idea said that the car is and will always be the best invention made by humanity. My brother and I live on opposite sides of London. The map on the opposite page shows the main lakes in the area. They sat at opposite ends of the table, refusing to talk. Oh, and the opposite side, there is a dark brown wardrobe which is made of wood. The opposite of fast is slow. My father is a very calm person, but my mother is just the opposite. She's turned out to be the exact opposite of what everyone expected. Physically, she's the opposite of me. She asked the man sitting opposite whether he'd mind if she opened the window. The people who live opposite are always making a lot of noise. I was on the pavement next to my house and I was calling to my friend, when suddenly I saw a man who was just going around to my neighbor's car, which was parked opposite. All the traffic was going in the opposite direction. Police attempts to calm the violence had the opposite effect. The uncle had warned her so that she wouldn't interfere with what happened at the inn, but it had the opposite effect on Mary. She is optimistic about her chances of winning a gold medal. I'm not very optimistic about them being sensitive enough to try to produce fewer cars, putting human life before their profits. We don't have many options. I'm still considering my options. The best option would be to cancel the trip altogether. We always have the option of refusing to go. There are various options open to someone who is willing to work hard. It sounds like a difficult decision to make, but my advice is to go to a large school in the center of the town, because I think you'll have way more options to choose from. English is compulsory for all students, but art and music are optional. Refer RING to optional lessons. It was recommended that speaking and listening, computer studies and business English are suitable for filming. You should eat more, or you'll make yourself ill. She called Bill, come here or you'll be in trouble. They raised £200 or so for charity. After an hour or so they changed the flight and new people came, then he realized that his suitcase was lost. We told the truth, or most of it. Rosalind, or Roz to her friends, took the initiative. Things have been going quite well recently. Or they were, up until 2 days ago. She is the one who goes around with all Rebecca's secrets. Or, almost all the secrets. We must be there by 6, or else we'll miss the beginning. He told me to hurry up, or else I would miss my bus. To sum it up, watching TV improves our oral skills and is a better way of taking notice of the world outside, whereas books improve our writing and reading skills. She's a cellist in the City of Birmingham Symphony Orchestra. I have to go for orchestra practice as we are going to perform on television next week. The lyrics are about life, love, pain, and death, but the most important thing is how THSA lyrics match with the orchestral part of the song. The children lined up in order of age/height. I can't find the file I need because they're all out of order. I put the files in alphabetical order. This is the order of the wedding ceremony. First the man and the woman enter the church together. He came home early in order to see the children before they went to bed. She worked all summer in order to save enough money. She will go to the United States in order to improve her English. If a machine or system is out of order, it is not working as it should. The coffee machine's out of order. Last week my TV was out of order. The soldiers fired as soon as their commander gave the order. Soldiers must obey orders. I like to put everything in order before I go away. The house was so untidy that she spent the whole day trying to establish some sort of order. Everything was clean and in order. The management has ordered a cutback in spending. Wait over there, she ordered. They ordered him to leave the room. Then, the men ordered him to walk back to the museum as if nothing had happened. These are ordinary people living ordinary lives. It was a fairly ordinary house. I thought the food was very ordinary. It is an ordinary bedroom with white-colored walls, 2 drawers, a TV and a bed, of course. Also, people care more about what really is in the food they eat, and so interest in organic food is increasing. The article was about the international aid organizations. Everyone would pay for it and they would give the money to an organization who help poor children in Africa. He didn't want to be involved in the organization of / for the conference, although he agreed to attend. I hope you could see Omi and help me with this party organization. He had organized the whole event. They organized a meeting between the teachers and students. She had organized a car to meet me at the airport. There are 2 soccer fields where the members organize matches and tournaments. The books were organized on the shelves according to their size. Now museums are big, have lots of light, and you can find the latest technology in them. They are organized in such a different way. We didn't go on an organized tour. The letters had been placed in organized piles, one for each letter of the alphabet. Are there any organized trips? She's not a very organized person and she always arrives late at meetings. I am also a very organized person and extremely healthy. There aren't enough seats for all the guests, I must tell the organizers. According to the organizers, they sold over 5,000 tickets. What's the origin of that saying? It's a book about the origins of the universe. The furniture was French in origin. The cooking is based on traditional recipes of Westphalian origin and it is tasty but often very rich. That was my original plan. Is this the original fireplace? The gardens have recently been restored to their original glory. Her essay was full of original ideas. He's a highly original thinker. I like to be original. An original drawing / manuscript. Is this an original Rembrandt? The War Theatre is visited daily by thousands of people from all over the world because of its fantastic Van Gogh original paintings. If the painting is an original, it will be very valuable. She was paying him, but not as much as she would need to buy the original. Originally it was a bedroom, but we turned it into a study. I've been living in England for 6 months and I have studied English for 8 years in Sweden, where I was originally born. I don't have any cash. Is there no other way of paying? Ask me some other time when I'm not so busy. He likes traveling abroad and learning about other people's customs and traditions. Put the chair at the other end of the desk. The man was waiting on the other side of the street. I'll move my bed to the other side of my room. I saw him just the other day / night. Dear John, thanks for the letter you wrote me the other day. You shouldn't expect others to do your work for you. I think that I would be very useful there, because I know that they need people who enjoy helping others, and I am one of those people. He was economical with the truth, in other words, he was lying. We are able to use zoos as a place where we see and spend our free time with our children. In other words, it is a good place for the family. I thought the older people would be more offended than the young people, but it was the other way round. As you know, I did that the other way round for the States. This one is broken. Do you have any others? I only know about this book, but there might be others. I'd better write it down, otherwise I'll forget it. You really must phone home. Otherwise, your parents will start to worry. Oh. I'll have to buy a table for the computer. Otherwise, I'll have to use my computer on my bed. The bike needs a new saddle, but otherwise it's in good condition. The poor sound quality ruined an otherwise splendid film. This seemed the high point of an otherwise dull and disorganized event. We ought to tidy up before we go. You ought to see a doctor. He ought to have told her the truth. Ought I to phone her? I ought to go to the doctor tomorrow. She ought to be home by now. He ought to pass the exam this time. All the students ought to know how famous you are. You are a very well-known writer who was born in Rhodes. Get out. She opened the window and stuck her head out. The bag burst and the apples fell out. He opened the drawer and took out a pair of socks. My secretary will see you out. The stars are out tonight. The rain stopped and the sun came out. The flowers are starting to come out. In the beginning it was raining a little bit, but then the sun came out. Is the new Harry Potter book out yet? The new Tarantino movie comes out in August. It came out just yesterday. The stain won't come out. Cross out any words that are not on the list. A friend of mine told me, when he was in Lambton, that you couldn't have special rates for students at Hotel Royal, so you should cross that information out of the guide. If you say or read something out loud, you say or read it so that other people can hear you. I had to read the essay out loud in front of the whole school. She wouldn't accept it, so I read it out loud for her to hear. Director, Jason Meyer, and producer, Sammy Woods, are receiving. If a light or fire is out, it is no longer shining or burning. When we got home, all the lights were out. Is that fire completely out? I looked out through the window to check if the lights were out in the windows of the block of flats next to ours. A peach rolled out of the bag. I jumped out of bed and ran downstairs. Once he told me that he and his other friends saw a cat falling out of a window. The dress is made out of silk. The statue was carved out of a single block of stone. I love clothes which are made out of cotton. These are perfect for this hot weather. 9 out of 10 people said they liked the product. No one got 20 out of 20 in the test. He got 99.4 out of 100, oh my god. These unemployment figures are out of date. The library has got very poor staff and most of it is out of date. If a machine or system is out of order, it is not working as it should. The coffee machine's out of order. Last week my TV was out of order. I've been out of work for the last 6 months. Both she and her husband are out of work. Right now I am out of work and would like to try something different for a while. The patient is now out of danger. She told me that Dee was out of danger and that she will have other information tomorrow. I took the job out of necessity because we had no money left. Just out of interest, how much did it cost you? I only went there out of curiosity. When the warrior had left, the explorer explored the cave out of curiosity and to his big surprise found the treasure. We're nearly out of petrol. By then I was out of money, so I started walking. He burst into the room, red-faced and out of breath. I find that shopping is very good exercise too. By the time you have completed the whole high street, you will be out of breath. If something or someone is out of control, you cannot influence, limit or direct them. The car skidded and went out of control, crashing into an oncoming truck. I had just driven through Piazza Duomo, when another car came round a corner much too fast, skidded, and went out of control. If someone or something appears out of nowhere, it appears suddenly or unexpectedly. The car came out of nowhere and we had to swerve to miss it. I was lying all alone on the beach, then suddenly, out of nowhere, right behind me those strange creatures appeared. I didn't play very well today, I'm out of practice. I think playing in the club will be a great opportunity for me so as not to be out of practice. The book is out of stock at the moment. And sometimes the item you are looking for is out of stock. The water temperature of the outdoor pool is relatively cold because it's filled with natural mountain spring water. If the weather's good, we'll eat outdoors. My parents always tell me that I should spend more time outdoors. Remove the outer layers of the onion. Perhaps you could give some consideration to the outer building, like renovation work. If you read the minutes of the meeting, they'll give you a brief/broad outline of what was discussed. Some novelists start by writing an outline. Perhaps a brief outline of the party will help you to make your decision. At the interview she outlined what I would be doing. First of all, I will briefly outline some personal details. I had a very out-of-date map. I don't want to be an out-of-date person. That's an outrageous thing to say. The prices in that restaurant were outrageous. The only negative thing to be said about this restaurant is that the prices are outrageous, but it is worth every penny. There are plans to build a new stadium on the outskirts of Liverpool. They live in Melbourne's southeastern outskirts. In spite of travelling for hours a day, I prefer staying on the outskirts of London. It's an area of outstanding natural beauty. This is an outstanding first novel. Although it was an outstanding festival, I would like to point out some problems which happened there. It was green, oval and opaque. Place the cake in the oven at 200 degrees Celsius. They eat the traditional food souvlaki and potatoes cooked in the oven. The sign over the door said exit. A flock of geese flew over the trees. She held the umbrella over both of us. Besides that, you have voted for the construction of a new bridge over the main street. She jumped over the gate. The road goes over the mountains. She is always chatting with her neighbor over the garden fence. From the top of the tower you could see for miles over the city. Tanks travel over the most difficult ground. I most enjoyed it when we were cycling over the hills, because there weren't any people and it was peaceful and quiet. Soon the news was all over town. The people in the class are from all over the world. I was in Seattle over the summer. We discussed the matter over lunch. It's fascinating to watch how a baby changes and develops over time. He apologized for the trouble, and when he heard that they just wanted to stay over the weekend, he said they should go and buy the most important things and enjoy the weekend as the suitcase won't arrive until Monday. There's a pub over the road we could go to. The story continues over the page. The station is over the bridge. Put your bags down over there. How is everything over there? She leaned over and kissed me. Why don't you come over for dinner on Thursday? I've got a friend over from Canada this week. Now we're going over to Wembley for commentary on the cup final. He came over to me and we talked a while. I'll be glad when the competition is over. I used to have a thriving business and a happy marriage, but that's all over now. They spoke over the phone. We heard the news over the radio. She laughed over the phone, and said, "It's really like you." She turned another page over. A big truck had turned over and blocked the road and there was no other way for us to go, so we had to wait. I read the article over and over till it made sense. I've been searching in newspapers over and over again, and finally after a couple of days I found something. We had to start all over again. After that I went back to my home in Ribeirão Preto to begin my routine all over again. The overall situation is good, despite a few minor problems. Overall, it has been a good year. The overall winner, after 10 games, will receive $50,000. Overall, these two restaurants are worth going to for nice meals. I admire the way she has overcome her difficulties/problems and made a success of her life. Eventually he managed to overcome his shyness in class. Trying to overcome my fear, I was slowly going toward the dangerous stranger. Our hotel room overlooked the harbor. The house is surrounded by trees, so it's not overlooked at all. The apartment was very big and there was a balcony which overlooked the beach. You can stay overnight if you want to. Don't forget to pack an overnight bag. We will stay in our tents overnight and get up early in the morning to reach the next camping site. We need to open up the overseas markets. There are a lot of overseas students in Cambridge. Many more people work overseas these days. It is suggested that one of our English as a foreign language lessons should be filmed, as there are some 100 overseas students who are from over 30 countries in our school. We were overtaken by a red sports car. Always check your rear view mirror before you overtake another car. Of course, it is easier for a bike to overtake the cars in traffic jams. You can't go on living like this, chasing around and always being pressured by your work and all this overtime. He's still a few pounds overweight. In England the majority of people are either overweight or underweight. I owe Janet 10 pounds. We still owe 1,000 to the bank. Please tell me how much I owe you for that. I think you owe me an explanation/apology. I owe you a favor. The concert has been cancelled owing to low ticket sales. To start with, it is a great idea to change rooms because the Y are too crowded, owing to the fact that there are a lot of people. We heard an owl hooting in the night. I could hear an owl hooting in the tree nearby. I'll have a home of my own someday. He wanted an apartment of his own. I also bought a cupboard of my own, so that I need not share with my sister. I like living on my own. On Wednesday morning I went on my own to see the Vatican. I did my buttons up all on my own, Mummy. Maybe I can do the missing work on my own. We own our house. I've never owned a suit in my life. It is owned by a Japanese owner. Are you the owner of this car? We still haven't found the dog's owner. The owner was an old woman who lives alone in a big house with her pet animals. Everybody needs oxygen and trees produce oxygen. I don't like the pace of modern life. These changes seem to be happening at too fast a pace. I am living at a much faster pace. I just need a few minutes to pack up my equipment and then we can leave. I'm about to pack my things up and go home. I got to the market just as it was closing and everyone was packing up. They packed up all the equipment and got ready to leave, because most of them had to attend school the next day. The information pack consists of a brochure and a map. I bought a large pack of tissues. The postman has just delivered a package for you. The package was wrapped in plain brown paper. It was a call from the post office saying that the package he was waiting for had arrived. The computer comes with a software package. This ski package includes flights, hotel accommodation, and a 6-day lift pass. Lastly, I need to know if all meals are included in your package. The hall was packed. The bus was packed with school children. If you want to meet and photograph the local people, the place to go is the Wednesday market. It is always packed with farmers, children, older people, and so on. Dictionary examples: a packet of cereal/biscuits/crisps, a packet of chewing gum/cigarettes. How many seeds are there in a packet? He bought a packet of popcorn. I can't describe the pain I suffered when he died. The parents are still in great pain over the death of their child. He had caused me so much pain that I was unable to forgive him anymore. Having to keep the bikes in the house is such a pain. My sister was being a real pain. It was really a pain to pay that much for only a box of metal and a screen, but I think it is really going to help me. A painful injury forced her to withdraw from the game. One of my teeth is very painful. The old photograph brought back painful memories. You know, I went through this painful decision just a few months ago, when I started working for a new company that pays me more, but gives me less time for my hobbies. I know some places in London like Big Ben and Buckingham Palace. If your face is pale, it has less color than usual because you are ill or frightened. You're looking pale, do you feel ill? Her face was pale and she was feeling that something would go wrong. Heat the milk in a small pan. This dishwasher even washes pots and pans. At this restaurant you cook the food in the pan by yourself. We had pancakes with lemon. You can't come to Holland without trying the Dutch pancakes, which are much better than the English ones. Panic spread through the crowd as the wind and rain grew worse. Carmel was in a panic about her exam. He got in, too, a panic that he would forget his lines on stage. Don't panic. We've got plenty of time. The sound of gunfire panicked the crowd. The boss always panics over/about the budget every month. David started thinking that a thief may have come into their house. Don't panic, he told his wife. Make sure you bring a clean pair of pants. Every day I went to buy different pants, shoes, shirts, and all the clothes the baby needs. The photo was on the front page of all the papers. Hey Joe, yesterday I saw an advertisement for a job in a local paper. It said that if you like pets, you can become a dog sitter for 3 days a week. Many office jobs involve a lot of unnecessary paperwork. As I am good at paperwork, I think it would be great if I could help you in the office. He used a parachute to jump to safety. Those minutes, up in the air, feeling the wind in my face, were fantastic, and then I was terrified when I couldn't open the parachute. The festival starts with a huge opening parade. Organize your essay in clear paragraphs. I made many mistakes when I read the paragraph. The parcel was wrapped in plain brown paper. A week later, she received a parcel. You can't find a parking place when you need one and cars are a problem because of the pollution. On Tuesday the country's parliament voted to establish its own army. She was elected to parliament in 1997. We saw parrots flying wild in the jungle. Send my regards to your family and to your lovely parrot too. He plays the part of the father in the film version. I think the movie is really funny and one of my favorite actors plays the main part. She doesn't usually take part in any of the class activities. Last month when we took part in a dance competition, I couldn't imagine that we were able to win, but we did. People forget to wash their hands and that plays a part in spreading colds and flu. We were lucky to have some spare parts with us and finally Tom managed to repair his car. The general has ordered a partial withdrawal of troops from the area. In conclusion, I am very disappointed and therefore, I believe that I am entitled to a partial refund. She never participates in any of our discussions, does she? So, all the students can participate in different activities. What in particular did you like about the last apartment that we saw? Are you looking for anything in particular? However, I like reading magazines too, in particular those about Hollywood gossip or fashion. She wanted a particular type of olive oil. Is there any particular restaurant you'd like to go to? Are you a fan of a particular team? Your ideas are particularly helpful. I particularly enjoyed swimming in your new swimming pool. The house is partly owned by her father. He was partly responsible for the error. I suggest you spend your time partly in the countryside and partly in a city. Partners are not invited to the office party. Mike had been my partner for 3 years. My business partner handles international sales. Don't spend the evenings with your business partners, but with your women, children, and friends. She's gone into partnership with someone she used to work with. I really need the money you're offering, mainly to set up that kindergarten school I've told you about, where I would work in partnership with a friend. If you work part-time or do part-time work, you work for only some of the day or the week. He works part-time as a waiter. I can't afford to buy it, so I'll look for a part-time job. The Labour Party have just elected a new leader. He was elected as party leader in 2001. They contacted party members from across the nation to ask for their support. He organized a political party called Kuomintang of China and started his revolution to overthrow the Chinese monarchy. I passed him on the stairs this morning. Cars kept passing us on the motorway. If you pass a supermarket on the way back, could you get me some milk? A plane passed over our heads. We passed through your village on our way home. Then we passed through the quiet Koyu entryside. Could you pass the salt, please? Gerald passed me the note / Gerald passed the note to me. For me to cover the work, can you pass it to my friend Jitnuan? If a period of time passes, it happens. 4 years have passed since that day. Time seems to pass by so slowly when you're bored. 5 minutes passed and he didn't come, so I decided to go back inside. You can buy a one-day bus pass and you could visit many monuments and pictures chewy places. We passed the time reading and swimming. What's more, I would have to read to pass the time. The government passed a law to restrict the sale of guns. I hope the government will pass a law which could control all these sort of things. A pass in this exam is above 60%. The bathroom's on the right at the end of the passage. There's a passage to the side of the house, leading to the garden. We saw a big house but it was old and locked. We found a secret passage between the trees and we got inside. Several passages from the book were printed in a national newspaper before it was published. She would read a passage for us every night before we fell asleep. She saw the passion in his eyes. Football arouses a lot of passion in fans. Politics and philosophy were his lifelong passions. Surfing is my passion. The child's mother made a passionate appeal for help. Joe is passionate about baseball. I wrote a passionate article about how to protect our environment. I walked into the room and found them arguing passionately. Anne has always believed passionately in women's rights. We met in our favorite pub, we kissed each other passionately like the first tea time, and then we sat down. When changed into the passive, the dog chased the cat becomes the cat was chased by the dog. A passive verb or sentence is one in which the subject does not do or cause the action but is affected by it. He was released from prison is a passive sentence. Women at that time were expected to be passive. Television provides a passive form of entertainment and so just watching it is much easier than reading books which needs concentration. Key in your password. It wasn't me, it was my brother who stole my password. I know this from past experience. I like the place because it has nice people, music, and all sorts of things about past events. I've spent the past 10 years in and out of jobs. It's been raining for the past 3 days. He was the 5th climber to die on these mountains over the past 2 days. Dear Anna, I've just arrived home and couldn't wait to write you to thank you for being so nice, trusting and kind lending me your flat for the past week. In the past, people would bathe once a month. In the past, we were best friends. I knew nothing about his past. After the film, we went to a restaurant called Adriano, and as the weather was cool, we had a glass of wine and started asking about each other's past. This meat is past its sell-by date. She's past the age where she needs a babysitter. The path to success has many difficulties. Maybe you could talk about your latest book Murder on Avenue B or about your path to fame. You have to have such a lot of patience when you're dealing with kids. In the end, I lost my patience and shouted at her. He's a good teacher, but he doesn't have much patience with the slower pupils. I have patience with animals and care for them with love. I'm a patient of Dr. Stevens, please could I make an appointment to see her? Another good program is a serial called House, which is about an EC-centric doctor who has the incredible flair of knowing which disease patients have without examining them. Dinner will be ready in half an hour, just be patient. Be patient with her, she's very young. She is very patient with us and she tries to explain everything in detail for better understanding. There was a queue of people waiting patiently for the bus to arrive. She made her way slowly to the waiting room and patiently waited for the train to arrive. The carpet was very old and had an unusual pattern. In my country now leggings are the new fashion. Some wear ones with stripes, or the black ones also have a zebra pattern. The pattern of family life has been changing over recent years. Many behavior, patterns have been identified in the study of chimpanzees. If the alarm clock had worked, everything would have followed its usual pattern, but this time I woke up too late. Approximately 3 years ago I started to sew my own clothes. I always buy a pattern and follow every instruction given. He paused for a moment. She paused to get her breath back and then carried on jogging. After a while, she pulled herself together and paused for a minute. There will be a brief pause in the concert while the piano is moved into place. After a long, awkward pause, someone asked a question. She spoke for 3/4 of an hour without a pause. I would like to correct the journalist by saying to him that Radiant played for 1 hour without any pause. Can you pause the film there, please? I paused the video I was watching, wondering what that knocking sound was. The jar slipped from my hand and smashed on the pavement. I called my friends and asked them if they had found my scarf. Fortunately they had seen my scarf on the pavement outside the disco. I found paw prints in the kitchen. My cat is only 2 years old. She is very beautiful with her long bushy tail and soft paws. She gets paid twice a month. Accountancy may be boring, but at least it pays well. Most of these women are very poorly paid and work in terrible conditions. Those are the first things I am going to buy when I get paid. You weren't paying attention to what I was saying. Larry is a very distracted boy. Everybody says that he should pay attention to what he is doing. Have you had a pay rise recently? It's a nice job, but the pay is appalling. The pay is good, but have you got a car to get everywhere? We thought we'd pay Sam a visit while we were in Oxford. P.S. Wherever you decide to go, do not fail to pay me a visit. We need a deposit of $165 followed by 12 monthly payments of $60. When is the first payment due? Now people can buy or sell things from their home. They don't have to go to the bank if they want to make a payment. They will accept payment by credit card. Usually we ask for payment on receipt of the goods. Fina L. Lee, we employees have been facing delays on payment of our wages. I had a fish meal with some vegetables, peas, beans, carrots, and lettuce. You'll need peace and quiet to study. He says he's at peace when he's walking in the mountains. Go away and leave us to finish our dinner in peace. There'll be no peace until she gets what she wants. I saw a lot of primitive people who live in peace with the rainforest. Now that the war is over, may there be lasting peace between our nations. She's very good at keeping the peace within the family. World peace was being threatened by the Gulf War. Major countries were taking sides and preparing to fight each other. Millions of lives were in danger, but no one seemed to care enough. This village is in a peaceful location with a sandy beach. Leipzig is well known in the world because of the beginning of the peaceful revolution in 1989 in Germany. He died peacefully at home. There were a beautiful bride and a handsome bridegroom who were sleeping peacefully with smiles on their faces. Would you like peaches and cream for dessert? I enjoy eating cool summer fruit, such as melon, watermelon, peaches and apricots. It is one of the most difficult peaks to climb. You can walk or ride a horse to reach the peak. Holiday flights reach a peak during August. Here we see an athlete at the peak of her fitness and career. The situation gets worse, especially during peak hours, when people go to work or school and when they return home. I went to the supermarket where I bought some peanuts, cheese dip and a bottle of soda. She has the most peculiar ideas. What a peculiar smell. It's peculiar that they didn't tell us they were going away. The video on road accidents made me feel rather peculiar. Yesterday I had a birthday and my friend Pat suggested that I should visit a fortune teller. We went along to visit the most peculiar woman I have ever met in my life. This sewing machine is operated by a foot pedal. He stood up on the pedals of his bike to get extra power as he cycled up the hill. It has a comfortable seat, big pedals and a wonderful inscription rider. Many streets are reserved for cyclists and pedestrians. There aren't cars in the city, because the roads are only for pedestrians. Peel and chop the onions. We are a family of 4 and everybody peels vegetables, does the washing up and makes coffee. The violation carries a penalty of up to 3 years in prison. Currently, ticket holders pay a penalty equal to 25% of the ticket price when they change their flight plans. Although, the government can increase the penalties for neglectful driving. In this regard, police officers are already paying more attention to drunk drivers. The referee awarded a penalty kick. After 20 more minutes of playing, or I should say fighting, none of us could score and finally the match had to be decided by penalties. A row of penguins stood at the water's edge. It's wonderful, you can see the whales swimming in the sea lions lying on the beach and the penguins. Could you lend me 50 pence/50p? I found a 10/20/50 pence piece on the ground. It was a 2-penny coin. He won't be able to draw his pension until he's 65. Moreover, you'll have to pay attention to your health, if you don't want to die before you get your pension. I eat every kind of vegetable, carrots, green peppers. You got 20% of the answers right, that means 1 in every 5. Only 40% of people bothered to vote in the election. I love colorful clothes and this skirt was in a sale, so I just had to pay 30% of the old price. What percentage of women return to work after having a baby? Interest rates have risen by 2 percentage points. If today's youngsters are asked where they would like to have lunch, a high percentage of them will probably answer McDonald's. The jacket fits perfectly, the skirt not so well. They're perfectly suited. I think black is your color and they'll fit you perfectly. To be perfectly honest, I don't care anymore. You know perfectly well what the matter is. I made it perfectly clear to him what I meant. I was perfectly happy on my own. I told them I hadn't brought a map because I knew the way perfectly well. She composes and performs her own music. A major Hollywood star will be performing on stage tonight. Later a band performs and everybody starts to dance and sing. Computers can perform a variety of tasks. The operation will be performed next week. Most of the students performed well in the exam. The technology of computers can produce special effects in films and cartoons. It can also be used to perform some kinds of surgery. Dictionary examples: a performance of Arthur Miller's play, The Crucible. She gave a superb performance as Lady Macbeth. I was sure that the legendary instrument that the great player used during his performances had to be very big, as the box is. The new suits help swimmers to improve their performance. High-performance cars are the most expensive. This was a very impressive performance by the young player, who scored 12 points within the first 10 minutes. I do some exercises in order to improve my performance in the water. He's a brilliant performer. We are going to watch Bodyguard, which has so many famous performers. Her work means that she spends long periods away from home. Unemployment in the first half of the year was 2% lower than in the same period last year. The study will be carried out over a 6-month period. The house was built during the Elizabethan period. Hi Joe, I've seen a restaurant is looking for a waitress during the period from June to August. We have 6 periods of science a week. After the period, when the bell rang, I stayed in the class to ask some questions and my new teacher gave me some explanations. She is looking for a permanent place to stay. Are you looking for a temporary or a permanent job? The disease can cause permanent damage to the brain. I am a permanent member of the Fear Factor Club. I seem to be permanently broke. Michael and his family have settled permanently in Brazil. Although I am not permanently employed, I found it very interesting to help skilled instructors teach other people to swim and surf. If you do something in person, you go somewhere to do it yourself. You have to collect the document in person. I am looking forward to meeting you in person. She gave him permission immediately. They even have to ask for permission before they go to the toilet. Official permission has been granted for more building near the river. The authorities have refused permission for the demonstration to take place. Planning permission was refused for the hypermarket after a 3-week inquiry. My parents didn't give me permission to go, but I really wanted to. Photography is not permitted inside the museum. The prison authorities permit visiting only once a month. The security system will not permit you to enter without the correct password. My parents permitted me to go. I can only speak from my personal experience. This is a personal opinion/view and not that of the government. Passengers are reminded to take all their personal belongings with them when they leave the plane. The only personal belongings he took was a black leather suitcase. The activity that I like best is to surf the web with a powerful personal computer. He has a few personal problems at the moment. Do you mind if I ask you a personal question? His resignation was apparently for personal rather than professional reasons. We know very little about his personal life. I wanted to see him and talk to him about some personal problems. She has a very warm personality. He is well qualified for the job, but he does lack personality. I mean, when she dances, she transmits strength and a big personality. The show is hosted by a popular TV personality. What is more, you could take part in the festival without paying for it and meet some famous personalities from the world of music. Personally speaking, I think the show is going to be a great success. Personally, I really like Greenspag H. Eddy. These figures should be correct because I've checked them personally. He believes that parents should be made personally responsible for their children's behavior. At the end of the concert, when it was after midnight and everyone had already left, the group came up to each of us, who helped out, and thanked us personally. If she doesn't want to go, nothing you can say will persuade her. I persuaded her that it was the right thing to do. He is trying to persuade local and foreign businesses to invest in the project. Using a bunch of bananas, the zookeeper persuaded the monkey back into its cage. I had to persuade them to let me go and make inquiries. Their argument failed to persuade me. It's no use trying to persuade him that you're innocent. My friends persuaded me that everything was going well. The tone of the meeting was very pessimistic. The doctors are pessimistic about his chances of recovery. In his book, the most important thing is his character. He has never been pessimistic, he has never hated his parents. I'm petrified of spiders. I was petrified as well as confused. The pharmacist gave me some medicine. You could try a hay fever remedy from the pharmacy. Sometimes such a situation could happen when you need some food or something from the pharmacy. The first phase of the project is likely to be completed by August. We're entering a new phase in international relations. When I was in my early teens, I went through a phase of only wearing black. Many people disagree about the best phase of a man's life, but I definitely believe that the teenage years are the most beautiful of your life, and I have many reasons for believing that. Plato was a Greek philosopher. He wasn't a teacher, he wasn't a philosopher, but he was a great artist. Descartes is considered by many to be the father of modern philosophy. We have been enthusiastic students of history, literature, and philosophy for 3 years now. I made several photocopies of my CV and sent them to different companies. As far as my level of English is concerned, I have obtained my Cambridge examination and I enclose a photocopy of the certificate. I prefer photographing people rather than places. McKay was photographed leaving the building. This city is not big, as you know, so we don't have any interesting buildings to be photographed. Look after, work out and make up for are all phrasal verbs. Here are some phrases that may be useful in your essays. 80 kilometers is a pretty long distance, and there is a danger that our trip would turn out to be a grueling experience because of physical exhaustion. Physically, I find him very attractive. The work is physically demanding. Special holidays are available for physically disabled people. Most people believe that team sports help children to become healthier, both mentally and physically, but there are those who have objections to this statement. Pick a card from the pack. She was picked for the Olympic team. She was picked to play for the team. In this restaurant, there are all types of pizza on a table and you can pick any pizza you want. If you pick flowers or fruit, you take them off a plant or tree. They were picking strawberries for 12 hours a day. I picked some apples this morning. 2 weeks is quite a long time, so I am planning to go cycling in the mountains, gather acorns, pick flowers, go hiking and watch the sunset. The other boys pick on him because he's so small. They gave themselves names and acted as gangs rather than just groups of friends, and started picking on younger people, or members of other gangs, trying to start fights with them. When you live in a country you soon pick up the language. I am a very good swimmer and I know some basic sailing techniques which I picked up while I was in Canada. Could this be the first animated film to win a Best Picture award? Now I can buy the DVD Star Trek, the motion picture. After watching the news, I had a clearer picture of what was happening. The next day we will go round the area so you will have a general picture in your mind. We can't get a clear picture. Another important point for me is that things like listening to music or watching TV sounds better and the pictures on TV are being improved, because the machines are becoming better. A picturesque place is attractive to look at. Poland is a really nice country, with many historical buildings and picturesque places. I like apple pie and ice cream as a dessert. I have an interesting piece of information/news for you. She gave me a very useful piece of advice. You can visit the churches, the ancient Bulletinbildings, and some other interesting places. That's my piece of advice. There was an interesting piece on alternative medicine in the newspaper yesterday. My favorite music is an instrumental piece of music by Vangelis. The exam itself was a piece of cake. The article was a piece of cake, though I didn't expect to win. The clothes were arranged in piles on the floor. It was like finding a needle in a pile of straw. I've got a pile of things to do today. He's got piles of money. He was very disappointed. He didn't want to leave, but he had to because he had a pile of work waiting for him. If something unpleasant piles up, you get more and more of it. My work's really starting to pile up. My work has piled up and I have to carry on. After a few days, we came to a small lake surrounded by pine trees. My mother takes 3 or 4 pills a day. Jamie's always had trouble swallowing pills. Don't forget your pills for your allergy. I'll keep the trouser patch in place with pins while I sew it on. We're not allowed to pin anything to slash up on the walls. Secondly, we need a big board. Everybody could pin information on it, for example the timetable, the menu for the canteen, or information about special events in and around the school. We ate some slices of pineapple. There is some special fruit here, like durian, pineapple, banana and so on. I thank everybody, hoping we'll see each other in the pub where I'll invite you for a pint of beer. A good surprise would be if you told Anna you need her to help to fix the pipe in our house. The pirates held the ship's captain prisoner and demanded money for his release. I'm crazy about pirates since I watched Pirates of the Caribbean. Dictionary examples: a football/hockey/cricket pitch. Supporters invaded the pitch. For example, you can have free access to the football pitch, the basketball court and even to the golf course. We pitched our tent in a field. After pitching my tent I could not wait to hike the moors. The girl stood gazing in/with pity at the old lion in the cage. We took pity on a couple of people waiting in the rain for a bus and gave them a lift. But the young man insisted so much that I took pity on him and in the end I agreed to help him. The children collected their prizes and then went back to their places. Could you save me a place near the stage? We looked for a place to sit and found one. She's got a place at university. She's got a place on a fine arts course. I felt it was my chance, so on Monday I ran to the club. Here were only 3 places left, and I will begin next Saturday. The concert takes place next Thursday. A dance night will take place in the club soon. He finished in 5th place. To achieve 1st place, I have put a lot of effort into a project about the consequences of the use of plastic bags. Try adding fruit to your cereal in place of sugar. Both television and books are very important for our education, for our lives, but never one in the place of the other. If I can't make it to the theater that night, you can take my place. First of all, it had been written that Danny Brooke and Tina Truelove were starring, but Danny wasn't there and somebody else took his place. Why did you invite her in the first place? In the first place, you were unknown people for me, but now you are my special foreign friends. There were dirty dishes all over the place. I am thinking of dog dirt on the pavements, cans all over the place, and a lot of disgusting paintings on the walls in the public toilets, the underground and so on. She placed the letter in front of me. Suddenly little Sophie, who was chewing a sweet, lifted the lady's hat, took the sweet out of her mouth and placed it on top of the lady's head. He prefers plain food, nothing too fancy. I like wearing plain cloth es. For the living room, we've chosen a plain carpet and patterned curtains. The wall didn't have any patterns, nothing but plain light blue. So I've decided to buy some pictures to put on it. She helped them to plan their route. If we plan carefully, we should be able to stay within our budget. She's already planning how to spend her prize money. Dear Dan, I have planned a wonderful night for us. He uses a computer to help him draw 3D plans, electrical circuit plans and that kind of thing. Might there be intelligent life on other planets? It's about the planet Mars, because I'm very interested in space. Events like these take months of careful planning. It seems like you have been doing a lot of planning for our trip next week. We planted trees and bushes in our new garden. Hyacinth bulbs planted in pots now will flower early in the spring. The house is beside a small lake and surrounded by all sorts of different flowers my auntie had planted. Rebels had planted several bombs near the base. As a result, they accused him of having planted a bomb in the airport of Recife, in the city where he lived. This brilliant young violinist has appeared on concert platforms all round the world. It was dangerous, but I knew I had to do it, bungee jumping. My instructor said 1, 2, 3, and then he said, go, so I jumped from the platform where I was standing. In the film version, Branagh played the part of the father. The main actor played the part of John, a poor man that becomes rich. Who are Aston Villa playing next week? Arsenal are playing against Newcastle in the next round. Arsenal played against Everton and Arsenal won the game 3-1. I played a trick on her and pretended I'd forgotten her birthday. She didn't realize they were just playing a joke on her. His best friend John couldn't put up with Pat always revealing his secrets, so decided to play a trick on him. Alcohol plays a part in around 60% of violent crime. Technology plays an important part in this situation, because I don't think that adults are playing computer games for Batman or Spider-Man, for example, but for the special effects and the graphics. And it has a play area for children to enjoy themselves. They treated me pleasantly enough. Jackie was pleasantly surprised to get a B for history. I was really pleasantly surprised that you're going to spend your summer holiday in Slovakia. I only got married to please my parents. He was always a good boy, very friendly and eager to please. Considering her loneliness, we made every effort to please her and to encourage her, because she was loved by everybody for her gentle, kind, and lovely character. His visits gave his grandparents such pleasure. Why do so many boys take pleasure in killing insects? It gave me a lot of pleasure. It was such a pleasure to meet you. He wrote an article on the pleasures and pains of camping. Reading is one of my few pleasures. It would be a pleasure to have you here in Mexico during your holiday. Would you like some more coffee? No thanks, I've had plenty. We've got plenty of time before we need to leave for the airport. They've always had plenty of money. There's plenty to do here. There's plenty more beer in the fridge. The film has a very simple plot. The plots of his books are basically all the same. A film with a good plot, special effects, sound quality, and some computer animations can turn into a real experience if watched with friends or relatives. If a plug is wired incorrectly, it can be dangerous. We had to check every plug, switch, lights. Could you plug the iron in for me? It allows anybody to call from anywhere without having to plug it in a wall. When is the plumber coming to mend the burst pipe? In the past I worked as a plumber. Let's not go on holiday in August, it'll be too hot, plus it'll be more expensive. I would be more than pleased to receive you at home. We could have a lot of fun, plus, you won't have to pay a thing. Your teaching experience will be a plus in this job. Free accommodation is a plus for me, but there are some points which I want to find out about. Sarah put her maps in the inside/outside pocket of her rucksack. The safety instructions are in the pocket of the seat in front of you. How much pocket money do you get each week? How much pocket money do you get? This mysterious man used to write a lot of letters and poems to my grandmother. Rimbaud was a 19th century French poet. Everyone in my group knows that I'm quite a good poet, so Peter asked me to read some of my poems. I enjoy all kinds of poetry, especially love poetry. She started writing poetry at a young age. My town hall organized a poetry competition. I'd like to discuss the first point in your essay. He explained his point by drawing a diagram. Could I make a point about noise levels? I take your point about cycling, but I still prefer to walk. Tomorrow I have another class exactly at the time of your class. I can't miss that class because it's a physics class. I know I may miss many important points, but I promise you I will get the best result, in the next exam. With 3 games still to play, Manchester United are 5 points ahead. We were losing by 1 point, I see Aug hit the ball and tried to throw it to my partner, but he said that the man had pointed a knife at him. As he got closer, one of the group's members, Paul, pointed a rifle at him. If something points in a particular direction, it is turned towards that direction. The road sign points left. There was an arrow pointing to the door. First of all, in your picture you can reveal the style of life of teenagers. I think it is a good point. The point is, if you don't claim the money now you might never get it. I think she missed the point of what you were saying. I thought he was never going to get to the point. I'm in a hurry, so I will come directly to the point. I'd try to explain to her how I feel, but there's no point because she won't listen. There's no point in inviting her, she never comes to parties. What's the point of studying if you can't get a job afterwards? At one point, he seemed to completely forget what he was saying. At that point, a soldier opened fire on the car. It has got to the point where I can't bear to speak to him. If, at this point, you decide to leave, that is fine. At one point, I realized that it was 3 a.m. and many people were leaving the disco. 1 mile equals 1.6 kilometers. I was at the point of walking out when he suddenly spoke to me. In fact, he simulated his death to escape from the police, who were on the point of catching him for his penicillin racket. What he says is true up to a point. I agree up to a point with the statement given, but if the journalists didn't follow them, people wouldn't know so much about them. He was planning to book a rock climbing holiday, till I pointed out that Carla is afraid of heights. I feel I should point out how dangerous it is. I would like to point out some incorrect information. I can certainly understand her point of view. You have to be willing to see other people's points of view. That is my point of view. From the point of view of personal savings, the cut in interest rates is bad news. From a medical/scientific point of view, it is an important achievement. In addition, It is not useful to keep animals in cages even from a scientific point of view. Someone had put poison in her drink. The third day they were in the forest, Pablo was hurt by a piece of wood with poison on it. He tried to poison his wife. They poisoned the city's water supply. Every day millions of animals die, millions of acres of forest are burnt, millions of gallons of water are poisoned. Can you tell the difference between poisonous mushrooms and edible varieties? On the other hand, the people in the future will probably wear clothes to protect themselves from the polluted air and water, the harmful ultraviolet rays from the sun and all the dangerous and poisonous gases or chemicals which are the result of a developed country. A poisonous animal uses poison in order to defend itself. Some of the animals, like poisonous snakes, crocodiles, and lions, are kept in special cages. Polar bears can be very dangerous. So it's very difficult to create real-life conditions for some animals, for instance for polar bears and eagles. They believe that the European community needs a common foreign and security policy. What is your party's policy on immigration? In fact, more and more countries are creating new environmental policies. He thanked them politely. I tried to control myself and started to speak politely and in a friendly way. We were impressed by their politeness. Moreover, I have other qualities such as politeness, thus I am capable of looking after members of the public. Education is back at the top of the political agenda. I'm very interested in Italian political life, and I want to get news all the time. Churchill was a distinguished politician. It was now the third month since the gangster had kidnapped her, because of her being the daughter of an important politician. He has little interest in local politics. She's planning to retire from politics next year. But I'm very interested in politics, so I really enjoy political programs and chat shows. We need a fuel that won't pollute the environment. Most of them don't pollute the environment, and they don't create traffic jams on the roads. The book shows simple things you can do to reduce pollution from your car. The manifesto includes tough measures to tackle road congestion and environmental pollution. There is less pollution than in the city and it is key too. After that, we'll visit Swazenji Park, which is a real Japanese garden with a pond and many kinds of flowers and trees. We played pool all evening. I had a pool table in my bedroom and I had a lot of video games. When I came into the kitchen, I saw a pool of blood on the floor. But the quality of the food was poor. Her spelling has always been poor. Sam's a poor swimmer. Since I was a teenager, I've often drawn and painted but without any kind of teaching, so my technique is poor. If something is poor in a particular substance, it has very little of the substance. Avoid foods which are high in calories but poor in nutrients. They couldn't avoid a diet poor in vitamins, because of the shortage of food. Verb, pp, pop in /out /over, etc. Doug's just popped out for a few minutes. I'll pop into the supermarket on my way home. Why don't you pop in /over and see us this afternoon? Who could imagine life without the telephone? Not being able to call your friend and ask if you can pop in for a moment? The issue was given full coverage in the popular press. Due to his studies in Persian folklore and popular culture, he is the progenitor of anthropology in Iran. We agreed that something had to be done to promote the popularity of local films. Dictionary examples: a growing/shrinking population. What's the population of Brazil? With a population of about 800 people, that town really surprised me. The dolphin population has been seriously affected by tuna fishing. Their yellow and black stripe has a mysterious beauty, which is the main reason for the huggy decrease in the tiger population. We ordered pork chops, boiled potatoes, and greens. We had a good view of all the ships coming into/leaving port. The name is very interesting because the hotel is near the port. The portions are very generous in this restaurant. I think you should take a packed lunch with you, because the restaurant is far too expensive and the portions are too small. She's commissioned an artist to paint her portrait/paint a portrait of her. Downstairs we can find pictures by old masters and a great portrait of the Spanish King Charles III. He takes her to some really posh restaurants. First of all, the Kea is quite a big, posh restaurant whose interiors are like a traditional Korean house. In your position, I would probably resign. She knows the person that owns the club, who decided to organize a private party for her 18th birthday. I wish I was in her position. I've found our position on the map. You've moved the furniture around, the sofa is in a different position. I like this restaurant because of its position, the old town, and most of all because the owner is a friend of mine, so that the bill is not too expensive for me. See, or you, the way someone is sitting, standing, or lying, or if something is pointing up or down, etc. I go to sleep on my back, but I always wake up in a different position. Keep the bottles in an upright position. 400 kms in that uncomfortable position was terrible for us. I didn't know you played hockey. What position do you play? It's a basketball club and all those guys in the club are much bigger than me. At first we talked to each other about which position we had to play. Whether or not you're given a car depends on your position in the company. Perhaps the style of their dress will indicate their position in society too. She applied for a position in the firm that I work for. Dear Mr. Greenfield, I am writing in response to the advertisement which I saw published in my local newspaper, as I would like to apply for the position you offer. I'm feeling much more positive about things now. We've shown people samples of the product and had a very positive reaction/response. She is lovely and she is always positive. A positive effect is good and makes something better. The improved diet has had a positive effect on his mood. All the colors and the smell of fresh and dried flowers has such a positive effect on me that life feels great. We received a positive answer/response from the minister. I am looking forward to your positive response. Are you sure you saw him? Absolutely positive. I'm positive that I switched it off. I'm positive that my experience will be useful in another shop like yours. I don't respond very positively to being bossed around, it just makes me angry. Modern technology also affects my life positively in the lab I work for. Please remember to take all your personal possessions with you when you leave the aircraft. Talking about using your possessions, can I use your electronic appliances such as computers and CD players while you are away? Mine and yours are possessive pronouns. The forecast said that there's a possibility of snow tonight. Is there any possibility that you could pick me up from the station? There is a strong possibility that she was lying. Then I remembered I had tried on some rings 1 hour before in a shop in the center of the city. Maybe I had taken it off while I was trying them. It was a possibility. We could take on extra staff, that's one possibility. Another possibility is to go to the London Transport Museum, which is very close and free for students. If something is possible, it might or might not exist or be true. It's possible that Myra might turn up tonight. Do you think he'll end up in prison? It's very possible. That's one possible solution to the problem. I investigate the most urgent environmental problems in our world, and then I suggest possible solutions to them. I try to use olive oil whenever possible. My friends have always regarded me as a cheerful, active girl, who is glad to help out whenever possible. Wherever possible I use honey instead of sugar. We try to sell local fruit and vegetables wherever possible. We can work together in a number of ways, for example, we can plant trees wherever possible and we can place benzine in the necessary areas which will help the public to dispose of waste items. Could I possibly borrow your computer? Could you possibly lend me your bike for 1 day? We'll do everything we possibly can to help. I couldn't possibly ask you to do that. My opinion is that everyone who possibly can go by bicycle should do that. I posted a query about a Chilean novelist. Teaching posts are advertised in Tuesday's edition of the paper. She's held the post for 13 years. They have several vacant posts. In addition, I have worked in a similar job, so I have already gained the experience needed for the post. Our postman delivers everything in the morning. I think a postman brought it. They decided to postpone their holiday until next year. We've had to postpone going to France because the children are ill. I'm doing an experiment tomorrow which I can't postpone. There's plenty of cupboard space in the kitchen for all your pots and pans. Fill a large pot with salted water and bring it to the boil. By the right window there is a green plant in a pot. A number of potential buyers have expressed interest in the company. Many potential customers are waiting for a fall in prices before buying. The accident is a reminder of the potential dangers involved in oil production. As a potential customer, I need some further information. The region has enormous potential for economic development. I don't feel I'm achieving my full potential in my present job. You have the potential to reach the top of your profession. I think this room has got a lot of potential. The sheer potential for communication it offers is overwhelming. Hepatitis is a potentially fatal disease. This crisis is potentially the most serious in the organization's history. One must not ignore the fact that mobile phones are potentially harmful. Scientific experiments tend to show that microwaves produced by phones may cause cancers and tumors. They sell pottery and other handmade goods. You can see very precious pottery and take pictures of old goods in antique shops. I am doing pottery evening classes. So I suggest we should print new ones with the latest information, for example about our new pottery courses. 1 pound is approximately equal to 454 grams. 1 kilogram is roughly the same as 2.2 pounds. There are 16 ounces in 1 pound. Anne's baby weighed 8.5 pounds at birth. I could feel my heart pounding as I went on stage to collect the prize. The city was pounded to rubble during the war. He pounded on the door demanding to be let in. Tina's heart began to pound when suddenly, she heard her name being called out loud. I poured the milk into a jug. Can I pour you a drink? The look on his face stopped me cold, as if someone had just poured a freezing bucket of water down my back. We can't go out in this weather, it's pouring. I really enjoy shopping, special ly in winter time whe, and the rain is pouring down. Blood was pouring from my leg. He woke up and cleaned off the blood that poured from his injured eyebrow. If you pour out your feelings or thoughts, you talk very honestly about what is making you sad. She listened quietly while he poured out his troubles. She let me pour out my feelings, a thing I did not do to anyone. 2 million people in the city live in poverty. He emigrated to Australia to escape the poverty of his birthplace. First of all, I think that our grandparents lived in poverty without amenities. A packet of white powder was found and police scientists are analyzing it. Why are there so many adverts for washing powders on TV? At last I found a box. I put the wasted coffee powder into it and went back to the coffee machine. Energy, usually electricity, that is used to provide light, heat, etc. Turn off the power at the main switch. From my parents, I found out that there was a power failure. I've no power over him, he does what he wants to. People can't be trusted with power. He will always reach for more. A powerful person is able to control and influence people and events. The man worked for a really powerful man, doing the dirty work, but, deep inside he was a really good person with a sad childhood. The activity that I like best is surfing the web with a powerful personal computer. The importance of this invention is that the information transmitted on it reaches a lot of people at the same time, so it's a very powerful method of communication in our society. She kicked the ball so powerfully that it flew over the hedge. Klaus is a very powerfully built man. Mary moved to her aunt's house, an inn, but she had got married to a strange, powerfully built man. Qualifications are important, but practical experience is always an advantage. The service offers young people practical advice on finding a job. What's the use of theoretical knowledge that has no practical application? Before making up my mind, I would like to gain some experience through practical activities. She blamed me for practically every mistake in the report. These changes would cost us practically nothing. It's practically impossible for me to get home in less than an hour. They used to argue all the time and now they practically stopped talking to each other. Today it is used in practically all spheres and its influence on people is not unnoticeable. I didn't play very well today, I'm out of practice. I think playing in the club will be a great opportunity for me so as not to be out of practice. In practice, the new laws have had little effect. When you leave school, you have knowledge but you do not know how to use it in practice. He should be praised for his honesty. My parents always praised me when I did well at school. He was highly praised for his research on heart disease. In fact, my grade was the best in the class and my maths teacher praised me for being so careful and correct. Li Chuang's specialties are sweet and sour pork, prawns and rice. We're praying for good weather for tomorrow's cricket match. I am very disappointed with this event and praying that it will happen again next year. She always says her prayers before she goes to sleep. We thought he'd been killed, but our prayers were answered when he arrived home safely. I am stopping this letter with lots of love and prayers. I am so sorry because I broke a precious vase you had in your bedroom. His books are his most precious possessions. Time is precious, don't waste it. Love is something precious which we all want to have. The precise location of the house is a secret. He caught me at the precise moment that I fainted. I would appreciate it if you were more precise next time with your report. We met in 1994, on October 1st to be precise. There was a good turnout for the meeting, 12 of us to be precise. It's in central London, to be precise. The fireworks begin at 8 o'clock precisely. What do you think the problem is, precisely? He was born in the countryside, more precisely in Bourgogne, and he had always lived there. You look tired, you should go home and rest. I'm going to do precisely that. But it's precisely because of the noise that they're thinking of moving. Books may not be interactive, but that's precisely where their advantage is. It's still not possible to predict the occurrence of earthquakes accurately. Who could have predicted that within 10 years he'd be in charge of the whole company? The hurricane is predicted to reach the coast tomorrow morning. No one can predict when/where the disease will strike next. Now, fully equipped and powerful computers can be so small and mobile that some specialists predict that new devices will replace books. Comets appear at predictable times. When I was younger I read many books. I prefer R.Ed M.Y. Sturry stories, but now they are very predictable for me. Please don't ask me to make any predictions about tomorrow's meeting. No one believed her prediction that the world would end on November 12th. But in case my predictions are right, maybe you should buy a new pair of shorts. Staying at home is preferable to going out with someone you don't like. Surely a diplomatic solution is preferable to war. I think it would be preferable to do it in July, which is a holiday period. Water the plants twice a week, preferably in the morning. I think you should spend more time with your friends, preferably in the fresh country air. We have white and brown bread. Do you have a preference? Her preference is for comfortable rather than stylish clothes. I have a preference for sweet food over spicy. Choosing furniture is largely a matter of personal preference. On the other hand, those who are in favor of keeping on with traditional education argue that no free choice of preferences can be made until one has received a basic education involving the study of different fields of knowledge. In the word unimportant, un is a prefix. A pregnant woman has a baby developing inside her uterus. She's 5.5 months pregnant. My mother stopped smoking when she became pregnant. My sister is pregnant with twins. She wrote me the really nice news that she is pregnant. Laws against racial prejudice must be strictly enforced. He claims that prejudice against homosexuals would cease overnight if all the gay stars in the country were honest about their sexuality. What is really amazing is that Baiko, who is banned but free of any prejudice, who doesn't discriminate against anybody, frees Mr. Woods, who is not banned, from his narrow-minded and intolerant views and gives another aim to Woods' life. The teacher didn't seem to have done much preparation for the class. The team blamed injuries and lack of preparation for their failure to win. Yasmin assisted in the preparation of this article. I felt that I improved a lot just in this class, so I think that my preparation for the exam will be really good. We are making preparations to fly Mr. Goodall to the nearest hospital. Preparations for the opening ceremony are well underway. I would really like to help you with the preparations the day before, but it's impossible for me to come. Prepare yourself for a shock. You should prepare yourself for a long wait. So we bought tickets and prepared ourselves for a difficult journey. When she called on me, I wasn't prepared. They were prepared for the worst. I want to be well prepared for my first trip to England. Would you be prepared to help me get things ready for the party? People are not really prepared to talk about these kinds of personal problems. I'm prepared to offer quite a lot in order to give the animals a better life. The spokesperson read a prepared statement. More fast food and prepared meals are available than a few years ago. In the sentences we jumped in the lake, and she drove slowly down the track, in and down are prepositions. In my first lesson I learned about prepositions, and I think I'm going to continue the class next week. The doctor should give you a repeat prescription. These drugs are only available on prescription. Prescription charges are rising in June. I won't be able to attend the English class tomorrow. But please, do excuse my presence by taking a moment to read the medical prescription that I've attached to this note. That's all for the present. The play is set in the present. For me, an ideal program would be one that could include all kinds of music, from rock, pop to soul, hip-hop, or dance, and a program that could play music from all times, from the past to the present. At present she's working abroad. Firstly, I have to tell you that at present, I am studying journalism and I have a good knowledge of computers. The whole family was present. There were no children present. I'm sorry, tomorrow I can't be present at your English class. She was anxious about the presence of so many people. The presence of pollen in the atmosphere causes hay fever in some people. He's usually quite polite in my presence. The document was signed in the presence of 2 witnesses. Your presence here at the club would be really beneficial for the students. The speaker gave an interesting presentation on urban transport. I'm going to prepare a presentation about London. The presentation of prizes and certificates will take place in the main hall. Suddenly, a news presenter came on with an unusual message. We want to preserve the character of the town while improving the facilities. It is a fundamental necessity for everybody to try to do something in order to preserve the health of our planet. He has announced that he is running for the presidency. She won the presidency by a wide margin. His presidency finished in 1384, 2005, but Iranians will never forget him. Thank you, Madam President. Another attraction is our museum that is very famous because many paintings have been bought by important people like the President of the United States. Anyway, now Laura was counting to 10 as her brother was putting a bomb in the presidential car. Press the button to start the machine. He pressed his face against the window. Press down firmly on the lever. When you press it, it will say, "Congratulations to you." I help them with most of the practical arrangements, such as meetings with the press, dinners, and so on. When someone tries to make someone else do something by arguing, persuading, etc. Teachers are under pressure to work longer hours. Pressure to abandon the new motorway is increasing. The government is facing pressure from environmental campaigners. He only asked her under pressure from his wife. I understand that you must work a lot because of the pressure from your boss, but I will in spite of that warn you and ask you to think over the situation. They're putting pressure on me to make a decision. She puts a lot of pressure on me and believes that I can do it in the same way as she did. She's got a lot of pressure on her at work just now. Be nice to him, he's been under a lot of pressure recently. I have 2 younger sisters, so I think I can cope with the pressure of helping out in the summer camps. They can presumably afford to buy a bigger apartment. Presumably he just forgot to send a letter. First of all, I would recommend departing at 8 o'clock because it will presumably be less crowded than at 10 o'clock. She's not really hurt, she's only pretending. He pretended that he didn't mind, but I knew that he did. Were you just pretending to be interested? Of course I was angry, I can't pretend otherwise. Be calm, or at least pretend you are. If a place or an object is pretty, it is pleasant to look at. Rabat is the capital of Morocco. There are a lot of attractions, like ancient historic sites, sandy beaches, and a pretty Moroccan market. The house has 4 bedrooms, so it's pretty big. I'm pretty sure it was her. I've got a pretty good idea of how to get there. The best thing about our club is the table tennis, which I'm getting pretty good at. I've pretty much finished here. She knows pretty well everything there is to know on the subject. You can pretty much tell your mother any problem you have and she'll try her best to help you out. Members of the public were prevented from entering the building. As I told you once, I'd like to buy a bookshelf where I can organize my books and prevent them from getting damaged. The organization is committed to disease prevention and education. I think prevention is the best medicine. I felt my previous class was not suitable for me any longer, so I decided to ask the administrator to help me to change to a higher class. She was previously employed as a tour guide. I had posted the card 2 months previously. Well, first of all I must tell you that I didn't know it previously. She had 5 unique paintings by Van Gogh which were priceless. She felt a great sense of pride as she watched him accept the award. The whole community takes pride in the school. I take pride in you and your patience. She has too much pride to accept any help. Not only did I lose 50, but also some pride and self-respect. Many in the Anglican Church are still opposed to women priests. I started to read one of the emails and I couldn't believe what I was reading. One of my best friends had become a priest. She's known primarily as a novelist, but she also writes poetry. The Vagabond Dog, one of his best short stories, is primarily naturalistic. Her primary responsibility is to train new employees. You can listen to music and generally use it for fun, but the primary reason that computers were invented was for communication. My daughter is still at primary school. We sat at a cafe and talked about our primary school. Yesterday I heard that animal rights activists have met the Prime Minister. Maybe the situation will change. At last, the beast really changed back into a prince. He was married to a Spanish princess. My teacher told me that I have to wear a dress like a princess. That was my principal reason for moving. He was principal dancer at the Dance Theater of Harlem. This is its principal advantage. She is principal of a London school. Another thing you need to be aware of is that the teachers, the principal and the whole class will be invited, and we want this party to be a success because we deeply respect Mr. Brown. 50,000 booklets have been printed for the exhibition. They printed his letter in Tuesday's paper. Please take this into consideration and print a corrected version of the article. The management did not seem to consider office safety to be a priority. My first/top priority is to find somewhere to live. You have to learn to get your priorities right/straight. Banks normally give priority to large businesses when deciding on loans. Official business requirements obviously take/have priority over personal requests. We need to show films that are enjoyable for all kinds of people, always giving priority to the quality. He's spent a lot of time in prison. About 3 weeks later, I tried to escape from the prison, but they caught me. Prisoners climbed onto the prison roof to protest at the conditions inside. I hate sharing a bedroom, I never get any privacy. The new law is designed to protect people's privacy. Well, it seems that a young, modern, and successful man can have no privacy at all. She has a small office which is used for private discussions. I caught him looking through my private papers. I went there to see what's going on, and the band invited us to their private party. Apparently in interviews he refuses to talk about his private life. We talked about the film and also about our work and our private life. I have been working as an English teacher for small children at a private school for 3 years. The meeting was held in private. I agree that THs should be in private. She spoke privately with the manager. Despite his public support, privately he was worried. I'll pick you up from the station so we will have the opportunity to chat privately. We discussed the pros and cons of buying a bigger house. But balancing the pros and cons, music is good. The probable cause of death was heart failure. An election in June seems increasingly probable. It is probable that share prices will fall still further. Surely the older you are, the less probable it is that you'll choose a bike. The company has new procedures for dealing with complaints. You must follow correct procedure at all times. Despite being a disorganized procedure, it was successful and many people wanted to attend next year's festival. Increasing the number of women in top management jobs will be a slow process. This decision may delay the process of European unification. The party has begun the painful process of rethinking its policies and strategy. Going to court to obtain compensation is a long process. But the situation is getting worse because of the decisions of the European Union, which is trying to unify the education of Europe without respecting the wishes of the students who are trying to stop this process. It's all part of the learning process. THSA events are not only to entertain students, but they are also a part of the learning process, as by communicating with each other students learn the language. Visa applications take 28 days to process. Film, etc. I'm sure they are going to be very interested in your first steps as an actor, but also in your later career as a film producer. They do a range of skincare products. The product is so good it sells itself. I'm trying to cut down on dairy products. You can buy leather products too. Sand is used in the production of glass. The company's new model will be going into production early next year. More people can enjoy music than before, because of the mass production of recorded music. We need to increase production by 20%. Swedish industrial production has fallen steadily this year. Wheat production has risen over the years. He became famous because he did a lot of things in this country in a year, like giving them a good education, and increasing their production. She's hoping to get into television production. Indeed, Northwood Cinema enables people to discover films from all over the world, from a small Brazilian production to a 3-hour Bollywood movie. We had a very productive meeting and sorted out a lot of problems. Some people think that by keeping animals in a zoo we can observe them, and try to understand the way they live. Of course, you can learn things, but it would be more productive to observe them when they are free. Large amount producing a large amount of goods, food, work, etc. When the weather is good, I am in the appropriate mood to be productive at work. What's your profession? He's a doctor by profession. The report notes that 40% of lawyers entering the profession are women. As I look back at my past, the most embarrassing moments in my life seem to have something to do with my profession, which is an interpreter from Hungarian. The medical profession has expressed concern about the new drug. One day, when I had an exam, the examiner asked me questions about the legal profession. Someone is professional if they earn money for a sport or activity which most people do as a hobby. For example, I met a boy last week and at the end he told me that his father is a professional football player. He looks very professional in that suit. My teacher is English, her name is Brynje, she's very professional, and nice. Chris, you're a nurse, so can I ask your professional opinion on bandaging ankles? You should get some professional advice about your finances. I want to play safe by saying that I am not an architect, Therefore I am not able to give professional advice. Finally, I wondered whether it would be possible to explain how long it takes an amateur to become a professional. Despite knowing almost nothing about tennis, I would like to win a championship in the future. To put it in a nutshell, I was astonished at how they weren't able to get on using that assortment of high-ranked university professors of social science, and were requiring my help. He's updated his Facebook profile. We include a photograph and short profile of all the candidates. I hope the above information suits the profile of the person you are looking for the job. She makes a big profit from selling waste material to textile companies. Company profits are down on last year's figures. He sold his house at a huge profit. Also, supermarket owners have put in a vast amount of money to find out the best way to display goods in order to get the most profit. Over the years it has developed into a highly profitable business. It is a very profitable business. The college offers an excellent social program. First of all, I have to say that the school social program was the best and I really enjoyed it. We learned how to do programming. I'm very keen on programming and I have made a lot of small utility programs for both Mac and PC. Repair work is in progress on the southbound lane of the motorway and will continue until June. In the lower part of your advertisement, it also said there was a theater restaurant, but in fact, it was closed because internal decoration was in progress. I hear that some progressive companies don't really approve of company cars and are trying to keep them to a minimum. Motor vehicles are prohibited from driving in the town center. The government introduced a law prohibiting tobacco advertisements on TV. Parking is strictly prohibited between these gates. Perhaps we should prohibit the traffic and create a new cheap bus service for the inhabitants and the tourists. My next project is decorating the kitchen. Her latest project is a film based on the life of a 19th century artist. It is also related to my research project. She promised to write to me every week. He promised faithfully to call me every week. Paul promised me that he'd cook dinner tonight. I'll come round and see you every day, she promised. They promised us a reward. Grandma's ring was promised to me. Her parents promised her a new car if she passed her exams. And as a good friend, he has promised me an invitation to the wedding. I'll tidy my things away tonight, and that's a promise. I'm not sure I can do it, so I won't make any promises. Don't forget your promise to not just visit but stay at my place. If something promises to be good, exciting, etc., people expect that it will be good, exciting, etc. It promises to be a really exciting game. I'm looking forward to starting this trip with you and Chris. It promises to be very exciting. If I make a promise, I like to keep it. In addition, you didn't keep your promise. If I'm not promoted within the next 2 years, I'm going to change jobs. She's just been promoted to senior sales rep. She invited me to a party because her husband had been promoted in his job. The band is promoting their new album. At that moment I and a large number of people behind me discovered that I was talking to a person made out of wax. It was there to promote the museum. They're giving away free t-shirts as a special promotion. Obviously, as sales manager he'll be very involved in the promotion and marketing of the product. There are different kinds of jobs people do during the festival, e.g. some organizational work, doing promotion for the different events or selling tickets for the concerts. Did Steve get the promotion he wanted? The job offers excellent promotion prospects. I would like to congratulate you on your promotion. His prompt action certainly saved my life. I look forward to your prompt reply. We'll have to leave fairly promptly if we want to catch that train. We try to answer readers' letters as promptly as we can. She promised she'd keep it secret and promptly went and told Ben. It provides a business lunch which is not very expensive and is served promptly. Pronouns are often used to refer to a noun that has already been mentioned. She, it, and who are all examples of pronouns. How do you pronounce your surname? She pronounced his name so badly he didn't even recognize it. Sada, pronounced Sade, is a singer. During the lesson many foreign students discover how to pronounce words in English. Mario's English pronunciation is excellent. There are two different pronunciations of this word. My teacher is a friendly young man called Peter. He comes from Scotland and this means that his accent and pronunciation are quite different. She showed us her passport as proof of her identity. Do they have any proof that it was Hampson who stole the goods? Keep your receipt as proof of purchase. The smile of a child is the best proof of the utility of zoos. Please put those books back in the proper place. If you're going to walk those sort of distances you need proper walking boots. He is unable to speak proper English. I've had sandwiches but I haven't eaten a proper meal. I had to change my previous profession, civil engineer, as I couldn't find a proper job. London is a proper noun. It's still not working properly. I'm not properly dressed for this sort of weather. Come on, Evie, speak properly, you're not a baby anymore. The club does not accept responsibility for loss of or damage to club members' personal property. Children need to be taught to have respect for other people's property. When I realized that I had lost it, I went to the lost property point in the shopping center to ask about it, but they couldn't do anything for me. Every shopkeeper and house owner should maintain their property, looking after gardens and plants that round it, trying to keep rubbish out of sight. The proposal for a new sports hall has been rejected. There has been an angry reaction to the government's proposal to reduce unemployment benefit. There was anger at the proposal that a UN peacekeeping force should be sent to the area. I would like you to consider my proposal and give me your response as soon as possible. As a young woman, she received several proposals. After this, things went perfectly well, and Mary accepted his proposal to marry him. I think the most important thing is that you understand our language. So I propose that you attend a school for the first 2 months. They propose to cycle across Europe. I propose to build a new hotel following the traditional architecture of the village. He proposed to me on my birthday. First he caught everybody's attention and straight away he proposed marriage to her. The proposed road would cut right through the forest. I will need information about the price of the proposed vacation. Is there any prospect of the weather improving? Job prospects for graduates in the sciences are good. We've been warned that there is a prospect of flooding due to the heavy rains. With our effort, I am sure things will be realized and the prospect is bright. The course will improve his career prospects. I could learn many things from picking fruit and vegetables and improve my job prospects. It's important to protect your skin from the harmful effects of the sun. Public pressure to protect the environment is strong and growing. Hats protect me from the sun, my skin is very sensitive to the sun, and they are also pretty cool. This coat doesn't provide any protection against the rain. Their tent gave/offered little protection against the severe storm. New legislation still does not offer adequate protection for many endangered species. I prefer to be accommodated in a log cabin because it gives better protection against the weather and I can sleep much better in it. Besides, I don't want to wear any protective headgear, which all the riders are obliged to wear. When people show that they disagree with something by standing somewhere, shouting, carrying signs, etc. I believe that we could force the authorities to do something for us by joining together in a very big protest. Verb/PR Test/protest, about/against/at/sth, to show that you disagree with something by standing somewhere, shouting, carrying signs, etc. They're on strike to protest against job losses. Students were protesting about cuts to the education budget. Undoubtedly, the human rights defenders would protest. A lot of people protested about the new working hours. They protested bitterly to their employers, but they wouldn't listen. A young girl was crying, protesting that she didn't want to leave her mother. I'd also like to point out that although the service is pleasant, it's a bit slow, which often makes the customers impatient and leads them to protest. She was so proud of her son. I'm very proud to be involved in this project. Anyway, I am so happy to hear that. I'm really proud of you. He's too proud to ask you for any money. She didn't want people to see her like this. She was too proud, too proud. He proudly held out his trophy for us to admire. There were photographs of all her children proudly displayed on the mantelpiece. Congratulations, Allison, her mum said proudly. Can you prove that you weren't there? They proved him innocent/guilty. That theory was proved false. He's so aggressive, it's as if he's always trying to prove something. It was really stressful because I wanted to prove that the level of my English is high enough for this class, but I was too nervous to speak correctly. The operation proved a complete success. The new treatment has proved to be very effective. John proved to be a good friend and I really thank him for what he did for me. He's welcome to come along, provided that he behaves himself. Finally, provided that you have some money to spend, you can always have a great time strolling through shopping halls. This booklet provides useful information/advice about local services. All meals are provided throughout the course. The restaurant provides excellent service. He claims that the constant aircraft noise has a bad psychological effect on the residents. We are concerned with the physical and psychological well-being of our employees. To sum up, taking up team sports is important for school children as they are provided with important psychological and social experiences vital for their lives. It makes us like robots and we feel bad psychologically, because we want to be different and free to wear what we want. Some psychologists claim that forcing pupils to study subjects they don't like can be frustrating for them or even reduce their intellectual potential. I think it would be a nice experience for me because I am studying psychology. I've found an advertisement on the notice board outside the public library that might interest you. The public has a right to know about this. The palace and its grounds are open to the public during the summer months. When will the product be available to the general public? Members of the public were asked about their shopping habits. That is great, because during this season a lot of towns usually celebrate and have parties in which you can dance, drink, eat and do one of the several activities that they offer to the public. Public opinion has turned against him. Is it really in the public interest to publish this information? We need to increase public awareness of the disease. The results will not be made public until tomorrow. We will not go public with the results until tomorrow. I would like to add that when it comes to public opinion there is a great variety of different points of view. That is why this article, which asserts that performers were second-rate, seems to be unfair. He shouldn't behave like that in public. This shyness makes it hard for me to speak in public, or even to go out with my friends as often as I should. Greater investment in public transport would keep more cars off the roads. I traveled by public transport. Noun book, etc. Our latest publication is a magazine for surfers. Dear Sir, I am taking the opportunity to write to you as I used your publication, the Student Tourist Guidebook, during my last trip to Lambton. The brochure will be ready for publication in September. Will you arrange the publication of the names of the winners? When is the publication date? First, I would like to thank you for the publication of this article. Now, new advertising or information about someone or something in the newspaper, on television, etc. We planned an exciting publicity campaign with our advertisers. The pop group's arrival by hot air balloon was just a publicity stunt. We could also prepare a special publicity campaign because we want all the people in Britain to know how wonderful our town is. She's just had an article published in their weekend supplement. The government publishes figures every 6 months showing how many people are unemployed. The names of the winners of the competition will be published in June. She was only 19 when her first novel was published. My article was published and I received £500. Verbs: publish. Noun: see a company or person who prepares and prints books, newspapers, magazines, etc. He works for a publisher in Edinburgh. I suggest that the music publisher should organize more concerts for us and give us more chances to listen to real music, not just tapes. The pudding was delicious. I pulled the plug out. He pulled off his sweater. I spent the morning pulling up the weeds in the floorbeads. My TV is broken because of my little sister. She pulled out the cable. She pulled herself up the stairs, holding onto the rail. Rollo and the police ran after him, and then Rollo fired, wounding Harry, who started to pull himself up the stairs to a manhole above his head, and then he died. My Favo right pullover is one with small hearts. You need to connect an oxygen pump supplying oxygen, which is required by goldfish. He gave me a punch and we started to fight. He punched him in the stomach. She started crying and she punched me. Now knew the use of punctuation marks in writing so that people can see when a sentence begins and finishes, that something is a question, etc. His letter was completely without punctuation. Those responsible for these crimes must be brought to court and punished. He punished the class by giving them extra work. I'll be punished by my parents, because I told them a lie. He had to stay in his bedroom as a punishment for fighting. Many people think that the death penalty is too severe a punishment for any crime. I was punished, nearly expelled, but Pat didn't receive any punishment. Tickets must be purchased 2 weeks in advance. She purchased her first house with the money. Of course I was able to purchase a second-hand one, but I thought that it was a good investment to have a new computer with up-to-date software. The other day I was standing in a large department store waiting to pay for a couple of films for my camera when the assistant announced that the computer which controlled the till had stopped working. So there we were, a shop full of customers, money at the ready, waiting to make our purchases. New restrictions have been placed on the purchase of guns. A house is the most expensive purchase that most people ever make. No purchase is necessary for you to enter this competition. This product may be frozen. If required, freeze on day of purchase. I was on the beach when my mobile phone rang. I knew that my mother was going to tell me that my puppy was dead, so I didn't answer the call. A pure substance is not mixed with anything else. Its domes are made of pure copper. Inside there's a big bell called Zygmunt. The mountain air was wonderfully pure. Tap water is never chemically pure. The weather is sunny, the gentle breeze is pure and fresh. Her face had a look of pure delight. It switches your mind off and stretches all your muscles at the same time. It's pure refreshment. The main purpose of the meeting is to discuss the future of the company. I think the purpose of it was to make the atmosphere more relaxed. I didn't do it on purpose, it was an accident. I didn't do it on purpose, it was dark and I just walked into it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to push in front of you. She pushed through the crowd. He pushed past the waiting journalists, refusing to speak to them. They pushed their way to the front of the queue. If you push this button, the seat goes back. I was feeling very angry when I pushed the answer button. Get on the swing and I'll give you a push. I gave the door a hard push, but it still wouldn't open. The door was open, so I gave it a push. Local residents are pushing for the road to be made wider. We had to push them to accept our terms, but they finally agreed to the deal. Governments should push young artists to get involved in their work. She really pushed herself when she was at school. Don't push yourself too hard and remember to drink more water. Put your toys away now. In the wardrobe there is not enough room to put all my stuff away. I put the book back on the shelf. I must have set out thousands of chairs correctly, and after finishing I put them back nicely. I put my bags down while we spoke. Put me down, Dad. I lost something while I was out last week. I was at the airport and I was waiting for my luggage. I put my scarf down and when my luggage arrived, I left. If you put the phone down, you put the part of the telephone that you speak into back to its usual position. It was only when I'd put the phone down that I realized what he'd said. I'll be there in a minute, answered Carla quickly and put the phone down. The meeting has been put off until the first week in June. I can't put off going to the dentist any longer. Finally, I am sorry to tell you that I am not able to go on holiday next September because I have an important meeting which cannot be put off. Could you put the light on? What time shall I put the oven on? I drew a deep breath and tried to put on the light. If someone puts on weight, they become heavier. She put on over 4 kilos in a month. That is all that I want for my 2-week holiday, but I'm afraid of putting too many pounds on. They managed to put out the fire. John went to help the fire brigade put out the fire. Can you put me through to customer services, please? I call Ed and I was put through to the manager, who told me that there were some problems and the TV man hadn't been able to come. I put my hand up to ask the teacher a question. They put a few pictures up on the wall. We put the tent up near a river. I'll put my umbrella up. We drove the whole day and in the evening we put up a tent and slept. I see they put up the price of fuel again. What's put you in such a bad mood? I'm not prepared to put my children at risk. I'm looking forward to putting my ideas into practice. He's putting me under pressure to change my mind. The terrorists were put on trial 6 years after the bombing. If we put my plan into practice, we can help to resolve the city's financial problems and reduce local taxes. We must put an end to this violence. That is all I can say about what I have seen on my last visit to the zoo, and in my opinion the authorities have to do something in order to put an end to it. They're putting pressure on me to make a decision. She puts a lot of pressure on me and Belly EVS that I can do it in the same way as she did. He had a puzzled look on his face. I'm a bit puzzled that I haven't heard from Liz for so long. To the editor, I am puzzled by the report which appeared on yesterday's page 2, concerning the Westfield Music Festival. I need a new pair of pajamas. You'll never get a good job if you don't have any qualifications. Does he have any legal/teaching qualifications? Requirements for the job include a qualification in nursing. To improve my qualifications, I joined the Cambridge Business class. Dictionary examples: a newly qualified teacher Tim is now a qualified architect. I'd like to inform you that the courses are very interesting because of the qualified teachers in this college. John is really the best qualified to make that decision. I'm not really qualified to give advice on the subject. I don't think that anyone else in my country is qualified to take over his seat. She hopes to qualify as a lawyer at the end of the year. He qualified in medicine in 1992. This course qualifies you to teach in any secondary school. If you qualify for something, you are allowed to do it or have it. To qualify for the competition you need to be over 18. She doesn't qualify for maternity leave because she hasn't been in her job long enough. If you think I qualify for the job, you can contact me at the address written above. Nigeria were the first team to qualify for the World Cup. Both sides failed to qualify. I left the stadium disappointed, fearing that Portugal would not qualify for the World Championships once more. The air quality in this area is terrible. All we are asking for is a decent quality of life. It's good quality and can play any types of DVD. I was impressed by the quality of their clothes. They're more expensive than I expected, but I prefer quality to quantity. We only sell quality products in this store. There are many good shops which sell quality products and they are not that expensive. He has a lot of good qualities, but being organized isn't one of them. She's a woman of great personal qualities. I don't think he has the right qualities to be a teacher. Moreover, I have other qualities such as politeness, and I feel pleased when helping people, thus I am capable of looking after members of the public. Police found a large/small quantity of drugs in his possession. We consume vast quantities of sugar in this country. They are now developing ways to produce the vaccine in large quantities. This recipe is only for 4, so I usually do double the quantity if I'm cooking for my family. They're more expensive than I expected, but I prefer quality to quantity. I'm just amazed at the quantity of food that gets eaten. What surprised me was the quantity of incorrect figures reported in your article. She had a quarrel with her neighbor. They had a quarrel about over money a few months back. Sometimes, we can have quarrels with our parents who refuse to support our ideas. I was always quarreling with my brother. If you have any queries about your treatment, the doctor will answer them. If you have any further queries, please contact me on 01-234567. This raises the question of teacher pay. Two important questions arise from this debate. There's no question that this was an accidental fire. There's no question about whose fault it is. Whether children are reading fewer books is open to question. This latest report calls into question the safety of the drug. His ability has never been in question. There's no question that it was absolutely great. Several men were questioned by police yesterday about the burglary.
68%.
Of those questioned in the survey thought noise levels had increased. I'm not for a moment questioning your decision. I'm just questioning whether we need the extra staff. It may sound funny, but mud, gravel and snow lying on the school's floors is not a nice sight, so we change our shoes without questioning that rule. Residents have been sent questionnaires about their homes and energy use. I had to fill in a questionnaire about myself. Are you in the queue? There's a long queue for tickets. There's a queue to get in. There was a long queue of traffic stretching down the road. If you want tickets, you'll have to join the queue. So we can buy the tickets and the popcorn and relax, without having to wait in a big queue. We had to queue for 3 hours to get in. Dozens of people were queuing up to get tickets. I queued for at least an hour because the ticket machine broke down. If someone is quiet, they talk very little. He was a shy, quiet man. I was a bit worried about her, she seemed very quiet. He's a quiet person, but I'm that too. She needs a bit of peace and quiet. At least if you were working in a museum, you would probably have some peace and quiet. Don't worry, she said quietly. They were talking quietly, and just before getting into the car, they kissed. He sat quietly on the sofa, reading a book. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening. I was watching TV quietly in my living room when the phone rang. I hated the work so much that I quit. Would you quit your job if you inherited lots of money? Winning let me quit my job and I could afford to study more English than I used to do. I'm going to quit smoking. Quit wasting my time. Press Q to quit the program. And, last but not least, quit smoking. He does quite a bit of traveling. She's quite a bit older than him. We spent quite a bit of time going along the beach. Are you quite sure you want to go? I'm quite happy to go myself if you'd prefer that. The two situations are quite different. I'm quite sure you will love my country, especially the Amazon basins and the biggest rainforest in the world. I hadn't seen Rebecca in quite a while. It took quite a while to clean out the garage. But although I have what you could call simple tastes, it takes me quite a while to decide what to buy. I'm not quite sure that I understand this. The colors almost match but not quite. He didn't get quite enough votes to win. The student cafe has a welcoming atmosphere and most people said it was nice to sit and to drink coffee there. The only problem is that there are not quite enough tables and chairs for everyone at busy times. He has been racing for over 10 years. I used to race against him when we were boys. Cycling has also given me the opportunity to race as well as try in Europe and the US. It also prevents us from prejudging foreign people, which is very important in a community where racial discrimination is common. The authorities are taking steps to fight/tackle racism in schools. If we were all tolerant, racial segregation wouldn't exist. Hopefully racism is tending to disappear now. I'm thinking of calling the radio station to inform them about my situation. My main feeling was one of rage. I was frightened because I had never seen him in such a rage before. He flew into a rage over the smallest mistake. However, they flew into a rage when one of Paul's friends was poisoned by the food, after having dinner in the hotel restaurant. By rail, get off at York Station and you can walk from the station. Turn left and the hotel is on your left-hand side. We could see a rainbow. The butterfly's wings were shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. In the future, clothes design will be comfortable, practical, nice to look at and in all the colors of the rainbow, because people will move around a lot and be happy and therefore require practical and colorful clothing. But the most beautiful place was a rainforest full of exotic trees. On a rainy night, I was walking down the street with an umbrella. Would all those in favor please raise their hands? She raised the glass to her lips and took a sip. Many students raised their hands. The government planned to raise taxes. They've certainly raised standards at the school. One solution would be to raise prices. Another disadvantage could be to raise costs, which includes high taxes, etc. I'd like to raise the subject of staffing levels. I thought I'd raise the issue with Sally at the meeting. They were raising money for charity. What I liked the most about it is not the fact that we raised a lot of money, but that we enjoyed an amazing show in which I took an active part. Her parents died when she was a baby, so she was raised by her grandparents. She raised the family on her own. I was born and raised on a Greek island called Evia. We discussed a wide range of subjects. We stocked the full range of model railway accessories. It's a beautiful place with a wide range of activities. The price range is from $100 to $200. The product is aimed at young people in the 18 to 25 age range. The country is divided by a huge mountain range. I wish I knew more about the volcanoes, earthquakes, and mountain ranges all over the world. Verb range from STH to STH / between STH and STH to have an upper and a lower limit in amount, number, etc. Dress sizes range from petite to extra large. Prices range between $50 and $250. It offers lots of fabulous things ranging from drinks to modern music. She was pulled from the car and raped. I thought that they wanted to rape me. He had committed several rapes. He was convicted of rape. Last month the police caught a man for rape and he confessed to several other crimes. The 1990s were a period of rapid change/growth. With the rapid development of technology, shopping on the internet is becoming very popular. Prices have increased rapidly in the last few months. It's very rare to see these birds in winter. There are palms, rare birds, very good food and a wonderful beach. We rarely see each other now. I rarely have time to read a newspaper. I rarely go shopping for clothes. The rate of unemployment, the birth rate, has fallen. The drug has a high success/failure rate. The topics we have in mind are, why people commit a crime, why the crime rate has risen in Britain, and of course some discussion about your latest novel. Rates of pay are very low. I think it would be a good thing to help the restaurant by either giving them a subsidy or lending them money at a low rate. That's rather a difficult question to answer. I thought he was rather nice. It was rather strange to invite me and then not come himself. She answered the telephone rather sleepily. I can't come because I feel rather sick. I think I'd like coffee rather than tea, if that's okay. When the weather is too hot to wear jeans, I usually wear a swimsuit rather than shorts. I'd much rather go out for a meal than stay in and watch TV. I would rather not tell him. I'd rather watch something funny, like a sitcom. She'll go to London on Thursday, or rather, she will if she has to. The food, or rather, leftovers, that she gave him was barely enough to feed a baby. My grandparents often tell me that they've never eaten anything while walking and they love healthy food, especially raw fish and sushi. Finally, I think the designers will make use of the raw materials and create an innovative look for all of us. A ray of sunshine shone through a gap in the clouds. Light rays bend as they pass from air to water. She just couldn't see any way of finding her camping equipment in the basement, where there was not even a single ray of light to guide her. Noun: see a piece of equipment with a sharp blade used for removing hair from the face, legs, etc. Did you pack a razor? Oh yes, she could vividly remember the last time he hurt her, only then it was with a razor. We won't reach home till 5 or 6 o'clock. They finally reached the coast after 5 weeks sailing. In the evening, it got colder than it had been, so we reached home shivering. She reached the conclusion that there was no more she could do. We'll inform you when a decision has been reached. To get to a particular level, situation, etc. The temperature is expected to reach 30 degrees Celsius today. He's just reached the grand age of 95. They easily reached their target/goal of raising 100,000. I've reached the point where I can't take any more. My dad has already reached the age of 60. He reached for the phone and knocked over a glass. The child reached down/out/over and picked up the kitten. He reached out and grabbed her arm. Can you reach me, down, that book? So when I reached out my hand, I suddenly felt another hand. Could you get that book down for me? I can't reach. She's grown so tall that she can reach the door handle now. You can reach him at home. I have been trying to reach him the whole day but I didn't get any answer. We live, easy, reach of the station. Our city, Sardab, is located just 2 kilometers from the Caspian Sea, and it is within easy reach of the capital of our province. Someone's reach is the distance within which they can stretch out their arm and touch something. I like to keep a notebook and pencil within reach. The top shelf is out of reach. Make sure that you keep all medicines out of the reach of children. He reacted angrily to her comments. She called him all sorts of names, but he didn't react. I reacted quickly and without panic. What was his reaction to the news? Reactions to the proposal have been mixed. I love to watch people's reactions when I say who I am. There has been a widespread reaction against the government's proposed tax increases. Her reaction made it all worthwhile. She burst into tears and thanked us. That was an experience that I'll never forget. A number of people have had a bad reaction to this drug. Some people have an allergic reaction to seafood. There is one more thing that you have to note: 2 girls have an allergic reaction to nuts, so please make sure that our lunch is nut-free. He read out the names of all the winners. Michael sat in his favorite chair while his wife read out what had happened. I read over my essay to check for errors. I thought my eyes were deceiving me, so I read the letter over again. He's a great reader. Many readers of our magazine have contacted us about the last issue on climate change. He's a very slow/fast reader. There are readers at 5 different levels, from beginner to upper intermediate. Information is readily available on the internet. He readily admits to having problems himself. He readily agreed to help. Drinking alcohol won't do you any good. There are a lot of friends who would readily help you if you decided to give it up. What was the real reason she didn't come? Is that your real name? That is the real reason why I'm going to stay in England longer. The real problem, of course, is money. The real difficulty was the language, because my children don't speak English. Nowadays people work most of the time with their computers, and the internet gives them the opportunity to download whatever they want, even books, but the real problem is that they do not have the time to read them. She was a real help. It's a real pain he's not available tomorrow. In the advertisement it says your perfect evening out, but it was a real disappointment. I thought it was just a practice, but apparently it was for real. You know I am a Casanova, but this time I know it is for real. The creatures were all computer generated but so realistic. I chose this film because I think it is very realistic. Let's be realistic, we're not going to finish this by Friday. We have to be realistic about how much we can afford to pay. It isn't realistic to expect people to work for so little money. We must be realistic, my friend. 80 kilometers is a pretty long distance. Listening to music is my escape from reality. Sooner or later you have to face up to reality. He may seem charming, but in reality he's actually an unpleasant person. Finally, your report talks about an audience of less than 2,000, although we were in reality more than 5,000. Besides, we all know the realities of the modern world. New jobs could become a reality by next month. You have made my dream become a reality. I didn't realize how unhappy she was. I suddenly realized I'd met her before. They didn't realize the danger they were in. Do you realize that this is the third time you've forgotten? I suddenly realized he was my cousin, Alex. He isn't really angry, he's just pretending. You don't really expect them to refuse, do you? She said she was 28, but really she's over 30. The first lesson was about the present tense and wasn't really difficult for us. There's a sticker on the rear door/window. In his rear mirror he saw that all the lights on the airfield were on again. I've rearranged the furniture in my office. Maybe you could rearrange the cafe to be more classical. I think we have reason to be concerned. There is every reason to believe the project will be finished on time. She suddenly hit him for no reason. Animals in zoos are in captivity and not in their natural habitat. They live captured there for no reason, as we could learn about them from books or documentaries instead. Tomatoes are very reasonable at this time of year. If you are nature lovers, you should visit some small villages where you can find a peaceful atmosphere, delicious, fresh food and everything at a reasonable price. There were a reasonable number of people there. It's a reasonable salary for that job. We have a reasonable chance of winning the game. Some of them have good places for sightseeing and a reasonable amount of nightlife. The service at the hotel is reasonable, but don't expect 5-star treatment. I'd say her work is of a reasonable standard. From my certificates you can see that I speak English very well and that I have a reasonable knowledge of Italian and Spanish. It's not reasonable to expect people to work such long hours. If you tell him what happened, I'm sure he'll understand. He's a reasonable man. In my opinion, reasonable rules are important for us, but being too strict will bring stress. WICH causes kids to be afraid of many things. There will be a reasonable explanation for all of this. I hope you will be able to offer me a reasonable explanation for these mistakes and report correct information in your newspaper. Then in the evenings there are many reasonably priced restaurants, where you can get a nice tasty meal with friends. I did reasonably well at school, but not as well as my sister. I noticed the sound system wasn't perfect, but it was reasonably good. Stop shouting and let's discuss this reasonably. The cathedral was completely rebuilt in 1425 after it had been destroyed by fire. It's a 19th century construction, but they rebuilt it. The country was still struggling to rebuild its economy after the war. They had to rebuild their lives after the accident. Since more and more people in our modern society have been living in a highly urbanized environment and they are isolated from the rest of nature, I think it is vital to make every effort to rebuild healthy relationships with nature. I don't recall arranging a time to meet. Can you recall what happened that night? I recall that he promised to send a document. Right now, I can't recall much of that phone call. Items must be returned within 14 days of receipt. Is that a recent photo? Have you been following recent political events? In recent years, sales have decreased quite markedly. Dear John, thank you for your recent letter. Have you seen any good films recently? Until very recently he worked as a teacher. Recently, I've been feeling a bit depressed. Recently I have been watching a lot of programs on television. When I arrived at the hotel I asked the reception to find me a taxi to see the city. Next month, I have to fly to London to attend a friend's wedding reception. The latest report confirms that the economy is in recession. The country is now in the deepest recession for over 40 years. Now in Japan the recession is getting worse and unemployment is increasing. Do you know a good recipe for wholemeal bread? For real South Asian food, just follow these recipes. Actually, I am going to bring with me some delicious recipes that you are going to be surprised by. I reckon he's going to leave. How much do you reckon it's going to cost? He reckons that he earns more in a week than I do in a month. What do you reckon about the idea? I hadn't seen her for 20 years, but I recognized her immediately. I recognized her from her picture. I recognized his voice. Doctors are trained to recognize the symptoms of different diseases. I still didn't recognize him, and he said that he wanted to tell me something. She recognized that she had been partly to blame. The international community has refused to recognize the newly independent nation-state. Smoking is recognized as a leading cause of lung cancer. Martin's hero worshipped Lime until the moment when he was forced to recognize that his best friend was the worst racketeer imaginable. Can you recommend a good wine to go with this dish? Peter had recommended a restaurant to us. I recommend the city of Porto Alegre. The report recommended that tourists avoid the region. I recommend writing your feelings down on paper. She has been recommended for promotion. I recommend that you apply to work at the festival and you will have a great time. The report makes the recommendation that more prisons should be built. It's my recommendation that this factory be closed immediately. I hope my recommendations are helpful, and I hope you have a great time. I bought this book on Andy's recommendation. The chef's recommendation is bulgogi made by beef. See a piece of music or a speech which has been recorded onto a disc, tape, etc. I bought a recording of Maria Callas singing Verdi. I've made some recordings for you to listen to. I love to sing and I decided to visit all the recording companies. It takes a long time to recover from surgery. She never recovered from the death of her husband. Dear teacher, I'm sorry but I can't be at your next class because I'm recovering from an illness and my doctor said that I should stay home. If a system or situation recovers, it returns to the way it was before something bad happened. The economy was quick to recover after the election. Lots of effort has been put in and finally our economy is recovering. She only had the operation last month but she's made a full recovery. I was sorry to hear that you were ill, and my family and I send you our best wishes for a speedy recovery. Is there any gym or other recreation facilities available in the Magnet Hotel? Between Rocio and the river there is a commercial district laid out in a rectangular pattern, where you can go shopping. We recycle all our newspapers and bottles. The Japanese recycle more than half their waste paper. I realized that it is very important to recycle. Recycled paper, glass, plastic, etc. has been used before and put through a process so that it can be used again. Using recycled glass and paper not only saves resources, but also a lot of energy. In order to write this report, I interviewed 50 people in my town near the recycling center and 50 people on the street. If someone goes red, their face becomes red because they are embarrassed or angry. He kissed her on the cheek and she went bright red. When Paul saw the girl who had blonde hair and bluish eyes, his face suddenly went red. Prices have been reduced by almost 50%. The number of employees was reduced from 500 to 300. Do nuclear weapons really reduce the risk of war? It is a bit small, but the price was reduced. As for the prices, they are reasonable and you can have a reduction if your group is over 16 people. Half the workforce has been made redundant because of the decline in sales. She had been made redundant and now, she has no job, no money, no friends, and no home. She didn't once refer to her son. He always referred to his father as the old man. In your book you refer to the Hotel Astrid but they decided to close it last year. I think the referee made the wrong decision. Due to my back injury, I could not train and play with my team, so it would be a good idea to be a referee. I am writing with reference to your letter of March 15th. I'm writing with reference to the advertisement I saw on the college notice board concerning some jobs during the period 18 to 23 March, when there is the international sports competition. There's the usual list of references at the back of the book. My old head teacher said he would write/give me a reference. I am enclosing references from my ex-managers. If a surface such as a mirror or water reflects something, you can see the image of that thing in the mirror, water, etc. He saw himself reflected in the shop window. We could see a little from the light coming from the moon that was reflected in a mirror. The statistics reflect a change in people's spending habits. The town's economic success is reflected in its shiny new buildings. Your description of the people, their everyday life, their characters, and their friendliness reflects that you really had an excellent time here. See the image of something in a mirror, on a shiny surface, etc. I saw my reflection in the window. Have you seen your reflection in a mirror? Adjectives: refreshing noun plural food and drinks that are available at a meeting, event, on a journey, etc. Refreshments are available in the lobby. During the show, we had some refreshments and popcorn. The holiday company apologized and gave us a full refund. I am expecting a full refund and compensation for the discomfort I have suffered. Thousands of refugees fled across the border. This year I think I'd rather go to a refugee camp to organize a program for children. I asked him to leave but he refused. Kathy still refuses to admit that she was wrong. She asked me to lend her some money but I refused. He's in trouble but he's refused all my offers of help. We have a competition for the cyclists next Friday and I need to practice. Unfortunately, I've lost my bike and my mum refuses to buy a new one. The government has regained control of the capital. It was several hours before he regained consciousness. He regained his health in a month, and helped police to capture the lone gang. Give my regards to your mother. The company is being questioned regarding its employment policy. I apologize to you for missing tomorrow's class as I have to attend a meeting regarding the field trip for our school with the principal. She is generally regarded as one of the greatest singers this century. The plans were regarded with deep suspicion. Certainly, riding a bicycle is regarded as a healthy way of traveling and I do agree with it. As regards payment, you will receive $300 per week plus accommodation. As regards accommodation, we would like to stay in a hotel or a bed and breakfast, not at a campsite. I am writing with regard to your letter of June 24th. I am writing to you with regard to the International Arts Festival that was held recently. The Northeast region is famous for its white sandy beaches which are fringed with coconut trees. Among these events, you'll be able to visit the annual Regional Food Festival, in which you'll enjoy some delicious meals and stupendous cakes. Students have to register for the new course by the end of April. Is he registered with the authorities to sell alcohol? I registered the car in my name. I registered for a green card 6 months ago. We had to pay some money for the registration in the first lesson. If you don't tell her the truth you'll regret it later. I really regret leaving school so young. He began to regret that he hadn't paid more attention in class. Is there anything you've done in your life that you regret? I'm glad to receive your letter and know about your intention to come to Brazil. I think you've made a nice choice and you won't regret it. We regret to inform you that the application has been refused. The council regrets that the money is no longer available. Dear editor, I regret to inform you about some untrue information which was given in the last issue of your magazine. I left school at 16, but I've had a great life and I have no regrets. My only regret is that we didn't invite James. The manager expressed regret at the number of staff reductions. It is with deep/great regret that I announce Steve Adams' resignation. Anyway, it was too late for regrets. Adjective: often happening or doing something often, especially at the same time every week, year, etc. It's recommended that you take regular exercise. Violence is a regular occurrence in this part of the city. His girlfriend is a regular member of that new club which I have joined. Talk is a regular verb but go is not. I suggested that we meet on a regular basis. Plant the seedlings at regular intervals. I'm willing to take care of your telescopes and to carry out a service on them at regular intervals so that they will work perfectly for many years. Accidents regularly occur on this bend. I know I promised to write to you regularly, but I just hadn't a spare minute until now. Same time at the same time each day, week, month, etc. They meet regularly, usually once a week. I usually go out with my friends to buy a lot of clothes, regularly at weekends. There are various rules and regulations governing the procedure. I would like the government to impose strict rules and regulations on capturing animals. We only had one rehearsal before the show. I helped to organize the rehearsals of the different groups who were going to play in the concert. The United States government rejected the proposal. The appeal was rejected by the High Court. The Prime Minister rejected the suggestion that it was time for him to resign. He rejected the proposal for a long time, but she finally married the Crown Prince 6 years ago. Job/course to refuse to accept someone for a job, course, etc. She applied to Cambridge University but was rejected. He applied for a job as a chef, but he was rejected. She felt rejected by her husband. So you're Michael, the misunderstood artist, rejected by his family and friends, the man growled. If people are related, they belong to the same family. Of course Elise and Linda are related to each other, they're cousins. We're related by marriage only. Although they're related to each other, they have rather different characters. We discussed unemployment and related issues. There's been an increase in criminal activity related to drugs. It is also related to my research project. The funeral was attended by friends and relations. He's called Ken Russell, no relation to the film director. I began to play against my relations and friends, but I soon found that I could beat them without any difficulty. Relations between the couple are said to be strained. Britain enjoys friendly relations with Canada. The second film is Alice, directed by the world's most respected man within the movie business, of course Woody Allen. Again, the good old fellow is totally fascinated by people in general, human relations and reactions. The relation between smoking and lung cancer is well established. Another drawback is the relation between space and time. Salaries are low in relation to the cost of living. I think television has several advantages but also disadvantages in relation to books. I'd like to ask you something in relation to what you said earlier. In relation to last month's social program, the sightseeing tour of London was divine, although we didn't get to see the entire city. He has a very good relationship with his father. Have you had any serious relationships in the past year? Are you in a relationship at the moment? He told me that he hopes that someday we could have a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship for real. The relationship between mind and body has been proved by scientists. There was a party for friends and relatives. I haven't got many blood relatives. All her close/distant relatives came to the wedding. After that there'll be a big party with all your relatives and friends. Eating out is relatively cheap. Students will find the course relatively easy. First of all, the most favorable time for me to travel is July, because I am in the final year of university, so I have to attend classes for a thesis almost throughout the year apart from July, when I can take a relatively long summer holiday. I find it difficult to relax. After work I relax with a cup of tea and the newspaper. The wine had relaxed him and he began to talk. If you want to relax, Buenos Aires is near a lot of beautiful beaches. He plays the piano for relaxation. Last week I decided to paint it in baby blue. You know I love that color. In fact, somebody told me it was very good for relaxation. She looked relaxed and happy walking along with her two boys. He seemed perfectly relaxed and in control of the situation. It makes me more relaxed. A relaxed situation or place is comfortable and informal. There was a very relaxed atmosphere at the party. I love this place because it has a relaxed atmosphere and all the staff are very friendly. Yoga is a very relaxing activity but not boring at all. 6 hostages were released shortly before midday. He was released from prison last week. It all began when I was released from jail, after a 2-year conviction for jewel theft. The band's latest album will be released next week. He has recently released a new CD on which he spent a lot of time and really made an effort. Her latest release, a song about doomed love, she wrote herself. This department store provides the latest CDs and DVDs, so you are always up to date and never miss new releases. Education should be relevant to children's needs. I had studied psychology but I couldn't find a job relevant to my studies. Gideon is very reliable. If he says he'll do something, he'll do it. I got a lot of prizes in school, so I consider myself a hard-working and reliable person. It'll be such a relief when these exams are over. I felt such a sense of relief when we finished the project. She heard an ambulance siren in the distance and with a sigh of relief, she lost consciousness. I'm just relieved that she's safe and well. I heard a noise and was relieved to find that it was only a cat. She actually felt extremely relieved. I think it's quite interesting for me, because I like the history of religion. Last but not least, I think people need religious and spiritual support and the family has to be protected and preserved. He's a very religious man. They are both deeply religious. The majority of us are Catholics or very religious. Need someone or something in order to be successful, work correctly, etc. Families rely more on women's earnings than before. The success of this project relies on everyone making an effort. Another thing is that people rely on modern medicine more and more. I know I can rely on you to help me. British weather can never be relied on. People rely on me as I always keep my promises. Despite the chaos around him, he remained calm. He remained silent. The bank will remain open while building work is carried out. I tried to remain calm but it was very difficult. Verb remain a secret/mystery, etc. to continue to be a secret/mystery, etc. The exact date of the wedding remains a secret. The true location of the treasure remains a mystery. The tragic death of Pat Johnson was a fact. Her secret remained a secret. Remain at/in/with, etc. She will remain at her mother's until I return. The doctor ordered him to remain in bed for a few days. Max went with me while the others remained in the room. Only a few hundred of these animals remain today. After the flood, nothing remained of the village. Of course, India must have changed a lot since Jules Verne wrote his book, but I think that its charm remains. Mix in half the butter and keep the remaining 50 g for later. So I decided to do nothing for the remaining week. I stayed at the beach and spent time swimming, reading and relaxing. The remains of lunch were still on the table. We visited the remains of a 12th century monastery. With old castles, historical remains, and wonderful views, it seems to be extremely interesting. He remarked that she was looking thin. She remarked on how attractive he was. Besides, as Chris remarked, this route may be very difficult. He made a remark about her clothes. Her remarks on the employment question led to a heated discussion. The man was surprised at her remark and double-checked it reluctantly. He is a truly remarkable man. He has a remarkable memory. It is a remarkable piece of literature, which portrays deep feelings of love and hate, depicts strong and unique characters, and reveals eternal concerns with good and bad, life and death. But it is debatable whether animals are held to widen our human understanding and to create new remedies to cure people from illnesses or if they are kept just to amuse people. The remedy for the traffic problem is to encourage people to use public transport. You should give your deputy more work, and have more free time, which I think is the best remedy in your case. Remind me to post this letter. Could you remind Paul about dinner on Saturday? I rang Jill and reminded her that the conference had been cancelled. Dan, I'm writing you this email to remind you that tonight we will be going to the cinema with some of my friends. Have you seen the remote control anywhere? TV, a powerful force that keeps us glued for endless hours every day, unable to press the off button on the remote control. It was a remote mountain village with no electricity supply. His voice sounded remote. She grew up in a remote area in the northeast of Thailand. The men came to remove the rubbish from the backyard. An operation was needed to remove the bullets from his chest. I'm going to remove the wardrobe and get a new one. Liz removed her jacket and hung it on a chair. Carefully remove the lid, then stir the paint. After, I was drenched to the skin and I had to remove all my clothes before going into the restaurant. I let you imagine how ashamed I was when I went into the restaurant completely naked. I've decided not to renew my membership of the tennis club this year. I forgot to renew my season ticket. As I had never been abroad before, I hurriedly went to an office where we can apply for a passport or renew it. He had to sell his car to repay the loan. We could make a deal, so that I could repay my debts. What can I do to repay you for your kindness? It's always a plea sure to see you and I hope I'll be able to repay your hospitality if you ever come to visit us in Cambridge. I rented out my house and went traveling for a year. My dad has a cottage which he rents out to tourists. My uncle is trying to rent his house. My car is in the garage for repairs. The repairs to the roof will be expensive. My father sent it to the workshop for repair. Please don't repeat what I've just told you to anyone else. He had written he was sorry, he should not have done it, he wished he had not repeated what I told him, he would never do something like that again. We're thinking of replacing our old TV with a new one. The factory replaced most of its workers with robots. And I'm going to replace the desk, because I don't have enough space to put a computer onto it. We'll have to replace this carpet soon. I promised to replace the plate that I'd dropped. I'm very sorry about it, but don't worry because I bought another one to replace it. This system will replace the old one. Tourism has replaced agriculture as the nation's main industry. We felt very disappointed when we discovered that Danny had been replaced by an unknown and really bad actor. The agency sent a replacement for the secretary who resigned. It's not going to be easy to find a replacement for you. But the people responsible for the concert did their best to find a replacement. Where are you going? I asked. Home, he replied. I don't understand, she replied. I replied that it was 12 o'clock. He didn't reply to my email. Please reply as soon as possible. Her reply was short and unfriendly. Have you had a reply to your email? In reply to their questions, she just shrugged. She sent me an email in reply. I asked why, but he gave no reply. I'm waiting for your reply to tell me when you will come. Joe Smith reports on recent developments. She reported that the situation had changed dramatically. A woman outside the shop reported seeing the gun. The assassination was reported in all the newspapers. You reported that other performers were second-rate. He should have reported the accident immediately. Have you reported the fault to a technician? Of course I reported it at the train station, but they couldn't find it when they searched the train. I gave a report of the theft to the insurance company. I'll be handing you a report on Chapter 7 the next day. He's a reporter for the local newspaper. The reporters tell Al-Qadi about her life, where she was born, and who her parents are. In practice the figure represents a 10% pay cut. The cancellation of the new road project represents a victory for protesters. It means recycling 90% of the office material that we usually use. This represents a profit to the company which would be given to the employees, so they are motivated. He was chosen to represent France at the Olympics. I was very fond of swimming, so I was glad that I was the one to be picked to represent my swimming team at that particular competition. The crosses on the map represent churches. I think the sea represents life and the sacrifices we make. The firm has 2 representatives in every European city. Dear Mr. Robertson, my name is, and I am a student representative. The company has a worldwide reputation for quality. Both hotels have a good reputation. He quickly earned a reputation as an entertaining speaker. My country has a great reputation for food. They received hundreds of requests for more information. His doctor made an urgent request for a copy of the report. An application form is available on request. The clause was added to the contract at her request. The manager refused their request to leave work early. I decided to reply to your request as soon as possible. We've requested a further 2 computers. They requested that no photographs be taken in the church. Visitors are requested not to walk on the grass. I have to rent a car at the Hertz agency and request information about where the hotel is. Training to be a doctor requires a lot of hard work. Please telephone this number if you require any further information. Skiing down a steep slope requires total concentration. Weddings are very different in our country and require a lot of preparation. You are required by law to produce a valid passport. It may occur in the future that they are required to possess knowledge of something they didn't study at school in order to get a job. A good degree is a minimum requirement for many jobs. Valid insurance is a legal requirement. If you have any more requirements, please don't hesitate to contact me. He spent several years researching a rare African dialect. She's researching possible cures for malaria. He went online to research flights and hotels. I had to write an article called Protect Our Environment, so I researched and studied a lot about it using the internet and the library to find suitable details. 50 passengers had to be rescued from a sinking ship. The government has refused to rescue the company from bankruptcy. A bomb had exploded and that boy rescued me from the accident. Last Friday I saw one that was about 2 guys who were lost in the jungle for 9 days, and the rescue team found them alive. They are conducting research into plant genetics. I've done some research into the best beaches to visit. I have been doing research about how well people dress, and I think I dress with care. Researchers uncovered new facts about his family. As researchers find out more about animals, we learn more about them, and because of this we learn more about the world. See an arrangement that you make to have a seat on an aircraft, a room in a hotel, etc. I'd like to make a table reservation for 2 people for 9 o'clock. Please confirm your reservation in writing by Friday. I can make a reservation if you want. Arrange to have a seat on an aircraft, a room in a hotel, etc. I'd like to reserve 2 seats on the 9:15 to Birmingham. I reserved a double room at the Lamb Hotel. I must go to the bus station to reserve seats for the bus at 17:30 p.m. This space is reserved for ambulances only. These seats are reserved for the elderly and women with babies. We will have free tent accommodation in an area reserved for the staff. We visited a huge reserve in Kenya. As soon as we reached Nakuru 2 days later, we entered the game reserve to have a look around before it got dark. Local residents were angry at the lack of parking spaces. We will have less anxious residents in cities, who will not hurry to go to work or will not be late home or at the office. A residential area has only houses and not offices or factories. It's a largely residential area with 1 or 2 shops. Varda is situated in a quiet residential area and could be called a family restaurant. She resigned as head teacher. 2 directors have resigned from the company. So Laura stepped into her boss's office, wished him a Merry Christmas and resigned. I can't resist chocolate. I just can't resist reading other people's mail. How do we resist all these nice snacks, and stay slim? I am in Kagydusdoset, which is a famous holiday resort in Hungary, my country. Britain's mineral resources include oil, coal, and gas deposits. With all the resources on the net, I don't need to go to the library as often as I used to. She's an excellent teacher and I have the greatest respect for her. New teachers have to earn the respect of their students. I have met some fantastic players, especially George N., an experienced footballer who teaches me a lot about getting respect on and off the field, and he's been of great help to me. You should show more respect for your parents. Teachers should be treated with respect. She has no respect for her boss. As for people who attend weddings, it's important for them to wear formal clothes to show their respect for the new couple. I respect him for his honesty. I deeply respect David for what he has achieved. It's nice to have a friend who respects you and who you respect too. The school has changed in many respects. How's your friend Mike? He is in many respects better than a computer, isn't he? Teasing you again, sorry. I am writing with respect to your letter of June 24th. With respect to the ages of the members, they are between 15 and 20 years old. If you respect someone's rights, customs, wishes, etc., you accept their importance and are careful not to do anything they would not want. If you decide to do otherwise, we will, of course, respect your wishes. But the situation is getting worse because of the decisions of the European Union, which is trying to unify Europe and education without respecting the wishes of the students, who are trying to stop this process. But no one could think of a respectable doctor poisoning two of his patients, which is what he actually did. Admired by people because of your knowledge, achievements, etc. He is very well respected in the business world. Looking at Pele's life, we discover that he was a respected man who did his best to help others and his country. I asked her what the time was, but she didn't respond. The government has responded by sending food and medical supplies to the region. How did she respond to the news? The police respond to emergencies in just a few minutes. The two men didn't respond, so David closed the door. Responses to our advertisement have been disappointing. The president's comments provoked an angry response from students. Her proposals met with an enthusiastic response. The telephone is an easy way to contact others, better than writing a letter and waiting for a response. I'm writing in response to your letter of February 14th. I am writing in response to your advertisement, which appeared in the newspaper on November the 23rd, looking for a person to work at weekends in your cafe. The head of the department has various additional responsibilities. It is your responsibility to make sure that your homework is done on time. She takes her responsibilities as a nurse very seriously. Jenny, you have responsibility for clearing up the room after the class. It is the country's responsibility to supply the schools with everything needed. No one has yet claimed responsibility for yesterday's bomb attack. Sometimes he just takes all the responsibility for the projects, which he should not do, at least not alone. I'm responsible for looking after the children during the lunch break. Paul is directly responsible for the efficient running of the office. The woman who is responsible for this club is very beautiful. Who was responsible for the accident? Sometimes walkers are also responsible for accidents, mainly when they are in a hurry. Let's stay calm and try to behave like responsible adults. Many big companies are now becoming more responsible about the way they operate. I know it is a great responsibility looking after them, but I think I am reliable and responsible. A responsible job is important because you have to make decisions that affect other people. It's a very responsible job, being a teacher. The people who I admire in today's world are journalists. In my opinion, they have a very responsible job. The doctor told him that he should rest for a few days. Pete's resting after his long drive. The weather was particularly sunny there, so we decided to eat an ice cream and to rest a little. He looked away from the computer screen to rest his eyes. The badly neglected paintings have all been carefully restored. He restores antique furniture. For example, the old church could be restored, to be as beautiful as it used to be. Most accidents are the result of human error. Unemployment has risen as a direct result of new economic policies. As a result, I am a bit cold now. I joined this English class because of my bad exam result. The election results will be known by Sunday. What was the result of this afternoon's match? Why were all so surprised about the result of the game Germany against Saudi Arabia that they welcomed me in a very friendly way. The fire resulted in damage to their property. It has resulted in a lack of repair services. She retired from the company in 1990. He is due to retire as chief executive next year. Nowadays I'm free because I retired recently. Both my parents are retired. He is a retired airline pilot. This person is a retired soldier who fought during World War II. Many teachers over the age of 50 are taking early retirement. What is the normal retirement age in this country? Dear Pamela, I really like you and am happy about our sharing the same office, but I'm afraid that, because of your way of life, you will never reach the age of retirement. We wish you a long and happy retirement. Before my retirement, I spent some 11 years in the US, Germany, and Switzerland, where I learned a lot about the different cultures and people's customs and manners. The whole town came out to celebrate his return from the war. On his return to Sydney, he started up a business. But on the return from Zurich we had an accident and the car has been destroyed. Could I have 2 returns to Birmingham? Type in the password and press return. I returned to work 3 months after Susie was born. We keep returning to the same subject. In August I must return to school, so I can only go to California in July. You must go to the doctor if the pain returns. This made her calm down all of a sudden, and her voice returned. I'd like to give them something in return for everything they've done for us. I had a great time, and in return I'd love to invite you to live at my house, while you are in Poland. He was jailed for revealing secrets to the Russians. It was revealed in this morning's papers that the couple intend to marry. I immediately knew that something was wrong, so I had a word with Pat. She denied having revealed my secret. He's made life very difficult for me, but I'll take my revenge. He was looking for revenge against those who had helped oust him from his leadership position. Lu Kuan-Yi had sworn revenge against Michael, the detective who had sent him behind bars. I hate reversing into parking spaces. She reversed the car into the parking space. Inch by inch, I reversed and went forward, too far. See a report in a newspaper, magazine, or program that gives an opinion about a new book, film, etc. He writes film/theater/book reviews for the newspapers. Her latest novel has had received excellent reviews. The film has had mixed reviews. I was thinking we should see Show Bar, the review is good. Verb T, give opinion, to give your opinion in a report about a book, film, television program, etc. He reviews films for the Times. She's revising for her English exam. Well, I have to leave it here because I have a history exam tomorrow and I haven't revised yet. His publishers made him revise his manuscript 3 times. I advise you to revise your schedule. She did lots of revision for her French exam. Dear Pete, although I received your letter last week, I haven't been able to answer until now as I am busy with revision for my English exams. The French Revolution changed France from a monarchy to a republic. It's supposed to be read as a study of the Soviet dictatorship during the October Revolution and beyond into the Cold War era. Penicillin produced a revolution in medicine. The technological revolution taking place today can be directly linked to the amazing evolution of our communication abilities throughout the last years. The 20th century brought about revolutionary changes in our lifestyles. Maybe my ideas are too revolutionary, but I think in this way Torino would be nicer. Something good that you get or experience because you have worked hard, behaved well, etc. There'll be a reward for whoever finishes first. I told her she could choose a toy as a reward for her good behavior. Things improved even more in the evening, when Dad let me go to the cinema with my friends, as a reward for getting such good results at maths. The police offered a reward for any information about the robbery. And as a reward, my father took out RM500 and gave it to the bystander. She was rewarded for her bravery. The company rewarded him for his years of service with a gold watch. She was so happy afterwards and was even rewarded with a medal. I had to rewrite my essay. I trust you will give this matter your immediate attention and rewrite your report using the information given. He beat out a jazz rhythm on the drums. I've got no sense of rhythm, so I'm a terrible dancer. She lay back in the boat, feeling the gentle rhythm of the waves. From then on I have been suffering from high blood pressure and disturbances of the rhythm of the heartbeat. He cracked a rib in the accident. I stayed there for 2 weeks with a broken leg, sore ribs, and a couple of scars. Rich food has a lot of fat, oil or eggs in it. The cooking is based on traditional recipes of Westphalian origin and it is tasty but often very rich. The region is rich in minerals and coal deposits. Both foods are rich in vitamin C. The country has vast oil reserves and rich deposits of other minerals. Their lessons are valuable, rich in knowledge and fun and why. We must get rid of some of those old books. Do you think I'd better get rid of the sofa and place the bookshelf there? I can't seem to get rid of this headache. The first step is to get rid of smoking. It's a short bus ride to the airport. Can I give you a ride to the station? He asked me for a ride into town. He's gone out for a ride on his bike. Do you want to come for a ride on my motorbike? I swam in the sea, sunbathed on the Golden Beach and had a ride on a scooter. She wanted me to go on a ride with her. I really enjoyed myself a lot. Although I was scared on the rides, in my opinion that funfair we visited was fantastic. One of the riders was thrown off his horse. A lot of good riders will come with their horses to take part in a competition. I've never heard anything so ridiculous. I'd look ridiculous in a hat like that. It's a ridiculous idea/suggestion. So, it is just ridiculous to hear that there were fewer than 2,000 people there. I'm not sure she's the right person for the job. Are we going in the right direction? I know that you will make the right choice. He's right here with me. I fell asleep right in the middle of her speech. They live right in the center of the city. That's me, right here. Do you want to start right away? I would love to see your new trousers but I'm busy right now. It's not right to criticize him behind his back. Someone had to tell him, I think you did the right thing. Was he doing the right thing or he was just making matters worse? He guessed right most of the time. I've tried to teach them the difference between right and wrong. He was raised not knowing the difference between right and wrong. To sum up, famous people are the same as we are, and we all have the right to lead a private life and no right to break into their privacy. He is rightly concerned about the situation. They quite rightly complained to the manager. If I remember rightly, there were over 5,000. If something rings, it makes the sound of a bell, and if you ring a bell, you cause it to make a sound. The phone's ringing. I rang the doorbell. Me and a few of my friends were having a day off school so we went to a lovely beach by the Danube River, when my phone rang. The children sat in a ring around the teacher. It is forced to jump into a ring of fire, if it does not want to do it, it will be hit. The ring of the doorbell woke him up. Walking down the street, he heard a noise, just the ring of the clock tower. His new trousers ripped when he bent down. She ripped her dress getting off her bike. He excitedly ripped open the parcel. While I was walking I stepped on my dress and ripped it. Fruit, etc. Those bananas aren't ripe yet, they're still green. There were a lot of beautiful, ripe, red strawberries and I couldn't resist picking one of them. When the sun or moon rises, it appears in the sky. The sun rises in the east. It was very beautiful, especially in the morning when the sun was rising. The balloon rose gently up into the air. Prices rose by 10%. Inflation is rising by 2.1% a month. Also, due to global warming, sea levels might rise and the risk of flooding will also rise. August has seen a large rise in the number of unemployed. There is also a steady rise in underweight girls among young girls of today. There is a slight risk that the blood could have become infected. We want clean rivers and lakes, where you can swim without risk to your health. It's a low/high risk strategy. Nowadays, everything is a risk, even at home we are in danger. All houses within 100 meters of the seas are at risk of flooding. Releasing these prisoners puts the public at risk. Learner example, lives are at risk. This time I'm not taking any risks, I'm going to get insured. He had to take a risk if he wanted to save his love, and if you risk something bad, you do something although that bad thing might happen. You shouldn't risk damaging your health. If you risk something important, you cause it to be in a dangerous situation where you might lose it. He risked his life to save me. She risked her job by giving me that information. If she had gone home by taxi, she would have not risked her life. It's risky to buy a car without some good advice. Investing in shares is always a risky business. Cycling on this road is a bit risky and demanding, so I would agree with Chris on that point. 2 tourists were robbed at gunpoint in the city center last night. They robbed the company of $2 million. About 20 tourists were robbed. The gang admitted they had committed 4 recent robberies. He is in prison for armed robbery. We were fed up with our lives and all the problems we had, so one of us decided to organize a bank robbery. At first we laughed at him because it was such a silly idea, but finally it was the only solution for us to become rich. They use robots to spray the cars. I think there will be tall buildings and the population will rise a lot. I think there will be robots too. Mountains and cliffs are formed from rock. The boat struck a rock outside the bay and sank. We climbed over the rocks and reached the sea. There are many wonderful hills, mountains, lakes, caves and rocks. They launched a rocket yesterday. With computers, you can control machines or a rocket or a satellite. She's got a leading/supporting role in the school play. He plays the role of a violent criminal. Jack Nicholson, my favorite actor, plays the main role. What is his role in this project? This part of the brain plays an important role in learning. 6 people have been put on trial for their role in the demonstrations. In fact, computers play an important role in the office. I had a role with my soup. We eat ham, cheese, butter, and paprika, with a roll or bread. The ball rolled through the goalkeeper's legs. She rolled over onto her side. The vase rolled off the edge of the table and smashed. He was rolling a cigarette. He rolled the clay into a ball in his hands. As I got closer, the hedgehog rolled itself up into a ball. Tears rolled down her face. His car started rolling down the drive. By this time, the rest of us were laughing so hard that tears were rolling down our cheeks. It was just a holiday romance. Office romances are usually a bad idea. I like it very much because it has romance and action, and cats of course. And the atmosphere in the evening is so romantic. It was interesting, but romantic novels are my favorite books. Is there enough room for me in the car? That sofa would take up too much room in the flat. James took the books off the little table to make room for the television. In the wardrobe there is not enough room to put all my stuff away. He was my roommate while we were at college. I was a student and lived together in a flat with my roommate Claudia. These plants have really deep roots. I have gathered over 300 species, flowers, roots, leaves and others. I think people should know where our European pop and rock music has its roots. A few moments later she took out a rope from her backpack. She sent him a bunch of red roses. He brought me to a posh restaurant and he gave me a bunch of roses. Rotten vegetable or animal substances are decaying. I'll tell you something, my freezer still smells of rotten fish. A rough surface is not smooth. It was a rough mountain road, covered in stones and huge holes. I went with some people I knew from bike competitions, and I was impressed with how well they can ride a bike on a rough terrain. Race I had to go carefully in some tracks. Write a rough copy first and check the grammar. Can you give me a rough idea of the numbers? I lost my personal notepad where I used to write all my job tasks, my arrangements, and the records of my students. I have even written the rough copy of some personal letters there. If the sea or weather is rough, there is a lot of strong wind and sometimes rain. The boat sank in rough seas off the Swedish coast. I went to the seaside but I was not allowed to bathe for they said that the sea was too rough. She's having a rough time at work. He did the mountain route last year and he says that even he had a rough time. There has been an increase of roughly 2.25 million. Roughly speaking, it's 2.25 million. We have roughly the same tastes. These are very special cases and roughly speaking, confined to one thing. The landlord showed me round the house. I had to go all round town to find a hotel that was open. Well, she showed me round her hometown and we did some sightseeing. This switch makes the wheels go round. She looked round. Turn the car round and let's go home. I turned round and I saw that the one who was calling me was the singer. Could you pass these forms round, please? We drove round and round trying to find the hotel. It's not fun to look at an animal who is bored and only walks round and round. He was beaten in the first round. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the second round of the games will begin. I'm just planning my route. What's the best route to the station? Crowds gathered all along the route to watch the race. Each cycle route is shown in a different color, so we didn't lose our way. He longed to escape the routine of an office job. There's no set/fixed routine at work, every day is different. Usually we speak about our daily routine, and our plans for the future. My students sit at desks in rows for most of the time. 2 rows of survey NTS stood beside the path which was in front of him with a red carpet on it. Isn't that Sophie sitting in the row behind us? It is great in my class, there are so many people and they are all nice. I'm sitting in the first row next to Nicole. He's just won the tournament for the 5th year in a row. Maradona was the captain of the team, and since he arrived, the team won 3 championships in a row. We rowed to the other side of the lake. In the end, they had to row all the way back to the beach and it was very late when they got home. The sun was shining, the birds were singing and all the people were happy, but I was very angry because I had had a row with my husband, Chris, and I wanted to visit the royal palace. She rubbed her hands together to warm them. He rubbed himself dry with a towel. Rubbed the stain with a damp cloth. Paul suddenly saw something. A kind of shadow. He rubbed his eyes but there was nothing. I rubbed some suntan oil on her back. Rubbed the butter into the flour. A strong material that bends easily, originally produced from the juice of a tropical tree, and used to make tires, boots, etc. Worst of all it seems to me is the way some zoos are regarded as places of entertainment like a circus, where the people are encouraged to laugh at animals and they perform their funny tricks like eating bananas, swinging from rubber tires and so on. Our rubbish gets collected on Thursdays. Put the empty box in the rubbish bin. I took some old furniture to the rubbish dump. While I was walking in the rain along the dark and quiet alleys, I heard a weak cry that sounded like a baby coming from a corner with rubbish scattered everywhere. There's so much rubbish on TV. I was taught to believe that recorded music was rubbish compared to live music. He complained that a member of staff had been rude to him. It would be rude to leave without saying goodbye. I thought he was such a rude man. Rude words or jokes relate to sex or going to the toilet. He taught his little sister a lot of rude words. She just wanted to shout rude words when finally she recognized her father, standing in front of her. My dog loves lying on the rug in front of the fire. There is a green rug in the middle of the floor. Thousands of tourists wander around these ancient ruins every year. After that I'm going to travel to Luxor and see the ruins. They were late and the dinner was ruined. Her injury ruined her chances of winning the race. Huge modern hotels have ruined this once unspoiled coastline. But she didn't keep her promise and she ruined my life. You can't smoke at school, it's against the rules. There are plenty of rules in my high school. We did a little exam about tenses and grammar rules. I visit my parents on Sunday, as a rule. As a rule, Children who ride bikes change their bikes for cars when they are older and are prepared a little for how to behave on the road. They were ruled for many years by a dictator. His life is ruled by the demands of his job. Our earth has grown overcrowded and every inch of our life is ruled by computers. Rumors are going round the school about Mr. Mason and his assistant. Someone has been spreading rumors about me. I heard a rumor that you were leaving. However, the press shouldn't create rumors and hunt those people like animals. She ran her own restaurant for 5 years. The social group is run by the residents themselves. My aunt is always working. She runs her own business. We go for/do a 3-mile run every evening after work. If you set off at a run, you'll be exhausted later. Walking is recognized as good exercise, or going for a run. If trains or buses are running, they are available to travel on. Trains are still running, despite the snow. A bus runs 3 times a day into town. Buses are running an hour late, because of an earlier accident. There is an easy way to get to the college, a service bus runs every 15 minutes, and the journey takes only 20 minutes. If liquid runs somewhere, it flows. Tears ran down her face. Have you got a tissue? My nose is running. The warm urine ran through my underwear, down my legs and white socks, into my shoes and floated out on the floor. If you run a computer program, you use it on your computer. Did you run a virus check this morning? At this point the computer is unable to run any program. It seems a lot of effort, but I'm sure it's the best solution in the long run. It costs a lot of money, but in the long run, it is worth it. The area is still very rural and undeveloped. I live in a rural area far from any village, town, or city. We had to rush to catch the bus. We rushed out into the street to see what all the noise was. The UN has rushed medical supplies to the disaster area. I rushed to Tom's house, and when I reached it, he received me with a weird smile on his face. His friends rushed to congratulate him after the ceremony. I was very happy and rushed to talk to them. Slow down. What's the rush? Why is it always such a rush to get ready in the mornings? Everyone seemed to be in a rush. He was in a rush to get home. That's because we are always stressed and always in a rush. I always try to travel outside the rush hours. During rush hours, you often see cars lined up with just one person inside, each car polluting the environment. Rusty metal has rust on its surface. It was very rusty, but I repainted it and now it looks like a new bike. If a skill you had is now rusty, it is no longer good because you have forgotten it. My French is a bit rusty. However, I am rather rusty at using the Morse code as well as using the codes of communication. They sacked her for being late. He got sacked from his last job. What's more, I was sacked from my workplace. When someone gets the sack or is given the sack, they are told to leave their job. He got the sack from his last job. My sister was working in a very good company in Rio and she got the sack, so she decided to go to Spain. He's gone away for 6 months, she said sadly. Alice quickly got in the car and waved sadly at her parents while Natalie drove off. Sadly, the treatment doesn't work for all patients. If you think she'll let you do that, you're sadly mistaken. Some forms of entertainment which were popular decades ago have, sadly, disappeared. Her sadness at her grandfather's death was obvious. What can be more real that when your lover is gone or taken away, your own soul is also alone, bitter and dark, and there is nothing else than feelings of revenge, anger, frustration, and sadness. She said that all the hostages were safe. Suddenly I felt something strange near me. I turned back quickly and 2 men were there. They showed me their weapons. Then, I woke up safe in my bed. We all arrived safely. Drive safely. Are the children safely fastened into their car seats? I think we can safely say they won't find us now. My friend has come back safely and now a new life starts for him. The hostages were led to safety. For your comfort and safety, we recommend you keep your seat belt loosely fastened during the flight. Journalists may enter the danger zone, but unfortunately we cannot guarantee their safety. As the gunman opened fire, they all ran/dived for safety behind trees. Police are concerned for the safety of the 5-year-old. He was led to a place of safety. In my opinion, using a center for shopping is a better idea because we are safer there, and nowadays safety is important for many reasons. He sailed the dinghy up the river. She sailed around the world single-handed in her yacht. First of all, we are going to the beach where some sailors are going to teach us how to sail. We sailed to New York. You know, I've got a boat, and if you want, we will be able to spend 5 days on it. We will sail to the Channel Islands, Jersey, Guernsey, Sark. When a boat or a ship sails, it travels on the water. The ship was sailing to China. The boat sailed along/down the coast. As the battleship sailed by/past, everyone on deck waved. I started the film and we could all see a ship sailing towards the camera. Over 100 sailors took part in the race. He is a sailor. Please do it, for David's sake. Their parents only stayed together for the sake of the children. I hope for both our sakes that you're right. You should act on his advice, for your own sake. For the sake of convenience, they combine the two departments. For safety's sake, you shouldn't swim alone. You should let your hair down once in a while, for your own sake, and for the sake of your family. His net monthly salary is $1,500. She's on quite a good/decent salary in her present job. Now on sale, available to buy in a shop, on the internet, etc. The video and book are now on sale. I went window shopping with my friends yesterday and I saw this beautiful skirt on sale. The sale of alcohol is now banned. The building company gets 10% commission on each house sale. I haven't made a sale all morning. We had arranged to meet him at the Ritz restaurant in order to deal with the sale of some products. Our sales have doubled this year. You should know that they are getting a marked increase in sales. I asked the salesman for advice. Sad to say, I have not applied for it again, but I did apply for another job as a salesman. The saleswoman showed me the car. Many years ago, when I was 17, I was working as a saleswoman for a print My favorite restaurant is Pampa Grill. My favorite food there is the salmon, it's delicious. My hairdresser opened her own salon. I had an appointment at my hairdresser's and late as usual I parked outside the salon on a narrow dead-end street where it was forbidden to park. Is the soup too salty? On the other hand, the Western one gave good service but the food was oily and salty. If two things happen or are true at the same time, they happen or are true together. We arrived at the same time. The kind of clothes I most like are casual but fashionable at the same time. I'm hopeless at physics, and it's the same with chemistry, I get it all wrong. I'd do the same if I was in your situation. I will write to you again soon and I hope you will do the same. After all these years you look exactly the same, you haven't changed a bit. Charles is just the same as always. Prices are the same as in the golden days, but the atmosphere is friendlier and the linen-draped white tables look inviting. We treat all our children the same. I need some time to myself, the same as anybody else. This report is based on a sample of over 50 students. We got to a beautiful beach. The sand looked like gold. In summer, I wear skirts and sandals. We have no mountains in Lithuania, but we have sandy beaches at the seaside. The World Cup was transmitted around the world by satellite. To balance this, technology has developed a lot in the last decades and now people can have wild animals inside their homes, even though they may be locked up on a CD-ROM or coming in a WAV format through the satellite dish. She looked at the finished painting with satisfaction. She got/obtained great satisfaction from/out of helping other people. For me, job satisfaction is more important than the money. She had the satisfaction of knowing that she'd done everything she could. Whatever it is, it must give us satisfaction. We hope very much to find a satisfactory solution to the problem. The teachers seem to think his work is satisfactory. The service is satisfactory. Are you satisfied with the new arrangement? I must say that I'm very satisfied with the club. They have 31 flavors of ice cream, enough to satisfy everyone. Come on, satisfy my curiosity, what happened last night? But how can anyone satisfy a wealthy woman like her without giving her an expensive present? Put the potatoes in a saucepan of boiling water. The waiters are very polite and the food is so good, especially the fish. You can see the chef with his saucepan, it's very funny. She gave the cat a saucer of milk. You'll save time if you take the car. Thanks for your help, it saved me a lot of work. More and more people choose to travel by car, because it saves a lot of time compared to traveling by public transport. Wearing seat belts has saved many lives. He fell in the river but his friends saved him from drowning. He had to borrow money to save his business. He was desperately trying to save their failing marriage. We all need to do our bit to save the planet. We watched a movie called Men in Black 2 and it was about two guys that saved the world from alien attacks. He saved 2 goals in the last minute of the game. He spent all his savings on an expensive car. I also spent all my savings on executive-looking clothes. Did she say where she was going? Officials refused to say what had happened. What did they say about the house? The doctors say that it will take him a few weeks to recover. She didn't say whether she was coming or not. Who do you think will get the job? I'd rather not say. What are you saying, exactly? Dear Mary, you asked me in your last letter about my bedroom. There aren't a lot of things to say about it, it is quite small but nice. My watch says 3 o'clock. Can you read what that notice says? It says in the paper, that they've found the man who did it. It says on the bottle to take 3 tablets a day. Well, yesterday I was reading a new fashion magazine. It says that this summer the best clothes to wear are skirts with different colors. They say, that, he's over 100. It's going to be a very hot summer. So they say. She is a firm leader, too firm, some might say. People say that it never rains here. Drinking plenty of water is said to be good for your skin. On our way around the lake we would have the possibility of visiting a huge medieval castle which is said to be haunted. If something goes without saying, it is obvious or generally accepted. It goes without saying that smoking is harmful to your health. It goes without saying that I will participate. We don't yet know the scale of the problem. Nuclear weapons cause destruction on a massive scale. My parents used to entertain friends on a large/small scale. He leads an evil trade, they carry out smuggling on a grand scale and use the inn as a store. How would you rate his work on a scale of 1 to 5? In brief, I think it would be a very good idea to create a new scale of salaries based on our needs, in which doctors would be higher than professional footballers. This map is large scale. Is the bridge drawn to scale? He was building a scale model of Concorde. My friend gave me a 1/72 scale kit of Supermarine Spitfire for my birthday. Their affair caused/created a scandal in the office. If there is the slightest suggestion/hint of scandal, the public will no longer trust us. It's a scandal, that children could be treated in this way. Among them are the increasingly popular reality shows and all the daily news about gossip and scandal. That burn will leave a nasty scar. David is a tall man with black curly hair, black eyes, a big nose, a beard and a scar on his neck. He's scared of spiders. He's scared to tell her what really happened. I was scared, that, you might not be there. I was scared stiff. She had a scared look on her face. When I came for the first time to my new English class I was a little bit scared. It was quite exciting but a little scary. Noun film/book, etc. The funeral/wedding scene. Juliet dies in Act 4, Scene 3. If you haven't seen any of THSA 3 Star Wars movies, I suggest you do see them tonight or tomorrow. They are great, with a lot of action scenes. Dictionary examples: Lowry painted street scenes. There were scenes of great joy as the hostages were reunited with their families. I like especially the scene of the garden with snow in winter. The police arrived to find a scene of horrifying destruction. Evidence was found at the scene of the crime. She managed to recreate the scene of the crime, saying that she had swallowed a fish bone. She's well known on the jazz scene. Both of them are about the gay and lesbian scene. They stopped at the top of the hill to admire the scenery. If I were you, I'd go to the countryside because it's peaceful, quiet, and the scenery is wonderful. Flowers are in bloom and their scent triggers my romantic mood. I have a very busy schedule today. Will the work be completed on schedule? Everything went according to schedule. Firstly, the program began exactly on schedule and the first group were King Cup, not Torrance. The meeting has been scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. The train is scheduled to arrive at 8:45, but it's running 20 minutes late. My flight is scheduled to arrive at the airport at 10 o'clock in the morning. This program will be broadcast half an hour later than the scheduled time. The scheduled time for the arrival is 5:15 p.m. There's a new scheme in our town for recycling plastic bottles. Class sizes will increase under the new scheme. I reject any other possibilities like building a tunnel or a bypass, because compared to the park and ride scheme, they would be much too expensive. In my class, there were 15 girls and 15 boys, who were studying computer science with me, so I knew everybody. She is a well-known science fiction writer. Also, I like to watch fantasy and science fiction films. The project has attracted considerable criticism from the scientific community. I like programs about sport and scientific discover IES. It is scientifically proven and well known that the gas released by cars is toxic and quite dangerous to the environment, especially to the ozone layer. Scientists are working to create a vaccine for the disease. NASA admitted yesterday they will send a group of highly trained scientists to Mars in the next 2 years. He scored just before halftime to put Liverpool 2-1 ahead. In American football, a touchdown scores 6 points. She scored 18 out of 20 in the spelling test. I almost scored an own goal. What's the score? At halftime, the score stood at 2-all. The final score was 3-0. We took 4 or 5 exams that day and my friend, Eric, and I studied all night to get the best scores. My skin was so itchy, I was scratching all night. He was scratching, at, his mosquito bites. Hannah scratched her head thoughtfully. I scratched myself on the roses. We scratched the paintwork trying to get the bed into Martha's room. People have been scratching their names on this rock for years. How can this ridiculous man accuse me of scratching his new car, thought Laura. The dog's scratching at the door, he wants to be let in. Something scratched at the door. I've got all these scratches on my arm from the cat. I should like to join one of those courses to become more professional in how to repair a scratch on the side of the boat or a hole in the sail. A spider landed on her pillow and she screamed. Through the smoke, the rescuers could hear people screaming for help. He was screaming in slash with pain and begging for anesthetic. They screamed with laughter at her jokes. Ken screamed, "Out," a warning telling people to get out of the way. I've never found screaming at my staff to be very effective. I wish you were dead, she screamed. I opened the door and screamed. In front of me was a man standing with his hands covered in blood. We heard screams coming from their apartment. Last night, I was cooking and Dad was watching TV when, suddenly I heard a scream. Bruce Robinson wrote the script for The Killing Fields. I didn't get involved that much in writing a script because it was very hard and the director wrote most of it, but the main idea of the background of the stage was mine, and I am very proud of it. Tom teaches sculpture at the local art school. The museum has several life-sized sculptures of people and animals. But if you have time, you must visit some cities, like Rome or Florence, because there are many historical buildings and museums, with the most important sculptures and pictures by famous artists like Michelangelo or Raffaello. We could see seals swimming near the coast. After leaving the Orkney Islands, we went by boat to the Shetland Islands, because we wanted to observe the grey seals with their pups that were on the northwest coast. I've searched my bedroom but I can't find my watch. He searched in his pockets for some change. Police are still searching the woods for the missing girl. He searched, through, his pockets for some change. I've searched high and low, but I can't find my birth certificate. The detectives searched the house from top to bottom, but they found no sign of the stolen goods. He searched the whole bank but could not find it. I searched the internet to find the best prices for flights to Barcelona. Before you had to go to a library to finish your homework. Now, we just search on the internet. After a long search, they eventually found the missing papers. The police carried out conducted made a thorough search of the house, but they failed to find any drugs. Joshua instantly thought it could be a bomb, so he organized a search all over the airport. Why not do a search on Google for hotels in the area? We're doing a computer search for all words beginning with hi. But I think you shouldn't ask me, the best thing is a search on the internet, so you can see the photos and choose the option you like most. If the police search a place or a person, they look to see if they are hiding anything illegal, such as drugs. They were searched at the airport. The men were searched for drugs and then released. The undercover patrol searched our car rather roughly, looking for drugs. Hemingway fought in the Spanish Civil War and in World War II, always in the search for answers to questions like, what defines a man, or, what happens to us in critical situations. But summer in Poland is as wonderful a season as winter. How long does the dry/hurricane/wet season last? The British football season begins in August and ends in May. Once they had finished, Peter kissed his parents and started his journey on foot heading towards the stadium, to play the first game of the season. If vegetables or fruit are in season, they are available and ready to eat. Asparagus is in season at the moment. They celebrate Halloween in October when pumpkins are in season, that's why in the decorations they include them very often. Most of the people carve the pumpkins and put some lights inside. I am a student and during my summer holiday I prefer to do some seasonal work. The director was seated on his right. A big pink elephant was seated near me. She is often described as the second Marilyn Monroe. You really ought to make the most of the opportunity, because you won't get a second chance. Richard and Liz have a second home in France. Pay attention to what she's saying because she won't explain it a second time. I started my new English class last week. I had just finished my course and that was a second chance for me to pick up words, so I gave it a go. Only one better/bigger, etc. Second is used to show that only one thing is better, bigger, etc. than the thing mentioned. St. Petersburg is Russia's second, biggest/largest, city. Iraq's oil reserves are second only to Saudi Arabia's. The conditions that these prisoners are kept in are second to none. João Pessoa is the second greenest city in the world. She didn't win the race, but she did come second. On the other hand, New Zealand came second for senior government. Come on, hurry up. I'll just/only be a second, I've got to lock the back door. Have you got a second, Paul? I'd like to have a word with you. It won't take a second. Wait a couple of/a few seconds before trying again. A few seconds later, a huge tree beside my house fell down and destroyed most of my house. Second, they failed to send written warning. Second, the pedestrian area in the commercial center has to grow, which would make this part of the town more pleasant for walking and would improve the opportunities for the shops. Marcus has just started at secondary school. He is studying at secondary school. My children are both at secondary school now. They said they chose our school because we are one of the best secondary schools in Mexico City. Can you believe that? If something is second-hand, someone else owned or used it before you. She buys a lot of clothes second-hand. Personally, I only buy second-hand clothes because in second-hand shops, I really like discovering rare things and funny clothes from the 60s or 70s. Adverb used for introducing the second reason, idea, etc. I want two things: firstly, more money, and secondly, better working hours. Secondly, I didn't know that you were working in an organization which is trying to save wildlife, but it sounds very exciting. I'm having a party for him, but it's a secret. Can you keep a secret? A close couple should have no secrets from each other. Aren't you going to let me in on the secret? She makes no secret of her dislike of her father. That restaurant is one of the best kept secrets in London. I told her everything. She knew all my secrets, but she never told me her secrets. If something is secret, other people are not allowed to know about it. The president escaped through a secret passage underneath the Parliament building. This is top secret information. Do you think we'll manage to keep the surprise party secret from Mum until her birthday? The secret admirer was the guy I liked. That's the secret to making a good cocktail. So what's the secret of your success? The secret of this diet is that you have to be very optimist. I see. For years they met in secret. We met in secret when Mary was busy. She said she didn't care about it, but I believe she was secretly delighted. He was convicted on the evidence of secretly recorded telephone conversations. Then in the evening we'll come to her house secretly. Of course, we should tell her mom everything about this plan. The poorest sections of the community have much worse health. It has 2 floors and is divided into sections, one that is a general restaurant and one for vegetarian people. I don't feel that the house is secure. Her promotion has made her position in the company more secure. The museum has been promised 22 million by the government, so its future is relatively secure. I think homes in the future will be more secure. I need to feel secure in a relationship. First of all, you feel secure because you know that all the members of the family love you. I'll just see what time the train gets in. Let's see whether there is an early performance on Saturday. I have looked in my calendar to see what time would be the best for you to come here. She didn't see herself as brave. It was easy to see the gift as a sort of bribe. As I see it /the situation, we'll have to get extra help. If I compare the members of my family with these qualities, then I have to say that I don't see them as my best friends. The station was closed for 2 hours because of a security alert. 30 demonstrators were killed in clashes with the security forces over the weekend. The tighter security measures/precautions include video cameras in the city center. The students were deported because they posed a threat to national security. The proposed national identity card system would help to tighten security against fraud. The most dangerous criminals are held in maximum security prisons. It's about a man that is cloned by a computer and he has to escape from a maximum security jail. It's an action film. I see that the social club is organizing a theater trip next month. I see what you mean. They didn't see the need/any need to notify their members of the changes in writing. I was surprised that they couldn't see my point of view. Do you see what I mean? Sow the seeds about 3 centimeters deep. This chemical will stop the seeds from sprouting. For several years, I have been very interested in flowers, fresh, dried and artificial, and also different kinds of seeds. Are you actively seeking jobs? She asked. Hundreds of dissidents are seeking refuge/asylum in the U.S. Embassy. Legal advice should be sought before you take any further action. I am seeking employment and am interested in your offer. She seemed happy enough. My new boss seems like a really nice person. She seemed very friendly. It seemed like a good idea at the time. The graphics were so good that the people seemed as if they were real. There doesn't seem to be any real solution. I seem to know more about him than anyone else. I spent 4 cold days in the mountains and it seemed like winter despite being summer. It seems that the restaurants close early here. It seems to me that she's in the wrong job. It seems to me that you are wrong again. I seized his arm and made him turn to look at me. Besides, I think that the wild beasts have the right to live free and seize their prey in order to feed themselves. You need to seize every opportunity. So we seize the opportunity to go to the sea. We seldom go out in the evenings. Alice was a quiet girl, she seldom talked, but he just couldn't stop talking. There was a choice of 4 prizes, and the winner could select one of them. A mouse is a device which makes it easier to select different options from computer menus. How do you select people for promotion? He was selected to play for Australia at the age of only 18. The supermarket's policy is to select out the best fruit and discard the rest. I've been selected to play on the school football team and we've got a match tomorrow. We need to make a selection from these applicants. Success is achieved by the careful selection of projects. Most schools would have a good selection of these books in their libraries. The larger shops are able to stock a wide selection of goods. There is a good selection of bar food. Since she left home, her self-confidence has grown. In my opinion, the reason for it is that not many people know how to prepare for an interview and gain self-confidence. He's a very self-confident young man. So when the day see Amy, she felt much more self-confident and determined than before. His last book sold 8 million copies. The single with her new song sold more than 15 million copies, now she was a powerful star. It's very selfish of him to go away every weekend. I found this sport very interesting, because you have to play in a team, so you must not be selfish, you have to change your spirit. A self-service restaurant or shop is one in which you serve yourself and are not served by the people who work there. It was a cheap, self-service restaurant. I went to have lunch in a self-service restaurant and in the afternoon I continued my visit. Do you think the seller will accept 96,000 for the house? It was then my mother remembered a toy seller had been selling toys in the place where we had been waiting in the station and that our suitcases must have got mixed up. I had to send the shirt back because it didn't fit me. I usually order my clothes on the internet. It's fast, easy, and you don't have any problems sending them back if they don't fit. Use a semicolon to separate the groups of items in your list. Who's in the semi-finals? She's the youngest player ever to get through to a semi-final. One Sunday morning we had to play the cup semi-final against our great rival. I attended practically every lecture and seminar when I was a student. I also need this job because I need money to attend some seminars. We're sending the children to stay with my parents for a couple of weeks. The commander has asked us to send reinforcements. They've sent their son, away, to school in Scotland. He was trying to explain, but she became impatient and sent him away. We should build more schools because we only have one, so we have to send our children away, and none of us like that. She is also extraordinary in that she graduated from Harvard University and Tokyo University and used to work for the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs as a senior civil servant. You can't use a senior ticket during the rush hour, you have to pay full fare. When I got to the tickets desk before the show to buy my ticket, I asked for a senior discount, and the woman told me there were no discounts available as I read on the advertising. I had no sensation of pain whatsoever. The disease causes a loss of sensation in the fingers. When I fell into the water, I was shocked. I couldn't move my right leg, the sensation was horrible. I had the odd sensation that someone was following me. Suddenly I had the sensation that something was wrong. Their marriage caused a sensation. In the poetry, she expressed her sad feeling, thinking of her brother who was in China as a soldier. It caused a sensation. Did you get any sense of what they might do? Living out in the country gave us a great sense of freedom. I like to see how people fight for the prize. I like this sense of competent ion that only sport gives. Carol has a wicked sense of humor. Most of them have an incredible sense of humor, so we laugh a lot when we go there. I hope they'll have the good sense / have enough sense to shut the windows before they leave. There's no sense in waiting, the next train isn't for 2 hours. People should have the sense to dispose of all the waste properly. Animals are part of nature, so they must be free to go where their sense of direction leads them. With her keen sense of smell, she could tell if you were a smoker from the other side of the room. My cold is so bad I've lost my sense of smell / taste. You can enjoy a flight with all your 5 senses. He's written me this note, but it doesn't make any sense. It makes sense to buy now while prices are low. Therefore it makes sense to use the innovation S. They are not immigrants, at least not in any sense that I understand. The packaging is green, in both senses of the word. Security, defined in the broad / broadest sense of the term, means getting at the root causes of trouble and helping to reduce regional conflicts. The Empress was an ideal lady in every sense of the word. I think the sensible thing to do is phone before you go and ask for directions. It would be sensible to take an umbrella. I know it sounds strange, but there's a sensible reason: money talks. Her reply showed that she was very sensitive to criticism. He was very sensitive about his scar and thought everyone was staring at him. Nowadays we are not so sensitive. These scales are very sensitive. He has a very sensitive nose. I am very sensitive to noise, especially at night, and tend to catch a cold even in summer. I have very sensitive skin. A sensitive subject or situation needs to be dealt with carefully in order to avoid upsetting people. Sex education and birth control are sensitive issues. The stolen car contained military documents described as very sensitive. I want a man who's kind and sensitive. Representatives of the company claim their plan will be sensitive to local needs. In the movie, he plays a concerned and sensitive father trying to bring up 2 teenage children on his own. One thing Bobby is good at is that he is bright and sensitive enough to protect you. He got a heavy / light sentence. The offense carries a jail / prison / life / 5-year sentence. This is even worse than a real life sentence. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. Soon afterwards he gets imprisoned again and is sentenced to death. Sidney takes his place and is executed instead of him. Detectives interviewed the men separately. I tend to wear the jacket and skirt separately rather than as a suit. I think we'd better deal with these 2 points separately. They were living separately and missing each other. During the war, many couples had to face long periods of separation. After many years, the government finally abandoned its apartheid system of racial separation. One of the most important projects is the separation of the rubbish, and I think that it has worked, but it could work better. They decided on a trial separation. We lived for a time in peace, but our happiness ceased because of his jealousy and fear of losing me, which was the cause of our day-long quarrels. There was no solution apart from separation. He's had a series of tests at the hospital, but they can't find anything wrong. She gave a series of lectures at Warwick University last year on contemporary British writers. The aim of this report is to make a series of suggestions on which lessons and other activities should be filmed. They do a series on architecture throughout the ages. We read all of Poirot and the Miss Marple series. A serious problem or situation is bad and makes people worry. There were no reports of serious injuries. The new tax regulations have landed some of the smaller companies in serious trouble. A shortage of space has become a serious problem in a lot of schools. He's been taken to hospital where his condition is described as serious but stable. As you know, I have got a serious problem with my eyes. Please don't laugh, I'm being serious. He was wearing a very serious expression and I knew something was wrong. On the surface it's a very funny novel, but it does have a more serious underlying theme. Is she serious about going to live abroad? We are taught how to act in both comic and serious parts. A serious person does not laugh often. I remember her as a very serious child. Well, the new teacher is very serious, but this is okay. That's an interesting job offer, I'd give it some serious consideration if I were you. We've got some serious talking to do, you and me. I think it would be worthwhile to give serious thought to these animals. He wasn't seriously injured, he just got a few cuts and bruises. She is seriously ill with cancer. Seriously now, did he really say that, or are you just being silly? You're not seriously thinking of leaving, are you? Seriously, Tom, I have noticed that you get angry very easily since your examinations started. The police have to take any terrorist threat seriously. You don't take anything seriously, do you? It's all one big joke to you. She wants to be taken seriously as an actress. These young actors take themselves so seriously. I hope you take my suggestion seriously. They employed more than 50 servants. In this book, the author includes a detailed description of the two main characters, the rich English master Phileas Fogg and his French servant Passepartout. Are you being served? I also learned a lot about how to serve customers and how to use a till. It was my boss, who said I'm in Australia, and I can't read my email, the server at work crashed. They provide a free bus service from the station. We hope to be operating a normal service as soon as possible. I told him to phone the after-sales service. The only trouble with this cafe is that the service is so slow. I think the Cinemark is the best cinema because it has good service and it is cheap. There is a 10% service charge included in the bill. Does the bill include service? The thing which annoyed me the most was that they have a 20% service charge, but I refused to pay it because their W as no service. I was employed in the security service. He joined the Air Force in 1964 and spent 10 years in the service. Most of my family were in the services. All men under 35 were told to report for military service within 3 days. Service personnel are subject to the Official Secrets Act. He finished his military service, and now he was on his way to his family, who had been waiting for him for a long time. The 21-year-old runner twisted his ankle in a training session last Friday. As the heads of state gathered, the press were allowed in for a photo session. Last week we had the normal 2 training sessions and a game against another club. Usually passive if a story, film, etc. is set in a particular time or place, the action in it happens in that time or place. West Side Story is set in New York in the late 1950s. Juan and Maria have set a date for their wedding, it's going to be on August 31st. Has a time been set for the meeting yet? I'm going to miss your class tomorrow, but we can set a date to cover the work on. When the sun sets, it moves down in the sky until it cannot be seen. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. I loved the thin fog before the sunset. My grandmother taught me to sew. I made this skirt just by sewing 2 pieces of material together. She sews all her children's clothes. He sewed the badge neatly onto his uniform. Well, I used to sew my clothes on my own. The heating is set to come on at 5:00 p.m. Have you set the video recorder? I usually set my watch by the time signal on the radio. He set the alarm for 7:00 a.m. I had forgotten to set the alarm clock the previous night, and by the time I got up it was already 9 o'clock. The campsite is set in the middle of a pine forest. Our house is set back from the road. The camp is set in a beautiful place in the heart of nature, with lots of opportunities to get out of the camp if you want to. It is believed that the building was set on fire deliberately. She set fire to her neighbor's house. After years in prison, the men who had wrongfully been found guilty of the bombing were finally set free. A modern zoo must be like a forest, without cages, and the animals must be set free. Our teacher has set us a lot of homework. He's set himself the goal/target of making his first million by the time he's 30. I suggest it would be a good idea to set more projections next year. Try to set a good example to the children. It sets a good example for other museums. Bold has set a new world record. They won in straight sets. Finally we managed to win the second set, so we were equal. They first met on the set of Star Wars. Her father, John, was a stunt person and he died in an unfortunate accident while he was performing on a film set. Their cottage is in a beautiful rural setting. The play has its setting in a wartime prison camp. The setting of The Third Man is Vienna after the Second World War. After they got married, they settled in Brighton. He traveled around Europe before finally settling in Rome. I can understand why you have decided to settle near the Loire Valley, which is one of the greatest parts of France. Right, that's settled. We're going to Spain. They haven't yet settled when the wedding is going to be. The tickets are 40 each. Well, that settles that then. I can't afford that much. I'd like to get this matter settled once and for all. The details of the contract have not yet been settled. I really hope it will not take you long to settle the matter. Both my parents are in their 70s. After some minutes, an old man in his late 70s opened the door and told us in his trembling voice that Daisy wasn't at home. I grew up in the 70s. The 90s is, indeed, a reverse of the 70s. This is a school for children with severe learning difficulties. In parts of Africa there is a severe food/water shortage. There is expected to be a severe frost tonight. Their life was a severe financial struggle, and Tom's dream was to run somewhere far away. She had her hair tied back in a severe style. The teacher was a small, severe man. Jane Eyre is sent away to a school for orphans. The atmosphere in school is no better, with little food and severe teachers. Job opportunities are severely limited/restricted at the moment. In spite of trying to repair it, it is still severely damaged. Sex before/outside marriage is strongly disapproved of in some cultures. She was complaining about all the sex and violence on television. She'd been having sex with a colleague at work for years. I hate watching soap operas and thrillers, because they contain too much violence and sex. What sex is your cat? Some tests enable you to find out the sex of your baby before it's born. The teacher gave me the application form about my name, age, sex, nationality, and address. Most people remember their first sexual experience. Before continuing with the story, I would like to remind you that having sexual relationships was common to everybody in Brave New World. Sexy underwear, he's very sexy. Richard was only wearing Levi's jeans and a white t-shirt but looked so sexy and handsome. I'd prefer to sit in the shade. The sun was hot, and there were no trees to offer us shade. The children played in/under the shade of a large beach umbrella. The shade from huge trees kept me cool and fresh. Not only was it a beautiful day, but the sky was a magnificent shade of blue as well. The tree had cast a long shadow. The children were playing, jumping on each other's shadows. Jamie followed his mother around all day like a shadow. This corner of the room is always in shadow. Suddenly I saw a shadow, and as I turned over I noticed that something was moving in the trees. A young boy climbed into the apple tree and shook the branches so that the fruit fell down. Babies like toys that make a noise when they're shaken. The explosion shook buildings for miles around. She shook her hair loose from its ribbon. Every time one of these big trucks goes through the village, all the houses shake. The two leaders smiled and shook hands for the photographers. I shook hands with him. I felt embarrassed when all my friends thought they were my friends, so they all shook hands with them except me. If you are shaking, your body makes quick short movements, or you feel as if it is doing so, because you are frightened or nervous. She was shaking as she opened the letter. Her voice shook as she spoke about the person who attacked her. I was shaking in my shoes/boots about having to tell Dad what I'd done. I was shaking like a leaf before my exam. She understood that it was absolutely foolish of her to stand here shaking with fear. I asked him if he wanted to come and he just shook his head. He just looked at me shaking his head and got into his car and drove off. We shall. I shall be talking to her tomorrow. I shan't forget to tell them. I shall look forward to meeting you next week. So we'll see you at the weekend, shall we? I shall make sure that the work I miss is completed by borrowing my friend's notes. The stream was quite shallow, so we were able to walk across it. She told her children to stay in the shallow end of the swimming pool. Fry the onions in a shallow pan. These beech trees have shallow roots. A heavy body plunged into the shallow water of Harbour number 14. You can recognize trees by the shape of their leaves. Very few people are really happy with their body shape. These bricks are all different shapes. Kim's birthday cake was in the shape of a train. My bicycle wheel has got bent out of shape. This t-shirt has been washed so many times that it's lost its shape. A triangle is a shape with 3 sides. Well, it looks like yours, you know, the same size and shape. She runs every day, so she's in great shape. I am of the opinion that if you are in good shape and the distance is not too much, you should leave the car at home and use the bike. It's important to keep in shape. We want to keep in shape, and we are interested in a gym. Do you have one, or is there one close to there? Feeling/experience, etc. If 2 or more people or things share a feeling, quality, or experience, they both or all have the same feeling, quality, or experience. We share an interest in sailing. All hospitals share some common characteristics. I don't share your views/beliefs. Management and the union both share in the responsibility for the crisis. She knew that he was the person she wanted to share her life with. Her name is Gulia, and I met her at the university. She is very nice, and we share many interests, so we gave each other our phone numbers. Shall we share the driving? We shared the preparation for the party between us, so it wasn't too much work. Ask your employer and other colleagues to share the work. The total bill comes to 80, so our share is 20. We must make sure that everyone gets equal shares of the food. The party's share of the vote fell from 39% to 24%. She's not doing her share of the work. We must all accept some share of the responsibility. The movie Jaws is about a man-eating shark. By the way, this ocean was full of sharks, our guide said. The point of this pencil isn't sharp enough. My heart was broken by a knife, a sharp, hot knife, but I don't feel pain, I don't feel anything, I just want to die and forget about everything. There was a sharp rise/increase in the number of flu cases. If you have in mind my recommendations, you will see a sharp increase in the number of students. She is an elderly woman who seems to be very weak but with an extremely sharp mind. Inflation has risen/fallen sharply. His health improved/deteriorated sharply this week. In the last few years, the trend of owning a mobile phone has increased sharply. John has to shave twice a day. I always shave my legs in the bath. Do you shave under your arms? When my dad shaved his beard off, he looked 10 years younger. The other men shave the man who is getting married. It was hidden in a shed that hardly anybody ever entered. I put clean sheets on the bed. I have a big bed with silk sheets. Mainly I collect books, postcards, dolls, silver bracelets, and seashells. We all ran to hide in the little shelter we had built. We took shelter from the rain in a doorway. John told me it was a place where we could find shelter. As the night shift leaves, the day shift arrives. Are you on the night shift or the day shift? I worked there in 2 shifts, in the mornings and in the evenings, for approximately 8 to 10 hours a day. The sun was shining brightly through the window. Is that light shining in your eyes? The weather was good and the sun was shining. A shiny surface is bright because it reflects light. I prefer shiny tops and blue trousers. She shivered with cold. The poor dog, it's shivering. She was shivering not only because of the cold, but also because she had no idea what she was going to tell him. We got a nasty shock when he gave us the bill. Her death came as a terrible shock to him. They are still in shock from the accident. I was in shock. I read the letter again and again. The last part of the text said don't forget. The advertisements were designed to shock, that was the whole point of the campaign. I think it shocks him to hear women talking about sex. The news of the accident shocked the family deeply. They hardly could believe it, although that American woman always wants to shock them. After his announcement, there was shocked silence. We were shocked to see smoke pouring out of the roof. I was surprised and shocked. The sex scenes in the book were considered very shocking at the time when it was published. There are few crimes more truly shocking than the murder or abuse of children. The news was shocking, but at the same time this fact will change our life. If he's not armed, don't shoot. The kids were shooting arrows at a target. She was shot 3 times in the head. A policeman was shot dead in the city center last night. The troops were told to shoot to kill. We really had a good time, but when we were coming back home a man, whose face I couldn't see, shot Anna and she fell down on the street. He shot from the middle of the field and still managed to score. After I shot my first goal for this team they started to talk to me. We heard some shooting in the night. There have been a number of shootings in the capital this week. He liked shooting very much and once he went into the forest he didn't come back. I like to shop at Harrods for clothes. If I'm just shopping for food, I tend to go to the local supermarket. I'd like to go out with you to shop for clothes. Local shopkeepers say business is good at the moment. One of the major disadvantages is that the shopkeepers would have to work until midnight or perhaps on bank holidays. You can walk for miles along the shore. The boat was about a mile from off the shore when the engine suddenly died. We were on the 4th floor, where you can see the SEA shore and also the mountains behind. We're a bit short of coffee, I must get some more. Because I was short of money, I said yes. Her name's Jo, it's short for Josephine. Her name's Josephine, or Jo for short. There is even a strange disease called chronic fatigue syndrome, CFS for short. We need to save money in the short term. You should think in the long term and you shouldn't try to achieve all your goals in the short term. There's a shortage of food and shelter in the refugee camps. The long hot summer has led to serious water shortages. Due to a shortage of teachers in summer I can only take holiday in July. I got home at midnight and James arrived shortly afterwards. Shortly after you left, a man came into the office looking for you. Shortly afterwards, the doorbell rang. We will shortly be arriving in King's Cross Station. I look forward to hearing from you shortly. Setting up restricted areas for animals is a nice idea, but due to the overall pollution, it is only a short-term solution. He fired 4 shots at the car as it drove off. Suddenly he heard a shot and the lights went out. And that was a great shot by Lineker. Nadal's forehand shot down the line won him the match. I enjoy this sport because it forces me to improve my self-control when playing. If I miss a shot, I have to stay very calm because it's the best way to achieve the next shot. I took some really good shots of the harbor at sunset. A few months ago I had the chance to work abroad and see some of the Middle Eastern countries, where I took a lot of good shots. Where should we meet tonight? There should be an investigation into the cause of the disaster. I should have written to her but I haven't had any time. It's getting cold in here. Should I turn the heat up? Should I call the police? My dry cleaning should be ready this afternoon. If you follow these directions, you shouldn't have any trouble finding our house. I wonder what's happened to Annie. She should be here by now. That should be enough food for 5 people. I have invited all his friends, so we should be 28 people. He wants me to give him my old car, but why should I? Why shouldn't she get a new car if she wants one? I rested my head on her shoulder. Then she put her arm round my shoulder and gave me a kiss. She glanced nervously over her shoulder to make sure no one else was listening. The name of the movie was Ghost Ship. It was a horror movie, but it was so boring that she slept on my shoulder. The only noise we could hear was the shouts of the heroes fighting with terrible monsters coming from space. To give information in a book, on a website, on a piece of equipment, etc. The pictures show two types of holiday. Talk to your partner about which you would prefer and why. The right-hand dial shows the temperature, and the left-hand one shows the air pressure. On this map, urban areas are shown in gray. The latest crime figures show a sharp rise in burglaries. Secondly, I'd like to tell you that the website is good, but it does not provide all the information we need, as it only shows the times of the films for that day and they usually change at the weekends. She showed me how to use the new computer system. Have you shown him what to do? Before the performance I introduced the spectators to their seats and then an instructor showed me how to operate the spotlights. If numbers, results, facts, etc. show something, they prove that it is true. Research shows that 40% of the program's viewers are aged over 55. Sales figures showed a significant increase last month. She has shown herself to be a highly competent manager. His diaries show him to have been an extremely insecure person. The diaries show that he was very insecure. Our research has shown us how little we know about this disease. Experiments have even shown some astonishing results, that apes for example have the same abilities as humans. He finds it difficult to show affection. She showed enormous courage when she rescued him from the fire. You should show your parents more respect / show more respect to your parents. I think a face can show so much, and someday I hope I could become a photographer. There were some amazing new cars at the motor show. They put on a show of his work at the National Museum of American Art. I do not know if it is possible to make any changes, but we saw an ad in Time Out magazine last week about a fashion show which we would like to see. You're soaked. Did you get caught in the shower? There will be thundery / wintry showers over many parts of the country. Well, the weather was really good during the morning, but there were some showers during the afternoon. We all showered before breakfast. Singing is a hobby of mine, but unfortunately I can only do it when I'm showering or cleaning up my flat. Your sweater will shrink if you wash it at too high a temperature. The company's profits have shrunk from 5.5 million to 1.25 million. After 5 seconds I started shrinking until I was as small as the smallest toe on my foot. If a computer or machine shuts down or someone shuts it down, it stops operating. Make sure you shut down your computer before you leave. The crew shut down the right-hand engine of the aircraft. I was as happy as a lark. I shut down the computer and I called my MUM to tell her about the good news. I suspected something was wrong when I noticed her curtains were still shut at lunchtime. Closed, when a shop, restaurant, etc. is shut, it has stopped serving customers and does not allow people to enter it. The post office will be shut now. On the advertisement it also said you could visit the restaurant after the show, and that is what I did, but when I got there it was shut for no reason. If a business or organization shuts down or someone shuts it down, it closes. The company plans to shut down 4 factories and cut 10,000 jobs. I wish you'd shut up for a moment and listen to what the rest of us have to say. Just shut up and get on with your work. My dad never stops talking. It's impossible to shut him up. You must still remember that time we walked along the street, singing blues and rock. It's incredible the way that people shouted at us to shut up. If you don't keep your mouth shut, there'll be trouble. She made every effort to keep her mouth shut, but it disturbed her to be the only one to know the truth, apart from her brother. He was too shy to ask her to dance with him. She gave a shy smile. Children are often shy of / with people they don't know. The deer were shy and hid behind some trees. I was a little shy at first, but I ended up talking too much. She was sick after she ate too much chocolate. I feel a little sick and I don't want to be sick in your lesson. I'm sick of people telling me how to run my life. Michael was sick of seeing the same story happen all over again. There's a lot of sickness around this winter. She's had 3 weeks off for sickness this year. The Simply Joy and Happiness will help you to feel in good shape and keep away any sickness. I have a small table at / by the side of my bed. He stood at / by her side as she welcomed the guests one by one. Linda is by my side right now and she asks me to send you a warm hug. She looks after the financial side of things. Finally, I think for me the most important thing is to enjoy life. Don't be worried about little things and always find the funny side of each situation. She has a very practical side. In fact, the film describes the actions of this politician, also saying something not very politically correct, but true. He reveals that no one is always good, everyone has a dark hidden side. If two things or people are side by side, they are next to each other. We sat side by side on the sofa. It is not rare to see two people walking side by side, both talking on the phone. If something moves from side to side, it moves from left to right and back again repeatedly. I began to understand it when I went to Kenya in 1986, because I had the wonderful chance to look at the animals in their natural surroundings, without being in a cage, walking nervously from side to side. Whose side is he on? Whenever we argue, he always takes Alice's side. This is a war which neither side can win. Don't be angry with me, I'm on your side. I hope you'll be on my side. There are at least two sides to every question. I've listened to your side of the story, but I still think you were wrong to do what you did. This shows the other side of technology. She sighed deeply and sat down. I wish he was here, she sighed. Having solid ground beneath her feet again, she sighed with relief for having survived this adventure. He read the letter and gave a deep sigh. I entered the house with a deep sigh. If your sight is poor, you should not drive a car. The old woman has lost her sight. She had lost her sight, although doctors didn't know if it was forever. We spent a fortnight in Rome looking at all the sights. I have many plans. I want to show you all the remarkable sights in Georgia. The sight of so much blood had shocked him. The child laughed at the sight of the clockwork toy. She hated / loathed the sight of her former husband. Just think, drinking our cold beers against the sight of the pounding waves and feeling the wind on our faces. You should always keep sight of your bags while you're at the airport. I dare not let the children out of my sight in this park. The police officer was hidden out of sight behind a tree. The castle came into sight as we went round a bend in the road. We're looking for a house which is within sight of the mountains. Dear editor, this morning when I opened my newspaper, my eyes caught sight of an article called Failure of Festival, and I read it. It may, at first sight, seem a surprising choice. It was love at first sight. Nowadays shopping is considered one of the most enjoyable activities, especially if you are a woman and you are out to buy clothes. At first sight it is, but shopping is not always enjoyable. Flowers are the first sign of spring. His inability to handle the situation is a sure sign of weakness. The fact that he's eating more is a sign that he's feeling better. There's no sign of progress with the building work. Billy's work at school has shown signs of improvement this year. There is every sign that the worst is over. She pointed to her watch as a sign that it was getting late and she wanted to leave. She made / gave a sign to her husband to stop talking. The priest made the sign of the cross when he entered the church. She looked at Paul and made a strange sign with her fingers. To sign a letter / form / check / contract / agreement, sign here, please. He signed his name at the end of the letter. He signed himself Mark Taylor. She said the painting was by Picasso, but it wasn't signed. It was signed Fat Boy.
Plus.
And, are mathematical signs. Is the sign for the British pound. If there is no sign of someone or something, you cannot see them. By 8 o'clock, there was still no sign of Yana. She said she'd left the book on the table, but there's no sign of it. He was supposed to come on Wednesday just like you told me, but there was no sign of him. At a signal from their teacher, the children all held up their flags. Don't move until I give the signal. The firework was a signal that the festival had started. The police officer gave us a signal to stop. The signal for a race to start is often the firing of a gun. The signal was given. We started side by side, but soon I overtook him. Wave a series of light waves or sound waves which are sent to a radio, television, mobile phone, etc. I can't get a phone signal here. On the other hand, you can face problems with signal transmission. Please put your signature in this box. I thought it was a joke, but when I saw the signature I knew it was for real. There has been a significant increase in the number of women students in recent years. These measures will save a significant amount of money. The talks between the USA and Russia were very significant for the relationship between the two countries. One of the most significant inventions is the computer. My piano playing has improved significantly since I've had a new teacher. Also, with today's machines, factories have significantly increased their production. Look out for the signpost to the airport. There were no signposts and there was no one to ask where he could find a place to stay. The three men ate in silence. A loud crash of thunder broke the silence of the night. I suppose that you want to relax on your holiday, and so I suggest you visit the Alps, some beautiful countryside where you can relax, walk, and enjoy the silence and nature. There were long silences during the discussion. The progress of the story is very slow, but the author is describing hard conditions, hard characters, and long silences, which is quite typical of his way of writing. The empty house was completely silent. The countryside, like Chianti, is peaceful and silent. She whispered a silent prayer that her wounded brother would not die. The police officer told the criminal that he had the right to remain silent. The minister was silent about his plans for the future. Arthur has always been the strong, silent type. When they were there, Aunt Patience was obliged by her husband to go to her room and remain silent. She wept silently as she read the letter. He silently vowed to take revenge. After waiting silently for 2 minutes, she dropped the phone. Normally, I would prefer my blouses to be made of cotton or silk, as these materials make me feel comfortable. It was silly of you to go out in the sun without a hat. I feel silly in this dress. They had some very silly games. She gets upset over such silly things. People are so worried about silly things, about how to make money or how to be popular, and they forget about what really matters. If something or someone is similar to another thing or person, they have many things the same, although they are not exactly the same. My father and I have similar views on politics. I bought some new shoes which are very similar to a pair I had before. Paul is very similar in appearance to his brother. I can understand how you are feeling because at our age, every teenager has similar problems. I can see the similarity between you and your mother. The book bears several striking similarities to last year's bestseller. Another similarity between the two was their appearance. We had a simple meal of bread and cheese. You can eat simple food and drink good local wine. Always before noun used to describe the one important fact, truth, etc. We didn't go swimming for the simple reason that the water was too cold. I'm very fond of working with animals, and the simple reason is that I'm planning to become a vet. We simply don't have the time. You look simply beautiful in that dress. The hunger in parts of Africa is terrible, there's, quite, simply no other word for it. A lot of people miss out on this opportunity simply because they don't know about it. I am very interested in fashion, simply because it is a style, an attitude, a way of life. He explained it as simply as he could, but the class still didn't understand. Try to organize your work as simply as possible. 2 children answered the teacher's question simultaneously. The floods of information pour towards you and go through your brain simultaneously. He's been much happier since he started his new job. I've known Tim since he was 7. I was really surprised when I read the email because I haven't heard from you since I visited you last year. Since we've got a few minutes to wait for the train, let's have a cup of coffee. Since my mother has surgery tomorrow, I will not be able to come to your class. Emma went to work in New York a year ago, and we haven't seen her since. He started working for the company when he left school, and has been there ever since. I've long since forgotten any Latin I ever learned. It was my grandmother who introduced me to teddy bears, and she wanted me to love them as she did. When she died, I got all her bears and have been taking care of them ever since. Yours sincerely, Emma Clark. I've only got a single ticket. Suddenly I was asked to show my single ticket. Many single parents find it difficult to get a job. The number of single-parent families dependent on the state has risen enormously in recent years. She's a single parent, with 3 children from Australia, but she's gorgeous. I call him every single day. The decision affected every single one of them. But we used to play together every single day. Could I have a single to Edinburgh, please? There was a single light in the corner of the room. Not a single person offered to help her. You haven't been listening to a single word I've been saying. The night was calm and not a single sound was disturbing her. The Titanic was a passenger ship which sank to the bottom of the ocean in 1912. The legs of the garden chair sank into the soft ground. Enemy aircraft sank 2 battleships. The dog sank its teeth into the ball and ran off with it. They were traveling on the very big ship called Titanic, and the ship sank. The sun glowed red as it sank slowly below the horizon. Student numbers have sunk considerably this year. Dora's face grew pale and she sank into a chair. Dear sir, I am writing to. My sister-in-law is a great cook. So, I and a sister-in-law had to stay with our little sons without any entertainment at the hotel. I had to sit an exam the next day. Visiting you in July is just perfect because schools will have closed and I will have already sat my exams at the English school. The council haven't yet chosen the site for the new hospital. This is the site of the accident. I work as a civil engineer on a site. The hotel is situated by Lake Garda. The restaurant is situated beside a river to make it even more wonderful. Dictionary examples: the economic/political situation. Her news put me in a difficult situation. Would you get involved in a fight? It would depend on the situation. I'll worry about it if/when/as the situation arises. It was a weird situation. I took up yoga in my 60s. She is in her middle 60s, but still very active and lively. I still love all that music from the 60s. Another problem is the demolition of old houses that took place during the 60s. The ice on the river is thick enough to skate on/across/over. We skated for 2 or 3 hours. We found an old sheep skeleton up on the cliffs. Her long illness reduced her to a skeleton. In the USA, they enjoy dressing up in costumes, most of the time as skeletons, witches or ghosts. We stayed 1 week in a chalet near the ski resort. He skied down the hill. There are 2 very good places where we can ski, and they aren't crowded. Police officers have to be skillful drivers. Indeed, they were very popular, because 5 very skillful and talented teachers did the courses. Ruth had/possessed great writing skills. I have no skill at/in sewing. I want to improve my listening and speaking skills. My mother is very skilled at/in dressmaking. I know you need some skilled people to build the boat, and therefore I hope I can join your club to help you. Babies have soft skins. She's got blue eyes and fair skin. Unfortunately, I didn't notice the banana skin, which was lying on the pavement next to me. I think I'll skip lunch today, I'm not very hungry. He felt a bit sick and so he skipped the meal. The wind made the door/window slam shut. Close the door carefully, don't slam it. Once the door slammed behind her, the tears came. She slammed the phone down. He slammed the on when a child ran in front of his car. He stopped suddenly, and the car behind slammed into him. Then he slammed down the receiver. She slapped his face. She slapped him across the face. His friend slapped him on the back when he said he was getting married. She shouted and slapped my face. Visit our website, bbc.co.uk/radio4. I'm tired of being treated like a slave. I know you're lazy sometimes, but don't worry, you don't have to work like a slave. I must get some sleep, I'm exhausted. After that, I was very tired and went home to get some sleep. I couldn't get to sleep at all last night for worrying. You'll find that your baby usually goes to sleep after a feed. Since it's quite hot here, I bought a fan. I have to use it at night, otherwise I can't get to sleep. You must be tired after all that driving, why don't you have a little sleep? He fell into a deep sleep. I didn't know what to do, so I went for a sleep. The heat had made me sleepy. I felt sleepy during the film, but Yoshi enjoyed it. The sleeves are too long for me. You'd better roll your sleeves up or you'll get them dirty. I like the wrap trousers and t-shirts with long sleeves. Slice the mushrooms thinly and fry in butter. Could you slice me a very thin piece of cake / slice a very thin piece of cake for me? He likes sliding on the ice. He slid the letter into his pocket. We've got one of those doors in the kitchen that slides open. I slid down the slope and when trying to brake, the brakes locked. We're having a slight problem with our computer system. I haven't the slightest idea what he's talking about. To conclude, today's way of eating is not really healthy, but we can notice a slight improvement. She's slightly taller than her sister. I'm slightly upset she forgot my birthday. Even at night, it will take you only slightly longer to get from A to B, provided you are near the city center. She slipped on the ice. Careful you don't slip, there's water on the floor. The razor slipped while he was shaving and he cut himself. But then I slipped and fell down. During the daytime, we all went up to the slopes for skiing. I find his films very slow. The ending of the movie is slow, but the last hour is incredible. Slow down, you two, you're walking too fast. If I run with Christina, she tends to slow me down. We slowed up when we saw the police. Suddenly a car slowed down not far from him. If someone slows down, they become less active. The doctor told me I should slow down and not work so hard. First of all, you must slow down at work, or better yet, take a holiday for a week or two. Guy looks very smart in his new suit, doesn't he? I need a smart jacket for my interview. She works in a very smart new office overlooking the River Cam. I don't like smart clothes, but for special days I have a very nice long black skirt. Gemma's teacher says she's one of the smartest kids in the class. Why don't you fix it if you're so smart? I'm not smart enough to understand computers. He's smart enough to know he can't run the business without her. Quitting that job was the smartest move I ever made. He is a very kind, smart, and good person. Besides, he is a good son. Rioters ran through the city center, smashing windows and looting shops. She dropped her cup and watched it smash to pieces on the stone floor. Then the two men tried to smash the door down. I've been cooking, so my hands smell of garlic. That soup smells delicious. What's in it? When the rain stops, you can see the trees and flowers with water on their leaves. And they smell so good. Come and smell these flowers. Can you smell something burning? You can smell the salt of the sea when you arrive. Your running shoes really smell. Just be careful, in some places in the countryside it smells really bad. What's your favorite smell? I love the smell of orange blossom. The marketplace was filled with delightful smells. There's a delicious smell in here. The garlic bread is lovely with the smell of garlic. Humans can't smell as well as dogs. What I hate most about having a cold is not being able to smell. Smell is one of the 5 senses. Dogs have a very good sense of smell. I wish I could get rid of that smell in the bathroom. People who were on the bus wondered where that smell came from. He smiled and shook my hand. When he smiled at me, I knew everything was all right. I couldn't help smiling when I thought of how pleased she was going to be. He smiled politely as Mary apologized for her drunken friends. He smiled to himself as he thought about his new girlfriend. But he began to smile and explained what had happened to him. Amy had a big broad smile on her face. She has a nice smile. He gave me a smile. It's nice to be able to bring a smile to people's faces. He has short dark brown hair, green eyes, and a wonderful smile. She leaned back thoughtfully and blew a puff of smoke into the air. The boys I met were smoking a lot. I hate smoke. You can go for a walk, which is good for you, eat well-balanced food and try not to smoke, if you are a heavy smoker. Mix together the butter and sugar until smooth. The road ahead was flat and smooth. This cream will help to keep your skin smooth. The sand is so smooth and the water is so clean. Everything was going smoothly before Darren arrived. All the machinery was running smoothly. I hope everything goes smoothly. When you sneeze, air and often small drops of liquid suddenly come out of your nose and mouth in a way you cannot control. Cats make him sneeze, I think he's allergic to them. We were sneezing all the time and had a fever. He was snoring so much it kept me awake. You know, we can live together as long as you don't snore like you did last time. I hired a snowboard for the day. Moreover, I missed my snowboard, so the surfboard, the waves, the sand, and the sun were filling this empty place in me. My eyes went watery and so did hers, but then we laughed at each other. So far we've made £32,000. So far I like it here very much. After an hour or so they changed the flight and new people came, he realized that his suitcase was lost. He put his glasses on so that he could see the television better. I deliberately didn't have lunch so that I would be hungry tonight. Leave the keys out so that I remember to take them with me. Could you please give me some extra exercises so that I can cover the work I missed? It might rain this afternoon. If so, we'll have to have the party indoors. Will you be in time for dinner? If so, I'll cook your favorite dish. I always keep fruit in the fridge so as to keep insects off it. I could come on July 8th so as to be there on Tim's birthday. If you soak something, or let it soak, you put it in a liquid for a period of time. Soak the bread in the milk. He left the pan in the sink to soak. I was just enjoying the warm sand, soaking my feet in cold water, when his shadow obscured the sun. We arrived early at the festival to soak up the atmosphere. I spent 2 weeks in Greece soaking up the sun. I like a lazy rest, so I took advantage of the sunny weather and sandy beach and soaked up the sun all day long. My shirt was soaked. Now it is a pleasure to drive in a warm and dry car, looking at the soaked bicycle riders as you quickly drive by them. You're soaking, why didn't you take an umbrella? The dog was soaking wet. Then we arrived at the camp, and we were soaking wet. I watch all the soaps. But when I'm watching TV, I prefer soaps. She enjoys watching soap operas. Do you like soap operas? Someone who is sociable enjoys being with people and meeting new people. Rob's very sociable, he likes his parties. I had a headache and I wasn't feeling very sociable. They are all friendly, cool, outgoing, and sociable. We found her sobbing in a corner. Suddenly one of our group members started to sob. It was one of his so-called friends who supplied him with the drugs that killed him. This so-called perfect evening was so disappointing, as well as discouraging us from coming to your Circle Theater again. Married taxpayers are hit hard by the so-called marriage penalty. There are lots of so-called workaholics who suffer from heart attacks, high blood pressure, or general nervousness. I had an active social life when I was at college. Most British schools organize social events for the students. I've just become a member of the company's sports and social club. I recommend this because there is more social life, nightlife, more fun, and face-to-face experiences. There are ecological, technical, and social problems. He spends a lot of time on social networking sites. They tend to subscribe to different social networking websites to communicate with people from all around the world and discuss different issues. I tend not to socialize with my colleagues. I hope Adrian's actually doing some work at college. He seems to spend all his time socializing. With reference to the accommodation, I would rather stay in a tent because I think it is the best way to socialize. C or U, a large group of people who live in the same country or area and have the same laws, traditions, etc. These changes strike at the heart of British/American/modern society. There's a danger that we will end up blaming innocent children for society's problems. We must also consider the needs of the younger/older members of society. My favorite are Dr. House and CSI, but I also enjoy a good documentary about the rights and wrongs of our society. I read an article about the Writing Society of Warlingham in the local newspaper and I was fascinated by its ideas. They keep playing soft music to entertain the customers. She speaks softly but usually gets her own way. Before going to bed, they kissed me softly. Just feel the softness of the baby's skin. The room has only a few lamps and the furniture is worn down and has lost its softness. Many couples with young children and old people prefer fresh grass and natural soil to concrete and cement in a city. It will save a lot of electricity as solar energy is used. French/Cuban/Turkish/Chinese/American soldiers were patrolling the streets. My grandfather began to talk. It happened when I was young. I used to be a soldier, part of the quick response SE forces. If you have an accident, you have less chance of getting hurt if you are sitting in a big, solid vehicle. He used to play with a group but now he has gone solo/has a solo career. They all started with a solo car EER. Parker's solo on A Night in Tunisia was so amazing that the pianist backing him simply stopped playing. They were amazing. The drummer was so fast. When he was playing the drum solo, I couldn't even see his hands and his drumsticks. There's no easy solution to this problem. She just seems so unhappy and I don't know what the solution is. When you finish doing the crossword, the solution is on the back page. They help you talk through your problems but they don't give you any solutions. I was pleased with the solution. Just calm down, shouting won't solve anything. This strategy could cause more problems than it solves. Police are still no nearer to solving the crime. You will help me to solve this problem, won't you? It'll be some time before we meet again. It was some years later when they next met. We discussed the problem at some length. It's some years ago now, 16 years I think. It won't be easy, but we'll get across the river somehow. Somehow or other, we'll get the money. I don't know exactly what happened but somehow I managed not to fall in the lake. I know what we're doing is legal, but somehow it doesn't feel right. I did not know who was talking to me but somehow I knew that it must be an urgent matter. Why else would a stranger wake me in the middle of the night? Somewhere between 900 and 1,100 minor crimes are reported in the city every week. It will take us somewhere between 3 and 4 hours to get to Madrid. The company's annual turnover is somewhere around 70.7 million. The gathering will take place somewhere between the first and second week of the month, so you can come somewhere around then. My son-in-law helped me mend the fence. As soon as I saw her, I knew there was something wrong. As soon as the rain stopped, I called my friend and we all continued walking in the park, and we all enjoyed ourselves. Sooner or later she's going to realize what a mistake she's made. Anyway, I think that sooner or later you will have problems with your heart or stomach. She was slim, svelte, and sophisticated. I don't suppose I have any books that would suit your sophisticated tastes. He was older than me and from London and I thought him very sophisticated. Her conversation was very sophisticated. A sophisticated machine or system is very advanced and works in a clever way. I think a more sophisticated approach is needed to solve this problem. These are among the most sophisticated weapons in the world. These days we can use a computer, television, or other sophisticated equipment. I've got a sore throat. My feet were sore with all the walking. All the dust has made my eyes sore. I'll miss the class, because I've got a sore throat. I feel so sorry for the children, it must be really hard for them. Anyway, I feel sorry for her and I wonder, what would I do if I were her? I'm sorry but I think you've made a mistake. I'm sorry, I can't agree. I'm sorry, but I just don't think it's a good idea. Sorry, you can't go in there. I am sorry, but I completely disagree with the comments you have made about the festival. They sell souvenirs, postcards, that sort of thing. I also enjoy using new clothes for the first time, but I prefer buying other stuff like electronic devices or that sort of thing. It's a sort of pale orange color. They were sort of waving. Paper, plastic, and cans are sorted for recycling. I'm going to sort these old books into those to be kept and those to be thrown away. You can use the computer to sort the newspaper articles alphabetically, by date, or by subject. She suffered greatly while she was alive, so let us hope her soul is now at peace. Finally, two very old and serious aunts, a friend of the IRS, my grandma, and a retired couple from our neighborhood were ready to call any soul from heaven to talk to us. I didn't see a soul when I went out. Unlike a year ago, she did not tell a soul. That sounds like a really good idea. It sounds like you've got a sore throat. It sounds as if they had a good holiday. It sounds like your new trousers are very nice. He sounded very depressed when we spoke on the telephone yesterday. At the press conference, he sounded at his most relaxed. He sounded so excited. The film's soundtrack includes music by Bob Marley. The first time I heard it was in a movie, named 8 Mile. This song was the soundtrack of that movie. Dictionary examples: sour cream, sweet and sour sauce. These plums are a bit sour. The sauce often is made of sour cream and a lot of butter. Oranges are a good source of vitamin C. Experts are trying to track down the source of the contamination in the water supply. We walked up the river to its source in the hills. Money is often a source of tension and disagreements in young married couples. Fish is a great source of vitamins. We live in the Southeast. The South and the Southeast are the backbone of the Brazilian economy, so there are lots of malls, department stores, and very good nightlife. Kent is in the southeast corner of England. Later we went to the Walled Sea, in the southern part of Fribourg. The wind was coming from the southwest. I remember the day we went to Sarlat, a lovely town in the southwest of France. I live in a village in the southwest part of Poland. I kept the ticket as a souvenir of my trip. There is a well-known place near the hotel where you can buy souvenirs and chocolates. Who was the first human being in space / the first to go into space? Recently I watched a fantastic program about space, all the planets, and the stars. He was absent-mindedly staring / gazing into space. Virtual reality aims to give us artificial worlds to explore, outside normal space and time. Just think of this one example when you go to visit a zoo and you see the elephant or the tiger or lion walking up and down in their prison and staring into space. If something is spare, it is available to use, because it is extra and not being used. Have you got a spare pen? We've got a spare room if you want to stay overnight with us. You know I'm not good at writing letter S, but do write to me if you have a spare minute. Would you like still or sparkling water? He refused to speak about the matter in public. In the interview she spoke of her sadness at her mother's death. They filmed the headmistress of our school. She spoke about the school's activities. Finally, my college is not far from the coast, where you will find beautiful beaches and the sparkling, blue sea. Well, generally speaking, it's quicker if you take the train. Generally speaking, the best way to keep fit is to live a healthy life. She was invited to speak at a conference in Madrid. On behalf of all its members, I would like to invite you to speak at one of our meetings. Noun C person someone who can speak English/French, etc. He's a fluent Russian speaker. I think I'm going to be an English speaker sooner than I expected. Please join with me in thanking our guest speaker tonight. The speaker told me many things about feeding birds. There's a special offer on sunglasses this week. Unfortunately, they have stopped their special offer 1 month for €100 and I know that you want to stay fit. As soon as they make a new offer I will let you know and then you can join us. You need to use a special kind of paint. Some of the children have special educational needs. Full details of the election results will be published in a special edition of tomorrow's newspaper. Firefighters use special breathing equipment in smoky buildings. He stepped into a small, handmade, wooden canoe, it's called Ed Hakaro. It's a special kind of canoe. I came here specially to see you. She has a wheelchair that was specially made for her. The opera Aida was specially written for the opening of the Cairo Opera House in 1871. I'm thinking of getting a beautiful long black wool LN coat specially made for you. I don't expect special treatment, I just want to be treated fairly. As you know, an Austen Healey needs special treatment. She's a specialist in modern French literature. Now, fully equipped and powerful computers can be so small and mobile that some specialists predict that new devices will replace the book. I enjoy working in general medicine, but I hope to be able to specialize in the future. Some specialists in acting and others work backstage like adjusting the sound or light and preparing the outfits. Mountain gorillas are an endangered species. Over 100 species of insect are found in this area. Then I wrote an article about saving endangered species. The disease seems to be specific to certain types of plant. Is there anything specific you want from the shops? We need to see animals, study them, and in some cases find out why specific types of animals can't live in the nature which we have spoiled. He said we should meet but didn't specify a time. The peace treaty clearly specifies the terms for the withdrawal of troops. The newspaper report did not specify how the men were killed. My contract specifies that I must give a month's notice if I leave my job. The loan must be repaid within a specified period / by a specified date. You did not specify what kind of work you are supposed to do either in a restaurant or in a museum. The show was a spectacular success. He scored a spectacular goal in the second half. There was a spectacular sunset last night. It is located in a tall building and has a spectacular view. Noun see someone who watches an event, sport, etc. They won 4-0 in front of over 40,000 cheering spectators. At midnight sharp, fireworks covered the concert hall and I, as well as the rest of the spectators, felt the excitement and delight I've never felt before. Children usually develop speech in the second year of life. People who suffer a stroke may experience a loss of speech. Some expressions are used more in speech than in writing. The reason why I decided to join the English class is because of my English speech. I should talk more fluently, but I'm trying my best. I had to give/make a speech at my brother's wedding. The governor of New York delivered a rousing speech to the National Convention. He gave the after-dinner speech. Did you hear her acceptance speech at the Oscars ceremony? I suggest that if you want to invite someone to give a speech, you have to invite athletes. He was traveling at a speed of 90 miles per hour. The car has a top speed of 155 miles per hour. You should lower/reduce your speed as you approach a junction. On a clear, straight road you can gather/pick up speed. It was the speed at which it all happened that shocked me. So we left at full speed. I get a real thrill from speed. He put on a sudden burst of speed. Both cars were traveling at speed when the accident happened. Every summer I go to water sports because I like water. I'm very good at swimming and I like the speed of some water sports. Cinnamon, ginger, and cloves are all spices. Spices are widely used in South Asian cooking. It's very delicious with some spices and many kinds of salad. Do you like spicy food? I don't like spicy food, it's not good for my stomach. She is afraid of spiders. I spilled coffee on my silk shirt. You've spilled something down your tie. Let's see if I can pour the juice into the glass without spilling it. He dropped a bag of sugar and it spilled all over the floor. Then I'm going to buy a new rug, because a few days ago, I spilled some juice. The embarrassing moment came when I saw the first dish, carrots with spinach. The players have a very strong team spirit. As rock musicians in the 1960s, they were very much part of the spirit of the age/times. We acted in a spirit of cooperation. In addition to that, you should invite athletes who have experience in sports to speak about team spirit and the role that sports have in our life. The whole class was in good spirits that day. I was in high spirits until I got my paper back. I thought the house could have ghosts or spirits, and because of this, I tried to convince myself that it had been my imagination, but suddenly the lights went out. Traditional ways of life fulfilled both economic and spiritual needs. I'd like to get in contact with the amazing spiritual life in India. There is no other country in the world with so many different religions and sects. He still smokes, in spite of all the health warnings. In spite of his injury, Ricardo will play in Saturday's match. In spite of the bad weather, we went to the zoo and strolled around a lot. If a liquid splashes or you splash a liquid, drops of it hit or fall on something. Water was splashing from a hole in the roof. Unfortunately, some paint splashed onto the rug. She splashed her face with cold water. The children splashed about in the puddles. So we were splashing around and then went to dry ourselves. They sat listening to the splash of raindrops on the lake. My friend, the mechanic Alex, heard a strange noise, a very powerful splash in the sea, and a lot of water came into the boat. If two people who have a romantic relationship split up, they finish their relationship. She's just split up with her boyfriend. I asked her about the family and about her. She had recently split up with her boyfriend, Joe. The prize was split between Susan and Kate. Split the aubergines in half and cover with breadcrumbs. The teacher split the children into 3 groups. In my opinion, we might just split a full-time salary. He tried not to let the bad news spoil his evening. I haven't seen the film, so don't spoil it for me by telling me what happens. You'll spoil your appetite for dinner if you have a cake now. And perhaps it will rain and spoil your holiday. The team is sponsored by JVC, so the players wear the letters JVC on their shirts. Eva said she was doing a 10-mile walk for charity and asked if I'd sponsor her for 1 mile. The whole event is organized by university students and is sponsored by local firms. All the major theaters now have sponsors, especially for high-cost productions. Last but not least, I am also very keen on supporting the club in general, like finding a sponsor or becoming a member of the board. He only reads the sports section of the newspaper. You should go there because in a big school there are more possibilities of making new friendships and you can choose from a wide range of sports activities. He had a spot of grease on his tie. I wore that skirt with the green spots. This lamp is green with yellow spots on it, and in my opinion it's perfect for my room. This looks like a nice spot for a picnic. Lake Freen is just a lake, there's nothing to do and it's a crowded spot. He suffered badly with spots as a teenager. I've just spotted Malcolm, he's over there, near the entrance. If you spot any mistakes in the article, just mark them with a pencil. The police spotted him driving a stolen car. I soon spotted what was wrong with the printer. The policewoman spotted that I hadn't got my seat belt on and signaled me to stop. It is very easy to spot because there is a big sign for the hotel next to the building. Actually, there was an attempt to cut down on using and producing sprays which destroy the ozone layer. The fields are sprayed with pesticides. She sprayed a little perfume on her wrists. Vandals had sprayed graffiti on the wall. I quickly helped the others to decorate the hall. We blew up as many balloons as we see old and sprayed them with gold and silver. The fire spread very rapidly because of the strong wind. It started off as cancer of the liver, but it spread to other areas of the body. It seemed that the fire might spread more. If information spreads, or if someone spreads it, it is communicated to many people. News of his victory spread quickly. Have you been spreading gossip about them again? The news spread all over the village. The suburbs spread for miles in every direction. Our offices are spread out over a very wide area. It has about 500 inhabitants, who live in 128 houses, which are spread over a big area. Jazz records fostered the spread of American culture. More should be done to stop the spread of this disease. It is true that these days people have much more choice in entertainment. The spread of computers and video games is just one example. She prepared a spreadsheet with the new sales information. I would be very interested in joining your club, in order to learn how to use basic software like word processing, spreadsheet or database software. Noun: see someone who secretly tries to discover information about a person, country, etc. His father was a British spy. Learner: example, it's a spy story. In the club you can play golf, tennis, squash and football. He accidentally sat on her hat and squashed it. The kids were all squashed into the back seat. My idea of fun is not getting up at 7 o'clock in the morning to take a bus where we are squashed by lots of rude people we don't even know. She squeezed his hand and said goodbye. Cut the lemon in half and squeeze the juice into the bowl. Once he had finished cleaning the floor, he squeezed the cloth out. He reloaded the gun, took aim, and then squeezed the trigger. It must have been 9 o'clock and I was there, sitting in my armchair, squeezing a cushion in my arms. She was stabbed in the arm. The victim had been stabbed to death. She raised the knife high in the air and stabbed it right into her stomach. The project is in its final stages and should be completed by August. They did the last stage of their journey on foot. Our marriage is going through a difficult stage at the moment. Their youngest child is at the stage where she can say individual words but not full sentences. I'm not tired at the moment, but I will need a rest at some stage during the walk. At this stage, most children are able to read simple words. Andrew spends all his spare time playing with his computer, but it's probably just a stage he's going through. At that stage of our holiday, we stayed quiet for some days in order to rest a bit after all those hours of driving. You can remove a red wine stain from a carpet by sprinkling salt over it. I realized that I had a stain on my trousers. In the village market, the stalls are piled high with local vegetables. You know, there's a big commercial square near my house where traders, along with shops, set up stalls every day and sell an enormous variety of lifestyle products ranging from CDs and instruments to furniture and clothes. It is necessary to stamp your passport. Every carton of yogurt is stamped with a sell-by date. There was only a small sign stamped on the door, saying that it was closed for repairs. I can't stand him. She can't stand doing housework. I can't stand crowded shops. His walking stick stood by the door. You'll have to stand the sofa on its end to get it through the door. The room was empty except for a wardrobe standing in one corner. As he stepped forward, I knelt down and pulled his leg, so that he fell over and hit a small table standing beside the sofa. His work was below standard. She sets very high standards for herself. This essay is not of an acceptable standard. Do it again. In conclusion, I hope that my ideas will help to improve the standards of this cafe and will bring more customers in the future. I think we would have a better standard of living if we had this situation. White is the standard color for this model of refrigerator. These are standard procedures for handling radioactive waste. The meter is the standard unit for measuring length in the SI system. It should be a standard price. If a film, play, etc. stars someone, or if someone stars in a film, play, etc., they are the main actor in it. Ben Kingsley starred in the film Gandhi. Fowles's novel The French Lieutenant's Woman was turned into a film starring Meryl Streep. As we both love romantic comedy, we decided to see Notting Hill together, which starred Julia Roberts and Hugh Grant. Don't stare at people like that, it's rude. Chuck sat quietly for hours staring into the distance, thinking of what might have been. David had seen her once before in a park, staring at him. A new series of wildlife programs has started on Monday evenings. Police believe the fire was started by arsonists. The council has started another program as well, which calls people to collect the rubbish in their own street one weekend in every month. We were doubtful about the product's usefulness from the start. They announced the start of a new commercial venture. The weather was good at the start of the week. The event got off to a shaky/poor start with the stage lights failing in the first few minutes. That was a bad start to my holidays. Also, start up, if a business or other organization starts, or if someone starts one, it is created and starts to operate. She started her own software company. A lot of new restaurants have started up in the region. It was the first time in many years he had the opportunity or time to think over his situation and life. He had started his company 15 years ago and had been successful. If you start a machine or an engine, you switch it on, and if a machine or engine starts, it begins to work. The car wouldn't start. Do you know how to start the lawnmower? The car would not start, and it was impossible to get a taxi because it was Saturday evening, so the only thing we could do was to run all the way to the school. To start with, we need better computers. Then we need more training. There is some information I should tell you about. To start with, the T.V repairman didn't come on Wednesday morning as expected. What shocked me most was the misery and poverty, thousands of homeless people roaming the streets starving and cold. I'm absolutely starving. I've always been greedy, but at that moment, while my chemistry teacher was explaining a difficult lesson, I was really starving. The building is in a terrible state. She was found wandering in a confused state of mind. Give me the keys, you're in no fit state to drive. After the accident, I was in a state of shock. I came home to an unhappy state of affairs. The kitchen was in its original state, with a 1920s sink and stove. Some people say TV can be harmful because it keeps our mind in a passive state. Our warranty clearly states the limits of our liability. Union members stated that they were unhappy with the proposal. Please state why you wish to apply for this grant. Children in the stated areas were at risk from a lack of food, the report said. Dear Mr. Thomas, I've read your advertisement in the last issue of The Traveler, where you state that you are looking for people to work on your campsites with English-speaking tourists. In general, the rules at private schools are much stricter than the ones at state schools. The government is expected to issue a statement about the investigation to the press. He produced a signed statement from the prisoner. We were not surprised by their statement that the train services would be reduced. Dear editor, referring to your article of today, I want to correct some statements made. The reception is not very good, try to tune into another station. Last week I was listening to my favorite radio station and they announced a new sports club. Statistics show/suggest that women live longer than men. According to official statistics, the Japanese work longer hours than workers in most other industrialized countries. According to statistics based on the questionnaire, the majority of students feel the most enthusiasm for their English class. They plan to put up/erect a statue to the president. After, we passed in front of the statue of the president. The supermarket stays open late. I was tired and couldn't stay awake. Put a lid on the pan so the food will stay hot. They stayed friends after their divorce. Some people prefer to stay dry rather than be caught by the rain. Did you enjoy your stay in Tokyo? Dear Candy, I have just arrived here on my holiday. I'm in Caen, in the south of France. It's a lovely place, and I'm enjoying my stay so much. Our cat usually stays out at night. My mum won't let me stay out late. Firstly, I like it so much because we have no school and we can stay out for as long as we want. Why don't you stay over and drive back in the morning? We stay at over in a hotel and the next morning Tom brought me home. We stayed up, late, to watch a film. In Vegas, we were staying up all night gambling. Prices have increased steadily since the war. In the past people didn't read books all the time. Neither did their kids at school. Today they read even less books, but the number of copied and read articles or book extracts has increased steadily. The procession moved through the streets at a steady pace. Orders for new ships are rising, after several years of steady decline. Over the last 10 years, he has produced a steady flow/stream of articles and papers. Progress has been slow but steady. There is also a steady rise in underweight young girls today. You need steady hands to be a dentist. Make sure you hold the ladder steady. I know very well you have steady nerves, but what is strong can turn weak as well. The pump is driven by steam. I've been interested in trains, in particular steam trains, since my childhood. Now knew a very strong metal made from iron, used for making knives, machines, etc. The object that I would choose is without any doubt my katana, my Japanese sword. It is a weapon that reminds me of my childhood games. I also like the form, and the cool steel of the blade. A steep slope, hill, etc. rises quickly. It's a steep climb to the top of the mountain, but the view is worth it. The castle is set on a steep hill/hillside. But the slope was terribly steep and I didn't dare to ski down. She carefully steered the car around the potholes. This car is very easy to steer. After an hour she could keep her balance, but she still had problems steering, but that didn't matter. He took both hands off the steering wheel. After leaving your house on Monday morning, I gripped the steering wheel, fixed my eyes firmly on the road, and bravely drove my way up to Scotland. Sophie took her first steps when she was 11 months old. He rose to his feet and took a couple of steps towards her. With every step, her feet hurt her more and more. I tried to run, but with my first step, I kicked something that fell to the floor. We had to climb some steps to reach the front door. I asked them to leave the parcel on the front step. I go down 4 steps and I am on the beach. She stepped carefully over the dog. She stepped backwards and fell over a chair. They stepped out onto the balcony. The moment he stepped out of the train he realized he had left his suitcase inside. I accidentally stepped on her foot. Be careful not to step in the mud. I had to dance with a boy whose name is Alex, and every time he stepped on my feet. What's the next step in the program? We must stay one step ahead of our competitors. Most people believe that the decision to cut interest rates was a step in the right direction. The president took the unusual step of altering his prepared speech in order to condemn the terrorist attack. We'd like to know how it feels to be in the film business, how you started and the steps you've taken to be where you are now. His stepfather gave him a job. Once, Matthew told Pat that he was mistreated by his stepfather in his childhood. My stepmother is only a few years older than me. He made up his mind to defeat them, and asked his stepmother for some kibidango, one of the traditional snacks in Japan. I tried to stick the pieces together with some glue/tape. He stuck up a notice on the board with pins. This glue won't stick. My car's stuck in the mud. Stir the sauce so that it doesn't stick to the pan. My book got wet and all the pages have stuck together. I stick posters of my favorite football team, Manchester United, on the wall. The old man was carrying a load of sticks. Police said that the child had been beaten with a stick. Find some dry sticks and we'll make a campfire. But when we ran into a quiet street, he stopped and hit me with a stick. Walking/hockey, etc. Stick, a long, thin piece of wood that you use when you are walking/playing hockey, etc. She uses a walking stick. I am very sad, because I have lost my hockey stick and it was very special to me. A very famous player gave it to me as a present. Verb, stuck, stuck, stick, sth, in slash into slash through, etc. If something sharp sticks into something, it goes into it, and if you stick something sharp somewhere, you push it into something. The nurse stuck the needle into his arm. The body of his boss's wife lay on the ground, a knife stuck in her heart. The floor's still sticky where I spilled the juice. The children's faces were sticky with chocolate. On the wedding day, everyone has a chance to eat special food, sticky rice cakes, spring rolls and a lot of other dishes. His clothes were stiff with dried mud. The handle on this door is rather stiff. My knee is rather stiff this morning. She tried to sit up straight and quickly realized all her mucilage were stiff from non-activity. Adverb bored slash scared slash worried, etc. Stiff extremely bored slash scared slash worried, etc. The lecture was awful, I was bored stiff. Squeaky noises coming out from the deep corners of my house frightened me. I was scared stiff. You may not approve of what he did, but he's still your brother. I know you don't like her, but you still don't have to be so rude to her. Even though she hasn't really got the time, she still offered to help. I was sure that it was not in my house, but I still wanted to check. A still drink does not have any bubbles in it. Would you like still or sparkling water? The still water is the best, but don't drink it too cold because your stomach will not like it. I'll meet you at the theater. No, better still, let's meet in a pub and have a drink first. I'm worried that his car has broken down, or worse still, that he's had an accident. To my mind, the best place to do the painting is my bedroom, because you'll have plenty of space to work, and, better still, we won't bother anybody. Children find it difficult to sit slash stand slash stay still for very long. I can't brush your hair if you don't keep slash hold still. I'd like to have my dog painted, too, but I'm afraid that'll be impossible because it won't stay still. The government plans to cut taxes in order to stimulate the economy. This would hopefully stimulate the opening of several outdoor cafes downtown that we need as alternative meeting points for adults and youngsters. The film was intended to stimulate and amuse. Good teachers should ask questions that stimulate students to think. I really enjoy watching the movies which are provided in your theater because all the movies that I have seen are thought-provoking enough to stimulate our interest. Stir the sauce gently until it begins to boil. Stir the egg yolks into the mixture. She paused to stir some sugar into her coffee. Slowly add the flour, stirring until completely blended. Then you add the instant sauce and stir. We're expecting some new stock in this afternoon. This shop sells its old stock at a very low prices. We'll be getting our new stock in on Friday. In the fashion industry, a sale begins at the end of each season and just lasts a short time, because those shop owners want to make room for new stock. The book is out of stock at the moment. And sometimes the item you are looking for is out of stock. They cut enormous blocks of stone out of the hillside. Some demonstrators were arrested for throwing stones at the police. There are houses made of stone and wood. You know, that gold ring, with a little precious stone in the center, meant a lot to me, because it belonged to my older sister, Julia. Despite being provided with a machine which gives out hot and cold drinks, the cafeteria does not contain any table, stool, or chair. Something must be done to stop the fighting. If she really wants to leave, I don't understand what's stopping her. I went and beat one of the guys to stop the fighting, however, the fighting didn't stop. Stop the car, I want to get out. My watch has stopped. Can you stop the video for a minute? The air conditioner has stopped working. The other day I was standing in a large department store waiting to pay for a couple of films for my camera when the assistant announced that the computer which controlled the till had stopped working. Please remain in your seat until the plane comes to a complete stop. We'd have been here sooner, but we made several stops along the way. At the beginning of the project there were a lot of stops and starts. The best part was, without a doubt, when I made a little stop in a small town. I fell in love with that town. We stopped over in Los Angeles for 2 nights on the way to New Zealand. The plane tickets include a 2-night stopover in Singapore. We both thought that it was a good idea to have that stopover at your place as it was on our route to Norway anyhow. We've had to build some cupboards to give us more storage space. I think that is what our future home will be like, with lots of clever storage, and probably a few robots to do all the chores like washing up, hoovering and cleaning the windows. I stored my possessions in my mother's house while I was living in Spain. I've stored my thick sweaters and jackets, away, until next winter. Then we can just go to the fridge where all the fresh food is stored ready to eat. The data is stored on a hard disk and backed up on a CD. First of all, using a computer is important for me because I can store my personal records such as my diary or expenses. Their new house has 4 stories including the basement. It is a 1-story building in the Russian style with one, rather small, room with a bar and 10 tables. If it is stormy, the weather is bad with a lot of wind and rain. It was a cold and stormy night. The main story in the papers today is the president's speech. If someone famous goes to a pub, he should be careful what he drinks, because he could find an interesting story about his alcoholism in the newspapers tomorrow. I got home and went straight to bed. Shall we go straight to the party or stop off at a pub first? When I came back home at 11:30, I went straight to bed. I knew straight away what you were thinking. We don't need to go straight away, we can stay for a little while. We met on Tuesday for the first time and went skating straight away, without even discussing where we were going. I'm asking you to give us a reasonable and straight reply. That shelf's not straight. Stand up straight and put your shoulders back. She tried to sit up straight and quickly realized all her muscles were stiff from non-activity. I'll come straight to the point, we've run out of money. Can you get straight to the point? We need to go home. I will come straight to the point, Mark. I think you're just killing yourself with your work. Just follow the signs to Bradford, it's very straightforward. The question of whether we should keep animals in zoos is not as straightforward as it may seem at first. All those books put a strain on the shelf and it broke. Excess weight puts a lot of strain on the heart. I think I certainly could live without watching television for a week, but it would put a tremendous strain on my everyday life because I find watching TV relaxing and I like being swept by the flood of information that you watch and listen to without really paying attention to it. She's a lot better than she was, but she's still not ready to face the stresses and strains of a job. He's been under a lot of strain recently. Our dog helps us in our everyday life and relieves the stresses and strains. I think I've strained a muscle. Don't read in the dark or you'll strain your eyes. I went to the opticians to have my eyes checked and he said I had some trouble with my eyesight, so he advised me to wear glasses and not to strain my eyes. A strange person or place is one that you are not familiar with. With so many strange faces around her, the baby started to cry. I've never been here before either, so it's all strange to me too. She doesn't like a big city and strange people. She was strangely calm. Strangely enough, I'm not feeling very hungry. Strangely enough, this has not happened yet to zoos. My mother always warned me not to talk to strangers. I can't just walk up to a complete stranger and start talking to them. The stranger came in front of me and asked if I was able to recognize him. We're working on new strategies to improve our share of the market. My strategy was simple, all the players had got a lot of experience, so I thought that the only chance to win was to bluff it out. At first we drank something, it was a special drink with strawberries. A little stream flows through their garden. On our way I saw small streams, small areas of jungle and beautiful animals also. There has been a steady stream of phone calls from worried customers. I had a constant stream of visitors while I was ill. This tea house is packed throughout the day with workers and retired people, who come to sip tea, talk, and watch the endless stream of passers-by in the old city of China. It's a sport that requires great physical strength. First of all, we must start by running for 30 minutes per day to improve our physical strength. The experience only strengthened his belief in God. Using the bike keeps your body in good shape. The daily exercise is good for your heart and your lungs, and strengthens your muscles. I think you are all ACCUSTO med to city things, and all of them bring us stress, so I think you should go to the countryside, where you will find peace and so you'll relax. The meaning of a sentence often depends on stress and intonation. When insert is a verb, the stress is on the second syllable, but when it is a noun, the stress is on the first syllable. I stressed that this was our policy. She stressed the importance of timing. I would like to stress that very often famous people become reserved, bad-tempered and angry with the world for interfering with their lives. In the word engine, you should stress the first syllable. She's been feeling very stressed since she started her new job. I was really stressed out before the exam. I was a little bit stressed when I woke up in the morning. Police work is physically demanding and stressful. She's very good at coping with stressful situations. It is good to go there after a stressful day. Don't pull my sweater, you'll stretch it. The top had stretched in the wash. I'm so tired, she said, yawning and stretching. It's a good idea to stretch before you take any serious exercise. Stretch your arms above your head. First of all, cycling is a sport, so you have the possibility to move your body, to stretch your joints and to strengthen your muscles. A strict person makes sure that children or people working for them behave well and does not allow them to break any rules. My parents were very strict with us. The teacher was strict but nice. If a rule, law, etc. is strict, it must be obeyed. She gave me strict instructions to be there by 10. We need stricter controls on air pollution. We follow very strict guidelines on the use and storage of personal details on computers. Do you think stricter laws would help reduce automobile accidents? I would like the government to impose strict rules and regulations on capturing animals. That's not strictly true. Strictly speaking, we're not allowed to give you any advice. Strictly speaking, we don't think about the future when the subject is nature because we think that it's eternal. The use of cameras is strictly forbidden. Eric was going to have serious problems, because smoking was strictly forbidden in this school. 2 climbers were struck by falling rocks. His car went out of control and struck a tree. I've never heard of anyone being struck by lightning. Only seconds later, the tree was struck by lightning. A period of time when people are not working because they want more money, better working conditions, etc. Indeed, the bus company has planned a strike. If a thought or idea strikes you, you suddenly think of it. It struck me that I had forgotten to order the champagne. Sitting there, waiting, I began to think and an idea struck me. What struck me about Cole was how grown up he seemed for a 7-year-old. The first thing that struck me about Emma was her extraordinary beauty. What strikes me most is the way she is dealing with other people. To stop working for a period of time because you want more money, better working conditions, etc. Train drivers are threatening to strike over pay. There are striking similarities between the 2 cases. There's a striking resemblance between them. The most striking thing was the fact that I filed it. In only 2 days, our relationship was like a strong string that can never be cut. He guitarist, who had just broken one string of his guitar, began to drink some alcohol. The zebra is a wild African horse with black and white stripes. I don't like clothes with stripes, because I think that's a little old-fashioned. She suffered/had a stroke which left her unable to speak. I'm sure there's a high risk of a heart attack or a stroke if you go on the way you are going now. Stroke the dog if you like, it won't bite. He stroked her hair. She lovingly stroked Chris's face with the tips of her fingers. And do not forget to stroke your cat. A strong object does not break or get damaged easily. The window is made from very strong glass so it won't shatter. In winter I wear big jackets, gloves, warm trousers, and strong boots. There's a strong smell of burning. I like quite strong colors. I can give you stronger pain-killing drugs if these aren't strong enough. It's surprising what strong memories a photograph can produce. My grandmother had a strong influence/effect on my early childhood. Moreover, I like clothes with strong colors, e.g. red and green. Her voice was clear and strong. Strong winds are forecast in the area for the next few days. Unluckily, the rest of the days were cloudy and with strong winds. Strong relationships last for a long time, and are not easily spoiled. Throughout the crisis, their marriage remained strong. Actually, now our relationship is very strong. He offered me a contract and asked me to go to his music studio to record a CD. We will visit a local film studio. They're a very strong team. She's the strongest candidate we've interviewed for the post. My reason for applying for this trip is that I am very interested in meeting people from different countries, and as I have a strong background in languages, I would be very helpful in the communication field. A strong feeling, belief, or opinion is felt in a very deep and serious way. She has strong opinions/views about religion. Nowadays the importance of family life is a matter which arouses fiercely strong passions. If a person or their personality is strong, they are confident and able to deal with problems well. All my aunts were strong women. He has a strong personality, but don't let him bully you. Mary was a strong and intelligent woman. She was stronger and her personality was more developed than her aunt's. They strongly believe their children should make choices for themselves. Many locals are strongly opposed to the development. I strongly disagree with the statement saying that at school, students should only study what they enjoy. They have a very old-fashioned management structure. On the other hand, as far as the Greek language is concerned, I think it would be very hard for you and for everybody to learn it because of its difficult and very complicated grammar, vocabulary, and structure. He's been struggling to pay off his debts. Fish struggle for survival when the water level drops in the lake. Think about the people in the poor countries. They struggle to survive. He struggled with his attacker who then ran off. I bit his hand and ran to the phone. He reached me and we struggled for 10 minutes. It was a real struggle to stay awake during the film. The people of this country will continue in their struggle for independence. She never gave up the struggle to have her son freed from prison. Their life was a severe financial struggle, and Tom's dream was to run somewhere far away. Clearly there will be a power struggle within the party. My friend started to walk into the water when suddenly a crocodile grabbed her leg. After a long struggle, she managed to get herself up on land. He can be very stubborn sometimes. They have massive rows because they're both so stubborn. Anyway, Alex was too stubborn to give up and it was like talking to a brick wall. This door seems to be stuck, can you help me push it open? My key got stuck in the lock. 7 of us were stuck in the lift for over an hour. I hate being stuck behind a desk, I'd rather work outside. You want to go to your job, to an important appointment or to the hospital because you have a health problem and you are always stuck in traffic. She has a studio at the back of the house where she does her painting. I'll be very happy if you can give me a chance to use the camp's art studio and hope you'll be able to prepare some materials like oil paints, canvas, and brush for me. Alec was in the study, reading. As I don't have a study to myself, I have decided to buy a desk with 2 or 3 drawers. Everyone had to include the study of many disciplines. Some studies have suggested a link between certain types of artificial sweetener and cancer. But, as a recent study by scientists has shown, the growing lack of ozone is also due to the emissions produced by all the private cars. Researchers have been studying how people under stress make decisions. In zoos, they are not just shown to the public, Scientists study their behavior so as to understand what the particular animal really needs to survive. I want time to study this contract thoroughly before signing it. He studied her face for signs of guilt. The first thing I did when I arrived there was to study the city map, and then I went out for a walk. There's sticky stuff all over the chair. We'll have to carry all our camping stuff. This week in class, we're discussing articles about industrial pollution, global warming, and stuff like that. Do you want help bringing your stuff in from the van? All that stuff she has been saying about Lee is rubbish. I enjoyed the harbor most, you know. I like watching boats and stuff like that. A stunning view over the Bay of Saint Tropez. She's absolutely stunning. I think that it would be ideal for you to go there and take some pictures of it since the architecture is absolutely stunning. How could you be so stupid? Whose stupid idea was it to travel at night? She was really stupid to quit her job like that. It was a stupid thing to do. The coach said that we must learn to be like Rambo. But I think that's stupid, because in football you can't be like Rambo. John has an interesting hands-on style of management. I love hip-hop music. This style of music is my life. See or you a way of designing hair, clothes, furniture, etc. She's had her hair cut in a really nice style. The classic black dress is always in style. And they like the same style of clothes as I do. Dictionary example, she's got style. But when he came back, his popularity was increased. That's reasonable, because he's got style, he is authentic and brilliant. I tried to explain the situation, but he just changed the subject. Well, changing the subject, I accidentally broke your beautiful vase. I'm really sorry, I'll try to find another vase that looks similar. Applications must be submitted before January 1st. The developers submitted building plans to the council for approval. According to my friends and professors, I am hardworking and never fail to submit my essays on time. The film's direction is subtle and stylish. I pay attention to fashionable and stylish clothes, of course, if they don't seem strange or unusual. What sort of substance could withstand those temperatures? Chemical substances are added to our food. The first draft of his novel needed a substantial amount of rewriting. The findings show a substantial difference between the opinions of men and women. The taxis, considering that you are willing to spend quite a substantial amount of money, this is the best transport one can get. You can substitute oil for butter in this recipe. Dayton was substituted for Williams in the second half of the match. My opinion is that we shouldn't substitute one for the other, but read one and watch the other. Tofu can be used as a meat substitute in vegetarian recipes. Vitamins should not be used as a substitute for a healthy diet. I had been looking forward to seeing his performance for ages, so as soon as I realized there was a substitute on the stage, I was really disappointed. Box Hill is a suburb of Melbourne. We drove from middle-class suburbs to a very poor inner-city area. Peterhof is only a small suburb of St. Petersburg and it is not famous for its nightlife. We could take the subway. I began to walk along that narrow and dark subway. Lucy has the skill and determination to succeed. She finally succeeded in passing the exam. You need to be pretty tough to succeed in today's business world. I hope I will succeed in the PET. The success of almost any project depends largely on its manager. I've been trying to persuade her to take on more staff, but so far without success. I'm not having much success in communicating with him at the moment. The success rate for this operation is very low. I searched in the taxi cab and in the company with no success. Both films have been a big/huge box office success in this country. She's keen to make a success of this project. That salmon dish was a success, wasn't it? And lastly, the rest of the space we can use for further information and details about the history of our school and our successes in the past. My second attempt at making pizza was more successful. This year's harvest was one of the most successful since the record crop of 1985. I am very happy every time I return from a successful shopping tour. He runs a very successful computer business. I would like to finish by asking Mr. Smith to talk a bit about his life and his successful career. He's the author of several hugely successful children's books. I suppose the facts about your film career, especially about your first film and your most successful film, would be pretty interesting as well. A number of patients have been successfully treated with the new drug. As you can see, I managed to do the project successfully. It's difficult to know how to treat such cases. I tried to tell her in such a way that she wouldn't be upset. Moreover, we can plan different events where we invite people who aren't members, and we can use such events to bring in new members. There's no such thing as ghosts. But when I asked for these, I was told that no such thing existed, and so the advertisement was once again proved wrong. His sudden death at the age of 53 came as a terrible shock to her. There was a sudden change in their plans. And Angie's leaving work in 2 weeks? It's a bit sudden, isn't it? After arriving in Vienna, Martens was really shocked when he got to know about his friend's sudden death. All of a sudden, he came bursting in through the door. All of a sudden, a weird creature popped into his dream. I don't remember much about the accident, it all happened so suddenly. I suddenly realized how late it was. I was just drifting off to sleep when suddenly I heard a crash outside. Suddenly a dog appeared in front of us. Suddenly a car appeared at the end of the street. She suffers from severe depression. She's been suffering from cancer for 2 years. The doctors told my parents that my aunt was suffering from cancer, so they had to stay with her. She really suffers in the winter when it's cold and her joints get stiff. I think he suffered quite a lot when his wife left him. If you're not happy with it, you should complain. Don't just suffer in silence. I am sure it old suffer living in a small flat in a big city, with no park nearby to go to every day for a walk. The party suffered a crushing defeat in the last election. 25 policemen suffered minor injuries during the protest. The city suffered another blow last month with the closure of the local car factory. If you will insist on eating 3 helpings of dessert, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer the consequences. When you're working such long hours, it's almost inevitable that your marriage will start to suffer. I think that if we don't do more than we are doing now, we will suffer the consequences and it'll be too late to do something about it. The war will cause widespread human suffering. There had been too much suffering for days, months, years. This recipe should be sufficient for 5 people. It was thought that he'd committed the crime, but there wasn't sufficient evidence to convict him. To resolve that, try to have a sufficient amount of sleep so that both your body and mind will keep fit. The suffix ness added to the end of the word sweet forms the word sweetness, changing an adjective into a noun. I suggest that we wait a while before we make any firm decisions. Liz suggested that I try the shop on Mill Road. He suggested having the meeting at his house. I also suggest you should go to the Alps because there is a lot of beautiful scenery, and if it's winter there are many places to ski. Can you suggest a good hotel? Might I suggest a white wine with your salmon, sir? I suggest the Renoir. There's no absolute proof, but all the evidence suggests that he's guilty. Something about what he said suggested that he wasn't happy. So animals cannot be as unhappy as the topic suggests. We don't know where to eat out tonight. Have you got any suggestions? Clara made some very helpful suggestions. They didn't like my suggestion that we should all share the cost. I have a few favorite restaurants that I tend to go back to, but I'm always open to new suggestions. Now I want to give you some suggestions that will be useful for you. The suicide rate among men between the ages of 16 and 25 has risen alarmingly. Many suicides occur in prisons. The savage thinks he can change it but fails and commits suicide by hanging himself. We could go now or this afternoon, whatever time suits you best. If you find it difficult to arrange your visit for these 2 dates, please let us know which other Sunday would suit you most. You should wear more red, it suits you. Short skirts don't really suit me, I haven't got the legs for them. They usually wear casual clothes such as jeans, t-shirts, and trainers, because they believe that a kind of clothes suit them best. Is the film suitable for children? It's a nice enough dress, but it's not really suitable for a wedding. I think they are more suitable for boys than for girls. A suitably qualified person, was he dressed suitably? Nevertheless, a lot of people think animals are not suitably looked after, they have to live in small spaces and, moreover, the weather is often rather different from what animals are used to. Huge sums of money are spent on national defense. On retirement, he will receive the sum of 50,000 from the company. My poor Aunt Yutta has died and she's left me a big sum of money. The purpose of the conclusion is to sum up the main points of your essay. To sum up, young people are interested in many things, but in my opinion, music, TV, and clothes are issues about which they care more than others. He gave a brief summary of events. Below is a summary of the most relevant points and recommendations. We spent the day sunbathing on the beach. The weather is very good here, so I hope to go to the beach with my mother in the mornings to sunbathe. The garden was bathed in sunlight. There are many sources of light in this world, such as sunlight, moonlight, and candle light. Nowadays, the electric light has become a part of our lives, especially at night. I always get up before sunrise. I have also decided to buy something new. I would like to have a poster, maybe a big black and white photo or a picture of a sunrise. What do you think about that? They close the park at sunset. We can go to Faucon Beach, where the sunset is so beautiful. The children were out playing in the sunshine. You know I love sunshine. It's my energy source. He is a superb dancer. Taylor scored a superb goal at the end of the first half. My homemade pizzas are superb, although I say it myself, and I would like to make one for the two of us. The book consists of 6 completely different ghost stories which involve ghosts and supernatural phenomena, something that attracts young readers. She's very interested in the supernatural. To watch a person or activity to make certain that everything is done correctly, safely, etc. The UN is supervising the distribution of aid by local agencies in the disaster area. The children play while 2 teachers supervise. Our main activity will be to supervise the 8 to 12-year-olds during those activities. They used to be a leading supplier of military equipment. I have been employed by the Swedish fruit supplier Northern Fruit Corp for the last 6 years. Our food supplies were running out. In London, demand for cheap housing far outstrips supply. Please send me a list of the clothes needed and/or supplies. Electrical power is supplied by underground cables. 3 people have been arrested for supplying arms to the terrorists. At the beginning of term, students are supplied with a list of books that they are expected to read. I would be able to supply you with a reference from my employer. Which team do you support? Also, I saw another program, it was talking about the history of Barcelona Football Club. I liked it very much because this is the team that I support. Provide to look after someone by paying for their food, clothes, etc. He has a wife and 4 children to support. Sarah has to work hard to support her family. Alcoholics Anonymous is a group which supports people who are trying to stop drinking too much alcohol. My family has always supported me in whatever I've wanted to do. All Mum and Dad can do is support him in this next step of his life. Carol gave me a lot of support when I lost my job. She's been a great support to my mum since my dad died. Do you support their views on nuclear weapons? The majority of people in the town strongly support the plans for a new sports center. I support this idea because I believe that it is the only way to stop the traffic in cities. I think it's important to support local businesses by buying locally. The drug company is supporting cancer research. These films are more attractive for older viewers and support the local film business. Environmental groups are fast gaining support among young people. Is there much public support for the proposal? Support for the party leader has declined in recent weeks. I signed a petition in support of the Human Rights Campaign. Dear Julian, I wanted to tell you that you have my moral support. He is dependent on his father for support. Receiving my pocket money last week, I was thinking what would happen if I lost my father's support. Thousands of supporters have traveled to London for the cup final. I'm a great supporter of Milan, as you know, so you can imagine how I feel now. He is one of the Prime Minister's strongest supporters within industry. According to supporters of animal rights, people wouldn't like being kept in zoos. I suppose you're right. The drugs are supposed to reduce the pain. She is supposed to finish the work by the 24th. These batteries are supposed to last for a year. How am I supposed to find that much money by the end of the week? I'm supposed to go cycling with some friends of mine to Bondi. Be supposed to be to be expected to be something, especially because of a rule, agreement, etc. The children are supposed to be at school by 8:45 a.m. What are you doing out of bed? You're supposed to be asleep. It was supposed to be a surprise. I had been in London for a long time. The scenery is supposed to be fantastic. I knew that he had booked a table for two in one of the most expensive restaurants in town, where the food was supposed to be excellent. If you are supposed to do something, the rules say that you should do it. You're supposed to pay by the end of the month. You're not supposed to smoke in here. Unfortunately, the organizer came to me and let me know that I was not supposed to sell anything in that area. I think he's Canadian, but I don't know for sure. One thing's for sure, once the baby's born, your lives will never be the same again. For sure, you'll love Brazil. He'll win this year, I'm sure of it. I think that I would be a really useful person for your company. I'm sure of it. Be sure of yourself to be confident of your own abilities, qualities, etc. She seems a bit more sure of herself since she got a job. He is a tall, dark man who walks with confidence and is sure of himself because of his success in the world of business. Surely they'd have called us by now to say they're not coming. Surely you are interested in how we spent the rest of our holiday. Surely you don't expect me to believe that. Surely he wasn't expecting us to pay the whole amount. Surely it doesn't mean that they have learned the exciting news. I spent the summer learning how to surf. I really enjoyed learning how to surf, it was terrific. The sun was reflected on the surface of the water. Tropical rainforests used to cover 10% of the Earth's surface. The marble has a smooth, shiny surface. Neil Armstrong was the first person to set foot on the surface of the moon. When we came back to the surface, we just looked like real miners. On the surface, he seemed very pleasant. Miss Marple, on the other hand, is an old, nervous but gentle lady on the surface, but inside that head of hers there is a brain as sharp as a knife, cutting through the mysteries she is involved in. What time does the surgery open? As she walked into the doctor's surgery, she began to explain her problem to the doctor and that she couldn't stand the idea of lice inhabiting her head. The patient had underwent surgery on his heart. He made a good recovery after surgery to remove a brain tumor. My mother had to go through gallstone surgery in Finland, where she was spending her holiday. The news surprised everyone. It doesn't surprise me that she wants to leave. It won't surprise anyone to learn that the offer has been rejected. Then I saw a blue light that surprised me. I was scared. A strange creature was standing in front of me. It was fat and ugly, and then it tried to grab me. He looked at her with surprise. He agreed to everything, much to my surprise. He stared at me in surprise and didn't say anything. He gave a rather surprising answer. It's hardly not surprising that you're putting on weight, considering how much you're eating. I must say that it's surprising to find you agreeing with me for once. That was a little bit surprising because I'm pretty small and it's hard for me to find clothes that really fit me. The restaurant turned out to be surprisingly cheap. Not surprisingly, the jury found them guilty. Surprisingly, I met a friend of mine from primary school. Snow-capped mountains surround the city. Early this morning, armed police surrounded the house in North London. Gwen sat at her desk, surrounded by books and papers. She said that she wanted to die surrounded by the people she loved. The place I've enjoyed most is a small lake surrounded by very tall trees and a lot of bushes. A lot of the children at the school do not live in the town, but come in from the surrounding countryside. If all of you would help by using these facilities, our village could be very attractive to people from surrounding villages, which could be very good for the economy of our village. Have you got used to your new surroundings? Some butterflies blend in with their surroundings so that it's difficult to see them. The larger animals who are anti-threatened should leave in their natural surroundings. A recent survey showed that 58% of people did not know where their heart is. They are carrying out doing a survey. I have made a little survey on the subject of my report, and I have found that most of the pupils of our school consider that the region and the area around the school should be filmed first. The doctors told my wife I had a 50-50th chance of survival. His main concern is to ensure his own political survival. For many animals, zoos are their only hope for survival, for example, the Chinese panda or white eagle. The baby was born with a heart problem and only survived for a few hours. These plants cannot survive in very cold conditions. The front passengers were lucky to survive the accident. The family are struggling to survive on very little money. They struggle to survive. Verbs: survive. Noun: see someone who continues to live after almost dying because of an accident, illness, etc. Rescuers have given up hope of finding any more survivors. He was the sole survivor of the plane crash. She's a cancer survivor / a survivor of cancer. We were the only survivors. They suspected that he was lying. I suspect she won't come, she's very busy. He apologized, but he had some family problems and in fact he couldn't come. I suspect that's his mother, he didn't say clearly. No one knows who killed her, but the police suspect her husband. The police suspect him of carrying out 2 bomb attacks. But other people were suspected of having killed them. He's the prime suspect in the murder case. He had never thought that Dr. Campere might have been a suspect, as well. She was suspended from school for fighting. He was suspended for 4 matches after arguing with the referee. The director decided to suspend the girl because she had been rude. I have a suspicion that he only asked me out because my brother persuaded him to. I asked my mother what had happened and she confirmed my suspicions. His wife became suspicious after finding blood in their car. The fire at the bank is being treated as suspicious. It's a bit suspicious that no one knows where he was at the time of the murder. There's a suspicious-looking van parked at the end of the road. Talking to Calloway made Martins very suspicious, because he had always thought of him as a nice and decent person. Many of them remain suspicious of journalists. My mother has a very suspicious nature. He gave me a suspicious look. Paul was suspicious and asked her if she was all right. Jane replied with a yes, but she looked nervous. She went quickly upstairs and came back holding a baby in her arms. She told him that this baby was theirs. He looked at her suspiciously. He sniffed the soup suspiciously. The old man, who was going upstairs, stopped and looked at us very suspiciously. My throat is so sore that it really hurts when I swallow. The snake swallowed the bird whole. When Mrs. McGillicuddy was upstairs, she swallowed a fish bone. We saw 2 swans gliding down the river with their cygnets. The ugly duckling became a beautiful swan. It was a real shock, the first time I heard my mother swear. When the taxi driver started to swear at him, he walked off. When I heard the ringing of the phone, I became so furious that as soon as I answered the phone, I started swearing at it. I don't know anything about what happened, I swear, it. She swore that she didn't know what had happened to the money. New gang members must swear to obey the gang leaders at all times. In some countries, witnesses in court have to swear on the Bible. That day I swore to myself that I would never trust anybody again. The sweat was pouring off me 10 minutes into the game. By the time we'd climbed to the top of the hill, we were covered in sweat. She wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Pearls of sweat appeared on her forehead. The room was hot and I was starting to sweat. The prisoners were sweating with fear. I began to sweat and my fear changed to panic when we opened a door. She was dressed casually in jeans and a sweatshirt. Well, I'm always wearing tight-fitting, blue jeans. I really love them as they're always in fashion, and if it's cold, a V-neck, long-sleeved sweatshirt. I've swept the floor. He swept up the pieces of broken glass. I found your watch yesterday, while I was sweeping the floor. Many trees were swept away in the flood. They got swept along by the crowd. Suddenly, we were swept away by an avalanche. It was really sweet of you to help. Thank you ever so much for the present you've sent me. It was really sweet of you. Oliver is a very strong swimmer. He is the best swimmer in the club, much faster than I could ever be. He walked briskly along the path swinging his rolled-up umbrella. When Mary and he read the bar, the room was empty and there was a rope swinging from a beam. Jake wanted me to push him on the swing. Do you remember the swing by the big tree in my garden? Remember to switch the computer off. I was sad and tried to call her, but it was not possible because her mobile phone was switched off. Could you switch the light on? We will switch on a light and we'll sing happy birthday and the party will begin. Can you flip the switch? Then I turned off the switch until the end of the day. She started studying English at college, but switched to business studies in her second year. He's just switched jobs. For many years I had created my system under MS-DOS, disk operating system, but 2 years ago I switched and since then I've worked with Unix. I cried almost all day and wanted to go home as quickly as possible, but suddenly, someone took a photograph of me with swollen eyes. He rode towards me, waving his sword in the air. I took the ancient sword in my hands and felt the power flow through my veins. The word tiger has 2 syllables. I stressed the wrong syllable in the word gamos equals marriage in Greek. A heart shape is the symbol of love. The will in the Indian flag is a symbol of peace. This was the first time it arrived and it was a point of hope for all the friends of nature and particularly for the World Wildlife Fund. WHO have chosen the panda as their symbol. He suffers from back trouble too, so he was very sympathetic about my problem. She was very sympathetic when I told her about my situation. Nobody wants to talk to him apart from Alice. She feels sympathetic and understands him. The president has sent a message of sympathy to the relatives of the dead soldiers. I don't have much sympathy for her. I think she's brought her troubles on herself. No matter how sensitive or impassive one's attitude towards animals is, after having thought it over thoroughly, most of us feel deep sorrow and sympathy for the poor creatures kept in cages. He's complaining of all the usual flu symptoms, a high temperature, headache, and so on. He's been HIV positive for 6 years, but just recently he's started to develop the symptoms of AIDS. We asked her what had happened and she told us she had some WEIRD symptoms, so she went for an examination to see what was wrong. She finally discovered that she was pregnant. The computer system keeps crashing and no one is able to figure out why. They had a new sound system which is very loud. We'll have to work out a proper filing system. Under our education system, you're supposed to be able to choose the type of schooling that your child receives. You will have the possibility to get to know our political system. The table below shows the results of the experiment. Could you lay the table for me, please? Before she came to my home, I prepared everything perfectly, laying the table with silver spoons, flowers and candles. I talked to her many times about the danger of taking tablets for pain. She writes for one of the tabloids. A famous person has no private life. Here is always gossip in magazines and tabloids about the latest hot love stories among the stars. There are many ways of tackling this problem. Have you tackled him about his attitude? I've found some information because all these problems must be tackled now. He successfully tackled his opponent. Always keep on learning different ways of passing, shooting and tackling, as there is no end to learning a new way. The dog wagged its tail excitedly. She is very beautiful with her long bushy tail and soft paws. He reached across and took the glass from her. He took my arm and led me outside. Someone's taken my coat. Has anything been taken? He had taken our suitcases by mistake. Are you going to take the job? Do they take credit cards here? If you take this job, you have to be prepared not to have enough spare time for things that you like to do, since you would be at work all day. I need to take a shower. Do you take any exercise? Take a look at this. I thought we could take a walk after lunch. Take a deep breath. I took a shower and ate my breakfast. I'll take good care of her. Don't worry about me, I can take care of myself. My dad had to go to Canada for a meeting, so he asked me to take care of her. Did you take their number/details? I took notes during the talk. Alice isn't here at the moment. Can I take a message? He took my phone number and we went to the cinema the day after. He's taking maths, chemistry, and physics. I took a course in accountancy. My old English class wasn't good enough because the lessons were just in the evening and also we didn't have enough conversation. So I decided to take a full-time course. She doesn't usually take part in any of the class activities. The Practice was for a big competition at our club, in which teams from Munich and Cologne will take part. The concert takes place next Thursday. A dance night will take place in the club soon. I think we'll take a break there. If you're tired, you should take a rest. When I took a little break to drink something, I met one of my best friends. I thought I'd take advantage of the sports facilities while I'm here. If you take advantage of this opportunity, in the future you'll thank me. After his heart attack, he had to take things easy for a while. Take it easy and see you soon. What size shoe do you take? I take a size 12 in trousers. I've forgotten, do you take milk in your tea? If you take 4 from 12 you get 8. This sense of the verb give takes two objects. We argue all the time and I can't take it anymore. In the end, when Laura couldn't take it anymore, she decided to end her suffering by taking her life. We take any threats to national security very seriously. Don't take everything so seriously, otherwise you'll probably end up as an old maid and I don't think you want that. He takes great pleasure in cooking. I have always taken an interest in local history. The amazing thing about him is that he takes pride in his appearance and the image others have of him. A good architect takes account of the building's surroundings. I hope you will take account of our request. I think you have to take into account the fact that he's a good deal younger than the rest of us. Taking into account all these arguments, I also think, like many people, that keeping animals in zoos is cruel and unnecessary. I think she takes advantage of his good nature. There will always be the threat of those men who take advantage of animals' inferior status. If something takes your breath away, you feel surprise and admiration because it is so beautiful or exciting. The view from the window took my breath away. The landscape just takes your breath away sometimes. I was happy to let her take charge of the holiday arrangements. I am 21 years old, which means that I can take charge of school children. The dictator took control of the country in 1933. In the first part of the story, animals take control of a farm in England. Take a deep breath and relax. But if you took a deep breath after reading the question, don't worry. Take my word for it, this curry is very hot. Naturally, we had to take his word for it. Most of us take our freedom for granted. So don't take the telephone for granted, but keep in mind that our modern way of life is mainly due to its invention. I took it for granted that we'd be invited to the wedding. I have taken it for granted that you will arrive for dinner. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of you. Most of the comments are not right at all. I would like to take this opportunity to correct them. If I can't make it to the theater that night, you can take my place. First of all, it had been written that Danny Brooke and Tina Truelove were starring, but Danny wasn't there and somebody else took his place. After pubs or a nightclub, they go to the takeaway. He told the most amazing tales about his life in India. She told me some tale about missing the bus to explain her lateness. She knows everything about Prague's history and many local stories and tales. Some people have skills and talent and some do not. He is so talented, so smart, and very polite to all. He's going to have a talk with his parents and see what they think. We had a talk and he told me about Bradley and what the band was like. The two sides have agreed to talk. I decided to talk to him and try to solve the problem. The next speaker will be talking about endangered insects. We think that the best topic you could talk about is your latest book. You could try to develop the subject, explain to the members how to become a writer, from where and how do you get your ideas, and the subjects of your book. He gave a talk about / on his visit to Bolivia. I went to a few interesting talks. Dear Tom, it was very nice to hear from you again, and it's really kind of you to give a talk to our cinema club. She had a lovely 10. If you want to get a 10, this is the place to be. The hot / cold tap turned the tap on / off. As soon as I got in, I turned the tap on and waited for hot water. I felt a tap on my shoulder. There was a tap at the door. While she was teaching, I fell asleep and 2 minutes later I felt a tap on my back. I tapped on the window to try to get her attention. She lit up the whole stage when she danced, as she tapped her feet in rhythm with the music. Object / person shot at something or someone that you attack, shoot at, try to hit, etc. I had 4 shots but I didn't even hit the target. Any major airport or station is potentially a terrorist target. Foreign businesses in the region have become a target for attacks. Paul Rebery, a famous professional assassin, had been in that room for 2 hours now, waiting for his target to show up. If you want to lose weight, you have to set yourself a target. My target is to be a professional tennis player, but I need to work hard for it. We usually ask interviewees to perform a few simple tasks on the computer just to test their aptitude. The government now faces the difficult task of restructuring the entire health service. To be honest, the task we were given was incredibly easy. I love the taste of garlic. The soup had a slightly sour taste. I don't know how old it is, but I've gone there since I was a child and the taste of the food has never changed. This sauce tastes strange. The bread tastes of onions. This coffee tastes like dishwater. The food is very typical and tastes good. Taste this sauce and tell me if it needs any salt. Whatever's this? I've never tasted anything like it. Of course I tasted tequila, and I liked it very much. See or you the particular things you like, such as styles of music, clothes, decoration, etc. You have very good taste. I don't like his taste in music. She has very expensive tastes. In my opinion, the variety of films you show cover all kinds of tastes. This was my first taste of freedom. Before you catch your plane, your group could visit our nice city and have a taste of our culture. When you've got a cold, you often lose your sense of taste. Food which is tasty has a good flavor and is nice to eat. They do a very tasty breakfast. The meal was really tasty. They're putting up the tax on cigarettes. Tax cuts are always popular. What do you earn before / after tax? I pay my taxes. In Kish or Ishim you can buy electrical devices cheaper than in your country, because you can buy all goods without tax. They invited us for afternoon tea. Every afternoon they organized a tea for all the members. Tea, if a situation teaches you something, it gives you new knowledge or helps you to understand something. The whole experience taught him to be more careful with money. This situation taught me that I should keep my important things with me all the time. The teacher has a lot of experience behind him, I think nearly 20 years of teaching. He told me he was part of the sound team of the band I went to see. I tore my skirt on the chair as I stood up. You have to be very careful with books this old because the paper tends to tear very easily. A couple of pages had been torn out of the book. Although it's quite expensive, the clothes that I buy from there will not tear easily. These are tears of joy. Did you notice the tears in his eyes when he talked about Diane? Her eyes filled with tears. I had to fight the tears of rage, and my heart beat as fast as a drum. I found him in tears in his bedroom. By the end of it, Mary Ann was nearly in tears. She burst into tears and ran out of the room. She burst into tears. I used to hate being teased about my red hair when I was at school. I was only teasing, I didn't mean to upset you. Jenny's classmates were always teasing her about her clothing. Add 2 teaspoons of salt. Lastly, thank you for asking me what I'd like from the USA, because I am a very serious collector of teaspoons with different countries' flags on them. Instead, due to some technical problems, it began at 2015. As a dancer she had great technical skill. Federer glides over the court as if it's the easiest thing, and apart from his technical and physical skills he is a great personality. We have developed a new technique for detecting errors in the manufacturing process. She's a wonderfully creative dancer, but she doesn't have the technique of a truly great performer. I go on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. I've learned a whole new bunch of tips, techniques, and stuff I want to show you. Technological advances/developments in computing and telecommunications will reduce the need for many people to travel to work. I think that the more technological developments we have, the more comfortable lives we enjoy. What this country needs is a long-term policy for investment in science and technology. I also like to read some magazines about computers and technology. My favorite is PC Magazine. However, teenage films are better for me. If possible, I would go to the television company for help, then they will show it on TV. Kid will tell you how to get there. She didn't tell us what to do. I can't tell you how grateful I am for your help. I can't tell you how nervous I am. Accompanied by the success of these telecommunications companies, a lot of jobs have been created. I just laugh when he tries to convince me of their existence. Once he even told me that he saw a spaceship in the sky while he was observing the stars with his telescope. Verb can tell to know or recognize something from what you hear, see, etc. You could tell that he was tired. You can never tell whether Hajime's being serious or not. I could tell it was the voice of a man, but I failed to identify it. If something tells you something, it gives you information. What does the survey tell us about the lives of teenagers? We have all seen the reports which tell us about the problems of pollution from cars. She has a real temper. He's got a really bad temper. In my opinion, the behavior of the old lady is somewhat rude, and sometimes, through her bad temper, she offends the customers. The children behaved so badly that I lost my temper. Yesterday, I must confess, I lost my temper with my son. You can see many temples and Mako, who are traditional people wearing kimono. This office is closed temporarily for redecoration. We can work temporarily for up to 6 months. It was a reality show that involved a lot of young people who were applying for a temporary job, I think a marketing job, and finally only one of them got it. Did you apply for that job? Well, I was very tempted, but in the end I decided not to. I was tempted to resign after my boss was so rude to me. I am tempted to start taking tennis lessons at your sports club if it's possible. In these situations, there is a huge temptation to lie. As a young actress, she managed to resist the temptation to move to Hollywood. I felt the irresistible temptation to meet new people and feel some freedom. I tend to wear dark colors. July and August tend to be our busiest months. When something is not enjoyable, we tend not to do it. I sing is in the present tense, I will sing is in the future tense, and I sang is in the past tense. The first lesson was about the present tense and wasn't really difficult for us. She was very tense as she waited for the interview. Beyond the fact you feel tired and tense, I'm afraid that if you keep on working this way, you'll get serious health problems in the future. A tense situation makes you feel nervous and worried. There were some tense moments in the second half of the game. There was a tense atmosphere. You could feel the tension in the room as we waited for our exam results. Today's world is also known for stress and tension. There are growing tensions between the two countries. I was only 8 years old, but yet I could feel the tension between my parents. It only took 20 minutes to put the tent up. We slept in a tent for 2 nights there. Without let or hindrance is a legal term which means freely. Japanese doctors who created a special medical term for the illness caused by overworking. Your flight to Perth will leave from Terminal 4. The hotel that I booked for your group is the Moat House Hotel in Feltham, from Heathrow Terminal 3, where you will arrive on 29th of June. The best way to go there is to catch the minibus number 32. Under the terms of their contract, employees must give 3 months' notice if they leave. So we would be very grateful to get some information about the club and the terms of membership. In financial terms, the project was not a success. In terms of quality control, the company has made great improvements. In terms of accommodation, they provided all, which is good, but unfortunately you have to share your room with another person, which is not so good if you're shy or something like that. We had our drinks on the terrace. I enjoyed the evenings sitting on your terrace listening to your interesting stories about your childhood. She was terribly upset. We were terribly lucky that nothing was damaged. I'm terribly sorry, but I've got a job interview. I slept terribly last night. Although he sang quite well, he danced terribly, and that spoiled part of the show. It's a terrific opportunity. My teacher is terrific and she's always happy. He sat in the corner like a terrified child. She's terrified of the dark. She's terrified that her mother might find out. I was really terrified. Then I turned on the light, and the idea of parachuting out of a plane terrifies me. Instead, my thoughts drifted away and started to terrify me once more. It was a terrifying experience. That was the most terrifying thing I have ever seen. He was shot down in enemy territory. The UN is sending aid to the occupied territories. In a way, Sweden is a unique country because it has never had any wars on its territory and avoided the harmful effects of any conquer or s. Cats like to protect their territory. I think that man shouldn't take animals out of their own territory. They fled from the city in terror. I will never forget the look of terror in her face. I froze with terror. Governments must cooperate if they are to fight international terrorism. The bomb explosion was one of the worst acts of terrorism that Italy has experienced in recent years. There has been an increase in terrorist attacks. The government has said that it will not be intimidated by terrorist threats. Some people believed that their town was occupied by terrorists or even aliens. The doctors have done some tests to try to find out what's wrong with her. So I decided to call and ask for information. Then as soon as I had done some medical tests, I was accepted. You'll be tested on all the areas you've studied this term. This project will be a real test of his ability. It's true that asserting oneself in society is a real test of self-reliance and that a lot of people encounter hardships. Verb T, check to do something in order to discover if something is safe, works correctly, etc. None of our products are tested on animals. Before we can use a certain medicina, hairspray, makeup, etc., it might have been tested on animals to see what their reaction is. Prove quality/strength, etc. If a situation tests someone, it proves how good, strong, etc. they are. This next match will really test them. This trip was organized by our form tutor, he wanted to test us to see if we trusted each other and worked in a team. Could you all read the text, please? Next lesson I will have to read a small text. Jane Eyre is our set text this year. Thank God nobody was hurt in the accident. Thank God my car is okay, he said. I'd like to say a big thank you to everyone for all their help. The chocolates were a thank you for looking after the children. I'm writing to say a very big thank you for our fantastic weekend. I passed my driving test, thanks to the extra help my dad gave me. It's thanks to Sandy that I heard about the job. They expressed their thanks to the organizers. He wrote a letter of thanks to the hospital. Give thanks also to your wife, we really appreciate her marvelous cooking. They sell souvenirs, postcards, that sort of thing. I also enjoy using new clothes for the first time, but I prefer buying other stuff like electronic devices or that sort of thing. Have you eaten all the cake that I made yesterday? I like my old-fashioned blue jeans, and the old shoes that I always use. He told us about his school and all that. We decided to stay in bed, with it being a holiday and all that. I really enjoy shopping for clothes, but not only for clothes, also for things like earrings and all that. Well, that's it then, we've finished. I think that's it for now. I'll email you about the other project next week. Well, that's it. Good luck and have a good time. You need to push the two pieces together. That's it? I didn't know she'd been so ill. That's terrible. Turn the engine on, then put the car in gear. That's right. Smile for the camera. That's more like it. That was before we had a car. That was when I went to live in Barcelona by myself in a student residence. She's too young to walk that far. It wasn't all that good. My English isn't that bad, actually I have been taught English in school for 6 years. He held her by the arm. Where did I park the car? There are a lot of people, and there are a lot of cars, so you would have problems finding a place to park the car. For example, people in the 1950s who didn't have computers are likely to have had difficulty in checking information, booking tickets, and communicating with each other. The longer we live here, the more we like it. In many cases, the more things you learn, the less things you know. She works on the first floor. My bedroom is on the first floor. Noun no plural, the form of a verb or pronoun that is used when people are speaking or writing about themselves. For example, I and we are first-person pronouns. Autobiographies are written in the first person. My office is on the ground floor. We followed them to a new club in Siena. It is on the ground floor of an old building. They only told me at the last minute that they couldn't come. Why do you always leave everything till the last minute? We were very disappointed to hear that the actor was replaced by another at the last minute. We had a picnic at the seaside. Near the seaside there are so many bars, where you can spend such a nice time. You is a second-person pronoun. For me, this is an advantage because I need to have a lot of information for my doctoral thesis. She is a third-person pronoun. Unfortunately, we have had several thefts in the building recently. So, who was it that made this such a perfectly organized theft? One of the students has left their book behind. So did this person give their name? When each passenger arrives, we ask them to fill in a form. Noun see the subject of a talk, book, film, etc. The theme of loss runs through most of his novels. I think that the basic theme of the book is very original and the author has written lots of great novels. The staff themselves were unhappy with the decision. They themselves had no knowledge of what was happening. Many times they think they themselves have taken part in a car race. I've got 2 essays to write and then my science project to finish. This is the standard model, then there's the luxury version which costs more. If something happens now and then, it happens sometimes but not very often. I love chocolate, but I only eat it now and then. If you really love to have a snack now and then, try to eat fruit and vegetables, instead of sweets. He has a theory that the hole was caused by a meteorite. During his full-time schedule, he worked on his project about relative theory. If something is possible in theory, it should be possible, but often it does not happen in that way. In theory, the journey ought to take 3 hours, but in practice it usually takes 4 because of road works. To sum up, in theory you can find a lot of solutions to this problem, but in practice, actually some people who hunt without permission aren't punished. In another way, I can say that books are the best stress management therapy. They are easy to carry wherever you go. Do you want to play another game or do you want to stop there? I'll have to stop you there, we've run out of time. Keep on trying, you'll get there in the end. My misfortunes don't stop there. Tall trees were growing here and there. In the cinemas there were a few broken seats here and there. We were unable to get funding and therefore had to abandon the project. I want to make it look more modern. Therefore, I've decided to get a CD player and some speakers. Keep the thermometer under your tongue. They say that breaking a mirror brings you 7 years bad luck. They say it is getting harder and harder to live without computers. But is it really true? Something that is thick is larger than usual between its opposite sides. The walls are 2 meters thick. I have to wear thick clothes. I was looking at a land of moor, marsh, and thick forest. Thieves stole 120,000 worth of computer equipment. I watched 3 police officers trying to arrest the thieves but they failed. Thick, black smoke was pouring out of the chimney. We tried to walk down the stairs but the smoke was just getting thicker and thicker, so we had to climb up on the roof. My thighs were aching after the climb. Cycling is, among other things, very healthy. The heart starts pumping blood, your lungs get exercised and of course, you get smashing, sexy thighs. I haven't got a thing to wear. Don't worry about a thing. I'll take care of it. We tried to fish, but didn't catch a thing, not even a shoe. Training isn't the same thing as education. I had lost my favorite watch. Now I have another watch but it isn't the same thing. How are things with you? Things have been going very well recently. How are things in your part of the world? Things are fine with me. We eat a lot of Italian food, pizza, pasta, things like that. I do a lot of football and running and things like that. I can't believe he would say such a thing. I just want to forget the whole thing. The whole thing is ridiculous. And, less than 5 minutes later, our mother knew the whole thing. It's worth visiting the museum while you're here. There's an exhibition about Darwin and a good collection of paintings, among other things. To go by tram or bus is a waste of time and traveling by car is, among other things, a waste of money. There's no such thing as ghosts. But when I asked for these, I was told that no such thing existed and so the advertisement was once again proved wrong. The thing is, I'd love to go out tonight, but the thing is, I've got to finish my report. The funny/strange thing is that we'd actually met before. The thing is that on July 23rd I had not found any outfit that suited me yet, which made me feel desperate. If it's a good thing that something happened, it is lucky or fortunate that it happened. It's a good thing that we booked our tickets early. I think it's a good thing that your parents are going to come, because maybe it would make it easier for you to convince them to let you spend a week here during Christmas. After the guests had gone, there wasn't a single thing left to eat. I'm terribly sorry, but I hid it with my hand while trying to turn on the light. I wasn't able to see a single thing because it was pitch dark all around. You're happy and that's the main thing. The main thing is to be happy and to love yourself. You look tired, you poor thing. He's spending 3 months in Barbados, lucky thing. I to use the brain to plan something, understand a situation, etc. He thought for a few seconds before answering. You should think about where you want to live. I'm so sorry I upset you, I just wasn't thinking. I thought for a few days and finally decided to buy Titanic. When did you first think of the idea? I need to think of a suitable way to fix the door. Suddenly I thought of a simple way to get money from him. I was just thinking about you when you phoned. I often think of our time in Egypt. I often think of them. I miss them so much. She's always thinking of others. If you don't think of your family and private life, at least think of your health. He cut the cake into thirds. 2/3 said we should film the students playing football. We were all suffering from thirst. Many animals died of hunger and thirst. More women are having their first child in their 30s. He was in his 30s and really handsome. They moved to Paris in the 30s. In the beginning of the 30s in the USA the film industry grew. They did a thorough search of the area but found nothing. People believe that school aims to give pupils a thorough education in each subject, in order to enable them to deal with various kinds of situations. I thoroughly enjoyed the performance. Wash the spinach thoroughly before cooking. The murder had been thoroughly planned. Those who wish to leave may do so now. Most of the plates are clean. Those that aren't should be put in the dishwasher. Lately, it has been discussed whether students must study all the subjects or only those which they prefer. She hasn't phoned, though she said she would. Though she's 38, she's still playing tennis at the highest level. Today the sun is shining and it's quite hot, though it's only 9 o'clock in the morning. Even though it was getting dark, we decided to walk on to the next village. He still smokes even though he's got asthma. They didn't give up hope even though they were tired and wet to the bone. It looks as though they're not going. Sometimes it almost looks as though they are crying. They're coming next week, though I don't know which day. I can read and understand French, though I don't speak it very well. Okay, I'll come to the party. I'm not staying late though. It would be fun to work with you. There are a few things we should think about though. Do you have any thoughts about on where you want to spend Christmas? The thought of seeing her again filled him with happiness. If you could let me have your thoughts on that report by Friday, I'd be grateful. Her thoughts were interrupted by Ben, who asked if she wanted to go for a walk with him. She sat staring at the picture, deep in thought. You'll need to give the matter some thought. I am concerned, so please give it some thought. Thank you for phoning when I was ill, it was very thoughtful of you. She's a very thoughtful person. It was so thoughtful to think of me and send this letter. Smoking poses a serious threat to your health. That is the only way to protect human life from this serious threat. I was scared he would carry out his threat. Since then we have been receiving threats. He threatened the staff with a gun and demanded money. He threatened to report her to the police. The others joined us, and they began to threaten us with their knives. She was thrilled with your present. I'm thrilled with the idea of working with you. I like reading thrillers. I'm reading the thriller by Dan Brown, Angeli e Demoni, it's wonderful. What has made me hesitate to join a diving club is that deep water really scares me, but at the same time I feel excited by the thrilling feeling. A fishbone got stuck in my throat. He cleared his throat and started speaking. I see a cold and I have a sore throat too, so I can't talk properly. He worked through the night. The phone rang halfway through the program. It begins in the evening and goes through the night, because it's a very long play. I got the job through a friend of my mom's. He became ill through eating undercooked meat. I knew her through my husband, she is my husband's friend's wife. He opened the door and walked through. The needle just wouldn't go through. A few bombs crashed close to the car but we managed to get through. He yawned throughout the performance. This tea house is packed throughout the day with workers and retired people, who come to sip tea, talk, and watch the endless stream of passers-by in the old city of China. So when are you going to throw away those old magazines? I suggest you throw away your books and come with me to the sea. I spent the night throwing up. He threw up his breakfast all over the back seat of the car. The next thing I knew was that I was throwing up, in front of everyone, including my mother. They planned to reduce staff and thus to cut costs. As a result of the density, the atmosphere in the halls also became hot and humid, thus making the whole experience rather unpleasant. She still sucks her thumb. After, we lit the candles, took our seats round the table, put all our hands in front of us above the table and joined thumbs and little fingers to make a circle. They said something about thunder and rain. Put a tick by / against the names of the people who have accepted the invitation. Tick the words you hear in the recording. High/low tide. The tide is out/in. We visited a marvelous old fisherman's village, that is isolated from the rest of the island during high tide. Could you tidy up your toys, please? I was just tidying up in the sitting room. I can't believe they broke up. Just yesterday I was tidying up my room when I came across the photos of our last holiday in Spain, where we were together with Peter and Veronica. I or T to fasten something with string, rope, etc. The dog was tied to a tree. This skirt ties at the waist. She tied the ribbon tightly in a bow/knot. I tie my hair back when it's hot. But I knew and felt that my nippy was still tied to my leg. T to make a knot in a piece of string, rope, etc. She tied the scarf. Could you tie this piece of string for me? Tie up your shoelaces, or you'll trip over. While Jane was tying the lace, she convinced herself that it was just her imagination. The 2 members of staff were tied up during the robbery. The horses were tied up outside. It was his mother being tied up in his living room, unable to speak. The zoo has several tigers. We saw elephants, tigers, snakes, and monkeys. I hate tight trousers. Make sure the knot is tight. I kept a tight grip on his arm. You should always wear a tight SEAT belt because it'll save your life. The school kept tight control of its policy on school uniform. The building is huge with high technology and construction and has tight security. If money, time, or space is tight, there is only just enough of it. This holiday destination is good for people on a tight budget. We should get 6 people into the car, but it will be tight. Finally, as I am a student on a very tight budget, I would prefer a cheap B&B, or a family. Hold on tight. His eyes were shut tight. He held her tight and kissed her. His hand tightened around her arm. Tighten the straps so they don't rub. As he struggled, the ropes tightened even more. We tightened up all the screws. They simply filled the bathtub with ice-cold water and tightened the belts. I gripped the telephone tightly. She hugged me tightly. She did not want to be eaten, and held her son tightly to her breast. How long is it till your baby is due? Everything seemed normal till I arrived in Berlin. When would be a good time for me to call you? It's time I was leaving. Is it time to go home yet? My father called me on the phone and told me it was time to go home. If I have time, I'll call Sam. Have you got time for a quick drink after work? I'd like to learn to sail, but I haven't the time. I haven't got time to go to the shops today. She ran out of time and didn't finish the last question. If you'll have time, you can visit the other towns like Kosley Krumlov or Pizek. We arrived in time to catch the train. If I don't come back in time, you can put a note on my desk. I got to school on time. So, I will not be on time for my English class tomorrow. If 2 things happen at the same time, they happen together. We arrived at the same time. The kind of clothes I most like are casual but fashionable at the same time. Ben earns 3 times more than me. He gets paid nearly 3 times as much as me. In my opinion, you must visit the cities, which are 3 times better than the countryside. I have to go to the doctor again in a month's time. We are back in 2 weeks' time. Once upon a time there was a beautiful princess. Once upon a time there was a very poor family. Charles Dickens' novel A Tale of Two Cities is set at the time of the French Revolution. During medieval times, women thought to be witches were burnt at the stake. In times gone by, all crops were harvested by hand. He is widely regarded as one of the best writers of modern/our times. We sat and talked about old times. It was so nice to see all members of the family and have the opportunity to talk about old times, as well as old friends. From time to time I still think of her. I wash the dishes from time to time. I sometimes try to avoid this unpleasant duty, and clean our house. I've been doing yoga for some time. I have been observing you for some time and it's now quite clear to me that you have been working too hard since you changed your job. It's a good idea to time yourself while you do the exercises. What is 8 times 14? Do you have a Birmingham to London train timetable that I could borrow? The timetable for our trip to Paris includes visits to Notre Dame, the Eiffel Tower and the Louvre. Here is the timetable of events for the day. Could you kindly send me some information about the activities and timetable of the club? The timing was perfect, the car was waiting for us and it was really easy. The only thing I have is a tin of beans and a laser gun stolen from one of the cyborg guards. Meanwhile it was 11:15 p.m. and I had just asked my husband to take away the tins of paint from the stairs when suddenly the lights went out. Dictionary examples: the baby's tiny hands, a tiny little cottage. I was a tiny bit late. I got a small cottage in a tiny village, called San Bernardino. He includes a few tips on growing vegetables. She's given me a number of useful gardening tips. Dear Julie, Sam, and Max, I'm just writing to give you guys some tips about your trip to Brazil. He gave the porter a tip. Have you left a tip for the waiter? You could also work in a pub or in a restaurant. The advantage there is getting extra money besides the agreed salary, because customers give tips. I'm tired of listening to her problems. I never get tired of watching this film, I really love it. He said that it was tiredness that led him to make the mistake. I was overtaken by a sudden wave of tiredness. I felt so relaxed and my tiredness disappeared almost entirely. I've had a very tiring day. Looking after 3 kids is extremely tiring. The only bad thing is that the trip was a bit tiring. I have some tissues in my bag. P.S. Bring tissues because you won't stop crying when you watch the film. Book/film, etc. The name of a book, film, etc. The title of Evelyn Waugh's first novel was Decline and Fall. And this next record is the title track on the album The Red Shoes. I can't remember the title of the movie. She stood with her back to the window. I had my back to them, so I couldn't see what they were doing. John standing to the left of Adrian in the photo. The Yorkshire Dales are 20 miles to the north of the city. My town is situated to the south of Paris. What have you done to your hair? Her evidence was very helpful to the police. She was very kind to us. The waiter was really kind to us. We gave him the key of the car and he drove us home. I've been married to Peter for 9 years. She was an assistant to the chief executive. She's 38 years old and she's married to a Spanish engineer. I prefer football to cricket. She's earning a reasonable wage, but nothing to what she could make in a big company. I prefer homemade food to restaurant meals. It's only 2 weeks to Christmas. Unemployment has risen to almost 8 million. She nursed me back to health. The paper was fastened to the wall with tape. A fast rail service connects us to the city. My mouth became so dry that my tongue stuck to my palate. There must have been 30 to 35 people there. This is her best work to date. I enclose a copy of my curriculum vitae, which will give you further details about my career to date. To my mind, the play was rather disappointing. To my mind, The Picture of Dorian Gray is probably his best novel. Today, people are much more concerned about their health than they were in the past. Today we cannot go to a place without seeing a computer. With today's technology almost anything seems possible. However, technology has made immense steps forward and the cars of today come close to perfection. I need to cut my toenails. Everyone seemed to arrive together. We can deal with the next 2 items on the list together. He came to my house early in the morning and then we left together. Adverb connected used to say that 2 or more things are joined to each other, mixed with each other, etc. She tied the 2 pieces of rope together. Could you add these figures together for me? You mix all the dry ingredients together before you add the milk. You could stick that back together with a bit of glue. I like both flavors separately but I don't like them together. Together they must earn over $90,000 a year. The money that I owe you for the telephone together with the rent equals $300. When you ride a bike on the main road, it's very dangerous to breathe the dirty air, together with the gases from the cars. I will not tolerate that sort of behavior in my class. We will not tolerate racism of any sort. He couldn't tolerate anybody disturbing children's lives for the sake of money, because he was a very moral man. He is buried in a marble tomb. My father opened it slowly and we saw a huge marble tomb behind it. They generated nearly 6 tons of rubbish. It was at this point I saw a 20-ton lorry speeding towards them. We've got tons of things to do before they arrive. There were tons of handmade items. I tried to use a sympathetic tone of voice. It wasn't so much what she said that annoyed me, it was her tone. Paul, the leader of the group, shouted, "Keep quiet," and he went on in a quiet tone, "They want this kind of reaction, they want to frighten us." Quickly, a man got the phone and was trying to call the police but there was no tone. See the large soft piece of flesh in the mouth which you can move and which you use for tasting, speaking, etc. I burnt my tongue on some soup last night. My mouth became so dry that my tongue stuck to my palate. Italian is my mother tongue but I started to learn English when I was 6. I can speak English and French fluently, added to my mother tongue, Japanese. Too bad you couldn't come to my party. The only tools you need for this job are a hammer and a screwdriver. Computers are an essential tool for modern scientists. From my personal experience, I can also say that a personal computer is also an amazing tool. Put a small amount of toothpaste on the brush. Modern technology has changed our lives in many ways. When I have to wake up earlier, I use my alarm clock, and if I have to brush my teeth, I use my toothbrush with a little toothpaste. I need a top to go with these trousers. I like wearing formal clothes but at a party I usually wear jeans and a nice top. There's a dirty mark on the top left-hand corner of the photo. The offices are on the top floor of the building. He was standing on the top rung of a ladder. My bedroom is quite big and on the top floor. He's one of the country's top athletes. In the future I hope to be a cloth designer or a top model. On top of all this bad luck, he lost his mobile phone. And then, on top of everything else, her car was stolen. On top of everything, the weather was bad and the SEA was so cold that I couldn't swim. She came top in the maths test. Our discussion ranged over various topics, such as climate change and nuclear weapons. Do you know that food is one of my favorite topics of conversation? She shone the torch into the dark room. After 15 minutes of walking, we got into a cave. It was dark, so we turned on our torches. A tornado had swept through the north of the state, causing terrible destruction. The storm was getting very wild outside. She wasn't sure if it was a real tornado, she had never seen one, but somehow she could sense the danger. That figure at the bottom of the column is the total. A total of 21 horses were entered for the race. We made 700 in total, over 3 days of trading. My holiday started from last Sunday morning for a total of 10 days. The total losses were $800. The total cost was only $60, including lunch, and I think it was worth every penny of it. The whole evening was a total disaster. That's total rubbish. The room was in total darkness and I couldn't hear anything. They're totally different. I'd totally forgotten I'd arranged to meet her. I totally agree with you. But in the new class, it is totally different. That paint is wet, don't touch it. He touched the girl on the arm to get her attention. Suddenly, someone touched my arm and I screamed. Are you still in touch with any of your old school friends? Jane and I never kept in touch after college. I'll be in touch again soon. I or T, if two things touch, they are so close to each other that there is no space between them. These two wires must not touch. Out of the blue, I felt the wheels touching the ground. I was deeply touched by her letter. Her stories are based on real life, so they're not only easy to read but also touch our hearts. We lost touch over the years. When he went into the information center, he saw Mary, who he used to go out with. For some reason, they had lost touch with each other. I felt the touch of his hand on my face. At the touch of a button, the door opened. In a shopping center you may search for something for hours, but on the internet you can find everything with the touch of a button. The material was soft to the touch. He's had a tough time at work recently. We've had to make some tough decisions. Homeless people are facing a tough winter. You know, it was really a very tough decision for me. Tough people are mentally strong and not afraid of difficult situations. You have to be tough to be successful in politics. It is about a tough old fisherman from Cuba who sails out alone in a small boat to fish. This steak is very tough. Your pork chop was as tough as old boots and the salad dressing was sour. We spent a month touring, around/round, Kenya. The New Zealand team will be touring in Europe this winter. The band are currently touring to promote their new album. She and her husband came over to England for a short stay and are touring Europe on a second honeymoon as it's the 10th anniversary of their marriage. Now knew the business of providing services for tourists, including organizing their travel, hotels, entertainment, etc. Tourism is Venice's main industry. These beautiful old towns have remained relatively untouched by tourism. As you know, Peru is one of the countries with the most tourism around the world. They were defeated in the first round of the tournament. I met him at a basketball tournament and his name is Mark. She stood up and walked towards him. He leaned towards his wife and whispered, "Can we go home soon?" She kept glancing towards the telephone. We took the train from Paris to Bordeaux, and from there we started to cycle towards the sea. They've always been very friendly towards me. He feels a lot of anger towards his father. She always has a positive attitude towards life. His parents were very cold towards me. There's a clock on the church tower. He works in an office tower in downtown San Francisco. I think that, first of all, we should visit our capital because it has many old towers, castles, and churches, which you have to see. Paris throws out billions of tons of toxic gases into the atmosphere, and in the summer months, it's wrapped in a veil of toxic haze, from power stations, factory chimneys, and from the exhausts of cars and lorries on the streets. There was no trace of her anywhere. When she moved out, she left no trace of having been there. He seems to have disappeared without trace. There were no traces of anything alive nearby. We followed a dirt track off the main road. However, on the second day, the sun appeared, and we went on a mountain track. The runners are now on their final lap of the track. There are 3 football fields, 4 basketball fields, an athletics track, 4 tennis fields, and a bar and changing rooms. See one song or piece of music on a CD, record, etc. The album includes 4 previously unreleased tracks. It is a really good idea to give every CD a book containing information about every track on the disc and about the performance. Since that time I have been reading every article about track and field. Police found tire tracks in the mud. The hunters followed the tracks of the deer for hours. The burglars were careful not to leave any tracks behind them. I saw some tracks on the floor. I went to the bedroom and near the bed I saw a big cat with its kittens. I've lost track of how much we've spent. Time passed like an arrow and they lost track of time until they realized it was getting dark. He was wearing a tracksuit and trainers. I also like wearing tracksuits, because they are very soft and warm. The country's trade in manufactured goods has expanded in the last 10 years. They rely heavily on trade with Europe. The two countries have signed a trade agreement for 1 year only. You know, I work in a foreign trade company, so I have to be well dressed. He's a builder by trade. He left school at 15 to learn a trade. At the age of 15 he left school and started to learn a trade. For centuries, Native Americans traded with European settlers. The company has been trading in oil for many years. The two countries have become close trading partners. Our books are traded right across Asia. His story is interesting. He first worked in a little shop in Bourges and started trading in France, then in Europe, and in Asia. Fireworks have long been an American tradition on the 4th of July. There's a long/strong tradition of dance in St. Petersburg. We decided to break with tradition this year and go away for Christmas. Nevertheless, Leipzig has always been an attractive town for tourists, because of its well-known fair and its cultural traditions. The dancers were wearing traditional Hungarian dress/costume. She's very traditional in her ideas. If you come to visit me, I'll invite you to La Provincana to have traditional Argentinian food. Chestnuts are traditionally eaten at Christmas. Traditionally, the company's main markets have been Britain and the US. You will be able to try our special sausages, produced traditionally in our city. They got stuck in a traffic jam. Cities are always crowded, there are lots of traffic jams, so they are very polluted. His life was touched by hardship and personal tragedy. They had only recently arrived in London when tragedy struck. Their son was killed in a traffic accident. The people who cause those tragedies are irresponsible drivers. Her tragic death at the age of 36 shocked the world. He was killed in a tragic accident. Hospital authorities admitted that a tragic error had taken place. For instance, the tragic death of Princess Diana is an example of what a journalist must not do. After 6 miles of the trail we decided to stop and put our blanket on the ground. He's been training hard for the race for several weeks now. She told me that they are training for a tournament which is in about 4 weeks. We are training all our staff in how to use the new computer system. The aid workers trained local people to give the injections. I think I could be suitable for the job because I have some experience of training people. He trained as a lawyer in Vienna. For example, one of my father's friends who was trained as a computer engineer received the only job vacancy for economy-related work in a very good company just because he graduated from the best university in Taiwan. After a year he transferred to University College, Dublin. Some very high-profile British players have transferred to clubs abroad. He threatened to give up football if his club didn't transfer him. I'm talking about Michael Ballack, who was transferred to the Chelsea soccer team at the beginning of the season. Black's transfer to an Italian football club came as a shock to Coventry supporters. Most of the transfers are controlled by computers. They showed pictures of the horse and its trainer. The trainer is okay, too, and he told me that I can play in the team in 4 to 5 weeks. New staff have/receive a week's training in how to use the computers. I decided to join the new class because I am taking training in broadcasting now, so I need to improve my English. After the training, the team invited me to the club party next weekend. He has been transferred to a psychiatric hospital. Police are investigating how 20 million was illegally transferred from the trust's bank account. The aim is to transfer power/control/responsibility to self-governing regional councils. The person described himself as a financial officer of a South African government and needs a contact person in Switzerland to transfer the sum of $200 million. Within weeks they had transformed the area into a beautiful garden. The reorganization will transform the British entertainment industry. Well, THSA are some ideas that could help transform the cinema with the extra money that is available. A transitive verb always has an object. Transitive verbs, such as put, are marked T. We were asked to translate a list of sentences. She works for the EU, translating from English into French. I was ashamed because I needed someone to translate everything that the people said to me. It's a translation from the original Spanish. In the second paper they are asked to do a translation. Much of the beauty of the rhymes is lost in translation. We did some translations and wrote a few letters. If a substance or object is transparent, you can see through it very clearly. Grow the bulbs in a transparent plastic box, so the children can see the roots developing. We loved it there, because the sky was a clear blue and the sea was transparent. The fox got its foot caught in a trap. Angel's horse hurt its leg in a trap for foxes. The undercover agents went to the house knowing that it might be a trap. She's too clever to fall into the trap of doing any unpaid work. With this trap, Miss Marple reveals Dr. Campere's real motive and has him arrested by the police. If someone or something is trapped, they are unable to move or escape from a place or situation. The two men died when they were trapped in a burning building. Fire officers used cutting equipment to free his legs, which were trapped under a steel beam. We had been trapped in the snowy, almost vertical slopes of the Mont Blanc de Cailloux for more than 10 hours by then. Supersonic planes can travel faster than the speed of sound. News of the accident traveled fast. In the film there were a lot of space shuttles that traveled around stars and planets. We share a love of literature, food, and travel. I heard on the travel news that there'd been an accident. In the travel industry they are looking for advanced English. She worked for many years as a travel agent. I am living with a family in London which the travel agent recommended to me. This hotel is for serious travelers, rather than tourists on 2-week package holidays. Singapore, the island of paradise, is a place travelers from all around the world would not want to miss. She was carrying a tray of drinks. Our table had to be cleaned up, so I took a couple of trays, crossed the room and put the trays onto a shelf. Noun gold/jewels, etc. Stories about pirates often include a search for buried treasure. When they opened up the tomb they found treasure beyond their wildest dreams. It was said that King Arthur had hid D and his treasure in a cave near his castle and he was the only one who knew where it was located. My parents treated us all the same when we were kids. He treated his wife very badly. They treat her like one of their own children. She felt she'd been unfairly treated by her employer. I'll treat them like my own son and daughter. He is being treated for a rare skin disease. Western medicine tends to treat the symptoms and not the cause. I have also worked for the Red Cross, so I know how to treat injuries, if someone gets hurt. He treated my suggestion as a joke. It was a horrible experience, believe me, but now we treat it as an adventure. I'm going to treat them to dinner at that new restaurant. There is one nice pub, of course I'll treat you. Perhaps it's time to try a new course of treatment. This disease doesn't generally respond to treatment. There are various treatments for this complaint. For instance, if I had a child who needed special medical treatment and I was rich, then it would make me very happy to be able to pay for an expensive operation and to see my child growing up. There have been complaints about the treatment of prisoners. Peter gets special treatment because he knows the boss. My pet doesn't need special treatment. All it needs is care and love. We want to go trekking in the Himalayas. I hear she's going to Africa for some trekking. When he came out of the water, he was trembling with cold. Her bottom lip trembled and tears welled up in her eyes. His voice started to tremble and I thought he was going to cry. It was Tuesday the 13th and the fact that I was very superstitious made me tremble with fear. I think she's doing a tremendous job. He's been a tremendous help. I think it would be a tremendous idea to work with you. Large, very large, great, strong, etc. I think I certainly could live without watching television for a week, but it would put a tremendous strain on my everyday life. They've worked tremendously hard. We all enjoyed ourselves tremendously. I enjoyed it tremendously. I'm not familiar with the latest trends in teaching methodology. The trend at the moment is towards a more natural and less made-up look. Surveys show a trend away from home ownership and towards rented accommodation. There's been a downward/upward trend in sales in the last few years. So the most important thing about shopping is that you can talk about the latest news with your friend and look for the newest trends. The two men are now on trial for attempted murder. He will be taken to the US to stand trial. Trial by jury is a fundamental right. The trial was long and had wide coverage in the media. There's a small triangle of land to one side of the house. On the right, 2 cherry trees and an apple tree are placed in the shape of a triangle. Then I went south to Mali and visited the Dogon tribe, whose mythology and rituals interest me a great deal. She played a really nasty trick on me. She put syrup in my shampoo bottle. It's a bit of trick photography. She's meant to look like she's walking on water. At my first lesson, Jim decided to play a trick on us. My niece likes to do magic tricks for us. She did some magic tricks. What's the trick to getting this chair to fold up? On page 21, 20 tricks to speed up your beauty routine. I like all kinds of sports: swimming, volleyball, football, bowling, golf, and so on. I hope that by joining your club I will learn all the rules and tricks of these sports. They tricked him into signing the papers. After they explained everything to him, he then knew he was being tricked by them. Those bird models are quite tricky to make, aren't they? I'm in a tricky situation really. Whatever I do I'll offend someone. I think Chris is more sensitive than you, and she has taken into account how tricky that route could turn out to be. Careful you don't trip over the cat. He tripped on a stone and hurt his ankle. We got in the house and it was so dark in there that I couldn't see anything. Then I tripped over a box, I believe. It's a fairly trivial offense. It may seem trivial to you, but it matters to me. Sexual harassment in the workplace is not a trivial matter. All this may seem trivial and unimportant to an ordinary man addicted to his TV set. The hospital is so overcrowded that some patients are being treated on trolleys in the corridors. Sometimes customers' trolleys run into each other and they have to wait ages to go through check-out. He's an excellent snooker player, but he's never won a major trophy. The Duchess of Kent will be presenting the trophies. How about organizing some competitions with prizes, like a trophy? She specializes in tropical medicine. The Amazon River Basin contains the world's largest tropical rainforest. There were special tropical flowers from Brazil and East Asia. Parents often have trouble finding restaurants that welcome young children. The form was terribly complicated and I had a lot of trouble with it. The trouble started when my father came to live with us. I should get it finished over the weekend without too much trouble. I'd like to go to the party, but the trouble is my parents won't let me. I've decided to take this class because I felt I had some trouble spelling words. Her children are always in trouble. They got into trouble with the police. He's never been in trouble with his teachers before. She'll be in big trouble if she's late again. It's a great way of getting kids off the street and keeping them out of trouble. Telling the truth keeps me out of trouble. He took the trouble to write to each of them personally. Would you like to have a meal with us? Only if it's not too much trouble. I could give you a lift, it's no trouble. I hope it's not too much trouble and I swear I will not break anything again. The company was in serious trouble with massive debts. He got into financial trouble after his divorce. The marriage ran into trouble because of her husband's heavy drinking. She opened her eyes and saw that she was in serious trouble because it was much too late. The trouble with a white floor is that it gets dirty so quickly. The trouble with John is that he doesn't think before he speaks. The trouble started after a group of drunken football fans started to throw bottles. Listen, I don't want any trouble in here, so please just finish your drink and leave. When we arrived, there had been 2 men eating on the table just next to us, but they had disappeared when the trouble started. My bedroom has drawings of trucks and motorbikes. The true horror of the accident did not become clear until the morning. The film we saw was so nice. It was about true friends. If a dream or hope comes true, it really happens. I'd always dreamt of owning my own house, but I never thought it would come true. After all the problems I'd had, Oliver's birth was a dream come true. I had been dreaming of going to London since I started learning English, and now that my dream had come true, I was overwhelmed by joy and feeling very lucky. I look forward to hearing from you. Yours truly, Taylor Champinski. This is a truly remarkable achievement. It was a truly terrifying experience. Those concerts are truly eye-opening. Liz used to play the trumpet. I play the guitar and John plays the trumpet. The trunks of these trees can be more than 2 meters wide. Paula found a small hole in the trunk, just near Laura's feet. My sister warned me not to trust him. Trust me, I know about these things. I trust her to make the right decision. That man is not to be trusted. I wouldn't trust him with my car. Do not trust him and be careful. A relationship based on trust and understanding. We were obviously wrong to put our trust in her. He's in a position of trust. Now the trial is starting and, as a result, I have lost trust in my friends. But was he telling the truth? I don't suppose we'll ever know the truth about what happened that day. To tell you the truth, I'm quite pleased he's not coming. To tell the truth, I don't enjoy shopping for clothes. There may be some truth in what she says. There is no truth in the reports of his resignation. And yet what he says contains at least a grain of truth. My humble opinion is that this statement is absolute, even though there is a great deal of truth behind it. I tried that recipe you gave me last night. He tried the door, but the handle was broken. Why don't you try using a different shampoo? You should try Hungarian food. Why don't you try out your new racket? We're going to try out that Italian restaurant tonight. Moreover, we have a riding school for those that want to try out this experience. They might just have a place left on the course. Why don't you give it a try? Give it here, I'll have a try. You could ask him if he's willing, it's worth a try. This will be her third try at jumping the bar. I can assure that you will like it, so give it a try. And, of course, she got a set of excellent tools and I won only one thing, a tube of modeling glue. I got the tube to Russell Square. The cinema we are going to is near Marble Arch Tube Station. Gases produced in the reaction pass through this tube and can then be collected. I threw the tube into the river. I had a tuna sandwich for lunch. I'll make tuna with tomatoes, it's delicious. The train went into the tunnel. Unfortunately, the tunnel was closed, so I just had to continue walking on the pathway. We had turkey for dinner. I asked for a turkey pie but they gave me a beef pie, so they changed it for me. Ricky turned and saw Sue standing in the doorway. She put out the light, turned over and went to sleep. I turned around and looked into the eyes of my favorite football player Timo Hildebrand. Ella turned the cup to hide the crack in it. I turned it over in my hands and looked at it quite carefully. Now turn the page, please, and start exercise 2. He turned over 2 or 3 pages. Now turn to page 23 and look at the first paragraph. Television helps a lot to make our life easier. But, where is the poetry of handling a book? Yes, there is a lot of poetry. First you handle it, you turn the pages. Second, you can read any passage, where and when you want. Is it my turn yet? It's your turn to do the washing up. In this game, if you give the wrong answer, you have to miss a turn. I really enjoy the holidays in England with you, so now it's my turn to invite you to come to my country, Peru. Turn the steering wheel as quickly as you can. The Earth turns on its axis once every 24 hours. The wheel started to turn round. She turned the doorknob and quietly opened the door. It's not like sitting on a bike and just turning the pedals. In this case you work only your legs. Turn blue/cold/nasty, etc. to become blue, cold, nasty, etc. The sky turned black and it started to rain. The weather has suddenly turned cold. When I refused to pay, he turned nasty. She turned pale and started to shiver. His friends began to laugh and my face turned red. When a number of people take turns, they do the same thing one after the other. We take turns to answer the phone. They all took turns carrying the suitcase. I suggest that each family takes turns to cut the grass once a week. We got as far as the school, and there we had to make a right turn. Take the first turning on the left. Then, take the second turning on the left and go along that road until you get to the roundabout. We could afford trips abroad, modern labor-saving devices and private tutors. Most of the staff are in their 20s. Teenagers and people in their 20s will enjoy themselves in the atmosphere of the Rock Cafe. I love the fashions of the 20s. You can find the car that won the first car race in the world, and lost movies from the 20s. I have twin cousins there and I love them very much. When I got there, a very nice nurse told me that I've got a twisted ankle and I cannot walk for 1 week. She asked me to type a couple of letters. He can type very quickly. I was typing away into the early hours of the morning just to get the thing finished. I'm typing this email to ask your permission to borrow your bicycle. I must look like the typical tourist with my shorts and my camera. This sort of hot and spicy food is very typical of the food in the south of the country. Typical symptoms would include severe headaches, vomiting and dizziness. This film is a typical horror film. Typically, a doctor will see about 30 patients a day. Tickets for such events will typically cost around $30. The climate of Brazil is typically tropical, so the weather is gorgeous. She has that reserve and slight coldness of manner which is typically English. Paul, in typically rude fashion, told him he was talking rubbish. Your wife really made an effort to cook me typically English dishes. There are lots of trees and bushes, and lots of fresh air, but the city itself is quite ugly. For me, rats are the ultimate horror. Being on the road is always better than the arrival, so this journey would be the ultimate journey for me as well. We were unable to contact him at the time. I was just shocked, and unable to speak at all, or to breathe. The water contains unacceptable levels of pollution. I find that sort of behavior completely unacceptable. The unions have described the latest pay offer as unacceptable. So I waited for 45 minutes until the show started. T-hat is an unacceptable delay. I felt old and unattractive. Their new building is very unattractive. This information is useful for a person who thinks his/her body is unattractive. The book is unavailable in Britain. The third point was that the discount ed tickets were unavailable. He was unaware that the police were watching him. I was quite unaware of the problem. Although you may be an expert in one subject, you can be unaware of some basics in others. The heat was almost unbearable. Life can be very difficult, almost unbearable sometimes. It's unbelievable how lucky she's been. You've had such bad luck, it's unbelievable. The food is unbelievable and I'm sure you'll love it. I found most of the characters in the play totally unbelievable. They made up unbelievable stories which almost made them cry in the end. She's uncertain whether to go to New Zealand or not. Bridie was uncertain about meeting him. There are things that I am uncertain about, and that I would be grateful if you see old explain. New arrivals face an uncertain future. The political outlook is still uncertain. Please do not bother posting them since we do not have a zip code where I live, and they might get lost with our uncertain post service. The area has remained virtually unchanged in 50 years. All the big and small things which define people's personal environment will be left nearly unchanged, the furniture, the pictures on the wall. I suppose our future homes will be a mix of new technologies and good old tradition. The situation at the moment is unclear. It's unclear what actually happened that night. It's unclear whether he arrived before or after the shot was fired. If something is unclear, please give me a call. If you are unclear about something, you are not certain about it? I'm unclear about a couple of points in your proposal, could you go over them again? I've eaten so much, I'm really quite uncomfortable. These shoes are really uncomfortable. The thing I most hate wearing are shirts, I think they're very uncomfortable. She was hit on the head by a stone and knocked unconscious. In the morning, Mrs. Crozier went to visit Miss Appleford in number 42 only to find her lying on the floor unconscious. Information and furniture are uncountable nouns. All the technical words have been underlined in red. And, another disadvantage in my opinion is that is more difficult to underline or to write some notes if you study from the computer. The president is under pressure to resign. Under no circumstances should the festival become too specialized. I am used to working under pressure. The town is once again under attack. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. A new 16-screen cinema is under construction. Several different plans are under discussion. We are working hard to get the situation under control. Everything was under control, the remote detonator had worked perfectly well. I was under the impression that you didn't get on too well. He was under the mistaken impression that you were married. I am under the impression that people generally exercise a little, but if they eat the wrong food every day, it won't help. Many people underestimate the cost of owning a car. We shouldn't underestimate the part that exercise plays in good health. The report also seemed to underestimate the number of people that had attended. Some animals, such as moles, live underground. As it was expected, Harry was seen, and then he went underground rough a tunnel which crossed from the inner city to the Russian zone. Some animals, such as moles, live underground. As it was expected, Harry was seen, and then he went underground rough a tunnel which crossed from the inner city to the Russian zone. The report underlines the need for more teachers in schools. It is true that museums do not show the past as well as they could, but we must underline that they are always good enough if we are really interested in knowing about our past. The tunnel goes right underneath the city. They found a bomb underneath the car. She was dressed like a princess, after spending the whole day looking for an appropriate dress, which she finally managed to find underneath her bed. Florian was wearing a dark jacket with a red shirt underneath. The rock was about 70 m high and there was water underneath. I need some new underpants. Was that woman me, standing there in those ugly-looking underpants, but with a smart sports bra, with everybody laughing around her? I don't understand James sometimes. I understand why she's so angry. An understandable feeling or action is one that you would expect in that particular situation. Their refusal to help is perfectly/completely understandable, considering the circumstances. I guess they wouldn't give me permission to stay at a female friend's home, but that's understandable. She doesn't have any understanding of politics. My understanding of the agreement is that they will pay 50,000 over 2 years. It was my understanding that she would come alone. It was my understanding that discounts were available on the tickets, as the advertisement showed, but there were no discounts. Thank you for your understanding, I do appreciate it. Thank you for your understanding. Fortunately, my boss is very understanding. They are famous, but they need to be alone sometimes. I think the media must be more understanding. Seals can hear very well underwater. If you have diving equipment, you will spend a very good time underwater. I took off my hat and undid my coat. Can you undo this knot for me? Can someone help me to undo my seat belt? You need to undo that change. They sell a wide range of underwear. If I see some nice underwear, I will buy it too. Stress has undoubtedly contributed to her illness. This trip will undoubtedly be a wonderful experience. She undressed the children and put them to bed. The chair is for my clothes when I undress. I got undressed and went to bed. We got undressed quicker than ever and ran into the waterfall. I feel a bit uneasy about her traveling alone. Anyway, I was getting uneasy because of all that silence, so I began to sing. He's been unemployed for over a year. I have been unemployed for 4 months. Unemployment has fallen/risen again for the 3rd month in a row. Later, after a discussion about unemployment, we did reading, writing and listening. His death was completely unexpected. Last week I had an unexpected visit from my best friend, Mark. Retail sales unexpectedly fell last month. He called in quite unexpectedly last week. He called me really unexpectedly at work, and told me to go to his office at once. The test was unfair because some people had seen it before. He always gave me horrible marks and was very unfair. It's unfair to blame Roger for everything. Furthermore, it's unfair to say that there is nothing to do in the evenings, because there is lots to do. His employers treated him very unfairly. Your report not only gave wrong information to your readers but also criticized a music festival unfairly. I noticed several unfamiliar faces in the meeting room. His name was unfamiliar to me. On the other hand, you may not like some dishes, because they may be unfamiliar to you. A lot of people are unfamiliar with the system. This kind of cooking is very unfashionable now. I think that museums became a little bit unfashionable as a way of knowing or showing something. I really must do some exercise, I'm so unfit. I was interested in practicing some sport, because I was feeling quite unfit. The building was declared unfit for human habitation. Cars also emit carbon monoxide and make the air unfit to breathe. Something that is unforgettable is so good, interesting, etc. that you remember it for a long time. Seeing Niagara Falls was an unforgettable experience. I've just arrived home and I'd like to thank you for the unforgettable weekend. It was so unfortunate that she lost her job just as her husband became ill. It is unfortunate that he couldn't inform you about the conference. One unfortunate person failed to see the hole and fell straight into it. He was always an unfortunate person, because bad things happen to him all the time. I found her rather unfriendly. My last teacher was very unfriendly. Her unhappiness was obvious to everyone. They feel very unhappy living in a zoo, since for them it is like a prison, and their unhappiness can bring about their death. I'm unhappy about the situation. We were very unhappy with the service at the hotel. I'm still unhappy about my present accommodation for the following reasons. He has a very unhealthy lifestyle. The city is unsafe and unhealthy because of the pollution and the violence. The taxi driver was rude and unhelpful. However, the taverna has no uniform and the waiters there are sometimes pushy and unhelpful. Staffing is still a relatively unimportant issue compared to the other problems that we're facing. Pat told him some unimportant things such as she learned to swim at the age of 5 or that she loved ants. He's completely uninterested in politics. He is uninterested in his father's money. His later work is uninteresting in comparison with his first novel. My neighbors are particularly uninteresting, they bore me stiff. Otherwise there will be some problems with trade unions. You know plural when 2 or more countries, groups, etc. join together to make one country, group, etc. Meanwhile, the debate on European political and monetary union continues. Everyone's fingerprints are unique. Every book is unique because every writer is unique, with his own style and his own character. Do not miss this unique opportunity to buy all 6 pans at half the recommended price. First of all, I would like to tell you that I really enjoyed my stay and it was a unique experience for me. The first year of the course is divided into 4 units. Each unit of the course book focuses on a different grammar point. I'm sorry but I can't come to tomorrow's class because my father had a car crash and I have to take care of him, but don't worry, I can do the unit of my workbook and do the exercise. Join together as a group, organization, etc. The whole village was united in their grief. It was the first film festival to take place in a united Germany. Despite all these advantages, I deeply miss the times when I had almost no technological facilities, but a very happy and united family. If people are united, they all agree about something. On the issue of education, the party is united. We have the authority to make changes, that is if we stand united. Food is a subject of almost universal interest. The new reforms have not met with universal approval within the government. Kittens and puppies have an almost universal appeal. I think the film Yasuji no Ozo has something universal in relation to our daily life, a kind of feeling or emotion. Now the universe, everything that exists, including all the stars, space, etc. Is there intelligent life elsewhere in the universe? I'm the last survivor of a great civilization that is now extinguished. I've been looking for a planet like yours for ages, to transmit the secret of my people. Take this box, this source of energy means strength, it is the most powerful item in the universe. I didn't tell her the truth because I thought it would be unkind. His daughter-in-law was most unkind towards him. The exact number of people carrying the virus is unknown. Unknown to me, she'd organized a party for my birthday. There were few words and the address was unknown. 2 unknown actors were being filmed while they were acting. I won't call you unless there are any problems. You can't get a job unless you've got experience. Unless you call me to say you're not coming, I'll see you at the theater. I never go shopping unless it's necessary. The furniture was unlike anything she had ever seen. Dan's actually quite nice, unlike his father. Unlike you, I'm not a great dancer. In fact, the Hotel Astrid is now closed, so I had to stay at the Riverside Hotel. WHICH offers great savings for students, unlike the Hotel Royal. WHICH is quite expensive. It's unlikely that we'll see them again. We might see them there, but it's fairly unlikely. He's unlikely to arrive before midday. Unfortunately, it is very unlikely that I would be able to go and collect the keys at that time, because I have arranged an appointment with my doctor to see him about my leg. Moreover, who has the freedom to buy whatever they need with an unlimited budget? They haven't unlocked the computer room yet. She unlocked the door and went in. They played well and were unlucky to lose. Some people think it's unlucky to walk under ladders. I'm going to tell you a story of an unlucky man. Animals live in unnatural conditions, and die early. You don't want to make any unnecessary car journeys in this weather. The aim is to kill the animal as quickly as possible without causing unnecessary suffering. Don't waste too much time with unnecessary TV shows or computer games. I haven't even had time to unpack my bag/case/clothes/suitcase. After I unpacked, I asked if I see old have a guide to show me around the town. On top of that, if you stay in the countryside, you will avoid the smog and the noise of the city, which are very unpleasant. Night flights from the airport are deeply unpopular. The government is becoming increasingly unpopular. In addition, the outdoor swimming pool, supposedly unpopular, happens to be constantly full of people, since water polo classes are given for free and there is a bar just next to it. The weather there can be a bit unpredictable, one minute it's blue skies and the next minute it's raining hard. The hours in this job are very unpredictable, you sometimes have to work late at very short notice. By that time I was nervous because there were too many unpredictable things happening. I think these sales forecasts are unrealistic, considering how slow sales are at present. It's unrealistic to expect an answer before next week. There must be an alternative to today's zoo. Some may suggest a release of all confined animals, but I realize that is unrealistic. It seems unreasonable to expect one person to do both jobs. So it's unreasonable to think that a country can base its scholastic system only on the few things that students like. The trains were noisy, dirty, and unreliable. This article has 4 main errors which makes it unreliable, and I am disappointed in it. We had a rather unsatisfactory meal. It was a great idea, but I think I need to make some points about the things that I found unsatisfactory. They made several unsuccessful attempts to reach the men. His application was unsuccessful. We tried very hard to score a second goal, but all our efforts were unsuccessful. The software blocks material that is unsuitable for children. If the date of the meeting is unsuitable for you, just inform me. I'm a bit unsure about what to do. I was unsure of the directions. I was unsure what/how to tell them. As I have not been there before, I am rather unsure of what to wear. I untied my shoelaces and kicked off my shoes. She tried to untie the ropes, but they were too strong. She's really untidy at home. Now we need to buy some drawers to put our clothes away, which are for the moment kept in our suitcase and look very untidy. We didn't eat until past midnight. It doesn't open until 7 o'clock. 2 weeks ago I received your letter, but I couldn't answer you until now. Hadn't we better wait until Anthony arrives? I waited until they'd gone before I started clearing up. Whisk the egg whites until they look white and fluffy. I had always wanted to travel by plane to another country, but I didn't have the opportunity until I was 11 years old. Go straight on until you reach the roundabout and then take the second exit. On the second day, we cycled for approximately 4 hours until we reached a beautiful castle. We won't start the meeting until Jean is here. We didn't stop laughing until the movie finished. On your free afternoon I suggest you visit our local museum, which is unusually large for such a small town. I won't be able to go to your English class tomorrow morning because my sister is unwell and I will have to stay with her. A lot of people are unwilling to accept change. I was unwilling to face the truth and the reality that my best friend had already left me. He came straight up to me and introduced himself. She came up to him to help him with the luggage. I stayed up all night finishing this report. That night we were up until late talking, and after a couple of days she left. If an action or decision is up to someone, they are responsible for doing or making it. I can't decide for you, Jack, it's up to you. It's up to Sophie to decide whether she wants to enter the competition. This is my opinion, but it's up to you. What are you up to at the moment? They're up to something, I can tell. What have you been up to? Preposition up to 10, 20, etc. Any amount or number under 10, 20, etc. We can invite up to 65 people. A wedding can cost up to 10,000 SFR. You can call me up until midnight. The party will be in my house up to 1 a.m., then we will go to Jean's house. The website has just been updated. We'll update you on this news story throughout the day. Besides, I can also always update my knowledge by visiting the information and new technology websites on the internet from time to time. Adverb increase to a greater degree, amount, volume, etc. Please speak up, I can't hear you. The fire heats the room up within minutes. The cost of car insurance is up, but not very much. Moreover, the microphone suddenly wouldn't work anymore, and even though I desperately tried to speak up, people began to lose interest in both my speech and me and simply started to talk to each other instead. Come on, Maria, drink up your lemonade. By the time we left, she had bought up half of the shop. Anna, I broke one of your beautiful vases accidentally when I was trying to clean up the house one evening. They were jumping up and down with impatience. Well, you should be bouncing up and down with joy, just kidding. They were running up and down the corridors. Dictionary examples: a middle-class/religious upbringing. She had a very strict upbringing. Now, as a grown-up person, I am trying to evaluate my upbringing objectively. They need to update their image. On the other hand, the movies shown are updated regularly. I guess that part is under control. All the files have been uploaded to the server. You should upload it to the website. Once upon a time there was a beautiful princess. Once upon a time there was a very poor family. Upon her head she wore a black velvet hat. Please report to the reception desk upon arrival. The office block's upper floors were being repainted. I am doing the upper intermediate level, and last summer I was in London for 3 months. Suddenly, Robert and I heard a strange noise coming from an upstairs room, but we kept on reading quietly. The website contains up-to-date information on live football matches. The internet keeps us up to date. It is essential to have an up-to-date dictionary. I will write more later. I do need to give you up-to-date information on my love life. Please return your seats to an upright position and fasten your seat belts. Immediately the pilot informed the passengers that the weather conditions were not good and told us to fasten our seat belt, put the seat upright and do PT the emergency position. I had an upset stomach after I ate that fish. The phone call had clearly upset her. It still upsets him when he thinks about the accident. Don't upset yourself by thinking about what might have happened. This really upset me, as no notice was given before the show. Turn the jar upside down and shake it. The plane was flying upside down at high speed. One car landed on its side and the other was upside down. The furniture was upside down and neither money nor cash were left. We are generally more interested in an urban lifestyle than living in the countryside. Autumn is used in British English and fall in American English. Can you list all the uses of the word point? Is this bag of any use to you? I hope my remarks will be of some use. His advice turned out to be no use at all. My mother came immediately, but it was no use because my brother isn't afraid of her, so she called my father. It was no use talking to him, he just wouldn't listen. It was no use trying to smoke cigarettes in this pub. We were encouraged to make use of all the facilities. Finally, I think the designers will make use of the raw materials and create an innovative look for all of us. He's got to sign that paper. Will you tell him it's urgent? Many people are in urgent need of food and water. I want to apologize for missing Tomer Arao's class, because I have to attend an urgent family meeting at my grandparents' house. Help is urgently needed. I have emailed you to tell you that I need your bicycle urgently. Taking a shower uses less water than having a bath. These bulbs use a lot of electricity. The equipment in the kitchen is very old and uses a lot of electricity and gas. Please ensure that all examination papers have your name at the top. Please ensure the above corrections and new information about Lambton are included in the next edition. We're used to tourists here, we get thousands every year. He's used to working long hours. She was not used to speaking Cantonese. When I'm working, I'm used to wearing something more conservative. You'll get used to Ted eventually. Climbers soon become used to the thinner air at 5,000 meters. In addition, I've got used to looking after them. If something used to happen or a situation used to exist, it happened regularly or in the past, but it does not happen or exist now. She used to live in Detroit. He used to be a pilot. You don't come and see me like you used to. When we were younger, we didn't used to drink coffee. It's an American film about a girl that used to live in Africa. If something is useless, it does not work well or it has no effect. This umbrella's useless, there's a big hole in it. It's useless arguing with her. I started digging, but it was useless. Unemployed people are the main users of this advice center. When you log in, you will be asked for your username and password. I would like to meet other experienced computer users in order to share programs as well as tips and tricks about programming. I went to bed at my usual time. You'll find the box in its usual place. There was more rain than usual this summer in the mountain areas. We are going to meet at 5 p.m. at the station and then go for a pizza, you know where, the usual place, Pizza Express. Somewhere that is vacant is available because it is not being used. The room next to ours is vacant at the moment. You see, we have plenty of vacant rooms so you would not cause any trouble. A vacant job is available for someone to do. The assistant marketing post is vacant, why don't you apply? Therefore, I believe I am suitable for your vacant position. My ideas might be different from yours, but they're equally valid. The ticket is valid for 3 months. My passport is valid for another 2 years. You need to enter a valid password. Is this offer valid for the weekends, as well? There was snow on the hilltops but not in the valley. My hometown is situated in a valley. Valuable objects are worth a lot of money. These antiques are extremely valuable. So as you can imagine, not only is the ring valuable but it also means a lot to me since it makes me remember Brazil. Valuable information, advice, etc. is very helpful or important. He was able to provide the police with some valuable information. This trip will allow me to gain valuable knowledge and experience. The new road has affected the value of these houses. She had already sold everything of value that she possessed. Cars quickly go down in value. The value of the pound fell against other European currencies yesterday. Well, there was nothing of value in the suitcase, my mother remarked, but I was close to tears. If something is good value, it is of good quality or you think the amount of money you spent on it was right. The meal was very good value. It's real good value for money, including all equipment, accommodation and food. The documents are of great historical value. The necklace had great sentimental value. I was really sad because THSA shoes had a lot of sentimental value for me, and they were made of genuine leather. A tragedy occurs which causes Andrew to rediscover his moral values. I've always valued her advice. I will learn how other people live and I will also learn to value the things I have. I looked in my mirror and saw a white van. The sun vanished behind the clouds. The child vanished while on her way home from school. I went after the thief but he vanished into the crowd. There was some variation in the quality of the prints. Apart from this, there is very little variation in temperature between day and night. Remember, you should always eat a varied diet. Factory work often lacks variety. I think you need a bit more variety in your diet. You know, I like variety a lot and don't like my friends to see me with the same clothes. If things of the same type vary, they are different from each other. Car prices vary greatly / widely across Europe. The samples varied in quality but were generally acceptable. The price of the dishes varies. Temperatures vary depending on / according to the time of year. I try to vary what I eat. To vary the pictures of cultural events, I would recommend visiting the Wednesday market, which starts at 8 a.m. Yesterday I went to a shopping center with my mother, and bought a small desk, a radio, a vase, and a small sofa. The vast majority of pupils attend state schools. Among the vast choice of interesting buildings to photograph I can name the National Portrait Museum, a huge building in Renaissance style, and the old castle of Sforza, built in the 11th century. Of the 4 million people who have become vegetarians in Britain, nearly 2/3 are women. I've heard that even the non-vegetarian food is good there, but I'm a vegetarian. All her children are vegetarian. She's recently gone / become vegetarian. Do you like vegetarian food? The driver of the vehicle was unhurt. Sometimes I watch programs about cars and other vehicles, because I'm keen on them. The hotel is an ideal venue for conferences and business meetings. The stadium has been specifically designed as a venue for European Cup matches. This festival has already got a good reputation as an alternative venue for both artists and audience. After a while you get used to living alone. When you retire, you want to live a comfortable life. So the prince and princess got married, and lived happily ever after. He simply wants to live out the rest of his days in peace. She certainly lived her life to the full. I'm so sorry but I have to go to the hospital with my grandma, she lives alone and she needs someone to go with her. He only lived a few days after the accident. I hope I live to see my grandchildren. Her granny lived to the ripe old age of 94. Boccaccio lived in the 14th century. I entered and saw the chat chair of my ancestor, who lived 500 years ago. If a business or organization closes, or if someone or something closes it, it stops operating. The factory closed over 10 years ago. A lot of restaurants/shops are closing because they can't afford to pay the rent. In addition, I would like you to know that the Hotel Astrid closed last year. I'm still in close contact with my school friends. Our school has close links with a school in China. Being in close touch with me for such a long time, you should have known everything about the band. Tom has just graduated with first-class honors in psychology. He graduated from Oxford University last year. I graduated from university last year, and I am studying English now. She just lives for music. They are passionate, and live for their football team. If you live on an amount of money, that is the money that you use to buy the things that you need. We lived on very little when we first got married. They spent 2 years there and lived on their small salaries from several part-time jobs they had managed to get. I more or less live on pasta. It may sound funny to live on carrots, but as a matter of fact, vegetarians do survive, so why shouldn't you? Nowadays many young people live together before they get married. They had lived together for about 3 years, but she found out he had been cheating on her and she didn't want to stay with him anymore. Did the trip live up to your expectations? To my regret, the evening totally failed to live up to my expectations. She's living with her boyfriend. Her sister, a 20-year-old timid girl called Amanda, used to live with her boyfriend in Birmingham. He recorded details of their conversation in his diary. Another way to highlight the importance of books is to consider them as the depots of wisdom and knowledge that exist and have been recorded since the beginning of history. I separated the class into 3 groups. The north and south of the country are separated by a mountain range. You can get a special device for separating egg whites from yolks. The top and bottom sections are quite difficult to separate. On the other hand, more bins ought to be put in the center to encourage people to separate their rubbish more carefully. I shall separate you too if you don't stop talking. Somehow, in the rush to get out of the building, I got separated from my mother. Perhaps we should separate now and meet up later. I noticed that there were some people fighting, and we tried to separate them. My parents separated when I was 4. But his parents separated and John didn't see his mother again, as well as his sister, after that day. Did he ever experiment with drugs? Last year I started to take a lot of black and white photos and I wanted to follow the process all the way through, so I bought an enlarger. I was now able to experiment with all sorts of techniques. Improve or develop in skills, knowledge, etc. My Spanish never really progressed beyond the stage of being able to order drinks at the bar. I have to warn you that I'm not an expert in terms of musical basics, but I'm eager to learn them because I know no one can progress without learning them, so the main job will be to do that. Please excuse me for arriving late, the bus was delayed. Please excuse my appearance, I've been painting. I hope you'll excuse me now, I have to do my homework. The factory produces about 900 cars a year. She works for a company that produces electrical goods. This plant will produce small yellow flowers in the spring. She's asked me to produce a report on the state of the project. Nothing can excuse that sort of behavior. The fact that the animals are locked up, if they have enough space and are treated very well. The winners were presented with medals. The documentary presented us with a balanced view of the issue. He presented the report to his colleagues at the meeting. It had to be realistic, so when we finished we presented it to the directors of my school. She presents the late night news. The school is presenting West Side Story this term. I am writing to complain about the organization of the musical show that the Circle Theatre presented. The Prime Minister's speech produced an angry response from the opposition. Her remarks produced an awkward silence. If used on delicate skin, this cream may produce a stinging sensation. I was fascinated by the perfection of the classic owl sculptures, they were perfectly proportioned, every part was functional to the beauty of the whole sculpture. It's really different to looking at them in a book. I suggest everybody should go and look at them, it produces a magic effect. I only know the first verse of the poem. Each verse was sung as a solo and then everyone joined in on the chorus. But I was so puzzled that when I tried to sing, I couldn't remember a word of the verse I had written. An English language version of the book is planned for the autumn. Who has never said that the original book was better than the film version? Helen is training to become a vet. Sorry Mr. Smith, but I'll miss tomorrow's class as I have to go to the vet with my dog. The train to Utrecht goes via Amsterdam. 2 years ago I traveled to Canada via Italy. Reports are coming in via satellite. I only found out about it via my sister. I hate shopping via the internet. The children are the innocent victims of the fighting. The new drug might help save the lives of cancer victims. His wife was his last victim. When you win a game, competition, election, fight, war, etc. Phoenix managed a 135-114 victory over Denver. Grant won/achieved/gained a comfortable/easy victory over Cooper in yesterday's match. This result is a victory for democracy. They were all celebrating their victory with a gorgeous dinner. The website has several video clips of Murray's recent matches. It shows how a band or a singer do their video clips. We have different views about /on education. In my view, her criticisms were justified. I take the view that everyone should be free to decide for themselves. It's my view that everyone should have the right to choose. We had a friendly exchange of views. Well, in my view, spending time in a city is more sensible. We had a great view of the procession. Don't stand in front of me, you're blocking my view of the stage. She turned a corner, and disappeared from view. In a few seconds, he disappeared out of my view. In view of recent events, we have decided to cancel the meeting. In view of what happened, I would advise you not to try to mislead people like this again. Millions of viewers will be watching this match. He's an extraordinary person and TV viewers will love him because of his good sense of humor and his honesty. A number of people were killed in the violence. Violence against women has increased in recent years. The recent outbreak of violence in the region is very disturbing. Today, it is important that children and teenagers do something with their free time and do not get in contact with criminality and violence. His films tend to be very violent. Some say that television can affect people in bad ways and sometimes causes violent incidents. He shouts a lot, but I don't think he's ever been physically violent towards her. Now Mary knew what happened at Jamaica Inn and it was very dangerous for her because her uncle was a violent man. He often behaved violently and they were terrified of him. He claimed to have been violently assaulted while in prison. Sometimes they behave violently because of their imprisonment. However, I go far away from my family and other people and have virtual relationships. Magnificent scientific projects are done by computers, as well as daily shopping, communication with people in other parts of the world, games, getting any kind of information and, soon, virtual reality. I've virtually finished. Their twins are virtually identical. That wine stain on my shirt has virtually disappeared. Virtually everyone today can go out and buy their own personal computer. Nowadays all these things can be experienced virtually. I also have the possibility of making new friends. I can connect to a special site which will enable me to meet people virtually. My computer has been behaving oddly and I suspect it's a virus. That document was a virus and erased all my documents on my computer. I don't know exactly what's wrong with her. I think it's some sort of virus. My friend Pat told everybody that my brother died and that he died because he got a virus. That's why I didn't have friends, because all the people thought that I had the virus too. We traveled to Argentina on a tourist visa. Tomorrow I am not going to attend the class because I have to apply for my visa at 9:00. You should wear something light colored when you're cycling at night so that you're more visible. The fire was visible from 5 kilometers away. There are few visible signs of the illness that kept her in hospital for so long. The comet should be visible to the naked eye. He waited curiously for her to become visible through the fog, which seemed to have become denser in the last few seconds. We see in his novels his grim vision of the future. All in all, I think you must write a new report to apologize for having been so pessimistic and having given such a bleak vision of this festival. He has poor vision in his left eye. Her hands were sweating and her vision had become a blur because of the tension in the air. I think I'll pay a visit to the hairdressers while I'm in town. We had a visit from the school inspector last week. The problem is that my mother arranged a visit to the doctor, and after that to the dentist. The film has some powerful visual effects. It also provides a clear idea of how people's lives were in a particular period by showing us the visual images of that time. Tourism is vital to the country's economy. The kidney plays a vital role/part in the removal of waste products from the blood. It's absolutely vital that you follow the instructions exactly. If you don't mind, I would like to ask you some vital questions. Oranges are full of vitamin C. On the one hand, we eat a lot of sweet or fat food, which lack S vitamins. Vivid descriptions or memories produce strong, clear images in your mind. He gave a very vivid account/description of life in Havana. I still have a very vivid memory of the evening. She has a very vivid imagination. Each memory is still so vivid. A vivid color is very bright. She was wearing a vivid pink shirt. Students would like to have some vivid colors or pictures on the walls, but the best solution would be to repaint the walls. I vividly remember my first day at school. She could vividly remember the last time he hurt her, only then it was with a razor. You could tell from her voice that she wasn't pleased. She lowered her voice to a whisper. "Could you please keep your voices down?" Her voice is so clear and she has the nicest eyes which I've ever seen. She had a bad cold and was losing her voice. I immediately became agitated and at the precise moment of my speech I lost my voice completely. Erupting volcanoes discharge massive quantities of dust into the atmosphere. Finally, I think that a good place to go is Santorini, a beautiful island which has a volcano. The level of sound produced by a television, radio, etc. Could you turn the volume up/down, please? After we went to the disco and we danced together, but the volume of the music was too high to talk. I was put off by the volume of work involved. The volume of traffic in the city is causing problems. Nowadays, marketing volume is rapidly increased in internet business, according to one of the major newspapers. The charity relies on volunteers to run the office and answer the telephones. Well, the concert was Friday night and I went there with the Red Cross volunteers. Did you know I'm one of them? Who did you vote for? The unions voted against strike action. Staff have voted to accept the pay offer. She was too young to vote in the national election. The committee voted on the proposal, and accepted it. Then the audience and the JUDGES voted WICH country was the best. He lost the election by 20 votes. The suggestion was approved, with 25 votes in favor, and 7 against. She cast her vote for the Green Party. He one who gets the most votes will get 1,000 baht as first prize. We called a meeting in order to take a vote on the issue. A short vowel is a short sound as in the word cup. A long vowel is a long sound as in the word shoe. In the game he let the student chose a vowel or consonant. Besides, I have a good command of French and I speak English fluently, which might be also useful during the voyage around the world. I know it is not nice for my family, but I earn a good wage for that. These trousers are a bit tight around my waist. She has a 26-inch waist. Chris was holding his arm tightly around Claire's waist. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The dentist kept me waiting for ages. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Now, wait a moment, I don't agree with that. Wait a minute, I've just had an idea. Oh. Wait a minute. We had a 3-hour wait before we could see the doctor. The long wait for the doctor/to see the doctor really made me anxious. Please wake me early tomorrow. Hey Dan, I didn't want to wake you, that's why I left this note. He walked me to my house. Then we went to the bar beside the restaurant to have a last drink and he walked me home. I walk the dog twice a day. Well, I suppose in my opinion you should walk the dog 3 times a day. The station is just a 5-minute walk from the house. A 15-minute walk was necessary to reach it and there were no neighbors around. We spent the morning wandering around the old part of the city. He was here a moment ago but he's wandered off somewhere. If you can't afford it you can just wander around the city and enjoy meeting people. She's in a ward on the 4th floor. I spent 2 days alone in a ward in Biarritz's hospital. She was showing me her new built-in/fitted wardrobes. I want to sell a wooden wardrobe, because I bought a new one. They're a very warm family. He has a lovely warm smile. I'd like to give a warm welcome to our guests this evening. He is warm and friendly. You're so cold, come and warm your hands by the fire. Your supper's just warming through in the oven. We can warm up the room quite quickly with this electric fire. After they saved me, I put those gloves on to warm my hands. You're not dressed warmly enough, put a sweater on. He shook my hand warmly. I put a t-shirt on under my sweater for extra warmth. We lay down on the sand enjoying the warmth of the sun and listening to the birds. I still remember the warmth of their welcome. They gave us so much when we were children, their love and their warmth, and now it is up to us to stay with them and give back the love we received. We were warned not to eat the fish. Have you warned them that there will be an extra person for dinner? I was warned against/off going to the East Coast because it was so full of tourists. This particular curry is extremely hot, be warned. Put that ball down and come over here, Laura, I'm warning you. I tried to warn him that there would be a lot of people looking at him. There's a warning on the cigarette packet that says tobacco seriously damages health. The bombs fell completely without warning. Just a word of warning, restaurants in this area can be very expensive. The government have today issued a warning about the dangers of sunbathing. Without any warning he pushed me. We were sitting in the garden and suddenly a wasp entered my t-shirt. You know, plural and unnecessary or wrong use of money, substances, time, energy, abilities, etc. That meeting achieved absolutely nothing, it was a complete waste of time. She's been unemployed for 2 years and it's such a waste of her talents. This food mixer's been a total waste of money, we never use it. I don't watch MUK television because I think it's a waste of time. Waste material is no longer needed and can be got rid of. The Japanese recycle more than half of their waste paper. In addition, some waste materials are carried to the incinerator where they are burned completely at very high temperatures. You waste a lot of water by having a bath instead of a shower. Come on, let's get started, we've wasted enough time already. Don't waste your money on me, love, keep it for yourself. It's nice to hear that you want to go to Colombia and I'm really happy because I can tell you all the details so you won't waste time and money. Britain produces 20 million tons of household waste each year. He opposes any kind of nuclear waste being dumped at sea. Oil spills are common, as is the dumping of toxic waste. What I did to get it was send them an article based on some possible solutions to the problem of nuclear waste in my local area. I have to watch my weight now, I'm not doing so much sport. Watch how you cross the road. Watch that you don't get glue on your fingers, won't you? Watch what you're doing with that knife, Jim, it's sharp. The odd glass of wine is fine, but watch what you eat. I've asked my neighbor to water the plants while I'm away. I clean the flat every day and watered your flowers. We walked for an hour and arrived at the waterfall. Canvas boots are alright, but they're not as waterproof as leather. Probably warm jumpers and a waterproof coat would do, don't you think so? I waved to at him from the window, but he didn't see me. She was so annoyed she wouldn't even wave us goodbye wave goodbye to us. She waves her hands about around a lot when she's talking. She waved at me and I smiled. At night, I listened to the sound of the waves breaking / crashing against the shore. I already know you surf and the waves at Reserva will be huge this weekend, so we will surely surf together. Indeed, it is thought that using a mobile phone may cause brain damage owing to magnetic waves. Which way does the room face? North. This bus is going the wrong way. Which way up should this box be? The numbers are the wrong way round, it should be 71, not 17. Although he had told us he knew this address, he went the wrong way. We walked a long way yesterday. The holidays seem like they're a long way away / off. I like this best because it is not a long way from home. I'm sorry, but there's no way we can help you. No way will she agree to you leaving early. Don't worry, there is no way I'm going to miss it. She told us all about her way of life in Japan. He told me about his hobbies, his way of life, and especially about his love of learning languages. You can get there by train or bus, either way it'll take an hour. He might have to resign or he might be given a desk job, but either way, his career is effectively over. If that doesn't work, you can ask them to talk to your friend's parents so you could all go together. Either way, I know you will have lots of fun this summer. One way or another these bills have to be paid. Everyone at the party was related in one way or another. All of them made a big difference to our personal life and have affected it one way or another. We have to make a decision one way or the other about what needs to be done. I thought the older people would be more offended than the young people, but it was the other way round. As you know, I did that the other way round for the States. We slowly made our way down the river. It's getting late, we should make our way home soon. She made her way slowly to the waiting room and patiently waited for the train to arrive. They cycled all the way to London. I drove all the way to Bergen in only one day. In a way, I would prefer it if they didn't come because it would mean extra work. In some ways it would be better if we met on Monday rather than Wednesday. He was a remarkable politician in many ways. I think that many people would like shops to be open all the time, and it might be good in some ways. The world in which we live today is very different. Why can't we live without computers? It's not surprising you feel weak if you haven't eaten properly for days. I felt so weak that I wasn't able to tidy and wash up. She reads well, but her spelling is weak. Listening is my weak point, so I have to improve. At the beginning of the story, Mary seemed to be a weak person, but in the end she demonstrated that she could overcome her fears in order to protect someone. He spoke in a weak voice. I could hardly see with the weak light of the candle, and I couldn't remember the last time I had used it. Asking for help is not a sign of weakness. I believe that I'll be able to cover my physical weakness with my experience and knowledge. There are definite weaknesses in their security arrangements. His main weakness as a manager is his inability to delegate. The later novels show none of the weaknesses of his earlier work. However, I have to complain about a few weaknesses in this festival. During a successful business career, she accumulated a great amount of wealth. On the other hand, having a mobile phone can also create social distinctions between people, as it can be a sign of wealth. He's a very wealthy man. With its natural resources, it is potentially a very wealthy country. But how can anyone satisfy a wealthy woman like her without giving her an expensive present? Any object used in fighting or war, such as a gun, bomb, sword, etc. The youths were dragged from their car and searched for weapons. Technology is used to create new types of weapons. He's already worn out 2 pairs of shoes this year. My shoes are worn out too. I have to get new ones. She usually wears her hair in a ponytail. I now wear my long hair loose and I dyed it black. Have you heard the weather forecast for tomorrow? The weather forecast is not so good for the next 2 days, rain and wind. On the way coming back to the hotel I almost got lost because the underground was like a spider's web. I see my grandchildren via the webcam. Dictionary examples: a wedding cake / dress / invitation / present / reception. Do you know the date of Kathy and Matthew's wedding? It was their 25th wedding anniversary last week. Some couples prefer to have a traditional wedding in an old village. How much do you weigh? She weighs herself every week on the scales in the bathroom. Your luggage must be weighed before it is put on the aircraft. You can see monkeys that weigh only 100 g. He needs to weigh up the pros and cons of going to college. Having weighed the pros and cons, I thought you ought to be conscious of the fact that you're working too hard. He's about average height and weight. I need to lose a bit of weight. Graham's put on a lot of weight recently. These drugs can cause patients to gain weight. So let me describe Fabian. He has brown hair and his weight is about 75 kilograms. The shelf collapsed under the weight of the books. The weight of the snow broke the branches of the trees. Try not to lift heavy weights. I lift weights twice a week at the gym. My long training periods in lifting weights. Her boyfriend's a bit weird but she's alright. That's weird, I thought I'd left my keys on the table but they're not there. There is nothing to rival the weird and wonderful things that come out on the streets at carnival time. She was hearing all sorts of weird noises. Both families were there to welcome us. The visitors to the college were warmly welcomed by the principal. Everyone welcomed us to their village. If you are welcome, people are pleased that you are there. You will always be welcome here. She makes us feel welcome whenever we visit her. You know that you are very welcome in my country. Anyone who is interested is welcome to come along. You're very welcome to join too if you want. They were given a warm welcome. She referred to his previous visit in her welcome speech. Dear Bertha, once again I want to thank you very much for your hospitality and the warm welcome you gave me. The decision has been widely welcomed. I would welcome your advice. If something is welcome, people are pleased about it and want it to happen. Your comments are always welcome. And, since all these new things only make our life easier, technology is welcome. Someone's welfare is their health and happiness. He is concerned about the welfare of young men in prison. To take care of the visitor's wishes must be a priority. His welfare has to be enforced by structural measures, facilities, services, activities, and cultural ones. I hope all is well with Jack. I hope all's well. Oh well, it doesn't matter, I can always buy another one. I always dreamed of going sailing, but not even a little boat is left, some other people have already booked them. Oh well. We might as well walk there. As you already know so much about the subject, you might as well skip this lecture. In my opinion, you might as well ask your neighbors if they can look after your flat for one day. She might well be the best person to ask. He could well be at Michelle's house. Laura could well imagine that she would stand opposite the examiners and not answer any question in the right way. The police are well aware of the situation. The museum is well worth a visit. Finally, I would like to recommend a visit to Lambton Castle. In addition to the paintings and furniture, there is now a new collection of musical instruments, which is well worth seeing. It's just as well we brought an umbrella. It is just as well that my friends had cars to give me a lift to the school. A well-balanced diet or meal includes all the different types of food that the body needs to be healthy. I try to have a well-balanced diet. So my advice for you would be to try and have some break times during the day, do some sports and follow a well-balanced diet. He was a well-built man, in his 40s. When I was 23 years old, I was married to a handsome, well-built businessman. She is a very well-dressed woman. It is a party for the students who take part in the conference, so you do not need to be well-dressed. She's always extremely well-organized at work. In my opinion, it was a very well-organized festival with good performers. She had an interesting and well-paid job in Paris as a fashion model. It is in the western part of Kyoto. Nowadays, most young people would like to wear suits and dresses like Westerners because they're more interested in Western culture. 1 month ago I saw a program about whales that are fished near Japan. Do you know what I mean? She wouldn't tell me what he said. What I like most about her is her honesty. The letter showed clearly what they were planning. I can't decide what to do next. Have you thought about what to send as a present? What about Ava, is she nice? I also enjoy shopping for shoes, what about you? What if? What if the train's late? What if you don't pass your exams? What's up? Nice to see you again. Hi Teresa, what's up? I am good. What rubbish. What a mess. What an awful day. Last Saturday we decided to watch the film Pinocchio by Roberto Benigni. What a beautiful soundtrack. What an interesting fable. What for? What are these tools for? They turned up nearly an hour late, and what's more, they didn't bring anything. What is more, I will have an opportunity to visit the most exotic countries. The children are allowed to do whatever they want. I eat whatever I want and I still don't seem to gain weight. Whatever I say I always seem to get it wrong. I think people should wear whatever they want to. Whatever happens, you know that I'll stand by you. Whatever you decide, I hope you enjoy a wonderful summer. If you need to wash, or whatever, we can meet you later. We'll go whatever the weather. Whatever else may be said of him, Mr. Meese is not scared of a fight. But whatever the reason, most people who move from one region to another are under 35 years old. Whatever you decide, I hope you enjoy a wonderful summer. Wheat is an important crop for millions of people across the world. In the painting, a man and woman are sleeping in a wheat field. You should keep both hands on the wheel when driving. On the continent, Barbara and I took turns at the wheel and early next morning we reached the Spanish border. My brother uses a wheelchair. In the hospital, I was sentenced to be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of my life. He says he hasn't got any money when in fact he's got thousands of dollars in his account. I don't understand how he can say that everything's fine when it's so obvious that it's not. Why is she training to be a teacher when she doesn't even like children? How can you say you don't like something when you've never even tried it? In your advertisement it was said that I would find stars and artists from around the world, when, in fact, they were from only 6 countries. Whenever I go there they seem to be out. I read whenever I can, especially at night. I try to use olive oil whenever possible. My friends have always regarded me as a cheerful, active girl, who is glad to help out whenever possible. You reach a point in any project where you just want to get the thing finished. I've reached the stage where I just don't care anymore. We've come to a point where we have forgotten how to read or talk to each other. He must be about 60, whereas his wife looks about 30. For example, it takes 2 hours by plane from Switzerland to Spain, whereas it takes approximately 1 day by train. You can sit wherever you like. Wherever you choose to live there are always going to be disadvantages. I will be able to take you wherever you want in a matter of minutes. Wherever possible I use honey instead of sugar. We try to sell local fruit and vegetables wherever possible. We can work together in a number of ways, for example, we can plant trees wherever possible and we can place bonsai in the necessary areas which will help the public to dispose of waste items. I wasn't sure whether you'd like it. She asked me whether I was interested in working for her. I doubt whether it'll work. It all depends on whether or not she's got the time. It's very expensive and I'm so broke that I don't know whether I can afford to buy one. I'm going, whether she likes it or not. Someone's got to tell her, whether it's you or me. Let's face it, you're going to be late whether you go by bus or train. I don't know whether to stay or to go. The book, which includes a map, gives you all the information you need about Budapest. Turning to the end of conference party, it is going to be held in a nearby buffet restaurant, Valentine's, which has good quality food and reasonable prices. Is that the film in which she sings? The death of his son was an experience from which he never fully recovered. It isn't a subject to which I devote a great deal of thought. According to your advertisement in a language magazine, you have a vacancy in your campsites, in which I am very interested. He showed me round the town, which I thought was very kind of him. I am very interested in being able to help on such a project, which I think is a very good one. Let's go out on Thursday or Friday, you choose whichever day is best for you. You can have whichever bedroom you want in the apartment. The meeting will take place on either the 15th or February 22nd, whichever one suits you best. It's going to be expensive whichever way you do it. Whichever option we choose, there'll be disadvantages. In Japan, there are two major styles of tea. One is Omote and the other is Ura. Both styles have only one top family. Whichever they are, the top family uses a special bowl made by the Raku family. We can go to the 7 o'clock performance or the 8, whichever suits you best. You can choose whichever of those dates is best for you. This job in a bookshop is in central London, and you can choose part-time or full-time, whichever you want. He gets £50,000 a year while I get only 20. Tom is very confident while Katie is shy and quiet. In Italy, weddings are very traditional. The girls wear a long, white dress, while the boys, normally, wear dark clothes. I only stayed for a short while. You were there a while, weren't you? When did that happen? Oh, it was a while ago. After a while, Roberto came back inside. I haven't seen him for a while. I'll be fine in a while. After a while, a girl invited me to play darts with her and her friends. I hadn't seen Rebecca in quite a while. It took quite a while to clean out the garage. But although I have what you could call simple tastes, it takes me quite a while to decide what to buy. While I accept that he's not perfect in many respects, I do actually quite like the man. While I fully understand your point of view, I do also have some sympathy with Michael's. While it is true that everyone should have a computer at home because it is useful, on the other hand hardly anybody can afford one. We do go to the beach once in a while. She did not say very much except for oh and yes, yes every once in a while. The whiskey from the island of Islay is excellent. We stayed in various small inns, where we met a lot of interesting people, for example an old man from a small village outside Aberdeen who accompanied us to a neighboring whiskey distillery, where a most exquisite malt whiskey is produced. She leaned over and whispered something in his ear. "What are you two girls whispering about?" "Where are the toilets?" she whispered. When I went to the school canteen everybody was staring at me and whispering to each other. On the days when she wore a skirt the men on the building site would whistle at her. Someone was whistling Beatles tunes outside my window. I stood up and many of my companions clapped their hands, although some of them whistled in a very rude way. The referee blew his whistle to end the game. I was so nervous and I was thinking about that scream and those whistles, so I decided to go outside to have a look. Someone who is white has skin that is pale in color. He had a black mother and a white father. He's described as a white man in his early 30s. He had just been beaten by a group of white men. My brother, who's only 17, has already passed his driving test. The bad guys try to take over the world and the good guys, who are the heroes, try to stop them from doing so. Who cares? Who cares? He answered. Whoever broke the window will have to pay for it. Could I speak to whoever is in charge of international sales, please? I have to admit that whoever invented cars produced the best invention in the world. Can whoever leaves last please lock up? You're likely to get the same answer, whoever you ask. The main advantage is obvious, you can communicate whenever you want with whoever you want and wherever you are. I'll be on holiday the whole of next week. His behavior affects the whole of the class. The whole of the village had come out for the party. Moreover, you can see the whole of Hong Kong from the peak. We've had a few problems, but on the whole we're very happy. On the whole I don't like watching television. The population as a whole is getting healthier. To sum up, I can say that the greatest ever invention is the invention of computers, that has affected both individuals and society as a whole. I met a man with whom I used to work. There were 500 passengers, of whom 121 drowned. To whom do you wish to speak? This is just to let you know with whom I worked. Whose bag is this? Whose car shall we use? Cohen, whose contract ends next week, is likely to move to play for a European club. It was an old house, whose basement had been flooded. My new friend, whose name is Mark, is my co-worker. Whose is this bag? Whose is that book? I don't know why she isn't here. Quite why he isn't here today is a mystery. There is no reason why we shouldn't succeed. Also, you didn't say why the photography and painting courses were so popular. She said, I have 2 tickets for a new film with Tom Cruise, would you like to come with me? Well, I said why not, so I went with her to see this film. The swimming pool is 5 meters wide. From the 2 meters wide window I can overlook the city and the lake. The library has a wide range of information. They sell a wide selection of chocolates. There is a very wide choice of activities. She ran towards me, her arms open wide. She came into the living room and saw me standing on the stairs with my eyes opened wide. Including a lot of different places, people, subjects, etc. They have both traveled widely. English is widely spoken around the world. His work is widely known/accepted. It is widely known that the Japanese and Chinese people are often very healthy. Prices vary widely from shop to shop. People's opinions on the protection of the environment differ widely. They are widening the road. As it approaches the sea, the river begins to widen out. So I suggest widening the main road. Why not widen the discussion to include other points of view? It could help me to widen my knowledge about stamps. Many of her friends are also widows. Roland was a rich man and now you are a rich widow. It is 5 meters in width. The needle is 7 times smaller than the width of a human hair. The width of a car hinders driving on the pavement, for instance. This area is still wild. The audience burst into wild applause. When I told him what I'd done, he went wild. The children were wild with excitement. When Jorge went up on the stage to get his award, he sang the song and the crowd went wild. The countryside will be the best place because we will be able to see the old castles, mountains, and natural areas with forests and wildlife. He was dancing wildly. They cheered wildly. When I arrived at the party, I knew immediately that something was wrong. People were sleeping on the floor, the house furniture was all torn apart, and people with beverages were dancing wildly. Next month, Gary will have been working here for 10 years. He'll have reached Berlin by tonight. First of all, if you go to work by bicycle every day, at the end of the month you will have saved more money because you won't have spent it buying petrol. From an early age she had a very strong will. After 6 months in hospital she began to lose the will to live. How would you find the will to look for another job? If you're willing to fly at night, you can get a much cheaper ticket. You said you needed a volunteer, well, I'm willing. Apparently John and Gabriel are willing for us to use their garden. Would you be willing to go to the restaurant, where we were, and find my watch? He would willingly risk his life for her. I would willingly help you if I weren't going away tomorrow. Of course, I'll willingly help you, even though I'm going to stay there only for a couple of weeks. I was impressed by her willingness to listen. Thank you for your willingness to organize the trip. Who do you think will win the election? They won the war, but with heavy losses. Everyone likes winning an argument. After a short battle on the floor I won the fight. She wound the rope around the tree. The door opened and an enormous worm in the shape of a finger rushed toward them. It wound around them and pulled them out of the house. Wind along/through, etc. If a river, road, etc. winds somewhere, it bends a lot and is not straight. The path winds along the edge of the bay. The camp is situated among colorful meadows, there is a deep forest and, of course, the river winds through this lovely countryside. There's a very long, winding path leading up to the house. Moreover, I agree with Chris when he thinks the route through the mountain may be very difficult, it is a winding and quite hazardous road. Now see the window at the front end of a car, bus, etc. A small stone shattered the windscreen as I was driving home. Mending your bicycle by yourself is easy. That's not the case with cars, try repairing the engine, or changing the windscreen if it's broken. We had a great holiday by the beach with lots of windsurfing. On Thursday, if the weather is better, we'll go windsurfing. The Eagle took off, flapping its wings to gain height. I enjoyed this place because there were a lot of trees and a lot of birds with Colorado Urifal wings. I could see the plane's wing out of the window. Everything looked good, but then, he made a wrong move and crashed into another plane with the wing. Have you got a cloth that I can wipe the floor with? I'll just wipe the table. He wiped a tear from his eye. My father gave her a tissue and she wiped her tears away. See, or you thin, metal thread used to fasten things or to make fences, cages, etc. See a long, thin piece of metal thread, usually covered in plastic, that carries electricity, telephone signals, etc. Don't touch those wires, whatever you do, there live. After carrying stuff like lights, microphones, wires, and some other equipment for about 3 hours, I was exhausted. One certainly hopes to gain a little wisdom as one grows older. I tend to doubt the wisdom of separating a child from its family, whatever the circumstances. Did we ever stop to question the wisdom of going to war? Before I went off to university, my father gave me a few words of wisdom. However, these two subjects are vital for us to obtain the wisdom needed in later life. I think you made a wise choice. Looking at the weather, I think we made a wise decision not to go to the coast this weekend. I think it would be wiser to wait and see how much money you've got left before you make any decisions. I never used to save money, but now I'm a little older and wiser, I can see the sense in it. So, you are coming to my country, that's a wise decision. I wish that I were a bit taller. I wish I didn't have to go to work today. I wish he would leave. I wish I had been there. I wish you were here, then you could see how nice it is. Wish us be luck/success, etc. to say that you hope someone will be lucky, successful, etc. I wished him luck for his test. I'm running in the 5,000 meters, wish me luck. I wish you luck for your exams. I wish to make a complaint. Passengers wishing to take the King's Cross train should go to platform 9. Dear Sir/Madam, I wish to apply for the post of helper which was advertised on the college notice board last Monday. Did he express any wish to see me? The hospital always tries to respect the wishes of its patients. It was his greatest wish that one of his grandchildren would become a doctor. It was always his dream to become a singer, and he did everything to make his wish come true. Dictionary examples: a bucket filled with water, she filled the jug with cream. It was like throwing her into a pool filled with ice. He plays with great skill. People can do more things and with more energy when they are listening to music. I was shaking with fear. I can't work with all that noise going on. It was Tuesday the 13th, and the fact that I was very superstitious made me tremble with fear. There's something wrong with the car. It's such a shame when people use computers badly, just for damaging and making things worse, because if there's something wrong with them, almost everything is wrong with us too. I am writing with respect to your letter of June 24th. With respect to the ages of the members, they are between 15 and 20 years old. The ambulance arrived within 10 minutes. This product should be eaten within 3 days. I will return it to you within 4 days. 2/3 of Californians live within 15 miles of the coast. The hotel is within easy reach of the airport. By the way, the receptionist told me that the scenery round the lake is very beautiful and that the butterfly farm and the monument shown on your map are within easy reach. We came within 5 points of beating them. The project was completed well within budget. Similarly, the visitor has also shown responsibility to remain within the limits of the society he is moving in, so that he cannot cause any hurt or harm to local culture. This problem needs to be dealt with without delay. Firstly, the program began on time at midday without delay. Police are appealing for witnesses to the accident to come forward. According to witnesses, the robbery was carried out by 2 teenage boys. Furthermore, the witness was assassinated. Did anyone witness the attack? Finally, if you witness an accident, you can inform the police quickly, which can save lives. Dictionary examples: a witty comment/remark. He was witty and very charming. I have read it many times, and the author's witty remarks and elegant style have always been a source of entertainment to me. Wolves hunt in groups known as packs. We could hear wolves howling in the distance. Before we knew it, Nick leaped onto the wolf and they started to fight. Hadn't you better phone home? Your parents will be wondering where you are. He's starting to wonder whether he did the right thing in accepting this job. Will this turkey be big enough for 8, I wonder? You might wonder why I decided to do so. I wonder, could you help me carry these books? I wonder whether you could pass me the butter? I was wondering if you could give me some information about places to visit in the area. I wonder if there is a way that I would be able to cover the work I have missed. No wonder the children are excited. This is the first time they've been abroad. If brutal killers like these 2 are at work, it is no wonder that so many people have fled, he said. No wonder that people are more tired and are not interested in reading books as much as in the past. I don't believe a word he says. Peter took my hand and asked me to leave, so I said goodbye to Roger and his girlfriend, who never said a word. Could I have a word about the sales figures today? Perhaps you would have a quiet word with Simon about the problem. The nurse sitting beside me said to me, "Your mother would like to have a word with you," then she went out. He said he's too busy, in other words he isn't interested. They had had a great time before and had drunk too much alcohol. In other words, they were totally drunk. Carrying heavy loads around all day is hard work. I can certainly do a report for you, but it will be a lot of work. The lessons are very good, but the teacher is going very quickly. It will be hard work. If something works, it is effective or successful. Her plan to increase sales worked. The tablets will start to work in a few minutes. I changed cars several times to fool the police. It worked very well. See a painting, book, piece of music, etc. We agreed that something had to be done to promote the popularity of local films, some of them being great works of art. You need to work at improving your writing. In my opinion, this is the part our college has to improve and to work at. Tim loves working on old cars. I believe that it would be best to paint a picture of me in the garage working on my new car. We need to work out the total cost of the project. I had to work out all my figures 2 times to make sure that my accounts were accurate. If a problem or a complicated situation works out, it ends in a successful way. We were worried that the event would be disorganized, but it all worked out in the end. I hope you follow my instructions and you'll see how everything works out fine. Noun: see a quick / slow / good, etc. Worker: someone who works quickly / slowly / well, etc. He's rather a slow worker, but he is very thorough. I'll recommend you as a hard worker and a very nice person. Working conditions in the mill have hardly changed over the last 20 years. She has a difficult working relationship with many of her staff. As you know, I work in a bank, so I have to dress smartly during working hours. She has a working knowledge of German and Russian. Furthermore, I have a working knowledge of English, Spanish, Catalan and Italian. Are there many fitness centres where we can practice our daily workout? Well, as you know, I'm not very interested in the fashion world, so I rarely spend much time shopping for clothes. An increase in average temperature by only a few degrees could cause environmental problems worldwide. You can visit the main monuments of Paris, known worldwide, like Notre Dame Cathedral or the Eiffel Tower, built in 1903. Blackbirds eat worms, insects, and berries. Fishing is my hobby, and that's why I bought these plastic worms, that are not very good. It's better to use live worms. Keeping warm in the winter is a major worry for many old people. My worries proved to be wrong. It worries me that he hasn't phoned yet. The lack of rain is starting to worry people. Unemployment is increasing too, and today, it worries every single citizen of the world, especially the ones who live in a third world country. She's been sick with worry. Unemployment, bad health, all sorts of things can be a cause of worry. You really need to spend a whole month without any kind of worry. It's a very worrying situation. But the most worrying thing about this matter is you. My cold seems to be getting worse. If the rain gets any worse, we'll have to stop walking. I thought, it couldn't get worse. He did worse than he was expecting in the exams. He was treated much worse than I was. The economic climate is getting worse and worse. The traffic situation in all big towns is getting worse and worse, so that bicycles or public transport must become more attractive. Adverb: to make matters worse, to make a situation more difficult, unpleasant, etc. To make matters worse, our car broke down. To make matters worse, the newspaper said they only played for 35 minutes. That was the worst I've seen him play in several years. This situation was the worst I have lived through. Noun no plural, worst of all, used to emphasize the worst thing, situation, etc. We had no food or light, but worst of all, we had no water. And worst of all, her mother had been always against that relationship and had given her advice many times. Small businesses have been worst hit by the recession. Roads in the Tayside region were worst affected by the snow. Our house is worth about 400,000. When you're in Reykjavik, the National Museum is worth a visit. His latest book is definitely worth reading. It's really worth visiting. It was a long climb to the top of the hill, but it was worth it for the view. Don't tire yourself out, Jerry, it's really not worth it. Forget him, love, he's just not worth it. There were a lot of hills in the park, and it was very tiring to go up riding a bike, but when you got to the top, and stared at the amazing view, it was worth it. She considers teaching a worthwhile career. The time and expense involved in keeping up to date with all the changes has been worthwhile. If you need him on this project, you've got to make it financially worthwhile for him. It's a worthwhile trip. You'll have the opportunity to visit beautiful places and learn lots of history. What would you do if you lost your job? They knew there would be trouble unless the report was finished by the next day. Archie said he would see his brother tomorrow. They thought that she would never recover. He said to me he would like to come back soon. The car wouldn't start this morning. I asked her to talk to him, but she wouldn't. My parents wouldn't let me stay in a hotel alone. It would be lovely to go to New York. Would you mind sharing a room? Would you mind if I called you, to know what I've missed? I'd rather have a beer. Which would you rather do, go swimming or play tennis? Wouldn't you rather finish it tomorrow? He would always turn and wave at the end of the street. Since my childhood I have always been fond of swimming. I would usually spend my summer holidays on a campsite near a river with my family. Rollo discovered that his best friend was implicated in the penicillin racket. The racketeer would put sand into penicillin without worrying about the great suffering that they caused to people who needed penicillin for their wounds. The police chief was badly wounded in the explosion. Harry was wounded on his leg. She wrapped the present and tied it with ribbon. Wrap the chicken in foil and cook it for 2 hours. He's writing a book on Columbia. She writes for Time magazine. Walton wrote the Cello Concerto in 1956. Stephen King wrote this book. Did you write Joe's phone number down? I wrote the address down and left the restaurant. She wrapped the baby in a blanket. He wrapped a towel around his shoulders. After a few seconds I gathered my wits and wrapped the towel around myself again. I sprained my wrist playing squash. I fell on some stairs and hurt my wrist. She is a well-known writer of children's books. The last book I read was a true story written by a young South American writer. Do you recognize the writing on the envelope? I did a course in creative writing. She is studying women's writing of the 1930s. Black humor is a distinguishable feature of his writing. An agreement that is in writing is official and is proof of that agreement. Please confirm your reservation in writing. I am telling you in writing that I would like to help you. I would like you to tell me what subject you're teaching tomorrow and the pages of the homework, so I can do the written test in the next class. I got most of the answers wrong. The newspapers got the story completely wrong. Never before now if something is wrong, there is a problem. You've been quiet all evening. Is there anything wrong? What's wrong? There's something wrong with my computer. I didn't KNOW him, so I thought that there was something wrong. Something's gone wrong with my computer. Despite all that went wrong, there was something I really enjoyed. It was visiting the Diamond Cave. Children should be taught that violence is wrong. It is wrong to tell lies. What's wrong with having a bit of fun? To sum up, I think it is wrong to keep animals in zoos. It has been said, wrongly, that Americans hate government. Equally, the point about staying is erroneous. We stayed at Riverside Hotel instead of Hotel Astrid, which closed last year, and Hotel Royal was wrongly described as having special rates for students. They took an X-ray of his leg. I was with my last patient trying to operate on his damaged D tooth when I realized the X-ray was on the wrong side and that I wasn't working on the damaged D tooth. The class of boat that best fits my physical condition is the one called Snoopy, that seems to be available at your yacht club. The garden is about 100 yards long. I can't stop yawning, I must be tired. I think that the maths lesson is the most suitable one to be recorded. Watching ourselves yawning and nearly asleep would really reflect how boring maths is. Roz and I have been going there for years. I had not seen him for years. Our neighbors were yelling at each other this morning. The child yelled out in pain. "Just get out of here," she yelled. "Cut," yelled the director. Suddenly there was a loud / great yell from the bathroom. Suddenly a big yell came out of my throat. I agree it's unlikely, yet she knows what she's talking about. It was huge and yet gracious. Of all the songs I've heard tonight, that's the best yet. That was my worst exam yet. And that was my worst experience yet. The bus was late yet again. Tom, thank you so much yet again for your interest. This talk is very important to me and to count on you is an honor for our college. She does yoga 3 times a week. We do yoga in a heated room so we sweat a lot. It's the sort of music that appeals mainly to the young. I have nothing against mini skirts, but I think they're strictly for the young. In my opinion, the young should work rather than wait for their pocket money. Of course you want the best for your children. Garlic is good for your blood. Riding a bicycle is a good way of maintaining personal fitness and doesn't harm your health either. Yours sincerely, Emma Clark. If you yourself ever need help, would you know where to get it? If you are thinking of taking it up yourself, always do a warm-up exercise before you run. Don't go too fast at the beginning, and don't overdo it. You tell yourself everything's alright but you know it's not really. You help yourself by doing some exercise. Finally I decided to join a new youth club in my town. I was a fairly good football player in my youth. I played several kinds of sports during my youth, but now I am not a member of any club. We saw a zebra in the distance. Otherwise there would be many children and grown ups who would have never seen an elephant, a tiger, a zebra, etc. The temperature is expected to drop to 10 degrees below zero tonight. We have to learn that it is not natural for a lion to live in a country where, in winter, the temperature can fall below zero. I can't open my bag, the zip has stuck. Suddenly the zip of my new dress broke. He was charged with driving 75 miles per hour in a 55 miles per hour zone. The UN Security Council has established a no-fly zone. It is a very clean city with a lot of car-free zones. This publication has made use of the English vocabulary profile. This resource is based on extensive research using the Cambridge Learner Corpus and is part of the English Profile program, which aims to provide evidence about language use that helps to produce better language teaching materials.